Chapter 1. Rebirth. In the deep of night, more than 40 kilometers from the city, lies a dilapidated village nestled within a valley. The village is strewn with crumbling houses, the earthen structures half collapsed, battered by rain, resembling a liquid on the verge of spilling. Approaching these ruins, one is met with the pungent scent of yellow earth. Several such houses surround the area, from which dim yellow lights emanate, the flickering candle flames casting a wavering glow. Since the onset of the apocalypse and the subsequent loss of electricity, human society seems to have regressed a century that a group of robust men gathers around a fire pit. The captain pinches a thin piece of paper, rolling the tobacco in cases, then retrieves a stick from the flames, blowing on it sharply to ignite the tobacco. Xie Meng. The man exhales a plume of smoke. This time, you cannot shirk your responsibilities. Xie Meng hesitates, his face flushed. Captain, if anything were to happen to me, what would happen to the sick woman at home and my 2 daughters? He is not the sort to cower in the face of adversity. Yet this marks the 3rd occasion he has declined this task. Such words cannot be spoken. Every survivor here has had their life hanging by a thread. Who among us has not faced injury or illness? Spoke the captain's relative. Is it to be assumed that others can undertake this mission while you cannot? The others lower their heads in silence. Their current mission involves venturing to the nearby town to procure supplies. Given the remote location of Shaojing village, the nearest town lies 10 kilometers away, and their fear of mutated creatures has kept them from venturing out for the past 2 years. To reach the town, they must first traverse several towering mountains, where a forest shrouded in toxic fog resides. Each time they seek food, they halt at this perilous threshold. In the fog-laden forest, visibility is severely compromised, and nearing the town, it conceals unknown mutated creatures, presenting a high danger the first to enter would risk severe injury or death. The captain surveyed the group, noting the lack of agreement, and continued, in your family of 4, there is but one laborer. This imbalance is unfair to the rest. His relative hastily stoked the fire. Indeed, you have 3 women at home, unable to work. We cannot bear the burden alone, that if you refuse this task, it will fall to someone else. Does your life hold greater value than theirs? A stir of unrest rippled through the others. If Xie Meng abstained, it would fall upon them. Xie Meng remained silent, the flames licking at his pant leg, yet he showed no reaction. The captain furrowed his brow, speaking with apparent difficulty. If that is the case, I cannot compel you to stay. You must consider other options. The girl sweated profusely, her short hair dampened, seemingly tormented in her dreams. Ugh! The girl, lost in her nightmare, suddenly whimpered, jolting Su Yueshi awake. She hurried to touch her daughter's forehead. Feeling her mother's warm, loving touch, the girl quieted for a moment. Alas, how is it that at this age, you still cannot sleep without your mother? Su Yueshi sighed, her tone laced with affection. Ugh! The girl let out a heart-wrenching cry, tears uncontrollably streaming down her thin face, each droplet splattering onto the bamboo mat beneath her. Su Yueshi quickly attempted to wipe them away, only to be stung by the heat. The girl abruptly opened her eyes, swiftly turning to sit up. For a fleeting moment, confusion filled her gaze, replaced by a chilling calmness and detachment. In the depths of her pupils, the flickering candlelight danced. Xie Meng licked her parched lips, feeling as though she hadn't had a drop of water in 3 days. The stark sensation of thirst startled her. Could one still feel thirst after death? Meng, would you like some water? A familiar voice resonated in her ear. Mom? Upon seeing her mother, Xie Meng instinctively embraced her tightly. Memories flashed through her mind, a gruesome pile of remains entangled with dead branches in the forest. Xie Meng felt a mix of sorrow and fear, unable to contain her sobs. What's wrong, Meng? Su Yueshi asked, her face a mask of confusion. Mom. Xie Meng hastily wiped her tears and accepted the porcelain bowl her mother offered. The rough texture of the bowl and the warmth of her mother's fingertips assured her of reality. This is a new reality. Suddenly, Xie Meng recalled something and slammed the porcelain bowl onto the wooden table, frantically lunging towards the other side of the bed. There, she clutched a small child, who squirmed restlessly in her embrace. Joy and emotion overwhelmed her, and she placed her hand on the child's back, feeling the warmth radiating, a testament to the vibrant life nestled there. Xie Meng finally exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the bed's edge, drained of all strength. The cold little corpse on the gray stone gradually faded from her nightmares, dissolving into fragments. Little Bao is still alive, how wonderful. Taking a deep breath, Xie Meng realized her cheeks were streaked with tears. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you're all still here. Since Xie Meng set the bowl down, her mother had been left speechless, eyes wide with confusion. Oh Meng, what is the matter? Do you want me to hold you while you sleep? Wiping her tear-streaked face with her sleeve, Xie Meng forced a smile. It's nothing, Mom. I'm all right, just had a nightmare. By the way, where's Dad? Surveying the small, dilapidated room, Xie Meng noticed her father's absence. They're having a meeting over there, her mother replied, concern etched on her face. They're deciding who will lead the expedition into the fog forest. The fog forest? Isn't that where Dad encountered trouble 5 years ago? Closing her eyes, the haunting memories of her family's assault flooded back, vividly horrifying. She could almost see herself kneeling before that immense stone tablet, consumed by deep remorse. Since fate has granted her a second chance, she must ensure her family does not repeat the same tragic fate. Downing the water in one gulp, the cool liquid coursed through her, calming her nerves. Mom, Dad cannot go into the fog forest. Alas, her mother sighed. I too wish to prevent his departure. Su Yueshi regarded her curiously. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Rest assured, your father will manage. I just had a nightmare, Mom. Xie Meng paused. I dreamt that Dad fell from a cliff after entering the fog forest. Beneath the cliff lurked mutated creatures. Dad cried for help. Yet others merely watched as those creatures gnawed off one of his legs, leaving him to suffer without aid. I watched helplessly from a distance. Chapter 2. Escape. The captain, harboring personal grievances against Xie Shang, often exacted petty revenge, deliberately placing him at the forefront during missions. Consequently, Xie Shang endured numerous injuries, yet the resources he procured were scant. Were it not for his robust physique, his survival thus far would have been uncertain. Su Yueshi turned pale upon hearing this, forcing herself to reassure her daughter. Dreams are often the opposite of reality, do not fear. While those words were spoken, she could not suppress her doubts those who resented Xie Shang might indeed act upon such malice. This thought sent a shiver down Su Yueshi's spine. Xie Meng was not attempting to frighten her mother, she merely recounted the stark reality of past events. The last time, after her father was injured, he was left barely clinging to life, bedridden and weak, yet those individuals forbade him from recuperating, insisting they vacate. That very night, in a family beset by tragedy, a gravely injured father, a seriously ill mother, a frail 11-year-old girl, and a 2-year-old baby, their departure from society is akin to a death sentence. They face the grim fate of being devoured by mutated creatures, poisoned by pollutants, or starved to death. She resolutely declared, Mother, I am going. Seeing Su Yueshi nod absent-mindedly, Xie Meng turned and stepped into the encroaching darkness outside. Navigating through a thicket of towering weeds, she arrived at the place where discussions were held. The decaying wooden door creaked open, shattering the silence of the firewood room with an ominous groan. The captain cast a disapproving glance at the newcomer. The father looked up in bewilderment, his expression morphing into one of surprise. Xie Meng surveyed the scene, opting for a thought of panic to lower the guards of those present. What? Xie Shang exclaimed, rising abruptly. What is happening? Xie Shang hurried inside, placing his large hand on the baby's forehead. The baby, disturbed from slumber, grunted in annoyance before spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Xie Shang and Su Yueshi exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Xie Meng. Father, I was deceiving them. Before they could process her words, Xie Meng continued, Are they not forcing you to venture into the misty forest, threatening to cast us out if you refuse? Xie Shang, feeling embarrassed, nodded at Su Yueshi. Indeed, let us depart. Xie Meng proclaimed, We have resided here for nearly 2 years, and the surrounding food sources are nearly depleted. Even if we remain, they will soon seek new territory, leaving us abandoned. They have no intention of allowing us to stay. Rather than endure their oppression and treachery, it would be wiser for our family to forge our own path. Though her words sounded peculiar coming from his daughter, Su Yueshi's concerns were laid bare. I too believe it would be better to leave this place. As the household's decision-making rested primarily with Su Yueshi, her assertion left Xie Shang with no room for dissent. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. When shall we depart? And where shall we go? Caught off guard by the smooth progression of events, Xie Meng faltered. How could she articulate her plan convincingly? Since we have resolved to leave, the sooner, the better, Su Yueshi declared decisively. Anywhere we go will suffice. She hastily began gathering their belongings, dragging useful items from the dilapidated wooden cabinet. Xie Meng rushed to assist, turning to her father. Yes, we must leave now. We cannot afford to wait for their response. Noticing her father's lingering hesitation, Xie Meng added, I know of a place that is quite safe, abundant with untainted native plants. Previously, they had been forced to flee overnight, with the locals refusing to let them take anything, not even extra clothing, let alone provisions. When thirst and hunger struck, they were left to forage for wild fruits in the forest. After a morning of searching, Xie Meng finally discovered some unripe raspberries, her hands bloodied from thorns, barely managing to collect a small basketful. They sustained themselves on those bitter, sour berries. Only Xie Meng was agile enough to move freely. She secured her sister to her back, leading the way while dragging her parents along slowly. As night fell, trees cloaked the moonlight, rendering the path invisible to Xie Meng, who could only endure the thorns tearing at her pants and piercing her skin. Having traveled less than a mile, her legs were battered and bloodied. Xie Meng stumbled, taking a step and resting, only to collapse in exhaustion beside a cave, losing consciousness. Thus, they established their home there, unwittingly remaining for 5 years. Vivid memories of dwelling at the forest's edge flooded her mind, conjuring serene and peaceful images, and Xie Meng's gaze became wistful. Where's this place you speak of? Xieshang and Su Yueshi inquired in unison. Father, mother, we could take all our clothing along with shovels, machetes, hammers, and kettles. Xie Meng enumerated the tools that were hard to come by, noting that stools and vessels could be crafted on the spot. With her father being strong and capable, it was imperative they took everything they could carry. Under the cover of night, while others slept, Xie Meng stealthily ventured out, scavenging for useful items to stack in her room. Aside from rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, she also unearthed corn seeds, rice seeds, and sweet potatoes from the storage, securing them in burlap sacks. However, unlike the captain, she was not merciless. She left behind a portion of supplies, enough to feed everyone for a couple of days. Bent under the weight of a large bundle, Xie Meng appeared akin to a turtle carrying a heavy shell. Her father fared worse, with a massive sack strapped to his back, 2 more slung over his shoulders, and 2 hanging from his legs, transforming him into an unrecognizable figure. Meanwhile, the mother held the baby and took on lighter burdens, and the family departed from Shao Jing village in silence. Chapter 3. Leaving the east and west. Preserving life, Shao Jing village is nestled within a vast valley encircled by mountains. To the west, there are scattered small hills, while the east boasts a series of undulating peaks, steep and tightly interconnected, rendering passage exceedingly rare. Even if one manages to traverse these heights, they would encounter a great precipice on the other side, only to behold the fabled peach blossom spring beyond its edge. This idyllic haven is perfectly situated, bordered by the sheer cliffs and perilous mountains, with the foreboding night forest looming behind. A treacherous expanse far more dangerous than the miasmic woods, 100-fold perilous in comparison. Xie Meng did not follow the same route as last time. Previously, they were unaware of the location of the peach blossom spring, leading them to wander considerably. However, given the current circumstances, they could reach their destination in merely 2 days. 3 hours later, a member of the group awoke to relieve himself. Still half asleep, he unfastened his trousers, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Instantly alert, the man's urge to urinate vanished. Help! We've been robbed, he shouted, stumbling outside and crashing into the doorframe, rousing everyone nearby. What in the world? The captain bellowed from within the house. Captain, it's terrible. Xieshang and his crew have made off with our belongings. What? The captain emerged from his bedding. The small village of Shao Jing erupted into chaos. Cries of despair and curses filling the air. What shall we do? Thieves. They are a band of robbers. Who would have thought Xieshang could be so ruthless? How are we to survive? Captain, we just counted the supplies. They didn't take everything. They left half for us. The captain's relatives stared in disbelief. Half. We are left with merely half. Heartless scoundrels, the captain exclaimed, 3 women with so much loot cannot have gone far. Search the mountains. The men and women of Shaojing village sprang into action, and the captain retrieved a hunting rifle from a wooden crate. One man stepped forward to protest, "Captain, this may not be wise." The captain shot him a glare, brushed him aside, and strode out. The forest was shrouded in a gray haze, the dampness soaking through their garments. The chill of the night was far more biting than the evening air. Although Xie Meng had brought candles and a lighter, she could not use them now, lest they attract attention. She calculated that their pursuers would have realized their departure. Yet she had previously instructed her father to create misleading trails on several paths leading up the mountain. By the time they discerned the ruse, it would be too late. Even so, they did not dare to slacken their pace. After walking for another 2 hours, they finally arrived at a vast clearing. Xie was concerned that Su Yueshi might not be able to endure, so he suggested they pause for a moment to rest. Xie Meng felt no fatigue. Her mind wandered back to the last incident, the calamity that struck 8 years later. How could it be averted? A sudden pang of acidity gripped her stomach, and it dawned on her that she was somewhat hungry. Her mother rested against her father's shoulder, and Xie Meng could barely discern their silhouettes in the dim light. Burdened with thoughts, she had no desire for rest, and softly murmured to her father, "I shall take a stroll." "Where are you going before dawn?" he inquired. "I shall remain nearby." As Xie Meng rose, she was suddenly enveloped by an unusual chill that caused her to shiver involuntarily. Perhaps it was the coldness of the early morning. She did not dwell on it further. Silently, she descended a hillside, only then recalling that she had forgotten to bring something to satisfy her hunger. Bending down, she began to search among the thickets for any small fruits, though visibility was poor, and she could only rely on touch, hoping to find some wild raspberries. Unbeknownst to her, as her hand brushed against a wild fruit tree nestled within the underbrush, the unripe fruits on the tree suddenly blushed a vivid red. After walking several paces forward, Xie Meng found no wild fruits, but only spotted some unripe goat's milk fruits, which were particularly small and not yet mature. It was mid-April, and in many regions, wild raspberries had already ripened. However, they were in a high-altitude area where fruits typically matured about half a month later. Yet some were surprisingly ripe. There should only be 1 or 2 at most. Xie Meng plucked the fruit and tossed it into her mouth. The fruit was no larger than her thumb, merely a snack. Nevertheless, its flesh was smooth and tender. With a gentle press of her tongue, the juice burst forth, flooding her mouth with a delightful blend of sweetness and acidity, accompanied by a unique, refreshing aroma that rivaled that of strawberries. The delicious little wild fruit provided her with a psychological solace far exceeding its tangible impact, significantly alleviating the gnawing hunger in her stomach. After resting for over an hour, although the sun had yet to rise, the sky had brightened considerably. Suddenly, Xie Meng felt that peculiar chill again, yet this time it was different, as if a tremor emanated from her very marrow. Soon, she discerned the source of that tremor. Upon raising her head, she found a dart gun barrel aimed directly at her. The captain had appeared before her at some point, and, quickly, the men who had come rushing gathered behind him. They stood separated from Xie Meng by a vast thicket, their figures obscured by the mist, casting an imposing shadow. Their faces remained indistinct, yet the cold muzzle of the gun was unmistakably clear. One man shouted, "Where is Xie? Where have the things you took on?" Another man added, "As long as you return what you have taken, we may still spare your lives." The captain coldly retorted, "Leave the items, and your lives may be spared. I do not tolerate traitors." Xie Meng mechanically turned around, silently praying for her parents not to approach. She pointed in another direction and said, "They are over there. Let me guide you to them." A click echoed as a gun was loaded. "Little one, if you don't behave, I'll take you down." The captain chuckled menacingly. Please just," Xie Meng stammered, her voice trembling. Seizing the moment as they ventured through the thicket towards her, Xie Meng let out a heart-wrenching scream, "Run!" and then she bolted away. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out, startling the surrounding wildlife. Due to the obscured visibility and Xie Meng's swift movement, the shot missed its target. In that fleeting moment, as she traversed the underbrush, her hands brushed against numerous plants. One particular vine, touched by her, began to grow uncontrollably. Chapter 4. The Mutated Creature. In an instant, this peculiar vine clung to various plants, voraciously absorbing nutrients from the soil, sprouting a dense mass of leaves, and continuing to ascend. Yet, the group of men remained oblivious to the anomaly. Bang, bang. The captain fired 2 more shots, still missing. Damn it. Xie Meng got away. Several men, seeing the captain's failure, charged forward recklessly. What the hell is this? A few men were pricked by the vine, howling in agony. The plants emitted a chilling, rustling sound. Ah! Help! As the sun crested the mountaintop behind them, illuminating the ground, they finally beheld a horrifying sight. The vegetation was engaging in photosynthesis at a frantic pace, visibly sprouting countless tendrils, weaving into an impenetrable green wall, towering 2 men high and continuously extending outward. Captain, this can't be a mutated organism, can it? A man shouted in panic. Suddenly, a series of heart-rending screams erupted. Turning around, Xie Meng's heart raced. The plants behind her were growing wildly, forming a sturdy barrier, and the screams emanated from beyond that barrier, obscuring her view of the situation on the other side. At that moment, Xieshang rushed down the slope, grabbing the still-dazed Xie Meng and urging softly, "Run." The screams faded into the distance, gradually vanishing. The family, burdened with their belongings, ran for over half an hour before confirming they had finally eluded their pursuers. Their pace slowed slightly. "Dad, you saw that, right? It must have been a mutated plant," Xie Meng said, still shaken. "Yes," Xieshang nodded. "They grow towards the sunlight. Fortunately, you ran in the opposite direction." "Do you think those men were consumed by the mutated creature?" Xie Meng inquired. "It's possible, but they're not that easy to kill. You should worry more about yourself," he replied. Yet there were still limitations, such as the nearly 3-meter-wide ditch ahead, which she could not cross. This was likely a channel connecting to the reservoir. Before the apocalypse, villagers used it for irrigation, and it also served to drain excess water during the rainy season. However, it had since dried up considerably, strewn with dead branches and leaves, and it appeared that a thick layer of silt lay at the bottom of the channel. Xie Meng set down his luggage and picked up a branch, about the thickness of 2 fingers from beside him. He inserted the branch into the canal, which was soft, and poked it a few times with force. Yet he surprisingly could not reach the bottom. Logically, the canal should not be constructed so deep. "Father, how can I cross over?" Xieshang trudged along with his luggage. His pace languid. He lifted his gaze towards the channel, remarking on its expansive width, "Let Dad go ahead first." Suddenly, a peculiar sound emerged, gurgling. "Mom, Dad, did you hear that?" Xie Meng became alert, swiftly scanning the surrounding woods, yet he found no signs of disturbance. "Surely not," he thought, placing his belongings down. "What sound did you hear?" Su Yueshi inquired. "Could it be that I misheard?" At that moment, a resounding rumble erupted from an unknown source, akin to something bubbling. Xie Meng was now convinced he had not been mistaken, and he quickly turned to his parents. He beheld their faces drained of color, their eyes wide with shock. Frozen in place, Xie Meng was in a state of panic. "Dad, Mom, what is happening?" The two could only cast their eyes continuously in one direction, signaling to Xie Meng. Little Bao obediently leaned against Su Yueshi's shoulder. Noticing that her mother had halted, she felt puzzled and was about to turn her head when Su Yueshi forcefully pressed her down on the shoulder. "Run quickly," shouted Xieshang and Su Yueshi in unison. Feeling a sudden chill at the back of his head, Xie Meng turned to look, only to have his scalp nearly explode with shock. In a split second, Xieshang yanked Xie Meng up and darted several meters away, as if taking flight, before Xie Meng could even comprehend what was happening. A grotesque, gaping maw filled with sharp, jagged teeth loomed before him. What manner of monster is this? He had never encountered such a ghastly creature in his previous life. Just as she began to move, she accidentally stepped on a stone, causing her to stumble. Xie Meng let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. It was over. She was about to be caught. The terror of being pursued by that creature was more chilling than 100 caterpillars crawling over her skin. She could already see the shadow of that thing looming over her. A shiver ran down her spine. "Xie Meng!" Su Yueshi cried out in anguish, painfully shutting her eyes. Xieshang reacted swiftly, lunging directly towards Xie Meng, but it was already too late. A deep, guttural sound echoed behind him. the ominous noise of a monstrous maw swallowing. Why am I still alive? Xie Meng turned his head tremulously and beheld the creature firmly stationed in the channel, motionless, seemingly observing them. If given the choice, Xie Meng would have preferred to faint at that moment. Fortunately, the monster remained within the channel and did not lunge towards them. Xie seized the opportunity to pull Xie Meng behind him, his lips pale with fright as he suppressed his fear and gestured softly. Shoo. Suiduexi, terrified. Turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down her face as she frantically signaled to Xie Meng. Come here, quickly. The group cautiously inched backward, fearful of disturbing the hideous creature. Xie slowly approached, pressing Xie Meng down onto the ground with his large hand, then cautiously advancing forward. He swiftly retrieved a machete from the sack and quickly returned to stand protectively in front of Xie Meng. Father, give me the knife. Do not provoke it. Let us find another way. Su Yueshi trembled, clutching Xiao Bao tightly in her embrace. No, as long as that creature remains in the channel, we cannot escape. Xie gripped the knife, assuming a defensive stance. The mutated creature's form quivered momentarily before it turned its head, revealing the monstrous maw behind it. I urgently seek a pair of untainted eyes. It appeared to be the grotesque head of a mud-covered worm, with layers of dark flesh piled upon itself, hideously repulsive. The worm seemed to sense the threat emanating from Xie, yanking its tail from the channel and violently flinging it at him. Xie was suddenly struck down to the ground, and the machete fell right in front of Xie Meng, without waiting for her fear to take hold. Xie Meng instinctively picked up the knife from the ground, a hatchet in hand. Seizing the moment while the creature was thrashing its head, she brought the hatchet down with force. Instantly, liquid splattered everywhere. A pool of it sprayed onto her, and she barely managed to evade it. Fortunately, her clothing provided some protection. Yet a single drop landed on the back of her hand. A wave of acrid stench enveloped her surroundings, nearly causing Xie Meng to retch, but the mutated creature remained alive. Chapter 5. The mutated worm. The worm seemed to have been provoked, writhing in agony as it rolled within the channel, flinging various filthy debris into the air. It was at this moment that Xie Meng realized the true size and length of this creature, its entire body now exposed and filling the channel. It had been lurking in the muck all along. Xie immediately reacted, intending to rush to Xie Meng's side. However, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a withered tree in the forest. Step back, Xie shouted. He then dashed into the woods with lightning speed, dragging the dead tree out. Xie Meng did not retreat. Instead, she steeled herself against the tumultuous churning in her stomach and swiftly executed several agile strikes. With 8 years of combat experience behind her, she believed these blows would soon spell doom for the mutated worm. However, Xie Meng overlooked a crucial detail. She was a reborn soul, and her current body was merely 13 years of age. Though her techniques were lethal, they lacked the requisite force. Xie felt a surge of panic as he looked up, realizing that the worm's tail was about to emerge from the channel. A strike from that massive appendage could be devastating. He might even be crushed beneath its weight. Xie Meng felt a tightening in his throat. In a flash, Xie emerged and forcefully thrust the withered branch into the creature, piercing its mouth parts and pinning it firmly into the mud. The worm gradually collapsed, its white and green fluids splattering everywhere, filling the air with a nauseating stench that nearly made several onlookers retch. Su Yueshi loosened her grip on her child, her entire body succumbing to weakness, while the little one, oblivious to the peril they had just faced, continued to gnaw on his fingers contentedly atop his mother's shoulder. Xie Meng suddenly felt a sharp sting on the back of her hand. Glancing down, she saw that her skin had been splattered with the green fluid of a mutated creature, and a cluster of red rashes had already begun to form around it. This indicated that the substance was corrosive. In a post-apocalyptic world, the lower the level of the mutated organisms, the stronger their infection capabilities. If bitten or if their bodily fluids enter the body, the infection rate was nearly 100%. After their ordeal, it became clear that this mutated creature possessed low offensive power and lacked many evolved organs, categorizing it as a low-tier mutation. Her hand began to tremble uncontrollably, and Xie Meng found it difficult to catch her breath. Struggling to swallow, She instinctively wiped the back of her hand on her clothing. The green stain vanished. There were no wounds on her hand, indicating that the bodily fluid had not penetrated her skin and she would not be infected. Xie Meng exhaled deeply, then realized, Mom and Dad, quickly check if you have any venom splattered on you. It appears to be corrosive. No, Su Yueshi meticulously examined the exposed skin of Xiao Bao, and then proceeded to inspect herself and Xie Shang. Xie Shang carefully examined Su Yueshi once more, finding nothing amiss. A weight lifted from his heart. It was finally time to depart from this place. Xie Meng urged, we must leave here swiftly. Xie Shang swiftly felled several trees in the woods, propping them across the channel, as a few individuals pulled them onward. After this ordeal, the family disregarded their physical exhaustion, hastening their pace, singularly focused on discovering a safe haven. No further dangers emerged along the way, and after 6 days, they finally stumbled upon the cave. When Xie Meng glimpsed the corner of a colossal stone tablet, his heart began to race violently, an indescribable sensation coursing through his entire being. This was the place. Xie Meng pointed to a cave at the end of the stone monument, her eyes flickering with intensity. It was here that she had met her demise, kneeling before the stone tablet, while her father ventured outside to set traps to deter wild beasts and mutated creatures from approaching at night. Xie Meng laid down a layer of plastic sheeting on the ground to ward off moisture, followed by a few tattered blankets and clothes. This constituted their rudimentary bed. During the apocalyptic upheaval, Su Yueshi had just given birth to her second child and emerged from confinement, her health having been compromised at that time. In her previous escape, she had traversed several mountains, further exhausting her already weakened body, resulting in a grave illness that left her bedridden for half a year. Xie Meng felt a deep pang of compassion for her mother, guiding her to sit upon the blanket and covering her with a quilt. It was indeed a lamentable reality that she had not been reborn to a time when her mother was free from illness, yet it was not too late. She was resolute in her determination to see her mother restored to health. As she gazed upon the cave they once called home and the familiar furnishings within, a tumult of emotions stirred within Xie Meng's heart. Her diligent father spared not a moment. Having tidied their belongings, he commenced preparing dinner. Xie Meng leaned against the mouth of the cave, her expression imbued with a sorrow that transcended her years. Outside the cave lay a vast expanse of desolate land. The last time, she had cultivated this barren patch into several acres of arable land, sowing crops that ensured her family's survival during the apocalypse. Now, the land lay fallow, overrun with weeds that reached half her height and brimming with thickets. Xie Meng mused that, based on the natural succession of abandoned fields, this area would soon burgeon into a forest. Having not completed her middle school education before the world fell into chaos, many lessons had eluded her grasp. Fortunately, she had later saved a teacher, and during the ensuing years of seclusion, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge from him. Yet, that seemed a distant memory now. Xie Meng's gaze drifted into the distance, where a series of undulating mountains lay before him. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he could effortlessly overlook the gentle terrain and behold the distant peaks that resembled graceful streams. As the sun descended upon the mountain ridges, it vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the sky awash with the hues of twilight. Gradually, a sense of tranquility enveloped Xie Meng's heart. Xie Shang kindled a fire within the cavern, casually constructing a rack upon which he placed an iron pot to simmer. Their remaining provisions comprised a few sweet potatoes and some coarse flatbreads, devoid of any discernible flavor. In this post-apocalyptic world, what delicacies could one possibly yearn for? Simply being able to consume food that is not repugnant was a cause for gratitude. He added a modicum of water to the pot, then submerged the flatbreads to cook, while the sweet potatoes were nestled in the embers of the fire. Within less than 20 minutes, the pot began to bubble, and the coarse flatbreads congealed into a mass, emanating an unusual aroma. Xie Shang divided the food into 3 portions and placed them in bowls, inviting Xie Meng to come over for a meal. Xie Meng took the bowl, leaning against the stone wall of the cave, gazing at the distant remnants of the setting sun. With an impassive expression, he chewed the flatbread a few times before swallowing it. Su Yueshi pinched off a small piece of the flatbread and placed it in Xiao Bao's mouth. Xiao Bao chewed for a moment, then froze, before spitting out the morsel and bursting into tears. Xiaobao, dear, do not cry. We shall not eat this anymore. Su Yueshi hurriedly lifted Xiaobao into her arms, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. Xieshang gazed at Xiaobao in tears, his heart aching profoundly. Do you think the flatbread is unpalatable? How about we indulge in some sweet potatoes instead? The fire blazed brightly, and the sweet potatoes should be cooked by now. Xieshang used a stick to carefully unearth the sweet potatoes from the ashes. Xie Meng had not savored stewed sweet potatoes for quite some time. Suddenly filled with enthusiasm, he leaned over to grab a sweet potato, only to cry out in surprise from the scalding heat. Xieshang laughed heartily. I told you long ago, haste makes waste. Su Yueshi, glancing over, also burst into laughter. Upon hearing the joyful sounds of his family, Xiaobao ceased his crying, turning his head curiously to observe them. This long-awaited warmth enveloped Xie Meng, who felt an immense sense of relief, finally allowing himself to relax completely. Xie Meng tore open the skin of the sweet potato, revealing its golden flesh within. In an instant, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. She merely pinched off a corner to taste, and the flavor remained unchanged, as delightful as ever. Reluctant to consume it all at once, she glanced up to see Xiaobao sitting on the ground, blinking curiously at her. She approached and sat down, wrapping one arm around Xiaobao, drawing her close. Then, she broke the sweet potato, let it cool slightly, and gently placed it in Xiaobao's mouth. Xiaobao eagerly chewed, seeming to find the sweet potato more delectable than the earlier flatbread. Watching Xiaobao relish the food, Xie Meng's mind raced. Their provisions were limited, and they would need to venture out in search of sustenance the following day. Chapter 6. Evolved Abilities? The next day, Xie Meng and Xieshang rose early. After breakfast, they gathered their tools and set off into the mountains in search of fresh food. Although they had packed some provisions, they were merely dry rations, sufficient only for their basic survival needs, lacking in nutrition and flavor. According to his recollection, Xie Meng guided his father to a safe grove, traversing a mountain and crossing a small stream until they reached their destination. This forest was abundant with wild vegetables and occasionally frequented by unmutated wildlife, ensuring a sense of security. Previously, Xie Meng's entire family had relied on this very forest for their sustenance. Xie is tasked with foraging for sustenance, while Xieshang is responsible for felling trees to construct a rudimentary shelter for the cave. After all, is too damp for prolonged habitation. According to her experience, Xie Meng discovered a vast expanse of exquisite water celery by the brook, its leaves a vibrant green and the stalks plump and succulent. She deftly bound them with the vine she had casually plucked and set them aside. Turning her gaze, she spotted a familiar vine-like plant, its leaves oval and triangular in shape. It was yam. Prepared for this, she slowly excavated the earth with a small hoe, and after 3 minutes, she unearthed a complete yam, about the length of her palm, which was quite satisfactory. Such plants tend to grow in abundance, and if she were to dig up a few more, she could easily enjoy a roasted feast. Furthermore, should she manage to catch any wild fowl, she could stew it with yam, creating a nourishing and wholesome meal beneficial for her health. Xie Meng continuously expressed her gratitude towards the bounties of nature. In this chaotic end of days, while the captain and his team relied on hunting in groups to secure safe sustenance, she found herself fortunate enough to obtain nourishment with merely a flick of her hand. Xieshang approached, shouldering several logs, and was taken aback upon seeing Xie Meng meticulously arranging a bountiful collection of wild vegetables by the stream. Pea shoots, water celery, yam, wild ferns, shepherd's purse, wild garlic, plantain. They formed a small mountain. Amen. It has been ages since our family has encountered such a plethora of fresh wild vegetables, Xieshang exclaimed with delight. During their previous times in the community, the wild vegetables in that area had been completely foraged, and after each hunting expedition, they were left with nothing but wilted greens. There was little opportunity to feast upon such fresh and untainted produce. Upon hearing this, Xieshang glanced around, noting that the flora in this area remained untouched, devoid of any signs of mutation, and since it was not far from the cave, he felt a sense of reassurance. Very well, I shall return shortly, he said. After Xieshang departed, Xie Meng did not resume foraging. Instead, she sat upon a large stone, examining a piece of yam, turning it over in her hands. Ever since her rebirth, she had sensed something amiss within her body, a sensation that grew more pronounced after vanquishing the mutated worms. It felt as though something were attempting to emerge from within her. Initially, she had suspected that she had ingested something harmful and had been infected, but as days passed, she experienced no other abnormalities. Her thoughts drifted back to the incident involving Captain Chen Song and his crew as they pursued her. Having witnessed countless acts of human savagery during the apocalypse, she had become desensitized to the notion of silencing witnesses. Yet at this moment, her curiosity lay in understanding what had caused him to miss his shot when the gunfire erupted. Surely, it could not be attributed to her agility, enabling her to evade the bullet. It must have been those rapidly growing vines that obstructed his movements. But why had those vine-like plants suddenly turned frenzied? Why did they impede Chen Song and his team, attacking them while sparing her? Or perhaps they were aiding her escape. Was it merely a coincidence? Xie Meng continuously tapped a small hoe against the stones, her mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, an idea emerged. She grasped a yam's root, closed her eyes, and concentrated, her consciousness fervently urging it to grow, to flourish. Moments later, just as she deemed it impossible, she detected a faint rustling sound by her ear, akin to the gentle swaying of leaves. Opening her eyes, she found that while the yam had not grown, green shoots had encircled her body, climbing onto her shoulders. It was evident that these had sprouted moments ago, in the third year of the apocalypse. She had heard rumors that under extreme conditions, humans might evolve extraordinary abilities, which she had dismissed as mere fantasy. By the seventh year, she learned from a poet she met while fleeing that rare individuals with such abilities had emerged in the outside world. He further claimed that many others possessed these powers without realizing it. By the ninth year, she had witnessed an extraordinary individual moving at an unimaginable speed, evading attacks from mutated creatures, though tragically, he perished amid the chaos. Calmly, Xie Meng peeled away the vines entwining her, accepting the reality that she had evolved extraordinary abilities. The vines that had obstructed Chen Song's pursuit were likely responding to her desperate desire for survival, manifesting precisely as she envisioned. Yet, it was clear that she could not fully control this newfound power, nor did she understand its full range of capabilities beyond hastening plant growth. "Hurry up. Your mother is already cooking," Xie Meng reminded her. "All right." Xie Meng tightened her burlap sack and continued onward, contemplating another matter. The mutated vines had first appeared near Shaojing village, followed by mutated worms, both low-tier infectious entities, slow-moving yet potent in their ability to infect, albeit with limited range. This suggested an infection source had emerged near Shaojing village. Taoyuan was over 100 kilometers away from Shaojing village, and given the infection rate of these low-tier entities, it could reach here in no more than 2 years. Her encounter with the mutated beings indicated that they had existed prior to her rebirth. However, during her 8 years in Taoyuan, she had not been disturbed by them. Why was that? Something must have obstructed the infection. Was it an invisible barrier between Taoyuan and Shaojing village that prevented them from crossing? Suddenly struck by a thought, Xie Meng looked up in astonishment. The landscape was filled with endless, undulating mountains, but as her gaze shifted to the left, she beheld the most majestic mountain in the entire southern region, Qiansu Mountain, the highest peak of the south. Below Qiansu Mountain lay a dense, dark forest, the night forest, a place no one dared to enter, alarmingly close to their cave. Could it be true, as she suspected, that the terrors lurking within the night forest were so formidable that even the low-tier mutated creatures shunned it? Chapter 7. Digging wells, tilling the soil. Planting vegetables after toiling for the morning, hunger gnawed at Xie Meng's stomach. Lacking a watch, she assessed the sun's position and surmised it was mealtime. The environment here was pristine, with vegetables growing exceptionally clean, devoid of any pests. As she submerged the leafy greens in water, she noticed bubbles rising, followed by flashes of white light. Leaning closer to the water's edge, she observed several small fish, about the length of her fingers, darting into the aquatic plants, while frightened little black shrimp leaped away. Fish and shrimp. These mountain delicacies were the most exquisite, yet she had no tools at hand to catch them. Alas, She would have to return another time. Amon, thank goodness we found this place. Otherwise, where would we find such delightful food? Su Yueshi exclaimed joyfully, taking the burlap sack from Xie Meng and counting the wild vegetables, which numbered over 10 kinds, sufficient for several days' meals. Xie Meng took out a hoe and began to dig in a spot on the left side of the cave. However, she forgot that her small physique could only manage light tasks. Indeed, in less than half an hour, she was left breathless and unable to lift the hoe. It was truly hard to imagine how she had single-handedly cared for her entire family under the circumstances of her father's disability and her mother's severe illness before her rebirth. By mealtime, the well she had dug was nearly complete, slowly seeping with yellow muddy water. This was to be expected. In a day or two, as the water level rose, the impurities would settle, revealing clean and clear well water. After dinner, Xie Meng tirelessly resumed her digging, her fervent work ethic astonishing Xie Shang and Su Yueshi. Meng, why don't you take a moment to rest? Su Yueshi inquired, puzzled. Mom, I'm eager to work. The thought of our future happiness invigorates me. Xie Meng replied with a smile. Just let me be. Xie Meng is right. Our family deserves to live a fulfilling life. Xie Shang added, Dad, I want to cultivate a vegetable garden here, planting wild vegetables so we can enjoy them whenever we wish. It will be much more convenient. Xie Meng suggested. That's a sound idea, Xie Shang agreed, picking up a hoe and laboring diligently alongside her. Before the afternoon had passed, they had cleared 1 mu of land on the right side of the cave. The ample rainfall, moist soil, and rich humus made this spot ideal for planting. Xie Meng planted the yam she had unearthed in neat rows, knowing that in just 6 months, they would reap a bountiful harvest. Xie contentedly brushed off the dust from his hands, proclaiming, mission accomplished. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, which had been transformed into a cozy haven. Xie Meng entered the cave and observed Su Yueshi meticulously dismantling her worn-out garments, skillfully restitching them into a new piece of clothing. Your sister has been growing, so her clothes need to be altered to fit her better, Su Yueshi remarked. Xie Meng lifted the crawling Abeyo from the blanket, playfully pinching her cheek. Why do you grow so quickly, Abeyo? It seems that for your healthy development, I must strive harder in my endeavors. Xie Meng, you are but a child. Why speak with the wisdom of an adult? Su Yueshi chided, casting a glance her way. Mother, I speak the truth. We have only just moved in, and there remains much to arrange. Xie Meng's gaze grew somber as she spoke. In the struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, the foremost priority is to ensure personal safety, while the subsequent task is to enhance one's quality of life upon that foundation. To exist is paramount, and to thrive follows. A cave is ultimately not a place for prolonged habitation. Though it may shield against beasts, it cannot protect from the elements. Thus, constructing a dwelling that provides shelter from wind and cold is of utmost urgency. Chapter 8. Fishing and shrimping to improve our lives that night. Xie Meng lay on the ground, staring into the darkened ceiling of the cave, her mind restless and devoid of sleep. In her daze, she heard the faint rustling beside her. Soon after, a dull, thudding noise echoed, the sound of her mother vigorously pounding her knee. Each thump, though muted, resonated deep within Xie Meng, leaving her with a heavy heart. As the dawn broke, casting the first rays of light into the cave, she turned and rose. Yet, as she stirred, Su Yueshi also sat up. Upon rising, Su Yueshi felt a sudden weakness in her left leg, stumbling slightly before stabilizing herself with her left hand braced against her knee. Seeing this, Xie Meng hurried over to assist her in taking a seat on the adjacent wooden bench, softly inquiring, Mother, is your bone aching again? Su Yueshi offered a comforting smile and replied, It's nothing. I will feel better once the sun is out. Upon hearing his wife and daughter conversing, Xie Shang also rose from bed. Noticing his wife supporting her knee, he kindly remarked, I will prepare breakfast. You should rest for a while. He reassured her, The wooden bed will be ready in a few days, and then you won't have to sleep on the stone any longer. He approached and gently patted Xie Meng's head before turning to Su Yueshi, saying, I will start a fire to dispel the chill. Xie Meng has always felt quite uncomfortable with her father's gesture of patting her head. Although she is actually 22 years old, she finds herself trapped in the body of a child and does not consider herself a child at all. No, father, if you start a fire in the cave, it will become even more humid here. What is the reasoning behind this? Xie looked at her in confusion, while Su Yueshi also gazed at her with curiosity. Typically, when people seek to dispel the cold, their first thought is to light a fire. However, we are in a cave. Starting a fire will cause the moisture in the air to condense on the cave walls, making it even more damp. Where did you acquire such scientific knowledge? Xie and Su Yueshi inquired in unison, their expressions filled with increasing perplexity as they looked at Xie Meng. This is all, knowledge from middle school, Xie Meng replied sheepishly, brushing it off. After finishing breakfast, Xie began to work industriously. The firewood he chopped needed to be dried for several days before it could be used, so he could only split the logs into neat pieces for the time being. Holding a hatchet proved cumbersome, and soon wood chips were flying everywhere. After a while, the hatchet sustained several nicks and grew increasingly dull. If only I had a saw, Xie lamented, shaking his head before resuming his task. Xie Meng sat beside, quietly peeling bamboo strips, silently engraving his father's words in his heart. They had long been deprived of meat and protein, and now presented an opportune moment. Xie Meng, adhering to Su Yueshi's request, meticulously split the bamboo into slender strips. Within a mere 2 to 3 days, Su Yueshi skillfully wove these strips into a sieve and 2 fish traps. The task of catching fish and shrimp was rather effortless. Thus, Su Yueshi accompanied Xie Meng to the stream, leaving Xie at home to tend to the little one. As they traversed the serene woodland path, a cascade of memories from when he was 6 or 7 flooded Xie Meng's mind. In those days, they would often venture into the mountains to gather wild fruits and catch fish and shrimp, yet that felt like a distant past, as if from another lifetime. Upon reaching the stream, concerned for his mother's legs, Xie Meng insisted she refrain from entering the water, prompting Su Yueshi to resort to using the sieve to scoop shrimp from the grassy banks. Xie Meng removed her shoes and socks, rolled up her trousers, and stepped into the river. The water was crystal clear, revealing the riverbed beneath. As she turned over a large stone, the water beneath it became momentarily murky before returning to its pristine clarity. At that moment, she spotted a crab, proudly brandishing its 2 large pincers, about the size of half her palm, exuding an air of formidable strength. "Wow, I found a crab!" Xie Meng exclaimed joyfully. "Be careful, don't get pinched. The crabs in the mountains are quite powerful," Su Yueshi cautioned from upstream. Xie Meng chuckled. "Rest assured, I possess the skills." With nimble fingers, she pressed down on the back of the crab, which began to thrash about violently, its formidable pincers flailing in an attempt to grasp her hand. Undeterred, Xie Meng deftly pinched the crab's back and belly with her thumb and forefinger, swiftly lifting it and tossing it into the bucket. The entire maneuver was executed with fluidity in less than 3 seconds. Su Yueshi observed this with a smile and remarked, "Meng, were you not quite fearful of crabs before?" Xie Meng simply smiled in response, remaining silent. Xie Meng was catching crabs downstream, while Su Yueshi was scooping up shrimp upstream. In the lush waters, numerous small shrimp were concealed, and with a swift motion of her scoop, she pushed forward and then lifted it up, revealing a bountiful haul of lively black shrimp, all of which she promptly poured into her container. Within less than an hour, both the jar and the bucket were brimming, sufficient for several hearty meals. "Let me place the fish trap first," Xie Meng nodded in agreement. She moved aside to a grove rich in humus, using a stick to sift through the fallen leaves, searching for earthworms beneath the ground. The soil was remarkably fertile, teeming with worms. She extracted a few, crushing them against a stone, releasing an indescribable odor. Yet Xie Meng remained unfazed. Casually, she scattered them into the fish trap and then waded into the water to position the trap in an optimal spot. Su Yueshi observed Xie Meng quietly, suddenly sensing something unusual about the girl. She seemed overly mature for her age, exhibiting a fearlessness and proficiency in various tasks. It was hard to reconcile this with the fact that she had once been quite particular about cleanliness and would never have dared to handle earthworms barehanded. She was adept at numerous tasks, far from the knowledge expected of a 13-year-old. Perhaps the apocalypse had transformed her significantly, yet Su Yueshi chose not to dwell on it. The fish trap remained in place for a full day, and early the next morning, Xie Meng eagerly approached the stream, retrieving the trap from the water. Ah, a full catch of fish and shrimp. The fish she had caught could be simmered into a delicious soup or sun-dried to create savory fish snacks, which could be fried with chili until golden and crispy, satisfying her appetite for 3 bowls of rice in one go. Xie Meng weighed the 2 fish baskets in his hands, estimating them to be around 5 pounds, and returned home with a bountiful catch. Darling, how long has it been since we last enjoyed fish? Su Yueshi's face radiated with uncontainable delight. Ever since the apocalypse descended, they had not seen even a single fish bone. Xie remarked. After enduring hunger for more than a year, they had never imagined that they would one day be able to relish fresh fish and shrimp again. Xie Meng poured the fish and shrimp into the barrel, nurturing them alongside yesterday's catch. After a day or two, once the fish, shrimp, and crabs have expelled the mud and sand from their bellies, they will be ready for consumption. Chapter 9. The journey to the county town. The family was particularly motivated. Ever since they left the collective, their lives have been improving day by day. After roasting the small shrimp, Su Yueshi watched as they turned a vibrant red, releasing a delightful aroma. She set aside some for stir-frying and preserved the remainder in jars for future use. Xie Meng and Xie proceeded to detach the claws of the crabs and remove their carapaces. These crabs were not large, but their legs were edible and rich in calcium, proving beneficial for the growing Xie Meng. Su Yueshi sauteed the crabs until they were golden and crispy, adding some dried chili peppers to release their pungent aroma, causing everyone to cough in unison. Cough, cough. How delightful. Xie Meng coughed while relishing the exquisite flavor. Bring the salt shaker, Su Yueshi commanded. Xie Meng retrieved the salt box from the stone, while Su Yueshi scraped a few times with a spoon inside the box, sprinkling its contents into the pot until it was nearly empty. There's no salt left, Xie Meng lamented. Oh, it's fine. We can manage without salt, Su Yueshi replied with forced cheerfulness. How can that be? Xie Meng countered. Having endured days without salt herself, she found it unacceptable. It was not merely salt that was lacking. There was also the matter of grain. Unless they sought new resources, they would soon find themselves depleted. These highly industrialized goods could not be produced deep within the mountains. They could only be found outside. We cannot remain confined here, Xie Meng declared. Indeed, Xie, listening nearby, nodded with a furrowed brow, sensing that their supplies were insufficient. Then let us venture out in search of resources, Xie Meng boldly proposed. Venture out for resources? Xie expression suddenly tightened with concern. What if we encounter Chun Song and his group? The areas in the mountain village with housing had already been thoroughly searched by Chun Song and his companions. To procure resources, they would have to venture into the nearby county town. No, we should go to the county town, Xie Meng clarified. What? To the county town? Xie exclaimed, nearly leaping in shock, waving his hands vehemently. That place is so dangerous that even Chun Song and his many companions dare not go. If we go, it would be tantamount to courting death. Xie Meng glanced at his mother, hoping she would make the decision. Su Yueshi continued to stir-fry without uttering a word, only lifting her gaze towards Xie after completing the dish. I believe Meng has a point, she said. She then served the crab, handing it to Xie Meng and Xie. However, the matter of going to the county town requires careful consideration. Xie Meng seized the crab and began to gnaw at it with fervor, the sound of cracking shells resonating as he indulged in its fragrant and spicy flesh. A unique delicacy surpassing even the offerings from the barbecue stalls of a bygone era. Beside him, Abeo watched with wide eyes, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, her chubby little hands waving eagerly in an attempt to snatch some from Xie Meng's grasp. Abeo had begun to grow teeth, enabling her to bite into firmer morsels. Xie Meng, noticing her anticipation, deftly broke off a spiky crab leg and offered the succulent center of the crab to her. Without hesitation, she grasped it and brought it to her mouth, delighting in the taste as she chewed with gusto. Soon, her face was glistening with saliva, her eyes rimmed with red. Yet she remained composed, for as a native of the southern city, the ability to savor spicy food was an innate skill woven into her very being. Xie Meng wiped the drool from Abeo's mouth and said, Dad, Mom, we have no path of retreat left. Those who survive at this juncture must possess extraordinary courage. Much like leaving the safety of our group. Haven't we thrived thus far? Venturing into the county town will be no different. It is undoubtedly the right decision. In truth, Xie Meng harbored uncertainties about the dangers that awaited them in the county town. In her previous life, during the 4th year of the apocalypse, she had scavenged there, and by that time, the town had already fallen into desolation, thus sparing her from significant peril. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. She mused, glancing at Su Yueshi. Once a formidable woman of great resolve, Su Yueshi had become cautious, her decisiveness tempered by the responsibility of raising 2 daughters, leading her to deliberate every decision with their welfare in mind. Given our current predicament, every additional day we manage to survive is a blessing from the heavens. Why not take a bold leap? Xie Meng sought to persuade her mother. Yet, despite her entreaties, Xieshang's expression remained one of resistance. What about your mother and Abeo? Xie Meng looked at Su Yueshi with a plea for help. At home, Mother Su Yueshi held the most authority and was the most decisive, steadfast, and daring individual. Father Xieshang, on the other hand, was cautious and circumspect. Although he possessed considerable strength and skill, he was timid at heart. Abao and I will be perfectly safe at home, so you needn't worry about us. Just go, Su Yueshi declared resolutely. As Meng said, if we do not take this step, we shall forever remain confined here, living like savages until our demise. Very well, Xieshang, being a devoted husband and father, immediately acquiesced upon hearing his wife's words. Take good care of Abao while you are at home. Rest assured, Su Yueshi replied. What if Chun Tsong and the others find this place? Xieshang suddenly expressed his concern. That won't happen, father. We don't even know if Chun Tsong and the others have been killed by the mutated creatures. Even if they evade those threats, they cannot traverse the great abyss in a short span of time, making it nearly impossible for them to locate us. Xieshang, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, well, all right then. The county town is replete with various establishments, diverse shops, large supermarkets, hospitals, and significant factories, all brimming with resources. It is precisely for this reason that truly remarkable individuals congregate in the heart of the county. Xie Meng resolved not to venture into the heart of the county town. Instead, she chose to search for opportunities on its outskirts. The periphery of the county was, in essence, a transitional zone between urban and rural areas, often scorned by those residing in the city. An inherently optimistic individual, she believed that if opportunities were within her sight, she would never solely focus on the accompanying risks. Chapter 10. The mutant giant rat. After reaching a consensus, they decided to set off for the county town the following day. Su Yueshi prepared a meal for them, wrapping it in sweet potato leaves, and also packed 2 flasks of water to accompany their journey. Lacking other weapons, Xieshang sharpened a large wooden stick for Xie Meng, while he himself wielded an axe in hand as they descended the slope. Xieshang was unfamiliar with the route to the county town, yet Xie Meng was well acquainted with it. She guided Xieshang through the mountains and across the ridges, traversing approximately 20 minutes. After wading through a thicket of towering reeds, they emerged onto the expansive highway. Transitioning from the rugged mountain path to the open road, a vast panorama unfolded before them, an endless expanse of fields, long since abandoned. The fields were adorned with clusters of blue Veronica persica. As the wind swept through, they swayed gracefully, creating a picturesque scene. The highway meandered into the distance, devoid of any person or vehicle, exuding an overwhelming sense of desolation, with the hollow sound of the wind resonating clearly in the stillness. Xie Meng had seldom encountered such a scene. The entire earth was enveloped in an eerie silence. Xieshang cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing the complete absence of any sound. Not even the faintest rustle of birds, beasts, insects, or frogs. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. It appeared that there was no danger here. Thus, let's continue our journey. Xie Meng nodded, cradling his meal and water supply as he ventured into the uncharted ahead. Xieshang moved with remarkable speed, yet strangely, Xie Meng did not lag behind in the slightest. They walked for quite a while without a word of fatigue from him. It was only when Xieshang noticed this peculiarity that he inquired, Meng, I recall that you used to complain of exhaustion after only a short distance. Why is it that you remain silent today? Xie Meng, suddenly realizing the situation, noticed that after walking for nearly 2 hours, he still felt remarkably invigorated, devoid of any sense of fatigue. Perhaps it was due to his recent ample nourishment, which had replenished his energy. Such is the vitality of youth, Xie Meng mused, finding merit in this notion without dwelling further on it. After continuing to walk for a while, they gradually came upon a few dilapidated houses, devoid of any signs of life. Xie Meng proposed to take a look inside. They approached, with Xie Meng stepping forward to knock gently on the door. Xie Meng felt a sense of astonishment. "Father, there surely is no one inside. Let us simply push the door open." "Oh, some habits are hard to break." Xie Meng forced a smile. After humanity had been devastated, they still clung to certain former habits, leaving Xie Meng with a tumult of emotions. Xie Meng twisted the doorknob. Though the door was locked, the handle had decayed to the point that it opened with a mere twist. With a creak, Xie Meng pushed the door open, and a wave of musty dust assailed him, swirling in the air. Inside, there was everything and yet nothing. In the entrance hall stood a wooden table, above which hung the ancestral spirit tablets and black and white photographs of the family. Xie Meng closed his eyes and silently muttered an apology for the intrusion, before proceeding into another room in search of items. Due to years of abandonment, a fine layer of dust coated all the belongings in the room. The furniture remained intact, yet these were now beyond their grasp. Xie Meng first entered the kitchen, where he discovered an assortment of unused seasonings, including chicken essence, soy sauce, chili powder, and pepper, all of which proved to be quite useful. He gathered these items and placed them into a bag. Upon opening the cupboard, he found half a bucket of vegetable oil and a box of spoiled eggs. He then searched the room for several large plastic bags, some disposable plastic wrap, rubber gloves, and a blunt kitchen knife, along with scissors and a fruit knife, among other utensils. Xie Meng entered the bedroom, rummaging through the belongings in search of garments and bedding. Fortune smiled upon her as she discovered a thick, luxurious blanket. Its plush fibers promised warmth and versatility, suitable for both cushioning and covering. Such a blanket would have cost several thousand yuan before the apocalypse descended. After thoroughly searching the first floor, they gathered their findings in the main hall, neatly stowing them in snakeskin bags. Who would have imagined our luck? No threats encountered, and we return laden with treasures, Xie Meng remarked. While these everyday essentials would suffice for a time, Xie Meng yearned to procure some food. Their staple supplies were dwindling, and sowing new crops would require at least 6 months before they could harvest. Xie Meng observed the house, devoid of any signs of intrusion, and presumed it might contain provisions. Strangely, however, not a morsel of food could be found, as if someone had absconded with all the supplies without leaving a trace. Undeterred by the lack of sustenance, she expressed her desire to venture further. "Father, we have come this far. How can we abandon our quest now? Let us press on and explore ahead. Perhaps there are even greater treasures awaiting us." After a moment of contemplation, Xie Meng realized he was lacking an axe and a saw, and also required a hammer and nails. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Xie Meng's assertion. As Xie Meng ascended to the upper room, she remarked upon the modest size and unremarkable decor of the house, characteristic of an ordinary rural dwelling. Upon pushing open a door to her room, a peculiar scent of decay assaulted her nostrils. The curtains in the room were drawn, rendering the visibility rather unclear. When she finally discerned what lay beside the curtains, she let out a piercing scream. "What happened?" Hearing the cry, Xie Meng hurriedly rushed upstairs, his footsteps echoing loudly in the staircase. Xie Meng trembled as she pointed towards the curtains. Following the direction of her finger, Xie Meng turned to look and was taken aback to find a corpse leaning against the window. The flesh of the body had completely decomposed, with some dried remnants clinging to the skeletal frame, presenting a sight both repugnant and terrifying. Yet the corpse was positioned naturally against the window, suggesting a death that appeared devoid of agony, perhaps indicative of suicide. Despite having endured so much, Xie Meng was still startled at the first sight, silently whispering, "Forgive me. Forgive me. I did not mean to intrude. May the departed rest in peace." Xie Meng hurriedly ran over to draw the curtains, concealing the lifeless body, and then swiftly pulled Xie Meng out, closing the door behind them. There were still 2 rooms left to search, and just as Xie Meng was about to open the door to enter, she heard a rustling sound that grew increasingly louder, resembling the hurried movement of some unseen entity. Xie Meng glanced at Xie Shang, evidently having heard the sound as well. Xie glanced at the ceiling, gesturing for Xie Meng to remain silent. That object seemed to be situated upon the ceiling. Anything capable of moving along the ceiling must undoubtedly be a mutated entity. It could not possibly be a human being. Xie Meng swallowed hard, gripping the sharp rod tightly, adopting a stance of vigilance. Xie Shang held the hatchet firmly, bracing himself for what was to come. The ominous presence loomed above them, flitting from one end to the other without pause. Xie Meng felt a shiver run down his spine. The unknown was far more terrifying than the known. As long as this entity remained hidden, he was at a loss as to how to confront it. Suddenly, the unsettling sound ceased. Xie Meng's heart raced, caught in her throat. Then, the hairs on the nape of her neck stood on end. She sensed that something was watching them, poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ceiling shattered, sending debris flying in all directions. Xie Mengxin thought to himself that this object possessed an overwhelming force. Even a person wielding a hammer with all their might could hardly breach a cement ceiling. Yet, this entity was capable of directly creating a substantial hole as it descended, indicating that it was certainly no ordinary foe. Xie felt a sudden darkness enveloping him. As a shadow, akin to the size of a dog, swiftly leapt down and darted into the room. Without hesitation, Xie Meng acted swiftly, thrusting forward with great force. Chapter 11. Arrival at the county town. Unfortunately, her speed was slightly lacking. The creature's reflexes were remarkably quick. With a missed strike, it darted around the house in a frenzied escape, causing a cacophony of noise within the room. Xie Meng and Xie Shang stood back to back, weapons in hand, on guard. Yet they could not discern what manner of creature confronted them. The entity did not cease its movement. Xie Meng could only make out its 2 crimson eyes. Its body a deep obsidian hue, seemingly covered in fur, suggesting it was a mutated form of some mammalian species. At that moment, Xie Shang had already taken aim and swung his blade with force in a specific direction. A sharp, piercing scream erupted as the knife struck the creature's body. The beast became frenzied, lunging violently against the wall. Simultaneously, Xie Meng observed a thick, dark segment fall from the creature's body. It was its tail devoid of fur, evoking a wave of nausea in Xie Meng's chest. Clearly, Xie Shang had failed to strike a vital point. "Ameng, have you discerned what this creature is?" Xie Shang asked swiftly. "It resembles a rat," he replied. "A rat the size of a dog," Xie Meng thought, a chill running down his spine. The enormous rat, after crashing into the wall, finally came to a halt. Its grotesque head reared at an unnatural angle, adorned with various deformed appendages. It emitted a hissing breath, unmistakably a precursor to an attack. What sort of mutation is this? How bizarre and repulsive. The mutated rat, aware of their weapons, dared not charge directly, instead lingering to seek an opening. Xie Meng and Xie Shang remained tense, their gazes fixed on the colossal rat. Suddenly, the aberrant creature began to dart around the room with blinding speed, its movements leaving mere afterimages. Readying for an assault, Xie Meng and Xie Shang swiftly adjusted their stances. The large rat targeted Xie Meng, charging forth with alarming ferocity. It seemed to sense that Xie Meng would be easier prey, extending its chilling claws toward Xie Meng's face. Just before its strike, an instinctual surge flooded Xie Meng's mind, guiding him on how to respond. With a resounding shout, Xie Meng seemed to rally his own spirit. Just as the mutated rat charged forward, he raised his sharp spear and thrust it with precision. The weapon pierced the creature's eye with a sickening squelch. Xie Meng locked eyes with the rat's blood-red gaze, ruthlessly driving the spear even deeper. A piercing scream erupted as the creature lost its tail and one eye, thrashing wildly in a frenzy. It launched a desperate assault against Xie Meng. Xie Shang swiftly pivoted, aiming a strike at the mutated rat's other red eye. Simultaneously, Xie Meng brandished a sharp bullet, thrusting it erratically amidst the chaos, managing to land several hits. The mutated rat emitted a chilling shriek, suddenly unleashing a tremendous force as it charged at Xie Meng. With a resounding thud, Xie Meng was knocked to the ground, the pole clattering beside him. The mutated rat opened its gaping maw, ferociously lunging for Xie Meng's leg. A chilling sense of impending danger gripped him, prompting a scream from his lips. However, the anticipated pain never ensued. Instead, a pained cry escaped the rat as Xie Meng glanced up to see his father's pole piercing horizontally through the creature's body, puncturing it cleanly through the abdomen. This action effectively halted the rat's momentum, leaving only its grip on Xie Meng's pant leg. The mutated rat collapsed to the ground, lifeless, and Xie Meng exhaled in relief. Xie Shang let out a sigh of relief. "Be careful." Suddenly, Xie Meng shouted, just when they believed the rat was lifeless. It unexpectedly rose again and darted toward the doorway. However, in the next instant, a sharp protrusion from a mutated rat's body became lodged horizontally in the doorframe, causing the creature to tear a massive wound in itself as it exerted its strength to extricate its body. Xie Shang seized the opportunity to strike fiercely at the mutant rat's head with the axe, delivering blows until its skull was utterly crushed, releasing a nauseating stench that pervaded the entire room. The mutated rodent ultimately fell from the doorframe, convulsing a few times on the ground before lying still. "Father, you terrified me." Xie Meng was about to rush over to take a look when Xie Shang stopped him with a firm grip, saying, "Hold on. Let's not approach just yet. This creature possesses a considerable level of intelligence. It might very well be feigning death." Xie Shang obstructed Xie Meng, brandishing a hatchet across his body in a defensive posture as he approached. With resolute force, he struck the body of the mutated rat several times, only to realize, upon sensing no further movement, that the creature was indeed lifeless. Xie Shang, still trembling from the shock, gasped for breath. "Rest assured, with your father here, nothing will happen to you." "Dad, are you unhurt?" Xie Meng anxiously inquired, noticing the blood of the mutated rats smeared on Xie Shang's hands. "Do not worry. I have been vigilant. I bear no wounds and shall not succumb to infection," Xie Shang replied, stepping over the carcasses of the mutated rats. After a fierce battle, Xie Meng was drenched in sweat and yearned for a place to cleanse her hands and face. She unsheathed her dagger and made her way to the restroom. Fortunately, the faucet still had running water. As she turned it on, the icy stream washed over her hands, yet they felt feverish, warmer than ever before. It seemed as though the very blood coursing through her veins was boiling, brimming with vitality. Perhaps this was a typical response following an intense skirmish. Xie Meng dismissed the notion, gradually regaining her composure. The presence of moderate mutations in the vicinity indicated that peril lay ahead. After cleansing the grime from their hands and sipping some water, they took a moment to recuperate before continuing their onward journey. Xie Shang was initially hesitant to forge ahead. Yet after vanquishing a moderately mutated creature, his confidence surged and his trepidation towards the unknown diminished. After walking for half an hour, they encountered a cluster of houses not far from the road. Unlike the previous structure, these were far less intact. Some had developed cracks, while others had collapsed entirely, bearing the unmistakable scars of devastation wrought by mutated beings or humanity itself. Mutated flora enveloped the vicinity of these homes, stretching skyward from the rooftops, their branches twisting restlessly upon sensing the presence of passersby on the road. These plants exhibited a low level of mutation, lacking significant mobility. They could detect humans, but posed no threat. In contrast, higher-level mutated plants, akin to those previously encountered, possessed robust growth and mobility, exhibiting aggressive tendencies capable of strangling animals. The current circumstances indicated that the further they ventured, the greater the degree of mutation among the flora and fauna, and, consequently, the heightened danger. After approximately another hour of travel, the number of houses before them multiplied, lining the roadside in clusters. Soon, they stumbled upon a broad street replete with numerous intersections and houses scattered like stars. They had arrived at their destination, the outskirts of the county town. If they continued along this road for an hour, they would reach the town's center, although she had no intention of entering it at present. Chapter 12. Gathering supplies, every house here bore varying degrees of damage. As if ransacked, yet none had collapsed, suggesting that the tumult had yet to reach this area. The street bore no signs of human habitation. Weeds thrived abundantly, and many shop signs had fallen. As Xie Meng surveyed the scene, he noted names like Wei Clothing, Xinla Fried Chicken, and Wang Wu's convenience store. Once, this place had pulsated with a vibrant glow of neon lights, now reduced to desolation. With a creak, Xie Meng effortlessly pushed open a glass door. Nearly every shop stood unlocked, indicating the frantic haste with which their previous inhabitants had fled amidst the chaos of mutated creatures. After searching several stores, he found them all barren. Useful items had long been taken. Glass cabinets lay shattered, and dust coated every surface. Xie Meng deduced that the last scavengers had come a considerable time ago. This area had once housed hundreds of families, and the street's small shops numbered around 100. Given their current approach, methodically searching each dwelling would be a lengthy endeavor. Dad, do we not need nails and a hammer? Let us head directly to the hardware store. Targeted searching would be the most efficient strategy. Xie expressed his agreement and swiftly turned to exit. As he strolled along the street, his eyes scanned the storefront signs. Seeking the word hardware, Xie Meng followed closely behind Xie, her gaze wandering until, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted something resembling a tire at the entrance of an alley. She turned her head abruptly and, to her surprise, discovered it was indeed a bicycle wheel. Dad, look, I found a bicycle, Xie Meng exclaimed joyfully, eagerly making her way towards the alley's mouth. Alas, it was a false alarm, a moment of unwarranted excitement. Upon closer inspection, Xie discovered that what he had initially perceived as a perfectly intact bicycle was, in fact, merely a worn-out tire leaning against the wall. It's all right. Let's keep searching. We shall find something, he reassured. They continued to glance through various shops, although none were entirely emptied. The majority of their contents were rendered unusable, completely destroyed. We've located a hardware store, Xie exclaimed as he hastened towards it. Xie Meng lifted her gaze and indeed spotted a sign, standing upright, that read Wang, Thai hardware store. Upon entering, Xie had already eagerly begun to sift through the items within. Although this hardware store had not been completely emptied like the grocery and food stores, its condition was scarcely better. The walls stood bare, save for 2 rows of iron shelves flanking either side, which still bore remnants of copper and iron wires. That was sufficient. Xie carefully collected nails one by one from the crevices and placed them into a plastic bag. Xie Meng gathered several hollow iron rods and discovered a few half-segmented water pipes, which at present held no practical use for them. Additionally, there were various miscellaneous iron objects, all placed within a rusty iron bucket, the purpose of which remained a mystery to Xie Meng. Xie once remarked, saying, "These items will prove useful in the future." Xie Meng contemplated the situation. Even if it proved useless, wielding such iron rods as weapons would suffice. With these sturdy sticks sharpened to a point, one could easily dispatch the mutated creatures with a single thrust. They had scavenged a considerable amount of items, ultimately emerging from the hardware store with a rusted iron bucket in hand. Upon exiting, Xie Meng ventured into a clothing shop, where she discovered several garments suitable for both adults and children, all appropriate for the spring and autumn seasons, which she hastily gathered. Delving deeper into the store, she rummaged through the warehouse, uncovering only wooden stools, decayed tools, and broken televisions, nothing of value. She casually grabbed a plastic bag to stow away the clothes. Opening the cash register drawer, she found a bundle of yarn alongside a partially knitted scarf, which seemed beneficial for her mother. She extracted it and added it to her plastic bag. Directly across the street stood a 2-story supermarket. Upon her entrance, she was met with desolate shelves and a floor littered with discarded packaging. All edible provisions had been thoroughly scavenged. Xie Meng had not anticipated that the outskirts of the county town had been thoroughly scavenged. It appeared her optimism had been misplaced. She had presumed that the county would fare better. Yet the reality was that even a mountain village where she resided was plagued by teams searching for resources daily. The supermarket, while still stocked with an abundance of items, was in utter disarray. Refrigerators lay shattered upon the ground. Shelves had collapsed, and various refuse littered the floor, emanating a putrid stench. As Xie Meng took a step, she startled a flurry of cockroaches scurrying amidst the debris. She was astonished by the resilience of these creatures. Despite the absence of food, they had not succumbed to starvation. As she sifted through the rows of shelves, she found only remnants: half a pair of slippers, decayed bath balls, a smashed thermos, and a misshapen iron pot. A myriad of items lay scattered about, yet the majority were rendered unusable. Xie Meng speculated that this place might have been the site of a fierce battle fought over the plunder of resources. Xie Shangdong searched high and low and eventually stumbled upon a mosquito net, though he was unsure where he had managed to tear off several pieces of gauze. "Father, I can't shake the feeling that this place is somewhat perilous. We must hasten our pace." A sense of unease quietly enveloped Xie Meng's heart. "You are right," he replied, quickening his steps. After a swift and thorough search, he found no food, yet he unearthed some daily necessities from the refuse. Among the discarded items were a pair of moldy but still wearable hiking boots, a plastic bottle containing a 3-year-old kiwi fruit-flavored beverage, a plate of mosquito coils, a box of toothpaste, and an intact bottle of shower gel. Although these items had been salvaged from a heap of waste and still exuded an unpleasant odor, their usability rendered them a stroke of good fortune. Xie Meng loaded everything into the bag and hoisted it on her back. After nearly 2 hours of searching, the contents of the bag had grown rather heavy, yet she had still not discovered any food with a longer shelf life. Upon exiting the supermarket and stepping onto the street, Xie Meng raised her gaze ahead. Half of the shops remained unexplored, leaving room for hope. At that moment, her eyes landed on a circular building at the turn of the street, another large supermarket. "Let us go over there and search again," she resolved, tightening her grip on the bag. "All right." Xie Shang assisted Xie Meng by adjusting the bag on her back, then shouldered his own bag as they made their way toward the intersection. Look. Upon crossing the intersection, Xie Shang spotted a gas station to the left of the supermarket, pointing excitedly. A gas station. There might be a vehicle there. How wonderful it would be if there were. Xie, now preoccupied, hastened towards the gas station, neglecting the supermarket. Chapter 13. Someone is watching me. Ximen's heart raced with anticipation. She fervently wished for the presence of a vehicle ahead, a functional one at that. In this apocalyptic world, automobiles had become an exceedingly rare commodity. Acquiring a car would enable them to transport a multitude of supplies, significantly enhancing their chances of successful escape in the face of peril. However, as she stepped into the gas station, her eyes beheld nothing but a few massive stone pillars, devoid of even a single tire. Xie Meng then realized the absurdity of her expectations. If she had a car, they would not have to rely on others. Alas, perhaps it was best to take a moment's respite. This feeling of unfulfilled hope was not new to Xie Meng. She had experienced it numerous times and had grown accustomed to it. She set her belongings down and casually sat by the flower bed. Hearing her, Xie Shang also slumped down in dejection. They had left early in the morning and had been on the move for most of the day. As the sun reached its zenith, Xie Meng felt a pang of hunger in her stomach. She opened her small bag, took a sip of water from her cup, and then retrieved 2 packets of rice wrapped in yam leaves, handing the larger portion to Xie Shang. After the meal was served, she lifted the leaves of the yam, revealing the cold dishes within, yet the aroma of the food lingered. The search for supplies had consumed an inordinate amount of energy, causing the two of them to devour their meal ravenously. As they ate, Xie Meng suddenly felt an unsettling sensation enveloping her, as if something were watching her intently from behind. Xie Meng was acutely aware of her instincts. She gently tapped Xie Shang and whispered, "Father, I sense that there is something behind us. Please be on guard while I venture to investigate." Xie Shang cast a glance at Xie Meng, stopping her as he said, "I will go. You remain here. It is of no concern, for I possess a weapon." Xie Meng subtly indicated the iron pestle concealed within her embrace. "Father, I need to use the restroom," she declared audibly, then slowly rose to her feet, taking a few steps to the right. She sensed that creature's gaze lingering upon her, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms. Xie Meng feigned a trip to the restroom, seeking to lower the vigilance of the entity. As she walked, she discreetly cast a glance towards the left side, where the warehouse and workshop lay. Although nothing peculiar caught her eye within, that fleeting observation confirmed her suspicion that the entity was indeed concealed within the warehouse. However, before she could signal Xie, she had already reached the restroom's entrance, where an indescribable stench assailed her senses. The meal she had just consumed nearly threatened to resurface. At the same time, she subtly conveyed with her gaze that the entity was indeed in the warehouse, and it was a person. Xie instantly comprehended the situation. The foul odor emanating from the restroom indicated that it was currently in use. A toilet that had not been utilized for an extended period would not emit such a stench. Furthermore, individuals who possess civilized education and rationality would never relieve themselves indiscriminately. This revelation implied that a person was concealed within, and notably, one who had not succumbed to infection or mutation. With this understanding, Xie felt considerably reassured. After all, if it was a human being, there remained a possibility for negotiation. Xie Meng feigned nonchalance as he took a seat, murmuring, "Father, I am certain that individual is in the small storage room behind us. Let us go and investigate together." Xie approves. Exercise caution. Xie Meng sauntered to the left, still feigning the need to visit the restroom, while Xie proceeded to the workspace on the right, pretending to rummage through supplies. Once they slipped into the blind spot of those inside the warehouse, the two swiftly approached the entrance. The individuals within seemed to become flustered, as they could not ascertain the whereabouts of Xie Meng and Xie. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the warehouse, akin to an object colliding. Upon hearing the noise, Xie Meng swiftly pushed open the warehouse door, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure leaping from the window. "Quick, stop him," Xie Meng urged urgently. Simultaneously, Xie discerned the trajectory of the fleeing individual and dashed into the narrow alley to the left, circumventing the entrance and sprinting towards the rear of the warehouse. Indeed, he spotted a silhouette. The person was mounting a motorcycle. A motorcycle? Xie mind went blank, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly yanked the individual from the vehicle and slammed him onto the ground. He then deftly restrained the person's hand behind their back while calling out, "Amon, I've got him. It hurts. Let me go." As Xie Meng rushed over, he heard the person pinned to the ground emit continuous cries of agony. Then, he noticed a spacious area behind the warehouse, where an intact motorcycle was parked. Xie Meng's eyes sparkled with astonishment, an indescribable shock welling up within her. Reluctantly, her gaze descended, and only then did she notice an indistinct figure with a fluffy head pinned to the ground by her father, faintly resembling a person. The individual being restrained had an astonishingly voluminous head of hair, a wild, curly mane that resembled an explosion. If it weren't for his persistent struggles and the fragrant exclamations escaping his lips, she would scarcely have been able to ascertain that he was indeed a human being. "Release me. Let me go, you scoundrel." Xie Meng approached and crouched down. The wrist he grasped was as slender as a bamboo stalk. "Dad, this appears to be a mere child," Xie Meng remarked, pointing at the young man on the ground. This statement seemed to infuriate the young man once more, and he erupted in a furious tirade. "You are the child. Who are you calling a child?" Xie Meng listened to the somewhat resonant voice, reminiscent of a young boy's timbre during the tumultuous period of adolescence. She instantly became more certain that this was indeed a child. "Let me go. You must let me go," the person exclaimed, writhing violently and emitting a sound akin to a duck squawk. Xie Meng cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Noting the absence of anyone willing to assist, it was highly likely that this child was facing the challenge alone. "What is your purpose here?" Xie inquired with a serious tone. The boy, realizing he was outmatched by Xieshang's strength, retorted angrily, "I am a resident of this place. I am not mutated. Let me go." This raised a peculiar question. "How did you come to be here? Are you alone?" Xie Meng asked. The boy shot Xie Meng a strange glance, then turned to Xieshang, boldly threatening, "I am not alone. What of it? I have many teammates right behind me. You would do well to release me. If they arrive, you shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Xie Meng chuckled, remarking, "You are simply stubborn, blustering yet fragile. It is evident that you possess no allies." "Are you deceiving us?" Xieshang interjected. "Who has deceived you?" "Let me go, it hurts." Xie Meng sneered coldly. "If you truly had companions, how could they possibly provide you with a motorcycle?" The boy's face paled as he realized he had been seen through by Xie Meng and Xieshang. He lowered his head and pleaded, "Alas, I am indeed alone. I only said that to protect myself. I beg you, spare my life. I can offer you anything you desire. Please, let me go. Who said anything about killing you? Xie Meng replied, we are not heartless individuals. Really? You want to kill me? The young man noticeably brightened. I knew it. The two of you have the countenance of benevolent souls. Father, I believe this person poses no threat. Let him go, Xie Meng said, as he removed the motorcycle key and tucked it into his pocket. The man seemed to agree, nodding his head like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, uncle, since the little sister has said so, please release me. Who is your little sister? Xie Meng retorted, displeased. Look at you, resembling a little pudding. How could you not be a little sister? The young man, feeling secure that his life was no longer in jeopardy, began to jest with them. What a presumptuous fellow, Xie Meng thought to himself. You mentioned you had something. Where is it? Show us, Xie Meng inquired, not forgetting the matter at hand. Please don't take everything. Leave some for me, the young man implored. Xie Meng released him and said, Young man, we merely wish to navigate through this difficult period and seek what we need. If you possess any surplus, we kindly ask that you share some with us, though we assure you we shall not take more than necessary. Upon hearing Xie Meng's words, the boy visibly relaxed. Well, that's more reasonable, he replied, rising to lead them to a concealed dwelling behind a gas station. It turned out that this was his hiding place. Why were you just at the warehouse? Xie Meng inquired. I was there to refuel. Who knew I would run into you by misfortune? The boy complained. Xie Meng regarded the boy's unyielding demeanor with a hint of curiosity. How old are you? He inquired. 17. The boy replied with a hint of irritation. Ah, that explains it. You do seem quite young, Xie Meng remarked amiably, giving the boy a gentle pat on the shoulder. Uncle, is this your daughter? The boy asked, as he rummaged through his pocket to retrieve a set of keys. Selecting one, he inserted it into the lock and turned it, causing the door to swing open. Before him lay a spacious courtyard, bordered by a variety of vegetables. Within the courtyard stood 2 doors, each secured with barbed wire and cluttered with thorns. The boy cautiously pushed aside the obstacles and opened the door, introducing himself. I am Zhang Xiaohua. The fire of a torch, the spark that can ignite a prairie. What a splendid name, Xie Meng exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. I just heard your father call you Xie Meng. Your name has a grandiosity that hardly resembles a girl's. Zhang Xiaohua reciprocated the praise. I am called a Meng, with a second tone. Thank you. Xie Meng stepped inside and surveyed the space. It was an unremarkable rental. It was brimming with rice, flour, and cooking oil. Through their interactions, she had gleaned a general understanding of the boy's character, naive and devoid of ulterior motives. The place had been thoroughly ransacked, leaving only her as its sole inhabitant. She realized she had not seen another soul in nearly 2 months. Zhang Xiaohua raised 2 fingers in a peace sign and said, Feel free to look around and take whatever you need. In these times, individuals who could generously open their hearts without suspicion were becoming increasingly rare. It was perplexing whether Zhang Xiaohua was simply carefree or genuinely innocent, boldly displaying his possessions before them without fear of their greed, leading to dire consequences. Oh, by the way, little sister, could you hand me the motorcycle keys? I'll go fetch the bike, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly announced. Planning to flee? Xie Meng inquired cautiously. Oh, come now. I wouldn't harm you. If I wanted to run, I would. Besides, all my belongings are right here. If I were to escape, you could take everything. Xie initially desired that motorcycle. Having a vehicle would undoubtedly facilitate their movements and enable the transportation of supplies. However, upon observing Zhang Xiaohua's current state, she found herself unable to proceed with the decision. Xie Meng suddenly realized that this was indeed a viable solution, as it meant they would not have to seize Xiaohua's motorcycle. What? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. What if we encounter a mutated creature on the road? Rest assured, Xie Meng replied, we have not encountered many mutated beings thus far. Even if we do, we shall eliminate them. Sighing heavily, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated before admitting, I truly am a fool to have crossed paths with you. All right. Discussing this further would be impolite, Xie Meng interjected, unable to suppress her urge to stop Zhang Xiaohua's complaints. The moment his grievances were silenced, he found himself inexplicably inclined to heed the girl named Meng, feeling that the pressure emanating from her was far more formidable than that of the imposing figure standing before him. Would you like something to eat? I haven't had lunch yet, Zhang Xiaohua proposed. No, thank you. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's inquiry, a wave of warmth surged within Xie Meng's heart. It had been nearly a decade since she had last experienced such a simple yet profound gesture of concern over shared meals. For those who had survived the second year of the apocalypse, perhaps they remained unaware that the ensuing 9 years would witness the world unraveling, with humanity facing relentless turmoil, growing more severe each year, and the death toll rising inexorably. The hearts of those who lived in the second year of the apocalypse still harbored hopes. In a few more years, despair would take hold as the futility of their situation became apparent. Xie Meng couldn't help but ponder how much longer optimistic individuals like Zhang Xiao could endure. Xie Meng was filled with a myriad of emotions. In truth, the second year of the apocalypse, when compared to later times, was not devoid of a certain tranquility. We have eaten, Xie Meng continued. Oh, I just saw it. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. What did you eat? It looks delicious. Su Yueshi, concerned that they might be hungry, prepared 3 portions of food for each of them. Xie Meng took out a package of food from his small pocket and spread it out before Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "This is the meal prepared by my mother. You can have some." Upon hearing the word mother, Zhang Xiaohua sniffled, his eyes reddening. That's wonderful. Your entire family is alive, and you still have your mother. I no longer have mine. Witnessing this, Xieshang's expression turned sympathetic. Xiaohua, do not be saddened. Your mother surely wishes for you to endure bravely. Thank you for your comfort, Uncle, Zhang Xiaohua replied, his sorrow deepening. He sniffled again, embracing the dish wrapped in yam leaves on the table. Then I shall not be polite. He brought the food close to his nose and inhaled deeply. What a delightful aroma. It has been so long since I've savored the scent of such fresh food. Xie Meng glanced humorously at the courtyard and remarked, Do you not also have fresh vegetables here? Zhang Xiaohua, devouring his meal, replied, The vegetables here are inedible. They are merely ornamental plants, a keepsake for myself. Why? Both Xie Meng and Xieshang inquired in unison. Is it not obvious? You must have encountered mutated beings on your journey. Let me tell you, despite the absence of mutations in this city, the pollution level is alarmingly high. Just a single bite of these vegetables would lead to my immediate mutation. Zhang Xiaohua lamented. I have subsisted on fast food for an entire year, a full year. Chapter 15. Are there puppies everywhere? Look, Zhang Xiaohua, with food still in his mouth, cradled a sweet potato leaf in one hand while opening his cabinet with the other, revealing an abundance of rice, flour, noodles, instant noodles, and biscuits devoid of any fresh items. Upon seeing such a bounty, Xie Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, he exclaimed. What is there to be amazed about? If one were to consume this for a year, merely the sight of it would induce nausea. Yet, I have no choice. I must survive on these. Zhang Xiaohua's tone was filled with melancholy. Is it any wonder you appear so gaunt? Xie Meng commented. Zhang Xiaohua lifted his head from beneath the sweet potato leaves, his face radiant with bliss, as he declared, It is simply delicious, utterly delightful. You cannot fathom the plight of those living in the city now. You have been to the city? Xie Meng asked. Actually, I escaped from the city 6 months ago. At that time, chaos reigned. Various mutated beings congregated there, and humans coexisted among them, devoid of food, resorting to cannibalism. Xie Meng felt a wave of nausea wash over him upon hearing this. Zhang Xiaohua quickly polished off his meal. Still yearning for more, I wish I could continue savoring such exquisite food. At this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly lifted his head. His eyes filled with shock as he noticed Xie Meng seeking Xieshang's opinion. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xieshang nervously, akin to a puppy awaiting its master's command. Xie Meng's inclination to assist Zhang Xiaohua was not solely born out of pity. It was also due to the rarity of encountering a non-hostile individual in this post-apocalyptic world. More significantly, Zhang Xiaohua was of great utility to her. He possessed a motorcycle and had spent time in the city center, knowledge that would prove invaluable for her understanding of the county in the future. As soon as Xieshang's words fell, Zhang Xiaohua erupted with a jubilant cheer. Yes. From now on, we are teammates. Feel free to take whatever you want, take as much as you like. No, let's take it together. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed with great enthusiasm. In the apocalypse, communal living was undoubtedly far preferable to solitary survival. Observing the myriad emotions etched across Zhang Xiaohua's face, Xie Meng pondered how such an impressionable child could navigate the harsh realities of this world. Uncle, let's set off at once, Zhang Xiaohua declared, brimming with determination. Before he could finish his sentence, he began rummaging through the cabinets. He eagerly pulled out several large snakeskin bags, hastily sweeping the room's contents into them. In mere minutes, without Xie Meng or Xie Shang lifting a finger, he had gathered an impressive haul. 3 substantial bags filled with grains, enough provisions for half a year. Towels, cotton socks, clothing, and blankets were bundled together, alongside hammers, scissors, and other tools that Xie Meng and his companions desperately needed. He even uncovered various vegetable seeds and around 10 pounds of fertilizer. Next, he found a cart at the back of the room, perfectly suited to transport these goods, which he secured onto it, filling it to the brim. This whirlwind of activity left Xie Meng utterly astonished. Impressive. My motorcycle is a men's model, capable of seating 3 while also allowing for supplies to be strapped to the back seat. We can easily tow this cart with a rope, a flawless arrangement. Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands, radiating pride. Not only had they discovered a wealth of resources, but they had also acquired a vehicle. This outing was truly worthwhile. We, as surviving humans, should always support one another, Zhang Xiaohua proclaimed. The trio, laden with several large bags, made their way to a gas station. After securing their finds to the motorcycle, Zhang Xiaohua announced, "Wait, we need to refuel." He dashed into the storage area and emerged with 4 large barrels of oil, diligently pouring them into the tank one by one. "This should last us for quite some time," he murmured. "If we run out, we can come back," Xie Meng replied decisively. Once the tank was filled and the caps tightened, they collectively bound the oil barrels to the cart. The motorcycle now presented a precarious sight, heavily laden and visibly overloaded, evoking a sense of vulnerability. Xie Meng handed the motorcycle keys to Zhang Xiaohua. Each intersection led to a different street, and traversing these streets would lead one to various towns. The county seat served as a confluence of numerous small towns and villages. "Where do you hail from?" Zhang Xiaohua inquired as he rode the motorcycle, the wind tousling his hair back. Xie Meng caught sight of his disheveled, punk-inspired hairstyle in the rearview mirror. The motorcycle swiftly traversed a kilometer down this road. Woof, woof. As they passed by the bank, Xie Meng heard the distant yapping of a small dog from an alleyway. "Did you hear that barking?" Xie Meng asked. "Impossible. I've lived here for so long and have never seen a dog," Zhang Xiaohua replied, his expression one of bewilderment. "What does it matter about a little dog? You were bitten by one 2 years ago and had to go to the hospital for a rabies shot. Have you forgotten that?" Xie Shang remarked. "Let us just hurry along," he added. Xie Meng recalled the month preceding the apocalypse, when she had indeed been bitten on the finger by a small puppy. However, the sudden emergence of puppy barks now seemed utterly unnatural. She worried, could it be a mutated creature? No, surely not. Zhang Xiaohua accelerated the motorcycle with great speed. Yet, after traversing several alleyways, Xie Meng once again heard the sound of puppies barking, and the chorus grew in number, as if they were emerging from all directions. Why are there so many? Zhang Xiaohua, too, felt a twinge of panic. This desolate place could hardly support such a multitude of puppies. The motorcycle raced onward when suddenly a nimble black shadow darted out from beside the street, charging directly towards them. Zhang Xiaohua had no time to brake. A piercing scream echoed as the motorcycle jolted over the creature, coming to an abrupt halt. Upon seeing that the unfortunate being was indeed a puppy rather than a mutated entity, Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of regret wash over him. "I didn't react in time. It was moving too swiftly, and, of all places, it chose to run beneath my bike. Forget it. Let's get out of here." Xie Meng sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding them, her heart racing as if foreboding something dire. She urged him on. Heeding her words, Zhang Xiaohua restarted the engine. Meanwhile, the chorus of puppy barks grew increasingly loud and alarmingly close. "This is bad," Xie Meng exclaimed. In the next moment, they beheld a throng of dark, jubilant puppies bounding forth from every corner, their little tails wagging furiously as they enthusiastically surrounded the motorcycle, rendering it immobile. "Oh!" Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed with delight. "Look, they are indeed puppies, not mutated creatures." Chapter 16. Bitten by mutated puppies. Xie Meng cast a glance downward. Indeed, these were merely ordinary puppies, appearing quite amiable with no sign of aggression. It was the onset of the second year of the apocalypse, a time when most mutated species had merely developed various peculiar appendages while retaining their original forms, easily discernible to the naked eye. By the 6th year of the apocalypse, mutations had evolved into forms that were difficult for human eyes to detect, plunging the world into an even more perilous predicament. At that juncture, even an ordinary person standing before you could be challenging to identify as having undergone mutation. "Let's hasten past this place. I have an unsettling feeling about it," Xie Meng remarked, his previous anxiety somewhat alleviated yet still vigilant. "It would be unwise to simply drive over them. Let us alight from the vehicle and proceed on foot," Zhang Xiaohua suggested with compassion, recognizing that these were indeed small lives, struggling to survive in a harsh world. Xie Meng and Xie Shang were not individuals prone to killing without cause. Upon hearing this, they disembarked from their vehicle and pursued the dogs. As soon as they stepped out, several small puppies dashed over, nuzzling around their feet, playfully rubbing against their ankles. Zhang Xiaohua crouched down, gently stroking the back of a black puppy. Why does this one have 2 protruding lumps?" he remarked in confusion. He then picked up another puppy and pressed gently on its back, discovering that this one too bore 2 conspicuous lumps, which were not typical bone structures. "It seems that every puppy has them," Zhang Xiaohua observed. "What is going on?" Xie Meng inquired. The little puppy remained docile in Zhang Xiaohua's grasp, who then presented it to Xie Meng for examination. "Look here, why do they all have these protruding lumps? I recall that healthy puppies do not possess such features." As Xie Meng touched the protrusion on her back, she was immediately engulfed by a sense of impending danger. The bulge was not a rigid bone. Rather, it felt somewhat soft, resembling a nascent organ. "This is bad. We must leave quickly. These creatures have mutated." Zhang Xiaohua, as if jolted by electricity, dropped the small dog he was holding and vigorously wiped his hands on his clothing. Fortunately, the dog were still young and lacked any real aggression. "We need to go," Xie Shang insisted. Zhang Xiaohua swiftly remounted his motorcycle and revved the engine. Just as Xie Meng was about to climb aboard, a puppy behind her suddenly bared its teeth and emitted a threatening growl, lunging towards her with ferocity. "Be careful." Xie Shang yanked Xie Meng closer to himself. The puppy, lacking sufficient strength, failed to bite Xie Meng. Instead, it merely collided with her pant leg and was swiftly flung a meter away by Xie Shang. The little dog shook its tail and, instead of fleeing, frenziedly charged towards Xie Meng once more, who regarded the agitated black pup with vigilance. Suddenly, Xie Meng felt a sharp object pierce her ankle, prompting a startled scream. A lurking black puppy had seized the opportunity to attack her from behind while she was preoccupied with the front. With a forceful flick of her leg, she kicked the mutated pup away. The young creature emitted a juvenile growl, still intent on biting her. Xie Shang, quick to react, seized a stick and swung it fiercely a few times, causing the puppy to cower while it glared at them menacingly. "Get in the car," Zhang Xiaohua urged. Xie Shang swiftly lifted Xie Meng onto the motorcycle before quickly mounting it himself. "Meng, are you hurt?" he inquired as the vehicle roared to life. Deep down, Xie Meng was acutely aware that the fangs of the mutated pup had pierced through her jeans and into her flesh. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, forcing a smile. "Dad, it seems like it bit in." Her voice trembled uncontrollably. She had dared to hope for a different fate this time, yet it appeared that her dreams were to be extinguished so swiftly. With a sudden jolt, the motorcycle noticeably slowed down, causing both Xie Shang and Xie Meng to lean forward. Upon hearing her words, the hearts of the others sank. Nevertheless, Xie Shang clung to a glimmer of hope. It was uncertain whether the mutated pup had undergone a low-level or high-level mutation. If it were the latter, there remained a possibility that Xie Meng had not been infected. "Everything will be fine. Don't be afraid," Xie Shang reassured her with a facade of calmness. "It must have been a high-level mutation." Zhang Xiaohua chimed in. "Exactly. Look at that little pup. It has developed additional organs. It's certainly a high-level mutation, and even if you were bitten, it should be all right. Reassured by their words, Xie Meng steadied her resolve, placing her hopes in their assessment. It was known that an infected human would exhibit symptoms within 3 hours, initially feverish, followed by a state of unconsciousness, and upon awakening, they would lose their sanity and become uncontrollable. If I truly am infected, you must discard me while I am unconscious, Xie Meng said. Don't speak such nonsense. Your father would never abandon you. Uncertain if she had misheard, Xie Meng sensed a quiver in her father's voice. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Xie Shang felt a profound sense of sorrow, as if she were imparting her final wishes. Suddenly, a colossal roar from a wild beast erupted behind them, the sound waves striking their eardrums with painful intensity. The monstrous creature opened its gaping maw. Drool cascading down as its 4 prominent fangs, as immense as ivory, glistened ominously, sharp and terrifying. Zhang Xiaohua glanced into the rearview mirror and was struck with such fear that his heart seemed poised to leap from his throat. He abruptly accelerated, the motorcycle dragging the trailer behind it, producing a jarring screech upon the desolate street. The roar behind them grew ever closer, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Zhang Xiaohua could only drive forward with all his might, while several individuals clung tightly to the vehicle. The speed rendered their eyes wide open, the sharp winds howling in their ears. The creature's forelegs pressed against the ground, bending its body into a taut arc, resembling a bow drawn to its utmost limit. Then, with a powerful thrust of its front legs, it launched itself into the air, covering nearly 10 meters upon landing. Its movements were astonishingly swift, as if it were on the verge of closing in on their backs. After cursing inwardly, Xie Shang remarked, "This object is rather perilous." Xie Meng could sense the oppressive force of the creature, a cold sweat forming on her back. She turned to glance, only to witness the entity sprinting wildly, its back gradually unfurling 2 appendages resembling wings, flapping incessantly against the surrounding trees and railings in a grotesque manner. A colossal shadow swept past, leaving chaos in its wake. With the aid of its wings, its movements became increasingly agile, leaping to great heights and covering distances greater than before. In an instant, it seemed poised to pounce upon them. Chapter 17. The dead can only be themselves. The ferocious beast behind them drew ever closer, its breath audible and distinct. Xie Meng felt that today might be her last day. At that moment, she made a resolute decision. If a life must be sacrificed today, it shall be her own. Faced with the possibility of infection, she deemed it better to disembark and confront the mutated beast. However, despite her thoughts, she found herself unable to muster the courage to act. When the monstrous creature lunged towards her, all she could do was silently chant to herself, "Go away. Do not approach me. Do not come near." Xie Shang's entire body was tense, fully prepared to leap forward and confront the ferocious dog. However, at that moment, he noticed the panting behind him had diminished, and the dog's growl had ceased. It seemed the creature had given up the chase. He conveyed this to the others. Just as she relaxed for a brief moment, the ferocious dog lunged once more, even more ferociously than before. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, "Hold on tight." The group lurched forward, the tires screeching against the ground as if it might ignite from the friction. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering erupted as the tether connecting the motorcycle to the cart snapped, sending the contents of the cart tumbling to the ground. "It's over. Should we go down and collect it?" Zhang Xiaohua lamented. "Leave it," Xie Meng replied. The cart held several bottles of fuel and various supplies, but now was not the time to concern themselves with such matters. Without the cart trailing behind, the motorcycle felt considerably lighter, and Zhang Xiaohua accelerated once more, hurtling them forward. Yet, the monstrous dog relentlessly pursued them, its vigor undiminished, and perhaps even growing faster. After repeating this thought dozens of times, the sound of the dog vanished from behind them. Could it be that his silent incantation had borne fruit? Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the gasoline strewn across the ground in the rearview mirror, temptation stirring within him. If they left those barrels behind, their chances of returning home diminished significantly, rendering the motorcycle virtually useless. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua abruptly halted the motorcycle. Why have we stopped? Xie Shang inquired. This is too risky, Xie Meng cautioned. If you stay here, I will retrieve it. Zhang Xiaohua fixed his gaze on the mutated dog. In a world fraught with peril, such reckless risks seemed to be the norm rather than the exception. Realizing this, Xie Meng intercepted Zhang Xiaohua. I will go. Having processed the recent events, Xie Meng formed a hypothesis. Perhaps it was indeed her will that had driven the mutated creature away, and she needed to validate this theory. As she paused to concentrate, the mutated dog displayed a momentary confusion. Then, as if sensing her intent, it shook its head and lumbered back, its massive form retreating. Xie Meng was somewhat taken aback. She had initially believed her extraordinary ability was solely related to catalyzing the growth of crops. However, it appeared that her abilities extended beyond that. Given the current circumstances, it seemed her powers allowed her to manipulate certain objects with her mind, perhaps indicative of a mental awakening. In the later stages of the apocalypse, she had heard of the existence of such psychic powers, though she had never witnessed them firsthand, leading her to doubt their reality. Now, discovering that she might possess such capabilities was indeed astonishing. As she observed the mutated hound retreating further away, nearly 30 meters from the items they had dropped, both Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua were left in a state of utter astonishment. Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua were on edge, their hearts racing as they fixated on the mutated dog, weapons clutched tightly in their hands, poised to strike at any moment. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. One hand grasped the rope of the cart while the other reached for the gasoline canister, carefully placing it onto the cart, striving to remain as silent as possible. The cart creaked as it scraped against the ground, and Zhang Xiaohua and Xie Shang anxiously observed the mutated creature. Noticing that it had become still, they approached Xie Meng to offer assistance. A dull ache intensified in Xie Meng's head, as if something were tightening around it, constricting further with each passing moment. The air around her seemed insufficient, and her breaths grew increasingly labored. What is wrong? Xie Shang noticed Xie Meng's distress, taking the items from her trembling hands. A look of concern etched across her face. At this moment, Xie Meng found herself at a loss for words, resorting instead to rhythmically patting her chest in an effort to ease her breathing. Her silent incantation momentarily ceased. What the heck? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, seizing Xie Meng's arm and sprinting ahead, bewildered by the erratic behavior of the creature. As the mutated hound lunged toward them, Xie Meng fought through the throbbing pain in her head, resolutely repeating in her mind, calm down. The strain of her exertion left her with a splitting headache. It seemed as though the beast was met with an invisible barrier. Yet it persisted, merely slowing its advance. Xie Meng has discerned the reason. It must be her insufficient mental fortitude to control such a colossal entity. Regrettably, she no longer has the opportunity to enhance herself. Let her stand firm against this mutated hound. The throbbing in her head intensifies, and perhaps in the next moment, she will succumb. The shadows began to encroach upon Xie Meng's vision, signaling that time was of the essence. Should she succumb to unconsciousness, controlling the mutated creature would become an insurmountable challenge. With this thought in mind, Xie Meng grasped a metal rod and pushed aside Zhang Xiaohua. Then she halted, pivoted, and charged toward the mutated dog. Xie Meng. Xie Shang attempted to intervene, but his warning came too late. What are you doing? Chapter 18. Awakening of abilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by the mutated dog's temporary restraint, Xie Meng thrust the iron rod forcefully towards its snout. For it is said that a dog's nose is its most vital organ, and surely this held true for the mutated beast as well. In an instant, the abominable creature howled in agony, its piercing wail reverberating through the air, leaving their eardrums ringing with pain. The mutated dog broke free from Xie Meng's control and lunged at her with ferocious intent, its claws striking down like the paws of a bear. Xie Meng nimbly recoiled, evading the force of the dog's paw. A sharp sound echoed as her coat was slashed with several gashes. The entire incident transpired within mere seconds, leaving Zhang Xiaohua agape and frozen in astonishment at the scene before him. As the mutated dog lunged once more, Xie Shang seized the heavy iron hammer from the cart and struck fiercely at the beast's head. The mutated dog emitted a deafening roar and in that moment, Xie Meng seized the opportunity to blind one of its eyes. Now deprived of its nose and an eye, the creature succumbed to a frenzied state of pain, its tail erect and wings thrashing wildly, sending debris and fragments hurtling towards the trio. The vicious claws of the beast flailed furiously at Xie Meng and Xie Shang, yet its impaired senses hindered its accuracy, significantly diminishing its combat efficacy. Xie Shang deftly evaded the claws of the mutated hound, launching relentless assaults at its vulnerabilities to deplete its stamina. Seizing the opportunity while Xie Shang captivated the creature's full attention, Xie Meng swiftly rolled over and concealed himself within the hound's visual blind spot. The mutated beast thrashed violently, nearly driven to madness by the excruciating pain, rendering it entirely beyond Xie Meng's control. Xie Meng thrust a metal rod towards the mutated dog's other eye, but the creature swiftly turned its head, causing Xie Meng to miss. Simultaneously, the mutated dog's left wing swept through the air with a force reminiscent of a tempest, striking both Xie Meng and Xie Shang, who were sent tumbling to the ground, their heads ringing with a deafening hum. The pain was excruciating, as if their bones had been shattered. Xie Meng struggled to rise to his feet and bellowed at the dazed Zhang Xiaohua, "Come help me." Oh! Zhang Xiaohua, as if roused from a dream, found himself at a loss. Having never witnessed such a grand spectacle, he momentarily forgot to flee. With a motorcycle and supplies in his possession, and Xie Meng and Xie Shang ensnared by the mutated hound, escaping should have been a trivial matter. Yet, after a fleeting moment of indecision, he slapped himself and swiftly dashed forward. Seizing an iron rod from the ground, he thrust it fiercely into the creature's other eye. A direct hit. Blood gushed forth as the monstrous dog emitted another agonizing howl. Baring its menacing teeth, its jaws snapping wildly in a frenzied attempt to bite anything within reach, its limbs flailing chaotically across the street. The three were caught in this indiscriminate attack, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Xie Shang, with great effort, managed to rise and dragged Xie Meng behind a sturdy utility pole, a refuge capable of shielding them from the onslaught of the mutated hounds. Observing this, Zhang Xiaohua sought his own cover, crawling behind the same pole for safety. The various structures around them were being ravaged by the mutated dogs, debris raining down like droplets, rendering their vision nearly impossible. At that moment, an idea sparked in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, braving the risk of being struck multiple times. He seized a bottle of gasoline from the cart and splashed it onto the forelegs of the mutated hound. Xie Shang swiftly reacted, salvaging the remaining 3 barrels of oil. He opened one barrel of gasoline and poured it onto the other side of the mutated dog's body. Subsequently, he handed the other 2 barrels to Xie Meng, conveying through lip movements, "Go," and placed them properly. Xie Meng took it and concealed it in an adjacent abandoned shop, finding a secure spot for himself to hide. Xie Shang glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, who nodded confidently at him. Xie Shang then found a concealed spot to hide. Once they were both safely concealed, Zhang Xiaohua gathered a handful of dry grass from a nearby flower bed, intertwined it, and ignited it with a lighter. The mutated dog sensed his actions and flapped its wings towards him. Just a second before impact, Zhang Xiaohua hurled the dry grass at the mutated creature and swiftly darted into a nearby shop. The flames erupted violently, soaring into the sky. The mutated dog howled in agony, frantically flapping its wings and thrashing against the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire, resembling a moth in its final throes. The air became thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh, mingling with an unpleasantly fishy odor that induced nausea. Gradually, the mutated creature ceased its struggles, and the street fell silent. 10 minutes later, the 3 emerged cautiously from the shop. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "I'm somewhat tempted to try dog meat." "Go ahead. The mutated kind is even more flavorful," Xie Meng jested, dusting off her head. "Are you all right, Xie Meng?" Xie Shang's immediate concern was to check for any injuries on Xie Meng, who had been struck multiple times during the confrontation with the mutated dog. Seeing his daughter's pale face, devoid of color, filled him with distress. In truth, Xie Meng was unsure of her condition. She had been bitten by a small dog earlier and struck by the wings of a larger one. Moreover, She had not mentioned that she had also been scratched by its claws. "I'm fine." She managed a smile that was more tragic than tears, quietly covering her wounds. She wondered if this mutated dog could still transmit rabies. She contemplated the grim possibility of either succumbing to rabies or dying from the mutation, thinking, what a comprehensive array of calamities. As the motorcycle roared to life, Xie Meng's tense muscles finally began to relax. It was then she realized her headache had dissipated, replaced by an unusual clarity of mind, akin to pouring a bowl of ice water into a scorched iron pot. Perhaps it was an illusion, but she felt a surge of energy coursing through her. Throughout the journey, Xie Shang remained silent, even as Xie Meng attempted to engage him in conversation. He wore a stoic expression, saying nothing. Xie Meng understood her father was worried about her, and she was uncertain how to explain the ordeal to her mother. "Dad, please don't worry. It has been nearly 2 hours now, hasn't it?" Xie Meng feigned a light-hearted tone. "The absence of any symptoms means I haven't been infected. Trust me, I will be fine." Xie Meng was acutely aware of her father's unease, and she too felt a sense of trepidation. On one hand, she feared the possibility of being infected and facing death. On the other hand, there lingered a subtle intuition within her that perhaps, even if she were infected, she would not succumb. This notion was not without merit. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, those who awakened supernatural abilities shared a commonality. They had been infected, yet had not perished. It was precisely the viral infection that stimulated the production of antibodies in their bodies, leading to the awakening of extraordinary powers, enabling them to thrive in a post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, individuals who had awakened such abilities were generally resistant to mutations. If her conjecture held true, then her own awakening pertained to mental powers, a gift she had possessed since her rebirth. Perhaps she too bore the antibodies within her. Chapter 19. Settling into new dwellings following the designated route, Zhang Xiaohua sped along. Arriving at the foot of the mountain trail, where Xie Meng had descended approximately 2 hours later. Although the path was rugged, it was not excessively steep. They disembarked and began to push the motorcycle up the incline. An hour later, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a splendid glow upon the opposite mountains. At last, they successfully maneuvered the motorcycle to the top. Calculating their time, Xie Shang anxiously inquired of Xie Meng, "Meng, how do you feel at this moment?" Xie Meng took a moment to reflect, realizing that aside from a sensation akin to a fully charged phone, he felt nothing else, not even pain from his wound. "I'm fine, Dad," he reassured his uncle. "It has been about 3 hours since we left the county seat, and Meng has shown no signs of distress." "This is a good sign. She must not be infected," Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed with delight. "Please don't mention my injury to Mom." Noticing Xie Shang's improving complexion, Xie Meng cautioned him. "All right, since you are well, there's no need to worry your mother." Xie Shang finally managed a faint smile. After parking the vehicle on the flat ground in front of the cave, they approached its entrance. In the slanting sunlight, Su Yueshi stood waiting at the cave's mouth. "So, this is where you live," Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, marveling at the picturesque surroundings. "No wonder your meals are so delightful." It was clear that Zhang Xiaohua held a particular fondness for food. Observing the wariness and subtle concern on Su Yueshi's face, Xie Meng explained, "Mom, this is our new friend from the city. Hello, Annie. This young man is Zhang Xiaohua." He introduced himself with a casual familiarity, adding, "You can call me Xiaohua from now on." After a brief appraisal, Su Yueshi smiled warmly. "Xiaohua, welcome." Her gaze then shifted to Xie Meng, and upon noticing the tattered state of his clothing, her tone grew anxious. "Meng, what happened to you?" "Mom," Xie Meng sighed, "I initially didn't want to tell you, fearing it would worry you. It's merely a minor fall. Your clothes are torn. Just a minor injury?" Su Yueshi questioned incredulously. "I assure you, it's nothing serious," Xie Meng insisted, gently guiding her into the cave to prevent her from inquiring further about Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua. They then proceeded to carry their bags and belongings into the cave and secured the entrance. The interior was dimly lit, with only a lively fire crackling in the hearth. As the appetizing aroma of the meal wafted through the air, Zhang Xiaohua's hunger intensified, and he eagerly grabbed a porcelain bowl, devouring the food while exclaiming, "Delicious! Truly delightful!" Su Yueshi smiled with satisfaction. arranging the items around her. How wonderful! With so much food, we have a secure future ahead. Dear, we owe it all to this young man, Xie remarked, giving Zhang Xiaohua a friendly pat on the shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua bashfully scratched his head, grinning widely. His broad smile revealed a set of uneven teeth, endowing him with an endearing innocence. Su Yueshi found herself increasingly fond of this suddenly arrived stranger. By the time they finished their meal, darkness had enveloped the sky. Xie laid out a blanket in the cave as a sleeping area for Zhang Xiaohua. Fortunately, the cave was spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals sleeping on the ground. Xie Meng had yet to succumb to slumber. Her mind was a tempest of confusion. Yet she exhibited an extraordinary calmness. With her eyes fixed upon the inky blackness of the cave ceiling, the remnants of the fire beside her crackled softly, emitting faint, sporadic sounds. The events following the advent of the apocalypse played in her mind like a film reel. Humanity only succumbed to infection and the awakening of extraordinary abilities following the intrusion of the virus. Evidently, she had not only awakened her powers during this latest incursion, but had done so long before, at the very onset of the cataclysm, unbeknownst to herself. If mutated beings could evolve traits that were not inherently theirs, it indicated they were of a higher tier of mutation. The mutated dog she encountered today, with its newly formed wings, was clearly of an intermediate level. The infection rate for lower-tier mutations approached 100, while that of intermediate mutations was around 30, and for higher-tier mutations, merely 10. Based on Xie Meng's calculations, the mortality rate for humans post-infection was a staggering 99.9, rendering the remaining 0.1 almost negligible. Following infection, humans would typically manifest adverse physical reactions within 3 hours, often presenting with high fevers, vomiting, and loss of consciousness. Within 7 days of infection, significant mutations would invariably occur within the body. From this perspective, those who survived infection without succumbing were, in fact, evolving extraordinary abilities. However, the discovery and manifestation of these powers were entirely random, which is why she had not recognized her own abilities prior to her rebirth, nor had she honed them to ensure her survival and that of her family in the ensuing chaos. Now that her powers had become apparent, her foremost task was to seek ways to train these abilities until she could wield them with adeptness for her own benefit. Lost in contemplation, she was suddenly jolted from her reverie by the sound of her father's heavy sigh, followed closely by the rustling of Xie turning in his sleep. Xie Meng could be certain that his father was not asleep. He was still preoccupied with concerns about his health. Xie Meng inherited Su Yueshi's optimism. Regardless of the obstacles she encountered, she seldom fixated on the negative aspects. Instead, she concentrated on the potential for a turn of events, which allowed her spirit to remain relatively unburdened. In stark contrast, Xie was a rather pessimistic individual, always anticipating the worst in any situation, leading him to approach matters with excessive caution and apprehension. Even with the reassurance that Xie Meng had not been infected, he remained restless, plagued by anxiety over possible unforeseen circumstances. Despite their father's concerns for her well-being and the awakening of her extraordinary abilities, Xie Meng resolved to keep this revelation hidden from everyone. The rationale was simple. Even if she disclosed the information, they might not believe her, and moreover, the fewer individuals privy to such a significant matter, the better. With these thoughts in mind, Xie Meng drifted into slumber. Dawn broke. Xie, bearing 2 profound dark circles under his eyes, rose to strike the wooden stakes with a rhythmic precision. With nails and hammer in hand, the task of crafting furniture became significantly simpler. The timber he had previously felled had dried sufficiently, and with deft movements, Xie swiftly constructed 2 grand beds. Xie and Zhang Xiaohua shared a bed, while Su Yueshi, Xie Meng, and Xiao Bao occupied another. Taking advantage of the splendid sunshine, after finishing breakfast, Su Yueshi brought out the bedding and clothes to dry on the stones. "Hey, Meng, what shall we do today?" Zhang Xiaohua inquired, unable to contain his curiosity in this new environment. "What do you wish to do?" Xie Meng countered. "Since your parents are taking care of things at home, why not guide me around the vicinity?" Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed with enthusiasm, adding that an adventure would be the best option. Xie Meng shifted her gaze to Zhang Xiaohua's face, noticing his wide grin, which made his freckles appear even more pronounced against his otherwise pallid complexion. Her eyes flickered momentarily towards the dark forest behind the cave, and she inquired, "Do you wish to embark on an adventure?" Chapter 20. The Long-Legged Mushroom. It was time to validate her suspicions. With this thought in mind, Xie Meng said to Zhang Xiaohua, "I shall take you to a certain place." Xie Meng equipped herself with the essential gear for trekking into the mountains: a burlap sack, a machete, and a bottle of water. Zhang Xiaohua was similarly prepared. Xie Meng briefly conversed with Xie Shang, mentioning they were foraging for wild vegetables nearby. Xie Shang did not elaborate and simply acquiesced. "How long have you been residing here?" Zhang Xiaohua inquired as he veered onto a narrow path behind the cave, simultaneously clearing the underbrush. Removing a thorn embedded in his hand, Xie Meng replied, "Not long. You've seen it yourself. No one has ventured here. We must forge our own path." He jested. "Has this satisfied your adventurous spirit?" "Indeed, though I harbor some concerns." "Surely, there aren't many mutated creatures around here." Zhang Xiaohua pressed further. "Our current dwelling is relatively safe, but the area we are heading to does harbor some, albeit not in abundance." After traversing a dense thicket of thorns, their surroundings opened up, leading them into a small grove filled with towering trees, which diminished the presence of thorns. "If we continue up this way, we should reach the edge of the night forest in about an hour." "Meng, you seem quite familiar with this place. Yet you claimed you've never been here before?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, panting slightly. "Perhaps it is merely instinct," Xie Meng replied casually, his breathing far steadier than Zhang Xiaohua's. "Look!" Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, pointing at a sunken area along the mountainside where trees failed to thrive. "So many flowers." Gazing through the gap, they were greeted by an expansive view, revealing several mountains across the way. The peaks were lush with verdant trees, entwined with rampant vines that bloomed with clusters of white flowers, giving the impression of a delicate blanket draping over the foliage. Exuding a delightful fragrance that wafted through the air, Xie Meng cast a glance and softly murmured, "When the tuhua blossoms bloom, the season is nearing its end." "What?" Zhang Xiaohua inquired, his face a canvas of curiosity. Though he did not grasp the meaning, he sensed an air of artistry in the words. Xie Meng, however, had no intention of elucidating. In truth, these were words once spoken by a poet, perhaps extracted from a beautiful verse. Observing Zhang Xiaohua's eager gaze, Xie Meng kindly offered an explanation. "These are tuhua flowers." The essence of the phrase suggests that when the tuhua blossoms flourish, spring is on the verge of concluding. Quite cultured, isn't it? Zhang Xiaohua swatted away an insect before suddenly widening his eyes in delight. "Is that a bee?" he exclaimed. Indeed, it was. Xie Meng confirmed. Throughout their journey, Zhang Xiaohua exhibited an insatiable curiosity, having grown up in the city and unfamiliar with the wilderness. Xie Meng patiently instructed him on various wild herbs. As they passed through a small bamboo grove, Xie Meng stumbled upon numerous tender bamboo shoots. The sight ignited Zhang Xiaohua's excitement. He insisted on foraging for the shoots. After an hour of toil, they filled a sack to the brim with bamboo shoots, halting only when Zhang Xiaohua declared he could carry no more. "Wow, there is truly an abundance of treasures in the mountains," Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed with fervor. "These are the gifts of nature," Xie Meng replied. "Now, weren't you eager for adventure? We have yet to reach our destination." He continued, "Beyond this mountain lies a relatively flat expanse of grassland, perhaps once cultivated fields." After traversing through a thicket, they successfully arrived at the edge of the night forest. Before them loomed towering trees, casting a shadowy veil over the landscape, impenetrable and foreboding. Even from the periphery, one could sense the formidable presence of nature's grandeur. The small plain outside the forest seemed to warn humanity, "Proceed further, and you shall enter a realm of peril." Xie Meng was well acquainted with this place. Before her rebirth, she had wandered here countless times, yet she had never ventured into this forest. Now, she would not easily step inside. "You must be cautious. There may be mutated creatures here," Xie Meng cautioned Zhang Xiaohua. "What?" Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, glancing warily around, nearly jumping. "You never mentioned there were mutated creatures." "I did say so," Xie Meng replied, somewhat exasperated by Zhang Xiaohua's startled demeanor. I am here too. What is there to fear? Rest assured, the mutated creatures here are quite low-level and possess very weak offensive capabilities. Zhang Xiaohua furrowed her brow, hiding behind Xie Meng. How do you know? You've never been here before. Wait a moment. Why do I feel the ground is icy? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, looking in surprise at the layer of grass beneath her feet, now dampened. Why didn't you tell me this was a wetland? I thought it was a prairie. Mine is wet too. It will dry off soon. No need to make a fuss. Xie Meng replied with a resigned gesture. Let's go check over there. This patch of grassland was perpetually moist, fostering the growth of various fungi year-round. If her memory served her right, there was a cluster of mutated mushrooms here, and her purpose for coming this time was to seek out these mushrooms for practice. A familiar flash of yellow appeared ahead, and she thought, splendid, she had found them. Xie Meng suddenly decided to tease Zhang Xiaohua. Hey Xiaohua, what do you see ahead? Following the direction of Xie Meng's finger, Zhang Xiaohua beheld a large cluster of umbrella-shaped objects gathered together, their canopies a vibrant yellow and their stalks a pristine white. Given the considerable distance between them, it was clear that these mushrooms must be quite substantial. Large mushrooms, Zhang Xiaohua replied. Correct, Xie Meng nodded. Let's approach them. The two made their way toward the mushrooms, but soon Zhang Xiaohua sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, weren't we walking this way? How did the mushrooms end up over there? Initially located to the left of the grass, the mushrooms seemed to have mysteriously moved behind them. How could this be? Was it possible that these were not mushrooms at all? A mix of confusion and fear washed over Zhang Xiaohua's face. Could these actually be mutated creatures resembling mushrooms? Help! Zhang Xiaohua shrieked, instantly retreating behind Xie Meng. You've never shown such cowardice when slaying mutated dogs, Xie Meng remarked, exasperated. Actually, those mushrooms have legs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua froze for a moment, then erupted, that's even more terrifying. Who has mushrooms that grow legs? Chapter 21. Capturing mushrooms. Zhang Xiaohua was understandably frightened. How did you manage to survive in a place like the county town with such a timid disposition? Xie Meng was at a loss for words. I survived by hiding, Zhang Xiaohua replied, noticing that Xie Meng showed no signs of fear. He straightened up, his tone slightly more relaxed. Are you sure about this? You eat mutated things? Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. In truth, the food we consume is somewhat affected by mutations, but the impact is minimal. For lower-grade, mutated organisms, cooking them eliminates the virus. Posing no threat to humans, Xie Meng explained. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's skeptical expression, Xie Meng added, let me tell you, these mushrooms are quite delectable. Their texture is tender and springy. Not trying them will be a loss for you. Upon hearing about the mushroom's delightful taste, Zhang Xiaohua finally began to waver. So, how do we capture them if they have legs? That's simple. Just grab them, but first you must cut them off at the base with a knife. Do not touch the cap directly, or they will know you intend to consume them and will explode. Be careful not to let their juices splatter onto your skin. Xie Meng patiently instructed him on the art of mushroom capturing. It all sounded a bit sinister. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaohua bravely approached the cluster of yellow mushrooms. Go for it. Xie Meng squinted, giving him a thumbs up, and as Zhang Xiaohua inched closer to the mushrooms, he silently urged move. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's knife was about to slice the mushroom stalk, an entire swarm of mushrooms suddenly sprang to life, as if something was tickling them. To his astonishment, the mushrooms began to move across the ground. With his hand trembling slightly, Zhang Xiaohua mechanically turned to Xie Meng and exclaimed, Hey, they're really moving. Don't be afraid. Keep going. As Zhang Xiaohua cautiously approached the mushroom cluster, Xie Meng once again directed the mushrooms to shift in another direction. This back and forth continued for over 10 cycles, with Zhang Xiaohua nearly reaching the mushrooms several times, only to watch in dismay as they skittered away. The chase had transformed from humans pursuing mushrooms to mushrooms pursuing humans. Wherever Zhang Xiaohua went, the mushrooms followed, yet they eluded his grasp. In a mix of fear and exasperation, Zhang Xiaohua shouted, Though I understand some mutations can be strange, this is too bizarre. Perhaps you should handle it. After enough of the game, Xie Meng used his mental powers to restrict the mushroom's movements. Picking up the axe, and striding toward them. This time, the mushrooms remained obediently rooted in place, no longer moving. The cluster of mushrooms towered to the height of a human's waist, their tops a resplendent yellow, resembling umbrella canopies, adorned with a slippery layer of mucus that appeared delectably springy. As he drew closer, he could catch a whiff of a fragrance unique to the forest. It had been ages since he had savored such mountain delicacies. Although these mushrooms were strikingly vibrant and appeared inedible, they were, in fact, quite safe to consume. Some poisonous mushrooms, after exposure to mutations, could become harmless to humans, an intriguing discovery Xie Meng had stumbled upon during his prior life. In times of scarcity, he had resorted to the age-old practice of tasting various plants, fortunate that the ones he sampled had low toxicity, allowing him to consume them repeatedly without ill effects. Xie Meng decisively sliced off the mushroom stems close to the ground and placed them into a sack, quickly amassing half a bagful. This display of skill left Zhang Xiaohua in awe. Observing Xie Meng's effortless mushroom harvesting, he felt an urge to try it himself. Without further ado, Xie Meng immobilized the mushrooms, allowing Zhang Xiaohua to indulge. Ah, so tender, so fragrant. Surely, it must be delicious. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with delight, barely containing his saliva. The remaining tasks were entrusted to him, while Xie Meng, feeling at ease, found a large stone to rest upon. Her visit here was primarily to ascertain her own abilities. The boundary of the Dark Night Forest was rather ambiguous. Xie Meng dared not venture deep within, only lingering at the edge, where the emerging mutated creatures posed minimal threat. With her current capabilities, she effortlessly controlled these lesser mutants, feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. Since her initial discovery of her powers, each subsequent use had become increasingly effortless. Did this imply that employing her abilities on mutated creatures could enhance her mental strength, thereby making future uses even easier? Reluctantly, Zhang Xiaohua sheathed his knife and inquired, "Where next?" He gazed ahead at the dense, dark woods, exclaiming, "It looks like there's so much to explore in there. Shouldn't we go?" "That place is off limits," Xie Meng replied, casting a glance at the Dark Night Forest before shouldering the heavy sack. "You carry the heavier bag." With that, she turned and began to walk away. Upon returning home, Xieshang had constructed a rudimentary thatched hut, appearing sturdy enough to accommodate a bed for 3 women. With this shelter, Su Yueshi would no longer suffer from the cold. After unloading the sack from her shoulder, Xie Meng and Zhang Xiaohua laid out their spoils. Su Yueshi, upon seeing the bounty, was overjoyed. She fetched a stool and joined them in peeling the bamboo shoots, subsequently blanching them in hot water to preserve their freshness, ensuring they could be enjoyed for a long time. Concerned about the potential infectiousness of the mutated mushrooms, Xie Meng refrained from letting Su Yueshi handle them, reserving a portion of the fresh ones for soup, while the remainder was set on stones to dry and be stored. She tore the tender mushrooms into small pieces, and their juices dripped down, releasing an intense, savory aroma that hinted at deliciousness. After simmering for an hour, the mushrooms were cooked and rendered non-infectious. The moment the pot was opened, the cave filled with an enchanting fragrance. Zhang Xiaohua, who had been assisting Xieshang outside, couldn't resist the enticing scent and slipped inside, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells wonderful." The mushroom soup was golden and thick, and Xie Meng served each person a generous bowl. Initially, Xieshang and Su Yueshi harbored concerns about the mushrooms being poisonous, but reassured by Xie Meng and their own survival instincts in this apocalyptic world, they accepted that these mushrooms were safe to eat. Zhang Xiaohua, however, paid no heed to such worries and eagerly began to drink, wincing from the heat, yet giving a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Delicious." Xie Meng immersed the rice in the mushroom soup, a delectable concoction that was both tender and nutritious, elevating the dish to an exceptional level. After thoroughly mixing the rice, Xie Meng picked up a piece of mushroom, its texture smooth and succulent, the rich aroma of the fungi almost wafting from his nostrils. It is no wonder that mushrooms are considered a delicacy, with such a savory broth. Xie Meng could easily consume 3 bowls without the need for any additional dishes. Chapter 22. Cultivating mushrooms. The day swiftly passed. On the following day, Xie Meng intended to invite Zhang Xiaohua to continue exploring the forest's edge, However, Zhang Xiao was summoned by Xie Meng to chop wood, leaving Xie Meng to embark on the journey alone, having already forged a small path the previous day. This time the trek to the forest periphery took only half an hour. The wetlands were lush with aquatic vegetation, bearing only the marks left by her and Zhang Xiao's footsteps from yesterday. In a corner, some yellow mushrooms had sprouted. These mutated fungi possessed a certain degree of mobility, suggesting the possibility that they had relocated from another area. Xie Meng wished to diligently practice her extraordinary abilities to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise in the future. Approaching a vibrant yellow mushroom, she noticed it gently swaying, a sight she had overlooked the previous day. Now alone in this secluded place, she discerned that the mushroom seemed to react to her proximity. The luminous yellow cap shimmered enticingly, and, almost instinctively, Xie Meng reached out to touch it. It felt soft and springy, reminiscent of fruit jelly. Upon her gentle contact, the mutated mushroom quivered slightly. Had she not been observant, she would have missed this subtle movement. It appeared that the mushroom relished her touch, which struck her as utterly adorable. Unable to resist, she reached out once more, gently scratching the cap as one might pet a kitten. To her surprise, the mushroom did not recoil, but instead began to bounce up and down, seemingly in delight. A multitude of knee-high mushrooms joined in this lively motion, creating a scene akin to a dance in harmony with music. Over there, Xie Meng commanded simply, pointing in a direction. Instantly, the group of mutated mushrooms ceased their bouncing as the soil beneath her feet shifted, obediently moving towards the indicated location. At the fastest pace, she ordered again. While the mushrooms moved at a naturally slow speed, Xie Meng was eager to experiment with her abilities to see if she could accelerate their movement. Before her eyes, the mushrooms visibly quickened their pace, yet due to their inherent limitations, their speed did not increase indefinitely. A trail of displaced soil marked their progress as they moved at an average adult walking speed to the spot she designated. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Meng had been playing with the mushrooms for quite some time. She felt her mental control becoming increasingly fluid. Yet she remained puzzled as to the amusement offered by controlling a group of mushrooms, which seemed incapable of serving any offensive purpose. Attack? If only these mushrooms possessed any offensive capabilities. Bored, she absent-mindedly stepped on the water plants beneath her feet, pondering the potential uses of the mushrooms beyond mere consumption. The small creatures hidden within the aquatic vegetation scattered in alarm, and a little green frog leaped out, frantically hopping about. When it landed on a mutated mushroom, the cap propelled it even higher, and the startled mushroom erupted, splattering pale yellow juice everywhere. The frog, frightened by the explosion, fled in a frenzy. Witnessing this unfold before her, Xie Meng suddenly conceived a new idea. "Mushroom, explode," she commanded, pointing at the smallest mushroom on the far left. With a soft pop reminiscent of a flower blooming, the mushroom detonated, sending its juice spraying in all directions. While this liquid posed little threat to the surrounding environment, it could potentially cause infections in ordinary humans. If these mushrooms were used to attack, they could indeed offer considerable combat potential. Upon returning to the cave, Xie Meng scattered the spores in a damp, shaded area outside. Within a few days, a dense cluster of yellow dots sprouted around the cave. During this time, Xie Meng and Zhang Xiao had been diligently chopping wood on the mountain, constructing a thatched hut beside the cave. Due to their limited access to basic building materials, the hut was quite rudimentary, with the family only moving their beds into it. One evening, as Zhang Xiao stepped out to enjoy the breeze, he suddenly exclaimed, "Come quickly! What is this? What is happening?" The family rushed out from the hut. "It's beautiful." Zhang Xiao pointed to the ground, where faintly glowing yellow dots illuminated the area. What are these things and why do they glow? Xie Meng wondered, equally astonished. Could they be insects? Abao reached out to touch the glowing objects, but Su Yueshi swiftly pulled him back. "This must be the mushrooms I planted," Xie Meng remarked, genuinely surprised that these mutated mushrooms could emit light. "Do not touch the mushrooms. It's very dangerous," she cautioned. "Why are you growing such things?" Xie Meng inquired. "They can be eaten once they mature. Just try not to touch them." Over the following days, the mushrooms grew at an astonishing rate, eventually reaching Xie Meng's waist, with each mushroom standing as tall as a person. At night, these mushrooms emitted a soft yellow glow, akin to candles in the darkness, adding an ethereal charm to the landscape. The family settled into a routine. During the day, Xie Meng and Zhang Xiao ventured out in search of food, while Xieshang chopped wood and gathered firewood. Su Yueshi remained at home to care for Abao, weaving bamboo baskets and crafting furniture. In the evenings, they gathered around the fire, engaging in conversation, leading to a tranquil existence. After 2 weeks, they had fashioned nearly all the necessary items, and Zhang Xiaohua had fully adapted to life in the wilderness. Abao's legs grew stronger, and he would totter around the thatched hut, crawling on the floor when he grew tired. In a moment of curiosity, Abao pushed open the hut door and stumbled outside, calling out, "Jia, Jia, yeah, yeah." Upon hearing Abao's voice, Xie Meng hurriedly turned around and rushed over, exclaiming, "Abao, please stop. Be careful not to fall." Children often find joy in chaos, and seeing Xie Meng's frantic reaction only exhilarated Abao further, who giggled and playfully dodged him. "Abao, listen to me. Slow down. The ground outside is littered with sharp stones. It would be disastrous if you were to trip or hurt yourself," Xie Meng thought anxiously, bending down to negotiate with Abao. However, lost in her excitement, Abao paid no heed, her little legs only propelling her faster. "Abao, look over there. What is that?" Xie Meng pointed at a mushroom, hoping to divert Abao's attention. Just when he thought she might stop, Abao glanced at the mushroom and instead darted toward it. The delicate skin of a child is vulnerable. Should she come into contact with the mushroom's juice, it could lead to a severe infection. Xie gasped, exclaiming, "Don't go over there." However, it was too late. Abao had already lunged forward. Chapter 23. Someone has arrived. Remarkably, the mushroom did not burst open, but instead, it caught Abao gently. The mushroom acted like a sponge, propelling Abao upward. Xie Meng, in a state of panic, swiftly embraced Abao, meticulously inspecting her for any injuries. To his relief, Abao was unharmed and had not been splattered with the mushroom's juices. She was entirely intact. Abao felt no sense of danger at all. Observing her sister's frantic demeanor, she burst into laughter, seemingly finding the mushroom amusing. Seizing the opportunity while Xie Meng was distracted, Abao lunged at it once more, only to be bounced back again, with the mushroom remaining unscathed. Xie Meng began to entertain doubts about whether the mushrooms possessed their own consciousness or if her mental prowess had intensified, allowing her to exert control over the mutated fungi at will. With little time to ponder, she swiftly carried Abao into the thatched cottage, resolutely deciding not to let her venture out again. The following day, Xieshang, feeling a pang of concern for Su Yueshi, who had visibly lost weight, resolved to procure some game to restore her strength. Early in the morning, she enlisted Zhang Xiaohua to accompany her on a hunting expedition in the mountains. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua's arrival, he had taken on all the physically demanding tasks, thereby alleviating Xie Meng's burdens considerably. Outside the thatched cottage, she set up a reclining chair and reclined with Abao, basking in the warm embrace of the late spring sun. Abao, while toying with Xie Meng's hair, babbled incoherently, lost in her own world. As they traversed the mountain path, the sounds of humanity faded away, leaving Xie Meng perplexed. In the next instant, a hunched figure darted swiftly from behind the thatch. The individual opposite her appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by the presence of another. However, as realization dawned, he lunged forward with great strides toward Xie Meng. "Don't run," the man bellowed, his voice coarse, echoing behind her. The tone seemed somewhat familiar. Perhaps he belonged to Chen Tsung's group. "Mom, someone's coming," Xie Meng exclaimed in alarm, urging Su Yueshi to be cautious as she fled. Xie Meng was diminutive, her steps equally small. After only a few paces, she heard the footsteps of the pursuer drawing ever closer. In her moment of panic, she spotted the mutated mushrooms ahead. Before she could harness her mental powers, a swarm of these aberrant fungi surged towards her with astonishing speed. Just as the individual behind her was about to catch up, the mass of mutated mushrooms formed an abrupt barrier. Bang! Bang! The mushrooms exploded in a frenzy, yellow liquid splattering in all directions. "Ah!" In the towering shadows of the mushrooms, Xie Meng heard the man's anguished cries. What is this? Help! Help me! Just then, Su Yueshi, alerted by the commotion outside, was about to rush out when Xie Meng handed a bao to her and swiftly turned to pull up the trap, sealing the cave's entrance, and then placing a large stone atop it. Each movement flowed seamlessly into the next. Once the defenses were in place, Xie Meng's heart raced violently as she panted, her gaze vigilantly fixed on the cave's mouth. A dense thicket of mushrooms obscured the man's figure, who seemed aware of the peril posed by the fungi and refrained from forcing his way in. Still anxious, Xie Meng shifted another cluster of mushrooms to provide additional cover. Gradually, the sounds from outside diminished, yet the man remained, groaning as if the sap from the mutated mushrooms had entered his body. Who was out there? Su Yueshi inquired, handing Xie Meng a steel fork, her voice tinged with tension. I couldn't see clearly, but it should be Chun Song and his group. Apart from them, there shouldn't be anyone else nearby, Xie Meng replied. How do they find this place? Su Yueshi whispered. I surmised that the man might be injured, driven out by Chun Song and his companions. Xie Meng had caught a glimpse of the man, hunched over and seemingly struggling to move. Otherwise, it would be easy for a grown man to overtake her. That's a relief. Why has it gone silent outside? Su Yueshi peered through the gaps in the fence, noticing that the mushrooms had exploded across the ground. Is it the mushrooms that blocked him? She asked, bewildered. Indeed, Xie Meng responded in a hushed tone, her resolute gaze fixed on the outside. As I mentioned before, these mutated mushrooms can move on their own. I was initially opposed to you cultivating such dangerous flora at home, but it appears there are advantages after all. Su Yueshi felt a sense of fortunate survival. Yet a lingering worry remained. How long could a cluster of mushrooms hold out? How long can they last is uncertain, Xie Meng said, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. After a while, the groans from outside faded into silence. Xie Meng speculated that the individual had departed, yet her heart remained heavy with unease. They were in the light, while the enemy lurked in the shadows. Once his attention was drawn to them, vigilance was imperative. If only her father were present. She was uncertain how long she had stood at the cave's entrance with a steel fork in hand, her eyes strained from watching. At last, two familiar figures emerged from outside the cave. Is there a battle occurring here? Zhang Xiaohua inquired, surveying the chaos with bewilderment. Oh no! Xie Shang was the first to react, rushing towards the cave. Wife, daughter, dad! Xie Meng exclaimed joyfully, we are unharmed. She pushed aside the trap, accepting the items from Xie Shang and recounting the entire sequence of events to him. So there are others here as well? Zhang Xiaohua remarked in surprise. Why didn't you join forces with them? It's a long story, best left untold, Xie Meng replied, then turned to Xie Shang, father. Did you notice anything unusual on the way here? No, it seems we must exercise caution. This afternoon, I will reinforce the traps and set up additional ones around the cave, Xie Shang said, still shaken. This person is aware of our presence and will undoubtedly return. The best-case scenario is that he comes alone, while the worst is that he brings Chun Song and the others, Xie Meng stated gravely. Regardless of the outcome, our utmost priority is to venture out and locate this individual. No, that is not right. We cannot go out. We must remain vigilant, Xie Shang lamented. Let us heed a Meng's counsel, Su Yueshi interjected, recognizing the wisdom in Xie Meng's words. It is not the thief we fear, but rather the one who is fixated on us. We must find him first. Upon hearing Su Yueshi's decisive words, Xie Shang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe he was injured earlier, and with the assault from the mutated mushrooms, his wounds must be more severe now. He cannot have traveled far, Xie Meng analyzed meticulously. Then I shall go search for him. You all stay here and be cautious, Xie Shang declared, taking up a knife and a steel fork before stepping outside. Having not even eaten a meal. Chapter 24. To kill Xie Shang disappeared for an entire afternoon. Unable to receive any news from him, the family was restless, even unable to eat their meal in peace. How many humans are there around us? Zhang Xiaohua inquired about their surroundings. Perhaps around 20 or so. All former teammates of ours, Xie Meng replied. Do they know you reside here? Zhang Xiaohua continued to ask. No, yesterday was the first time, Xie Meng responded. What will happen if they find this place in the future? Zhang Xiaohua pressed on with his questions. Thank you. For 10 long years, they indeed lived in tranquility. However, this time, they were unexpectedly discovered. Xie Meng could not fathom the reason. Perhaps his reincarnation had altered the timeline. After a considerable pause, Xie Meng vowed, I shall ensure the safety of this place. Xie Meng swiftly moved away from the trap, and indeed it was his father, escorting an adult man who was walking towards him with his head bowed, incessantly pleading for mercy. Please spare me, Xieshang, I beg you. It was Fong Su, a former member of their group. His hands were bound tightly behind his back, and he dragged his feet, resisting with all his might against the forward march. Look at how well you all are faring now. Just let me go. I promise not to disturb you. Fong Su continued his desperate entreaties. In this brutal, survival of the fittest world, where the rule of law had collapsed and humanity turned upon itself, those who lost their labor and combat abilities inevitably became mere prey on the chopping block. Fong Su was acutely aware of this harsh reality. He recognized that Xieshang was a person easily swayed. The fact that he had not killed him on the spot indicated a glimmer of hope for survival. Enough of your words. How to deal with you is something I must discuss with them, Xieshang said, gripping Fong Su's collar with one hand while pointing toward the shadowy figures within the cave. Trembling, Fong Su dared to lift his gaze, only to see a young girl standing with her arms crossed, exuding a capable demeanor. Alongside a graceful woman cradling a small infant, Xieshang's wife and child. At that moment, Fong Su reveled in the thought that this group of traitors would soon fall into their hands, and everything here would belong to them. However, he failed to notice the profound emotion reflected in the girl's penetrating gaze. Xie Meng coldly watched Fong Su plead for mercy all the way to the entrance of the cave, her heart unmoved. She was acutely aware of the nature of this group. Sparing them would be akin to willingly throwing herself into the flames. Xiaohua, come here and assist me in binding this individual, Xieshang called out to Zhang Xiaohua, casually discarding Fong Su to the side as if he were mere prey. After a considerable distance, he had finally tracked down this fellow, who had intended to alert Chen Tsong and the others. Ouch! Xieshang, Fong Su et Gelim, having landed unceremoniously on the ground. His voice escalated in pitch, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes, but upon meeting Xie Meng's icy gaze, he faltered slightly. All right then. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, eagerly acquiescing. As Xieshang turned to enter the cave, Fong Su swiftly pivoted and took off running. Seeing this, Xie Meng rushed over, delivering a swift kick to Fong Su's knee, sending him tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. You think you can escape? Zhang Xiaohua, quick as lightning, seized Fong Su by the collar. Yet, Fong Su, undeterred, lowered his head and attempted to bite Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. Be careful, Xie Meng hurriedly cautioned. With a sharp motion, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Fong Su's face before deftly pinning him to the ground. Dare to bite me? Allow me to show you my prowess. With ample coarse hemp rope provided by Aunt Su, he began to wrap it around Fong Su, binding him tightly like a rice dumpling and securing him to a large stone. Wait, his eyes. Only then did Xie Meng notice that Fong Su's face was smeared with the viscous juice of the mutated mushrooms, and his eyes were a fiery red, unmistakably indicating the onset of mutation. He has mutated. We must deal with this promptly, Xie Meng remarked with a furrowed brow. What? Upon hearing this, Xieshang emerged from the cave with lunch in hand. What nonsense are you spouting? Fong Su exclaimed, panic evident in his gaze as he glared fiercely at Xie Meng. What do you, a mere child, understand? Although his eyes itched and his body began to heat up, he could not accept the notion that he had mutated. It was impossible. You must have been infected by the mutated mushrooms, Xie Meng stated, locking eyes with Fong Su, his tone unperturbed. Do not look at me with that disdainful gaze. Fong Su, feeling as though he had become a mere shadow, thrashed violently. I have not mutated. I will survive until the end. Are you certain, Meng? Xieshang inquired. You were already injured before you arrived, were you not? It was Chen Tsong and the others who drove you out, Xie Meng deduced calmly as he approached Fong Su. So what if I was? Fong Su's dam. Unfortunately, you encountered this group of explosive mushrooms. Your eyes, nose, ears, and wounds All it takes is a drop of their juice for you to become infected. Had you not harbored ill intentions to capture me, the mushrooms would not have obstructed you or exploded, and you would not be facing infection now. How can this be possible? They are merely mushrooms, Fong Su shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it. Indeed, a group of lower-tier, mutated mushrooms. They can move, and perhaps they even possess awareness. As if sensing Xie Meng's relief, the remaining clusters of mushrooms began to bounce joyfully. This only solidified Xie Meng's belief that these mushrooms indeed had consciousness and could protect themselves. Let me go. Release me. I'm not infected. Fong Su was acutely aware of the infection capabilities of lower-tier, mutated organisms, yet he refused to believe he could be infected. He was a survivor. Despite the ropes digging painfully into his skin and his wounds festering, he continued to struggle desperately. Stop resisting. You are out. Accept your fate. No one can save you. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged, then turned to Xie Meng and asked, "What shall we do with this individual now?" "Eliminate him," came the decisive reply. As Xie Meng's words hung in the air, the family turned in unison to gaze at her, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend that such cold statements could emanate from her lips. Indeed, they were all benevolent souls, unable to fathom the notion of taking a life. Must it be so absolute? Xie Shang queried incredulously. "Don't look at me," Zhang Xiao interjected. "We have encountered the mutated before when we left the city, those whose bodies were in decay, devoid of consciousness, who would bite at anything in sight, akin to mindless corpses. Though he appears normal now, the virus has already begun to spread within him. In a few hours, he will pose a threat to us. And subduing a mutant is no easy feat, uncle. I believe we must not show mercy." Zhang Xiaohua, having emerged from the county, faced such matters with a decisive demeanor, showing no trace of naivety. Upon hearing this, Xie Shang found merit in the argument, but still grappled with her internal conflict, turning her gaze towards Su Yueshi, awaiting her verdict. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yueshi finally took a deep breath and declared, "Let us heed Meng's counsel." Chapter 25. Into the night forest, what do you intend to do with me? Fong Su glared at Xie Meng, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Rest assured, I shan't be the one to act," Xie Meng replied, her back turned as she continued. "This individual is under my charge. Can you manage alone?" Su Yueshi asked with concern, suggesting, "Perhaps it would be better for your father to accompany you." "No need for that. ISNT the night forest, just ahead. Zhang Xiaohua and I will personally escort him inside. Whatever dwells within shall take care of him." "The night forest?" Fong Su echoed in disbelief, his pupils reflecting sheer terror. No. I refuse to go. I've only heard tales of the night forest from others. Never ventured there myself. It is said to be teeming with monsters that devour men whole. Had I known it lay in this direction, I would rather die than approach. Please, I beg you, spare me." Fong Su pleaded to Xie Meng, fully aware of the dire fate awaiting him. "I promise I shall never intrude upon your lives again." "Indeed, but mother, you need not worry. The creatures of the forest do not emerge readily. After all, the last decade saw no disturbances from the night forest. I should accompany you," Xie Shang insisted. "Father, you must remain at home to protect mother and Abao. What if others find their way here? Then you must ensure you do not enter the forest." Relenting to his daughter's resolve, and recognizing this as the wisest course of action, Su Yueshi instructed her earnestly. Xie Meng nodded and, alongside Zhang Xiaohua, dragged Fong Su towards the mountain summit. Fong Su lay on the ground, weeping profusely, utterly unwilling to move. "I have not mutated. I implore you, spare me," he cried. Uncle has wronged you in the past, but if you let me go, I can lead you to Chun Song, where there are ample supplies." "Enough of your drivel. You're making my head spin," Zhang Xiaohua complained. "I truly have not mutated. I do not wish to die." Fong Su sobbed uncontrollably, his legs stubbornly gripping the earth, using sheer strength to pull himself backward. Xie Meng and Zhang Xiaohua were on the brink of being overwhelmed by him. "It seems that only your father can handle this situation." Zhang Xiaohua exerted every ounce of strength, his hands rubbed raw by the coarse ropes, determined not to let Fong Su escape. "Even if you manage to flee, you will ultimately meet your demise in a few days, transforming into a mindless monster, wreaking havoc upon countless lives. If discovered by others, your fate will be no different. Ah, Meng, you have likely never encountered such mutated beings, have you? Their appearance is more terrifying than any ghost, exuding a foul stench, akin to the zombies depicted in films, yet far more horrifying. They seize both humans and animals, relishing the taste of fresh, bloodied flesh. As Zhang Xiaohua dragged Feng Su along like a stubborn bull, he incessantly spoke, rallying his own spirits. Enough of your nonsense. It would be disastrous if he regains his senses, Xie Meng said, her brow furrowed. She needed to get this person to the forest before nightfall. 5 hours had already passed since Feng Su was infected. The longer they delayed, the greater the likelihood of his mutation, and thus their peril would increase. No, I want to go. Feng Su collapsed onto the ground, refusing to take another step, even as sharp stones tore at his flesh, drawing blood. Finally, Xie Meng, panting heavily, paused. Since he will not move, we shall resolve this here. Huh? Zhang Xiaohua replied, perplexed. Be careful not to touch his blood. I will handle the rest. With that, Xie Meng picked up a stone the size of a face and raised it high. What are you doing? Are you going to smash him to pieces? Zhang Xiaohua nearly screamed, aghast at such brutality. No. Realizing Xie Meng's intentions, Feng Su desperately tucked his head to his chest. I will leave. That is more like it. Xie Meng hesitated momentarily. The dark forest is your true home, the abode of all mutated humans. Humanity has no right to dictate the fate of its own kind, and thus, I will not kill you. Upon hearing Xie Meng's sudden philosophical pronouncement, Zhang Xiaohua regarded her with a deep gaze. Then let me go. You two little brats. Release me. Once I mutate, I will surely kill both of you first. I will not die. Feng Su cried out in a disheveled state, his face contorted in rage. How annoying. Zhang Xiaohua turned and stuffed a piece of cloth into Feng Su's mouth to silence him. Half an hour passed, and they had barely covered half the distance. At this rate, when will we ever arrive? Zhang Xiaohua lamented anxiously. Woo, came the muffled sounds of Feng Su attempting to speak from behind. Oh, for heaven's sake, be quiet. Zhang Xiaohua, burdened by the ropes, struggled onward step by step. The sounds did not cease. Instead, they grew louder, resembling a roar from deep within his throat, almost like the sound of saliva being swallowed. Meng, do you hear that? It feels ominous, like a premonition, Zhang Xiaohua asked, his voice trembling. Silence. Do not look back. Xie Meng lifted her gaze, taking in the resplendent evening glow beyond the mountains, a tapestry of colors woven in melancholic beauty. As the twilight faded, the encroaching darkness heralded the night. She was acutely aware of the unfolding events, her quivering tone betraying her unease. Hold on, we are almost there. They were now but a stone's throw from the forest's edge, and she clung to the hope that they would endure until the last vestiges of the sunset vanished. Suddenly, the rope they were tethered to tightened violently, halting Zhang Xiaohua and Xie Meng in their tracks. Xie Meng cried out, summoning all her strength to yank the rope forcefully, managing to drag the entity behind them a fraction further. You're doomed if you look back, she declared fiercely. In that moment of chaos, should Zhang Xiaohua falter, she would stand little chance of pulling Feng Su to safety alone. Look, the patch of aquatic grass lies just ahead, Xie Meng gasped. It's merely a short distance. We shall reach it soon. Zhang Xiaohua echoed her cry, exerting his brute force. Then, the sound of the rope snapping resonated sharply in their ears, magnified by the urgency of the moment. Simultaneously, a terrifying roar erupted from behind them. Chapter 26. The transformation before their eyes, with a final glance at the vanishing sun. Zhang Xiaohua's pupils dilated in horror, his expression reflecting profound terror. Xie Meng was utterly stunned by the sight before him. The figure in front had completely shed all semblance of humanity. Its muscles were grotesquely torn and hung loosely from its body, while a pair of eyes emitted an eerie green glow, rendering it terrifyingly sinister in the darkness. Zhang Xiaohua was so frightened that he stood frozen, even his breath faltering. Run! Xie Meng was the first to regain his senses, seizing Zhang Xiaohua and dashing into the depths of the dark forest. The chilling wind howled past them, amplifying the sound of their panicked breaths. Behind them, the creature quickened its pace, its footsteps thudding ominously against the ground. As they entered the marshy area, a ghostly yellow light illuminated their surroundings, and clusters of mushrooms began to move towards Xie Meng and Zhang Xiao, seemingly sensing the imminent danger behind them. The mutated mushrooms accelerated their movement, all those visible in the forest converging toward Feng Su, blocking his path. With a series of squelching sounds, the mushrooms were crushed under the beast's relentless advance, splattering yellowish juice everywhere, momentarily hindering Feng Su. It was in that fleeting instant that Xie Meng resolved to enter the dark forest. The monster wildly flailed its arms, a nauseating stench wafting from behind. It had undergone a complete transformation. They had to venture deeper. There was no time for hesitation. Perishing in the dark forest was preferable to being devoured by that hideous creature. With a roar, the monster was not far behind, yet as it lunged at them, they successfully traversed the marshy area. At that precise moment, Feng Su suddenly halted, bewilderedly twisting his head to glance ahead before turning and fleeing in the opposite direction. Wonderful! Finally escaped. Zhang Xiaohua, on the brink of tears from relief, exclaimed. But then, a sense of dread washed over him. Dongji! Xie Meng abruptly broke away from Zhang Xiaohua, darting past him like a gust of wind. What are you doing? Are you trying to get killed? Zhang Xiaohua whispered in a terrified tone from behind. If Feng Su had not entered the dark forest, it was his parents who would be in peril. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to follow Xie Meng in pursuit. Xie Meng gasped loudly, a metallic taste of blood surging in her throat, yet she dared not pause. Nor could she contemplate the repercussions of failing to catch up with Feng Su. Do not run. With Xie Meng's furious shout, Feng Su's shadowy figure ahead wavered momentarily. But he still did not halt. At this moment, Xie Meng finally realized that she possessed extraordinary abilities. She hurriedly concentrated all her mental faculties, racing ahead while silently intoning, "Stop!" A wave of intense, dull pain surged through her head, and darkness enveloped her vision as her legs gave way uncontrollably, collapsing onto the aquatic vegetation. The aberrant beings were advanced mutations, and Xie Meng lacked the sufficient mental strength to exert control over them. Her psychic energy had been severely depleted, leaving her feeling as though all her strength had been instantaneously siphoned away. "Ameng!" Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, pulling Xie Meng from the water weeds in a panic. "What happened to you? Did it stop?" Xie Meng inquired. Zhang Xiaohua glanced ahead in terror, seemingly realizing that it had not fled. "Continue." Xie Meng gritted her teeth, battling through the excruciating pain in her head, as if her eyes were about to be gouged out. Yet, she persisted in using her mental power to compel Feng Su to retreat. To Zhang Xiaohua's horror, Feng Su slowly turned around, lifting his foot and advancing toward them with deliberate slowness. "It's coming. It's coming." Zhang Xiaohua, paralyzed with fear, wondered if their fate was sealed. "Go, I command you." To the forest, in a state of turmoil, Xie Meng inadvertently vocalized her thoughts. "Wake up, Xie Meng. He's coming, he's coming." Zhang Xiaohua frantically shook her, and seeing her still unmoving, he ultimately hoisted her onto his back. "All right, you mentioned going to the forest. Don't blame me if we die. We'll all perish anyway." At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt an eerie calmness in anticipation of the impending disaster. On his back, Xie Meng, jolted by his movement, coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Hey, you spat blood, didn't you? Is that blood?" Zhang Xiaohua trembled at the metallic scent wafting from his shoulder. "What on earth is happening to you? The smell of blood will incite the aberrant creatures further. Don't go spilling it everywhere. Help! Wasteland!" Zhang Xiaohua sprinted with all his might, sensing the scent of Xie Meng's blood. Feng Su's previously subdued form began to writhe with agitation once more, heavy footsteps thudding upon the aquatic terrain. Upon hearing the sound, Xie Meng realized that Feng Su was approaching. With a feeble voice, he remarked, "I never anticipated that my blood could serve such a purpose, inciting the frenzy and pursuit of mutated beings. I almost thought you were dead." Zhang Xiaohua scolded. Xie Meng coughed up more blood as Feng Su quickened his pace. In the darkness, the creature's labored breaths were distinctly audible. After traversing the last stretch of aquatic vegetation, they finally entered the shadowy forest. Yet, Feng Su hesitated, pausing just a step away from the woods. Gumin, Xie Meng opened his eyes, his gaze emanating a perilous signal, issuing an unequivocal command. At last, Feng Su moved again, vacantly obeying Xie Meng's directive. Overcoming his instinctual fear of the night forest and making his way closer. As the monster drew nearer, Zhang Xiaohua felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. Carrying the nearly lifeless Xie Meng, he cautiously inched backward. However, at that moment, Feng Su appeared oblivious to his presence, seemingly unaware of the scent of blood emanating from Xie Meng, and walked past them, wandering deeper into the night forest. As Feng Su brushed past, Zhang Xiaohua's heart raced to an alarming rhythm, loud enough for Xie Meng to hear. "Help! For heaven's sake, I hope that wretched creature doesn't come for me," he silently prayed. Yet, Feng Su continued on, moving further away until he vanished into the darkness that was even deeper than night itself. As he completely entered, Xie Meng weakly inquired, He has. And then what?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "You fool, run." Xie Meng cursed weakly. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood, and, with Xie Meng on his back, sprinted away. Darkness engulfed him once more as Xie Meng lost consciousness. Chapter 27. The wall of ghosts. It felt as though his body was being boiled in a hot pot. Xie Meng struggled to breathe amidst the emptiness surrounding him, as darkness enveloped every corner. In a cramped little room, a family was gathered around him. Upon opening his eyes, Xie Meng found his family staring intently at him. "He's awake! He's awake!" Zhang Xiaohua cheered. "Meng, you're finally awake. You had us all worried sick," Xie Shang exclaimed, his eyes red-rimmed, his rough hands gently stroking Xie Meng's cheek. "I almost thought," Su Yueshi began, reaching out to feel Xie Meng's forehead, "you still have a bit of fever." "Now that everyone is awake, he must be fine," Xie Shang declared. "Do you know how long you've been asleep?" As Xie Meng's thoughts had yet to fully anchor in reality, he beheld Zhang Xiaohua's gaunt, elongated face inching closer. "How long has it been?" Xie Meng inquired with a hoarse voice. "Darling, you have been asleep for a full 2 days and nights," Xie Shang exclaimed, raising his finger. "Fortunately, your father found you." Upon hearing this, Xie Meng was enveloped in confusion. "What do you mean, found us? What happened?" "I must tell you. You have no idea how terrifying it was. Thankfully, you fainted at that moment. Otherwise, you would have surely been frightened to death," Zhang Xiaohua recounted, still shaken by the events of that fateful night. "I would like some water," Xie Meng stated. Hearing his beloved daughter speak, Xie Shang quickly handed over a bowl of water. "I truly should not have allowed you to go there, alas." As he reached a pivotal moment in his narrative, Zhang Xiaohua swallowed hard. There were sounds inside, like something gnawing, and I dared not approach. Yet, I surmised that someone was eating. Then the forest echoed with eerie wooing sounds, utterly terrifying. No matter how I called for you, you remained unresponsive. In my fright, I ran like a madman, but carrying you, I could not run swiftly. After what felt like ages, I found myself lost within. Isn't it peculiar? We had not ventured far into the woods. Zhang Xiao spoke animatedly about that night, his eyes sparkling as if he took pride in recounting such a harrowing ordeal. Eventually, I began to pay attention to my direction and walk slowly. I could not find any bearings. I thought I had encountered a ghostly wall. As he reached a crescendo of excitement, Zhang Xiaohua's tousled hair swayed vigorously. "Take your time. Don't get too worked up," Xie Meng interrupted, unable to contain herself. "You're not the one who was terrified. You were unconscious. Do you have any idea how frightened I was?" Zhang Xiaohua retorted indignantly. Fearing that I might become even more lost, I decided to remain stationary. Fortunately, my uncle came searching for us. When he called out from outside, I heard him and followed the sound, eventually finding my way out of the forest. Only then did I realize we hadn't gone far at all. I emerged in no time. I have never encountered anything like this in my life. Isn't it uncanny? Forgive me, but as you recount this, I truly fail to grasp your terror, Xie Meng replied, having gleaned the essence of Zhang Xiaohua's experience. Yet, to her, it merely appeared to be one of the less terrifying aspects of the night forest. All who entered the night forest would inevitably lose their way. ultimately succumbing to the forest's depths or becoming prey to its denizens. You seem entirely skeptical. Ask my uncle, he knows. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, his gestures imbued with dramatic flair. Xie Shang observed the two children bickering and realized that Xie Meng was no longer in any significant distress. You two continue your conversation. I shall fetch chicken soup for a Meng. A Meng, you might not be aware, but over the past few days, Father has hunted 5 wild chickens. Upon hearing of the forthcoming soup, Xie Meng licked her lips, having not eaten for 2 days and feeling genuinely famished. Hey, don't drift off. Listen to me. Zhang Xiaohua gently tapped her. I never said I didn't believe you. Xie Meng sighed, feeling a bit helpless, though it didn't seem so alarming. She touched her head, discovering a lingering slight ache, akin to the sensation of having a long-removed steel band. Xie Meng found herself at a loss for words, ultimately leaving behind an enigmatic statement. It is difficult to say. Amon, you seem to have changed significantly, remarked Su Yueshi, who was cradling a bao beside her. You used to share everything with your mother. Under Su Yueshi's calm gaze, Xie Meng's eyes flickered with evasion. At that moment, Fong Su relentlessly pursued the matter, prompting Xie Meng to suddenly recall her psychic ability to control mutated entities. With a sense of gamble, she unleashed her mental force. It proved to be a fortunate wager. She could indeed control any mutated being. However, this came with a caveat. When attempting to exert control over higher-level mutations, she experienced a drain on her mental energy, which adversely affected her physical condition, resulting in blood loss and unconsciousness. The question loomed, should she divulge her abilities to her parents? Would they be able to accept such revelations? After considerable contemplation, Xie Meng decided to keep it a secret for the time being. Perhaps, as more individuals began to awaken their powers, she would eventually find the opportunity to speak her truth. After all, she was aware that the first humans discovered to possess abilities had been confined in a laboratory amid the ruins for 7 long years. Mom, Xiaohua, I assure you, it was merely a combination of mental strain and physical exhaustion. I am nearly recovered now, Xie Meng managed to say, forcing a faint smile despite her pallor. A Meng, previously, I regarded you as just a boy, but after this incident, I realized that no matter how tough you try to appear, you are in essence still quite delicate. Remarked Zhang Xiaohua. Do not express such gender-biased opinions in my presence. I am in need of some chicken soup. After sending everyone away, Xie Meng quietly lay on her bed to recuperate after finishing the wild chicken soup. She had not anticipated being able to sleep soundly for 2 days. Yet the price of defeating a powerful foe seemed rather acceptable. Just 2 days of slumber. Fortunately, the appearance of Fong Su enlightened her to the fact that her current dwelling was susceptible to discovery at any moment, and her abilities might be far more formidable than she had previously imagined. It appeared that adjustments to her plans were necessary. The paramount task now was to fortify the defenses of her home and enhance her mental control over mutated entities. The Night Forest was an essential destination, for within it lay resources that could prove invaluable to her. Chapter 28. Discovery of new mutated flora. After a week of recuperation, Xie Meng's body had fully healed. During this time, Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua had diligently set numerous traps around the cave, protecting against both beasts and humans. Since introducing the spores of mutated mushrooms, a plethora of new fungi had sprouted around the cave, creating a dense tapestry of growth. During Fong Su's last intrusion, the mushrooms had played a significant role. These mutated fungi felt oddly familiar to her and could act according to her will, having never harmed her family while successfully repelling intruders. This sparked a new notion in Xie Meng's mind. Could other mutated beings, once under her control, also act in accordance with her desires? She required more specimens to test this hypothesis. This time, Xie Meng did not summon anyone. She resolved to venture into the night forest alone. Although she had previously entered this forest, it had been during the 9th year of the apocalypse. Back then, she had emerged unscathed, and she felt a strong conviction that this time would be no different. The night forest was, in fact, a sanctuary for advanced mutated beings. Even highly evolved humans risked being devoured by other mutated entities within its depths, and ordinary mutated beings dared not approach. To some extent, Xie Meng, having awakened her powers, was also considered a high-level mutation. As long as she was not consumed by other creatures, her chances of survival were promising. To prevent losing her way and succumbing to exhaustion in the forest, Xie Meng brought ample supplies of water and food. Stepping into the tranquil woods alone, she followed the path etched in her memory. Towering trees loomed above, while vines stretched out in a fierce competition for sunlight, and the enormous leaves were adorned with glistening droplets of water. Xie Meng scarcely encountered direct sunlight as she traversed through the floral foliage, simultaneously employing her mental prowess to assess the mutation status of each peculiar plant she passed. Contrary to the highly mutated environment surrounding her, not everything in the nocturnal forest was a product of mutation. Indeed, there existed numerous indigenous plants, untouched by infection, which possessed formidable resistance. Some of these native flora could even be more perilous than their mutated counterparts. Her petite figure flitted through the woods, seemingly having fully assimilated into this realm inhabited by monsters. The startled, mutated squirrels, wild rabbits, and even deer felt no sense of threat. At most, they cast a furtive glance at Xie Meng before hastily retreating. The forest teemed with moths, mosquitoes, venomous insects, and serpents scuttling about, yet these bloodthirsty creatures did not assail her, as if they regarded her as merely another commonplace entity within the woodland. Suddenly, a faint, elusive fragrance wafted through the air, its elegant aroma lingering delicately at the tip of her nose, uplifting her spirits. This scent bore no ominous undertone, prompting Xie Meng to follow its source. After navigating around a cluster of mutated trees that had grown together, she beheld a vast expanse adorned with blooming white blossoms. The clusters of white flowers, each the size of a fist, displayed a range of forms. Some petals unfurled in extravagant splendor, while others curled into modest little balls, exuding a shyness that was almost demure. The flowers bore a resemblance to roses, yet they possessed an elegance and beauty surpassing any variety she had ever encountered. Xie Meng found herself irresistibly drawn to it, even though her subconscious warned her that the presence of such exquisite flowers in this place was surely extraordinary. She could not help but advance, yearning to draw closer and inhale the fragrance of the blossoms. Her actions were not devoid of self-control. Rather, she was acutely aware of the peril, yet pressed on, driven solely by the desire to caress the pure white petals. Initially, she had assumed that such a stunning flower would possess thorns, but upon approaching, she discovered the verdant stems to be remarkably smooth and devoid of any prickles, as if the very existence of these flowers was intended for others to touch and admire without restraint. Xie Meng, under an inexplicable compulsion, reached out to touch the flower. However, the blossom seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, evading his touch. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his fingertip. A drop of blood trickled down the flower's stem, only to vanish swiftly. It was this sting that alerted Xie Meng to the fact that the flower harbored thorns and exhibited a vampiric nature. These thorns remained concealed until provoked, springing forth to attack any intruder, revealing its means of self-preservation. An instinctual understanding dawned upon Xie Meng. This was a mutated plant, its floral form and fragrance possessing a certain allure that could enchant animals. Xie Meng resolved to exert control over them. She closed her eyes and commanded the mutated plants, grow. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld tender green branches emerging incessantly from the ground, resembling little serpents, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon reaching her height. Indeed, it was effective. Xie Meng's heart swelled with joy. Yet in the next instant, countless tender shoots began to writhe towards her. The audible cracking sounds of the plant's growth filled the air. This is not good. Xie Meng turned and fled. Yet, as a highly evolved being, she found herself unable to outrun a mass of vegetation. Something coiled around her ankle, pulling her backward with great force. Drawing a small knife from her waist, she discovered it was merely a tender branch. With a swift motion, Xie Meng's knife descended, severing the tender branches, which caused the flower bushes to tremble violently, as if in acute distress. In the next moment, a multitude of delicate branches surged toward her like a tempest, Xie Meng was completely ensnared. After enveloping its prey, the resilient branches recoiled backward. Xie Meng was violently thrust into the thicket of flowers, countless thorns piercing into her back. The intense, sharp pain made her cry out. Blood flowed incessantly, and soon the air was thick with the metallic scent of her blood, mingling with the delicate fragrance of the blossoms, creating a disorienting atmosphere. It was truly a carnivorous trap. The agony was so overwhelming that tears nearly spilled from her eyes. "Let me go." Xie Meng, disregarding the pain, extended a hand in an attempt to pry apart the thorny vines ensnaring her. Alas, the tendrils constricted even tighter, piercing her body with their sharp barbs. Surely, she would not meet her demise in this place. No, that could not be. Xie Meng forcefully suppressed the emotions of fear and trepidation, once again channeling his mental energy. An intense pressure manifested within the space. Sensing this overwhelming force, the tender branches noticeably relaxed, only to tighten once more, as if reluctant to part with their prey, though they were driven deep into the flesh again. Xie Meng understood that it had worked. It seemed that with her abilities, she could indeed exert control over this mutated plant. Xie Meng clenched his fists, channeling all his strength. Break. Chapter 29. The Mutated Little Rabbit. The tender branches of the thorny vine instantly shattered inch by inch. Although there were numerous wounds, they were quite small and soon began to clot. Xie Meng initially intended to turn and flee, yet the flowering plants exhibited no further inclination to attack. Even as Xie Meng raised his hand, the branches twisted and assumed a posture of evasion. Xie Meng raised his hand once more, countless branches swaying in the air, the rustling of leaves producing a soft, whispering sound. It seemed to convey a sense of fear, perhaps. Xie Meng's courage had grown bolder. She approached and gently touched the flower branch, and this time, no sudden thorns sprang forth to pierce her. "Bloom," she whispered, pointing at a bud yet to unfurl. To her astonishment, the bud bashfully began to open, exuding a rich, intoxicating fragrance. "Wither," she instructed again. Soon, the freshly bloomed petals rapidly lost their moisture, shriveling and turning a desolate yellow, hanging limply from the branch. It seemed she had truly mastered it. Xie Meng no longer feared another attack. The degree of mutation in these plants was moderate, and her ability to easily control them indicated a genuine enhancement of her mental prowess. As she attempted to issue further commands to this mutated plant, it obediently complied, transforming the terrifying form that had once launched an assault into a splendid display of blossoms. Suddenly, a vague notion flickered in her mind. Since this group of mutated plants was entirely under her control, why not harness this ability? If she could cultivate a vast expanse of these thorny vines, they could serve as a formidable barrier against potential dangers. She selected a bud that had not fully blossomed and gently severed a branch with leaves. "Root," she softly commanded. Remarkably, the branch seemed to comprehend, sprouting fine white roots at a visibly rapid pace. It was nothing short of miraculous, and Xie Meng felt a surge of joy. She dug a small mound of soil from the ground, encasing the newly sprouted roots, and tucked it into the pocket of her hoodie. Originally, she had sought a type of mutated creature, one adorned with sharp, stone-like spines, whose lifestyle resembled that of an oyster. Once it established a growth location, it would remain stationary, serving as an excellent means of bolstering defense. Xie Meng initially believed that she needed to venture deep into the night forest, but to her surprise, it did not take long before she encountered an unexpected delight. Now, she no longer needed to press onward. Xie Meng whimsically commanded the branch in his arms. "Point me in a direction." The branch remained utterly still. At that moment, a small creature passing by froze in place upon hearing the human voice. Xie Meng nearly burst into laughter. How could such a thought arise in her mind? This was hardly a compass. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld a peculiar little creature with 3 ears, timidly concealed within the grass, utterly motionless. Was that not a mutated little rabbit? Had the guide not just arrived? To prevent the rabbit from fleeing, Xie Meng employed her mental powers to immobilize it, then grasped its 3 ears and lifted it up. The mutated rabbit was not large, merely the size of a palm, its appearance remarkably soft and endearing. As Xie Meng hoisted it, The creature gazed back at her with its large red eyes, bewilderment evident upon its face. How adorable! Xie Meng could not help but exclaim in delight. In the next moment, the rabbit opened its mouth, revealing two prominent teeth, and lunged at Xie Meng. Xie Meng gently lifted the rabbit a bit farther away, while with his other hand, he softly caressed its velvety back as a gesture of comfort. After a brief moment, the rabbit gradually calmed down. "Could you take me outside?" he inquired, his tone transforming into one of amiable curiosity upon encountering such an adorable creature. Without awaiting the rabbit's consent, Xie Meng swiftly extracted a strap from his hoodie and ensnared it around the little creature. "Goo-goo-goo, goo-goo-goo," protested the rabbit, hopping in indignation before rolling in the grass, resolutely refusing to advance. "Come on, be a good fellow and take me outside," Xie Meng negotiated with it. Yet, the little rabbit remained obstinate, contentedly nibbling on the grass in its spot. Xie Meng observed that the mutated rabbit possessed merely an additional ear, a feature that rabbits inherently possess. Thus, it appeared to be a minor mutation. Its offensive capabilities seemed rather feeble, rendering it exceedingly easy to control. After gently grooming the rabbit's fur, Xie Meng employed her mental prowess to issue a command. The rabbit's clear, crimson eyes grew vacant, and it promptly ceased its resistance, obediently leading the way ahead. Since Xie Meng had not ventured too deeply into the forest, guided by the rabbit, she soon emerged from the woods. Remarkably, she encountered not a single terrifying creature during her journey, perhaps due to the rabbit's instinctive ability to evade danger. Upon exiting the forest, Xie Meng relinquished her control over the rabbit. "Would you like to be my pet from now on? I shall name you Three Ears, if that pleases you," she mused, entirely disregarding the rabbit's apparent reluctance. With the rabbit's companionship, Xie Meng's fears significantly diminished, and her spirits soared to new heights. Xie Meng brought forth the little rabbit that had been hiding behind him. "Mom, look, this is a little pet I found. Is this a mutated rabbit?" Su Yueshi inquired. "Indeed, it appears to be a lower-level mutation, posing minimal threat and possessing a gentle temperament, as long as you maintain your distance from it," Xie Meng cautioned, mindful of the potential dangers. "Rabbits are not like mushrooms. If we don't approach it, it may come close to us. What if it harms your younger sister?" Su Yueshi expressed her concerns. Chapter 30. Tempestuous winds and torrential rains. This aspect had not crossed my mind. Xie Meng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps I should construct a cage tomorrow. We can secure it during the day and confine it at night, preventing it from wandering about." In truth, the little rabbit was quite docile. With some training, it would be very obedient. Noticing Su Yueshi's lingering hesitation, Xie Meng quickly added, "If it exhibits any aggressive tendencies, I will certainly dispose of it. It was this little rabbit that guided me when I was lost, Mom. Please allow me to keep it." Unable to withstand Xie Meng's insistence, Su Yueshi reluctantly agreed. "What is that?" Su Yueshi asked. Noticing the flower Xie Meng had tucked away, she instinctively reached out to touch it. "Don't!" Xie Meng recoiled as if electrified. "What is it?" Su Yueshi was startled. "This thing has thorns. It shouldn't be touched." "It clearly has no thorns," Su Yueshi remarked, gazing at the smooth stem, puzzled. "The flower is quite lovely, and I believe I can even detect a fragrance." As she spoke, Su Yueshi again reached out towards the flower. "Is this flower truly capable of enchanting everyone?" Xie Meng worriedly stepped back several paces. "It has thorns. It's a mutated entity and may even drain blood. Such a terrifying thing. Why do you still keep it close? Dispose of it at once." "Mom, let me explain." Xie Meng recounted the events that transpired in the dark forest, carefully omitting certain details. "Very well, if you won't touch it, then be cautious," Su Yueshi replied, her brow furrowing in skepticism. Xie Meng ventured into the cave in search of a hoe. Inside the cavern, only her younger sister sat upon the carpet, engaged in play, while their father and Zhang Xiaowa had gone out to work. After burying the flower branch, rooted in soil, at the roadside before entering the cave, Xie Meng, emulating Sun Wukong's circular motion with his golden staff, traced a circle around the flower branch on the ground. "You shall grow contentedly within this circle and not venture outside. Do you understand?" Once planted, she fetched a ladle of water and poured it over the spot. "Hurry and grow. After dining, Xie Meng rummaged through a pile of hardware and discovered a small package of nails. She then procured several small wooden planks to construct a diminutive wooden cage, perfectly accommodating the 3 little ears she had. Securing the cage door with a rope, Xie Meng carried the 3 ears outside. I shall now take you out to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Caring for a mutated pet is no trivial endeavor. In the early days of the apocalypse, pets mutated even before humans. Upon realizing their pets were undergoing transformation, the number of abandoned animals surged exponentially. However, some devoted owners remained steadfast, accompanying their pets until the end. Unlike humans, pets do not succumb to death swiftly upon infection and mutation. Instead, they become more agitated and may exhibit aggressive behavior towards their owners. Yet there are instances of humans successfully taming mutated pets. She had once heard of a mutated curly-haired cat that was redomesticated by its owner, remaining by their side for 6 years. From now on, I shall provide for your needs, but you must promise me not to attack others indiscriminately, or I shall have to discipline you. Xie Meng assumed that the mutated creatures could comprehend her words, and she babbled on throughout the journey. Xie Meng released the rabbit, tethering it with a rope, allowing it to graze upon the verdant ground. She reclined on the grass with her hands cradling her head, gazing up at the drifting white clouds in the cerulean sky. Unconsciously, she drifted into a reverie. A cool breeze swept by, causing her to shiver slightly, yet she kept her eyes closed, simply tightening her clothing. Then, as she raised her hands, they brushed against a soft, furry object, followed immediately by a sharp pain in her wrist. "How dare you bite me?" Xie Meng exclaimed as she rolled over to inspect the wound, relieved to find there was no bleeding. She then untied the rope from her wrist and seized the escaping rabbit. "Sanjier, it is wrong to bite," she scolded, tapping the rabbit's head. "I shall let you go hungry for a while and see if you dare to bite again." Sanjier seemed to sense her anger, trembling in its small frame. Xie Meng removed the unchewed grass from the rabbit's mouth and secured it back in its cage. After finishing dinner, Xie Meng sat at the mouth of the cave, enjoying the cool breeze. The weather grew increasingly warm, and twilight descended later each day. There was no evening glow today, yet the wind howled fiercely, causing the surrounding trees to rustle incessantly, while the gusts swept against the mountainside, creating a sensation of discomfort in one's head. Xie Meng hastily removed the drying wild vegetables and garments from the bamboo pole, stuffing them into the cave. Once everything was secured, the sky had fully descended into darkness. The wind continued to howl, yet the rain held off. After washing up, the family retired early into their thatched abode. In the dead of night, Xie Meng was jolted awake by a brilliant flash of lightning illuminating the heavens, swiftly followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Large droplets of rain began to fall with the thunder, pelting the rooftop with a cacophony of noise. In the enveloping darkness, Abeo suddenly erupted into inconsolable tears. "Do not fear, my dear, for Mama is here," soothed Su Yueshi, gently patting Abeo's back. "The rain is indeed quite torrential," remarked Xie Meng. "Amon, make sure you are covered well. We must avoid catching a cold," Su Yueshi urged, adjusting the blanket. Xie Meng replied gruffly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the earth and sky. Xie Meng felt the wooden bed beneath her sway. The sound of raindrops pounding against the thatched roof grew increasingly thunderous, while a chilling wind howled through the valley. A fierce gust of wind swept in, accompanied by the startled cries of Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaowa. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the tempestuous wind mixed with rain surged into the cottage. Instinctively, she looked up and saw purple lightning tearing through the vast sky, illuminating the world in its brilliant glow. Alas! Bao was frightened into a loud wail. "My dear, are you all right?" Xie Shang shouted from outside. "The cottage has collapsed. Quickly, seek refuge in a cave." Chapter 31. Reconstruction. After the disaster, the cottage lay in ruins, drenched by the relentless downpour, rendering the bedding utterly unfit for sleep. They moved their belongings into the cave, where they kindled a fire, hanging their clothes and blankets nearby to dry. All gathered around the flickering flames, sleep evading them. Outside, torrential rain battered the ground with ferocity, producing a deafening roar. Has such extreme weather ever occurred in South City before? Su Yueshi inquired. Not since my memory serves, Xie Meng replied. The arrival of the apocalypse has exacerbated our living conditions. What shall we do now that our hard-built shelter has collapsed? Xieshang lamented. Are we to dwell in this cave indefinitely? A brick and tile house would be sturdy. We should construct one, Zhang Xiaohua suggested. But where shall we procure the building materials? Xieshang questioned. Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned troubled. The materials are available only in the city. We may need to venture there once more. No. I cannot consent to that, Xieshang interjected. The last time was perilous enough. To attempt it again, achoo. Xieshang Dao's words were abruptly interrupted by a sneeze from Su Yueshi. He quickly removed his already dried coat and draped it over her shoulders, urging her to draw closer to the fire to avoid catching a cold. After a moment of silence, Xieshang Dao gazed at his suffering wife and daughter, ultimately conceding, this is the only solution we have. Xie Meng remained silent, yet within her heart, a resolution had already crystallized. At that moment, she spoke. Mother is right. Given the current circumstances, we must first overcome this harsh environment. Very well. I shall begin repairs on the house tomorrow, reinforcing it wherever possible. Xieshang gazed at his wife, her long hair drenched, his heart filled with sorrow. In the future, I will ensure that you all reside in a splendid home. As for the notion of a splendid home, Xie Meng found herself momentarily lost in thought. Once, a good house was envisioned as a picturesque villa adorned with exquisite interiors. Yet now, it had been reduced to a mere small brick dwelling that offered shelter from the wind and rain. Fearing that sleeping in damp clothes would lead to illness, the family gathered around the fire, conversing until the early hours of dawn. Only after their clothes had dried did they lie down for a brief respite. The following day, Xie Meng arose early, rubbing her aching shoulders as she stepped out of the cave. To her astonishment, the valley, after the torrential rain, revealed an entirely different scene. Upon stepping outside, Xie Meng was instantly captivated. The clouds in the sky were scattered, creating a sense of chaos, while wisps of white mist rose from the depths of the mountains. Everywhere he looked, there was a refreshing expanse of verdant greenery. The trees, nourished by the recent rain, burst forth with renewed vigor, radiating an intense vitality all around. After strolling across the meadow for a while, Xie Meng noticed that the surrounding mushrooms had multiplied, their clusters stacked together, exuding a potent aroma of pine resin. Upon reaching the fork in the path, Xie Meng observed that the plants he had sown the previous day had sprouted fresh shoots and several green leaves, a delicate fragrance wafting from the partially opened buds, indicating their successful adaptation to the environment. The 3 ears had already been given names, and now I shall bestow a name upon you. Xie Meng bent down and softly addressed the peculiar plant, suggesting, how about we call you the White Enchantress? If you agree, simply sway your leaves. Before Ximon even exerted her psychic power, the mutated thorn vine plant began to tremble, its leaves quaking in response. You possess a certain understanding. It seems my efforts in cultivating you have not been in vain, Ximon exclaimed with delight. Subsequently, she approached the mutated mushroom, musing, perhaps I shall bestow upon you a name. Let us call you the Elastic Mushroom. To her astonishment, the cluster of mushrooms seemed to comprehend her words, gently pulsating in rhythm. How peculiar you are! A voice suddenly resonated behind her. Startled, Ximon turned to find it was Zhang Xiaohua playing a prank, and she retaliated with a swift slap to his back. Oh, what a cruel woman! Hitting me in the back. You have no conscience, Zhang Xiaohua lamented. Aunt Su sent me to summon you for breakfast. Understood, Ximon replied curtly. By the way, what were you doing here just now? You seem rather off. Zhang Xiaohua observed skeptically. Have you developed some kind of mental affliction? Is there something you cannot share with people, that you must converse with these creatures? Naming them is utterly absurd. Be quiet. I tell you, they can understand human speech, Ximon asserted, her tone a blend of jest and sincerity. Zhang Xiaohua scrutinized her for a moment before resolutely declaring, I do not believe it. After breakfast, Ximon descended the hillside along a narrow path, leading to a small rice field that Xieshang had cultivated since their arrival. They had brought some grains when departing from the village of Shaojing. Planting rice and corn here, Xieshang almost daily inspected their growth. The previous night had been marked by a torrential downpour, leaving the rice flattened and the corn stalks toppled, while many sweet potato leaves had rotted. To prevent the roots of the crops from becoming waterlogged, Xie Meng set about draining the rice field. As long as the crops could mature properly, their food supply would remain secure come autumn. Once these tasks were completed, Xie Meng casually plucked a handful of flowering wild grasses from the ground, the very kind that Xie had consumed the day before. Retrieving the cage from the wooden cabinet, she opened the door and fitted a rope around Xie before releasing it. It appeared to have been frightened by the thunderstorm, trembling as it nestled against Xie Meng's feet. "Have you been well behaved today? If you bite again, I shall truly let you go hungry for 3 days," Xie Meng warned, offering the wild grass to Xie. Xie nuzzled Xie Meng's palm before delicately nibbling on the grass, the sound of its munching soothing to the ears, its ears twitching in delight. Once it finished, it spat out the flowers. The weather shifted swiftly, the sky brightened, and the white mist in the mountains dissipated, leaving the world crystal clear. Surrounding flora eagerly absorbed the sunlight, engaging in photosynthesis. When Xie Meng discovered the anomaly, it was already noon. Along the small path at the foot of the hill, dozens of tender shoots broke through the earth, growing at a visibly frenzied pace. In just half an hour, the white transformed from a modest sprout into a substantial cluster. Yet, what astonished her most was that its growth never exceeded the circle Xie Meng had drawn. To her surprise, she possessed such an ability. Could it be that as long as these mutated beings acknowledged her, they would obediently heed her commands in the future? Chapter 32. The pet fight. This was true for the mutated mushrooms, true for the mutated rabbits, and even for this white. In other words, once she gained their recognition, issuing commands thereafter would no longer require the exertion of mental energy. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Xie Meng's mind. Could it be that the primary purpose of mental energy was to tame mutated creatures? Upon reaching this conclusion, an audacious idea blossomed within her. Could she harness this skill to command the mutated beings for her own purposes? Although she had yet to master this ability, continuous practice might enable her to control even more formidable entities in the future. Recognizing the rapid growth of the white, Xie Meng severed numerous branches from it and planted them in various corners of the cave, aspiring for the white to flourish into a vast expanse, akin to its growth in the dark forest. Indeed, within just a few days, the white scaled the rocks, enveloping the entire mountainside. The noticeable transformation in the environment became apparent one morning when Xie Meng emerged from the cave and suddenly felt her surroundings brighten. The steep walls flanking the cave were now adorned with the white in full bloom, presenting a breathtaking spectacle of pure white, reminiscent of a fresh snowfall. Xie Meng was under the impression that this plant was cultivated in the ground. Little did he anticipate that it was, in fact, a climbing vine. The white enchantress intertwined like a delicate web, even flourishing in abundance at the foot of the slope, forming a formidable wall that encircled the entire cave, providing them with a protective barrier. The habitat of the white enchantress was situated far from their living space, ensuring that as long as they maintained a safe distance, their family would remain unharmed. However, anyone from the outside who dared to approach, seeking entrance to the cave, would be thwarted by the white enchantress. With its remarkable allure, coupled with formidable defensive capabilities, this plant would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional guardian. Even if only Mother and Xiao Bao were at home, they would have no cause for concern regarding intruders. Just as Xie Meng contemplated how to validate this hypothesis, Zhang Xiaohua's voice echoed from outside, shouting in alarm. Something's wrong. There's been an incident. A fight has broken out." Xie Meng emerged from the cave, only to be met by Zhang Xiaohua, who was fleeing with a visage of sheer terror. Your pet. It's fighting. What on earth?" Xie Meng inquired, bewildered. "Didn't I ask you to watch the rabbit for a moment?" Xie Meng harbored concerns that the three-eared creature might pose a threat to others in her absence. Thus she never allowed it to stray from her sight. For reasons unknown, in recent days, the creature's appetite has significantly increased, often craving grass, and when deprived, it would make a ruckus. Xie Meng could not remain by her side at all times. She could only tether him to the slope and request Zhang Xiaohua to keep an eye on him for a moment. Following Zhang Xiaohua, They hurried down the slope, where Xie Meng was met with a scene of utter chaos. The three-eared creature was ensnared by countless green vines, thrashing its legs wildly, crushing the tender branches beneath it, while its mouth continued to voraciously chew on the young shoots. The white enchantress incessantly sprouted new branches, and as the three-eared devoured the tender shoots before it, the enchantress would ensnare it once more. The three-eared creature continued to feast, while the white enchantress perpetually regenerated. The thorns on the vines pricked the three-eared, causing it to emit frantic cries, which only intensified its biting. Thus, the two mutated beings engaged in a bizarre struggle, with the rabbit fur stained a deep crimson, and the petals and leaves of the white enchantress scattered across the ground. "Hey, stop it. Please don't fight any longer," Zhang Xiaohua shouted, waving his arms in a desperate attempt to intervene, yet his body remained stubbornly rooted in place. "Cease this at once." Xie Meng, influenced by this fool, also found herself involuntarily exclaiming. However, the white enchantress and the three-eared, unusually unresponsive, disregarded Xie Meng's command and fought even more fiercely in her presence. The vast expanse of white enchantress trembled violently, causing even the flowers on the mountainside to sway, their petals scattering and dancing through the air. The three-eared creature chewed frantically, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, accompanied by its piercing, anguished cries. This was the first time Xie Meng had witnessed two pets engaged in a fierce altercation. And to make matters more alarming, they were aberrations. Her mind was solely focused on the urgent need to separate the two creatures, momentarily forgetting her ability to wield psychic power. In desperation, she seized a wooden stick and charged forward, striking at them while vociferously cursing, "You wretched beasts! Will you let go or not? Will you?" Upon noticing the intrusion of a third party, the two aberrations instantly redirected their aggression. The three-eared creature, freed from the tender branch, lunged towards Xie Meng with lightning speed. The tender branch itself shifted direction, hurtling towards her from the ground and the mountainside. In a moment of unpreparedness, Xie Meng was bitten on the back of her hand by the three-eared creature, leaving two indelible marks and drawing blood. The sudden pain ignited Xie Meng's latent potential, as she finally recalled that these creatures were far from ordinary pets. Just before the white demoness tender branch could pierce her, she summoned her psychic energy. An invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings. "Stop!" The three-eared creature's crimson eyes momentarily reflected confusion, before it obediently knelt on the ground. The hillside returned to a state of tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Zhang Xiaohua, who had just witnessed the entire spectacle, stood frozen, scratching his head in bewilderment. All of this unfolded before Su Yueshi, who had just emerged from shadows. "Xie Meng, what on earth are you doing?" Su Yueshi questioned in disbelief. Upon noticing the marks on Xie Meng's hand, she immediately grasped it to inspect the injury. Discovering it was indeed a bite from a rabbit, her voice trembled with evident concern. "This, you're bitten?" The unmistakable impressions of two prominent canine teeth left her no room for deception, compelling her to confess everything. As Su Yueshi listened to Xie Meng recount her harrowing encounter in the county town, her expression darkened progressively. By the end of the tale, her countenance had sunk to an alarming low. Xie Meng hurriedly reassured, "Mother, truly, there is no cause for concern. After the infection, one develops antibodies. I am indeed one of the fortunate few. Henceforth, I shall no longer be susceptible to reinfection, nor need I fear contact with mutated substances. This is, in fact, a blessing for me." Su Yueshi, with reddened eyes, cast a fierce glare at Xie Meng. Xie Meng promptly fell silent, cautiously observing her expression. Su Yueshi paid no further attention to Xie Meng, instead storming outside, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Xie Shang. "Why didn't you tell me that Ameng was injured? She concealed it from me. And you did as well? What if something had happened?" All right, my dear," he replied. "Isn't everything fine now? Our Ameng is a fool, but fortune favors the foolish. No, wait. Those who survive great calamities are bound to receive future blessings." Chapter 33. Encountering Chun Tsong to discipline these two aberrations. Xie Meng severed a significant portion of the branches of the white demon flower and confined the three ears in a cage for 2 days. On the third day, Xie proposed the construction of a mud brick house. This type of dwelling requires building materials solely composed of earth, hay, and wood, making it relatively easy to construct and sturdier than a thatched cottage. However, the soil needed for making mud bricks must be exceptionally soft, typically found in farmlands. There were some abandoned farmlands near Shaojing village, but venturing there to procure soil posed a risk of encountering Chen Song and his group. After deliberation, everyone decided to take the plunge and face the potential danger. Xie Meng prepared his belongings and brought along 3 ears of corn. For this little creature had recently developed quite an appetite, and the provisions from the slope were no longer sufficient to satiate it. After an hour's descent down the mountain and an additional 2 hours towards the precipice, they finally stumbled upon several acres of abandoned farmland, upon which stood an old house. Now in ruins, Xie Meng estimated her location. This place was still quite a distance from Shaojing village. Observing the traces around her, it seemed that no one had ventured here, which eased her mind considerably. She tied the 3 dogs to a tree stump and, shouldering a hoe along with Xie and Zhang Xiaowa, they began to dig in the mud. Though the spring sun was not particularly intense, after a period of labor, fatigue began to set in. Xie Meng, weary from aches in her back and waist, sought a place to sit and rest. Suddenly, she was startled by a familiar beastly cry, reminiscent of a wild boar. As she searched for the source of the sound, a small, mottled wild boar unexpectedly leaped from beneath a pile of straw, charging directly toward her. Xie Meng nimbly rolled over, swiftly evading the attack. The wild boar found itself confronted by the 2 crimson eyes of the 3-eared creature. Strangely, the earlier frenzy of the wild boar had vanished. After a moment of bewilderment, it turned and fled in a state of sheer panic in the opposite direction. Xie Meng approached to assess the situation of the 3-eared creature and found that when confronted by the formidable wild boar, it merely glanced indifferently before resuming its grazing. Where did it go? How could you let it escape? We haven't caught anything worthwhile in a month. You allowed it to flee. I apologize, Captain. It was not my intention. Let us hurry. The wild boar must be lurking behind there. As Xie Meng settled down, she faintly heard what seemed to be someone shouting. As the voices grew increasingly distinct, she realized that Chen Song and the others had arrived. At that moment, Xie and Zhang Xiaowa also noticed the newcomers and paused their toil with the hoe. Xie Meng Qiao gestured for them to come over and indicated that they should hide over there. Zhang Xiaohua cautiously ran over while carrying his belongings. Xie Meng, noticing that his father had yet to arrive, anxiously called out to him in a hushed tone, "Father, please hurry." Xie glanced at the large pit in the field, shaking his head in dismay. This pit could not be concealed. Chen Song would inevitably discover that someone had been here. He could not allow Chen Song to take Meng away. Consequently, Xie turned and concealed himself within the grass along Chen Song's path. "Father, what are you doing?" Xie Meng nearly cried out in desperation, anxiously watching Xie. Chen Song and his group were advancing, drawing nearer with each step, accompanied by a cacophony of curses. From the sounds, Xie Meng surmised that there were about 5 or 6 individuals. Just as they began to push aside the reeds to continue up the path, Xie suddenly burst forth from the thicket, raising his hoe high and preparing to strike the first man on the head. Bang! The hoe struck true. One of the leading men was hit and collapsed immediately. Caught off guard, they lost a combatant, just as Xie was poised to deliver a second blow. The remaining 4 reacted swiftly. They surged forward, but Xie deftly evaded their advances, wielding the hoe to land a few more strikes. "Xie, I can't believe you're still alive," one of them exclaimed in astonishment. "Kill him." Jian Gong Gongman Fai Suli. Initially, Xie managed to fend off a few attacks, but their numbers were overwhelming, armed with steel forks and knives. Soon, he was struck, sustaining several cuts to his body. Upon witnessing Xie injury, Xie Meng could no longer contain herself. As she attempted to rise, she was firmly pressed back down by Zhang Xiaowa, who communicated silently, urging her not to venture out, assuring her that her father was protecting her. Observing that Xie had repeatedly failed to evade their assaults, her stamina waning and on the verge of collapse, Xie Meng forced herself to regain composure. She closed her eyes, focusing intently on the presence of her mental energy. She summoned this energy, issuing commands to all living beings in her vicinity, hoping that should there be any mutated entities nearby, they might provide a defense against Chun Tsung and his cohorts. She concentrated on the subtle fluctuations of energy around her, yet found none. Xie Meng clenched his teeth in regret, realizing he should have brought the white demoness along. No, he could not allow his father to face danger alone. Xie Meng gripped the hoe tightly, cautiously moving to the other side of the grass under Zhang Xiaohua's watchful gaze, and then slowly approached Chen Kong. The group was entirely focused on dealing with Xie Shang, oblivious to the commotion behind them. How dare you steal from us? I shall make you pay dearly for your transgressions. The sounds of fists and feet striking mingled with harsh curses. Stop it, Chen Tsung exclaimed, drawing a shotgun and aiming it at Xie Shang's head, gesturing for both sides to cease their actions. Witnessing this scene, Xie Meng's breath caught in her throat. The power of the shotgun was formidable, especially at such close range, leaving her nowhere to hide. Captain, ammunition is precious. It's not worth wasting on him. One of Chen Tsung's companions remarked. What do you mean it's not worth it? If we can't hunt a wild boar, isn't it still worthwhile to take down a savage? An eerie smile crept across Chen Tsung's face. Another individual eagerly rubbed his hands together, saying, I prefer using a knife. It's much more entertaining. Hearing their conversation sent shivers through Xie Meng's teeth. They were contemplating consuming her father, unable to bear it any longer. She disregarded Xie Shang's pleading gaze and swung her hoe down with determination. Bang! In Xie Shang's pupils, the image of blood splattering was reflected. The hoe struck Chen Tsung's head, producing a distinct muffled sound. A mournful wail suddenly echoed through the mountains. Xie Shang instantly grasped the situation and swiftly reached for the shotgun in Chen Tsung's hands. However, he was a moment too late, contrary to Xie Meng's expectations. Chen Tsung did not collapse. Instead, he turned away while clutching his head. Simultaneously, the two individuals beside Chen Tsung rushed forward to restrain Xie Shang. In the next heartbeat, the ominous muzzle of the gun was once again aimed at Xie Meng's forehead. Chapter 34. The Carnivorous Rabbit Bang. The gunshot echoed. This time, Chinkon exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. No, Xie Shang emitted a heart-wrenching wail. A Meng, witnessing the tragic scene of his dear friend being shot, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer contain himself. The overwhelming rage eclipsed his instinct for survival, and he brandished a hoe, charging forward. Xie Meng felt a sudden constriction in her breath, as if it had been abruptly severed. Yet in the next moment, a pained cry erupted from Chen Tsung's lips once more. Help! Tian Gong Godimat! Clutching his face, collapsing as though struck by a heavy blow, his legs thrashing wildly in the earth. The entire ordeal transpired so swiftly that none of the onlookers could comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was only when Chen Tsung fell that Xie Meng realized the gun had not struck her. Quick, get off! Chen Tsung's cries grew increasingly agonized, culminating in a torture howl. The remaining three individuals, disregarding Xie Shang and Xie Meng, hurriedly rushed to assist Chen Kong amidst the chaos. Xie Meng caught a glimpse of Chen Tsung clutching a furry mass, his face already a canvas of blood. It's a mutated creature, one of Chen Tsung's helpers exclaimed, instantly paralyzed by fear. Run! It's a mutated creature. The other two echoed in a frenzy, their sanity slipping away as they sprinted for their lives. Zhang Xiaohua, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, instinctively charged forward and struck one person's leg. The sole survivor, driven by sheer instinct, fled frantically down the mountainside, narrowly escaping two close calls. Meanwhile, Chen Tsung, lying on the ground, thrashed a few times before his voice faded into silence. Xie Meng finally realized that it was San Jier who was resting on Chen Tsung's face. San Xie, what are you doing? Xie Meng exclaimed in astonishment. You actually consume meat? Xie Meng approached and grasped the ear of the three-eared creature. The fur at the front was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, and bits of meat clung to the sides of its chewing mouth. Disgusting. Xie Meng felt a wave of nausea, instinctively pulling 3 ears away to a distance. Was this creature truly so ferocious? Zhang Xiao, panting heavily, stared in astonishment, urging it to keep its distance. The group glanced at Three Ears before turning their attention to Qinsong's visage. Ugh! In unison, Zhang Xiao and Xie Meng retched, while even Xieshang turned away in disgust. It became apparent that Qinsong's features had been entirely obliterated. Most notably, his eyeballs had been violently uprooted by 3 ears, leaving behind 7 gaping wounds from which blood flowed profusely. The sight was so grotesque that even the metallic tang of blood in the air seemed to intensify. I truly can't bear this, Meng. Zhang Zhao's legs gave way, and he sank to the ground. 3 ears writhed in Xie Meng's grip, who, startled, loosened his hold. Seizing the opportunity, 3 ears lunged at the faces of the other 2 once more. Crack, crack! It chewed with alarming speed. Xie Meng was suddenly filled with rage. Not because the 3-eared creature was consuming flesh, but rather due to the grotesque manner in which it devoured only the facial features. It was akin to nurturing a beloved dog only to witness it indulge in excrement. 3 ears! Cease your ghastly feast! Xie Meng exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene. Yet, upon witnessing the scene of the 3-eared creature consuming its meal, Xie Meng's resolve wavered. The creature's rabbit-like lips split into 3 segments, the lower 2 extending to its chin, as its mouth gaped wide. To Xie Meng's horror, 2 large incisors concealed a multitude of sharp teeth, all sprouting from an organ unlike anything she had ever encountered, resembling something grotesquely extruded from its own belly. In an instant, it engulfed the flesh of a human visage, gnawing with a rapidity surpassing its usual leisurely grazing. Before Xie Meng could intervene, the 3-eared creature had already devoured a human face and lunged toward another victim. The 3 witnesses were paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle. Rendered momentarily speechless, their senses overwhelmed by a chilling dread that surged from the soles of their feet to the nape of their necks. No, it can't be. Are we next? Zhang Xiao trembled, his words becoming increasingly slurred. Meng, Xieshang tentatively touched his nose as if to mask his fear, suggesting perhaps we should abandon this rabbit, or better yet, let us flee. Xie Meng remained enveloped in a profound state of shock and nausea, rendering him oblivious to the sensation of fear. Then the 3 ears, akin to ordinary rabbits responding to the sound of their name, reluctantly retracted the repulsive organ into their stomachs, diverting their gaze from the food and bounding toward Xie Meng. Xie Meng suppressed her revulsion and crouched down, attempting to grasp the ears of the creature known as Sanjier, intending to reattach the severed rope it had bitten through. At that moment, Sanjier nimbly evaded the rope, affectionately rubbing against the back of Xie Meng's hand, smearing it with congealed blood and bits of flesh. Gazing at Sanjier's rotund belly, Xie Meng could no longer perceive it as endearing. Its contents were utterly repugnant. Ultimately, she managed to secure the rope around Sanjier, reasoning that as long as it refrained from exposing its grotesque innards, it still appeared innocuous. They did not disturb the corpses. Firstly, Xie Meng had no desire to assist those who sought her demise in collecting the remains, and secondly, they had no inclination towards consuming human flesh. Upon reaching the stream, Xie Meng disregarded Sanjier's protests and diligently scrubbed its body, cleansing it of the foul blood. Zhang Xiao and Xieshang remained apprehensive, not daring to approach Xie Meng even a step closer. Amon, perhaps you should consider releasing this creature, Xieshang suggested to Xie Meng. Suddenly, Sanjier bared its teeth at Xieshang, emitting a clear signal of aggression. Xieshang shivered involuntarily. Upon witnessing the hostility directed at Xieshang by the 3 ears, Xie Meng promptly intervened, asserting, "No, you must not attack any of them. Otherwise, I shall take your life and prepare you as a spicy rabbit head." At the sound of Xie Meng's words, the 3 ears immediately lowered their heads in submission, their rabbit ears drooping in dejection. Xie Meng was suddenly struck by the perceived unfairness of the Creator. Why must such delightful creatures be transformed into man-eating beasts, and in their predatory state, appear so grotesque? Yet, the thought that if the 3-eared creature had not mutated in such a manner, it would surely not survive in the dark forest, brought her a sense of calm. Indeed, she had perhaps placed too much hope in the nocturnal woods, for any being capable of surviving there could not possibly possess benevolence. Chapter 35. Ambush on the mountain, the fugitive was named Wu Ming, and Xie Meng always felt that sparing his life was a grave error. For Chen Song and his ilk, there existed no semblance of morality. It could be said that in this era, compassion and assistance among individuals had all but vanished, leaving only the ruthless struggle for survival. Fearing that Wu Ming, unwilling to concede defeat, might lead others to their cave, Xieshang dared not risk deploying the household's primary fighting force, thus leaving the task of making mud bricks suspended. Xieshang, accustomed to labor, found it difficult to remain idle. With little to occupy his time in recent days, he ventured to the back mountain to gather and split firewood. The location was in close proximity to the cave. Should any matter arise in front of the cave, a mere call would suffice for him to hear it from behind. Xie Meng and Zhang Xiao excavated several pits, each half a man's height, at the foot of the hill, and they meticulously arranged numerous sharpened bamboo stakes within the holes, finally covering them securely with turf. Unless one scrutinized closely, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern the traps. After completing this task, Xie Meng expanded the cultivation area of the white demon lily and elastic mushrooms. Yet, he feared that these measures would be insufficient to withstand Wu Ming, for their group boasted over 20 adult men, and should they seek the cave, they would undoubtedly bring more than half of them along. That night, Xie Meng's sleep was restless. Any whisper of wind or rustle of grass would rouse her from slumber. 5 days passed without a stir at the cave's entrance, and unexpectedly, Xie Meng caught a wild roe deer in one of the traps, a delightful surprise. The others gathered around to inquire about the situation. Wu Ming, trembling with fear, responded incoherently. Xieshang. They haven't perished. What? Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated encountering Xieshang during their hunting expedition. They had assumed that Xieshang and his family had succumbed to the onslaught of mutated plants. Wu Ming continued, Xieshang's daughter has raised a mutated rabbit. At this point, his voice quivered. It is a sinister creature, Captain. The captain was killed by that thing. Recalling the scene, Wu Ming was so panic-stricken that he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his pent-up anxiety finally erupting as he cried out. They were all bitten to death. The expressions of the crowd varied. With the captain deceased, it was imperative for them to swiftly elect a new leader to maintain order within their ranks. Ascending to the position of captain meant that the individual could access more resources and dictate their distribution. An unspoken struggle for power unfolded in Shaojing village. After 5 days, a new captain emerged, a fierce man named Cheng Gang, second only to Chen Song in ruthlessness. The first order of business for Cheng Gang was to locate Xieshang and his family. He divided the strong men into 2 groups, one armed and accompanying him in the search for Xieshang, while the other remained in the village to protect the women, thereby conserving their strength. On the 6th day, Cheng Gang, guided by Wu Ming, set forth toward the site of the captain's demise. Wu Ming, overly timid, misremembered the route. A journey that should have taken less than half a day extended into the afternoon, sapping the group's initial enthusiasm to confront Xieshang. Assuming the distance was only half a day's travel, they had not brought sufficient food and water, and upon failing to locate Chen Song's body, they found themselves utterly exhausted and in need of rest. Cheng Gang struck Wu Ming on the back of the head, cursing, "Are you seeking death? What kind of path is this?" "Captain, we are close, truly close," Wu Ming protested, cowering. The nearer they drew to that place, the more daunting his fears became. Cheng Gang shot him a contemptuous glance. A few men gathered to converse. "Damn it, when we find them, I will be the first to kill Xieshang. If it weren't for him taking our supplies, would we be in such dire straits? That thing belongs to you. His woman belongs to me, haha." After resting sufficiently, they rose to continue their journey and soon arrived at the site where Chen Song had met his end. However, the field revealed no intact remains of Chen Song or the others. Only a few skeletal remains lay scattered, some with remnants of inedible flesh clinging to them, exuding a putrid stench. Cheng Gang covered his nose, incredulously asking, "Was this done by that mutated rabbit?" Wu Ming, hiding behind Cheng Gang, nodded frantically, "Indeed, Captain. I saw it with my own eyes. It was a palm-sized rabbit with 3 ears. Who do you think you're fooling?" Cheng Gang smacked him again on the back of the head. How could such a small rabbit devour for people? "Yes, Wu Ming. Could there be another explanation? Are you lying? All eyes turned toward Wu Ming, who felt a pang of guilt, hastily denying, I did not. It was a mutated rabbit. Red eyes, sharp teeth. I witnessed it devouring a person. Cheng Gang pondered. Mutated creatures could indeed accomplish such a feat, Captain. Should we proceed? Some had begun to waver in their resolve. Of course we go. What are we afraid of with so many of us? Cheng Gang asserted with conviction. Nearly 10 men swiftly began scouring the area for signs. And soon they uncovered the trampled wild grass, discerning that the flattened traces extended in a singular direction. Although Xie Meng made every effort to erase his tracks upon departure, the imprints left upon the grass remained indelible. Should anyone possess the inclination, they could trace the path to the cave. The sun's radiance gradually waned, transforming into a crimson orb, approaching the highest peak opposite the cave. At that moment, Cheng Gang and Wu Ming had already arrived. They observed a well-trodden path ahead, flanked by a vast vegetable garden, prompting them to lower their voices and tread carefully along the trail. The path ascended, and, after several hundred meters, they encountered an expansive meadow, also on an incline, with an unseen area beyond their current vantage point. Just as the others prepared to ascend, Cheng Gang halted them. They resided atop the slope, and should they proceed, their presence would inevitably be detected, thwarting their plans. The captain speaks wisely. What shall we do now? Cheng Gang surveyed the surroundings. While the situation atop the slope remained obscured, he noted the towering stone walls on either side of the verdant meadow, which stood like fortifications, safeguarding the open space within. What a fortuitous choice of location. No wonder they are still alive. Cheng Gang cursed. Do you see that? He pointed to a small hill on the left. If we scale that peak, we will gain insight into their situation below. Chapter 36. A mission unfulfilled, lives lost silently. The group ascended the left side to the summit. Gazing downwards, they beheld 2 thatched cottages and a cave, outside of which lay various farming tools, with figures moving in and out of the cave. It's them, Wu Ming exclaimed with excitement. Captain, should we descend now? Are you foolish? Cheng Gang chided, pressing Wu Ming's head down, urging him to observe the sun upon the opposite mountain. We shall wait until darkness falls. The group settled down, resting and replenishing their strength with food. After a time, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the valley into shadow, and stars began to twinkle in the sky. Suddenly, one person inquired, Do you smell something? Wu Ming sniffed the air and pointed to a white flower climbing the stone wall. There's a faint fragrance. It must be emanating from that flower. The group quickly rose, but Wu Ming, entranced by the bloom, reached out to pluck it. Just then, as his fingers brushed the flower, a sudden gust swept through the valley. Ah, he gasped quietly, pricked by an unexpected thorn. Keep your voice down, Cheng Gang scolded, exasperated by Wu Ming's antics. Captain, what was that sound? One of the group pondered, noticing the wind without feeling its presence. I don't know. Let us move quickly and avoid disturbing that mutated rabbit, Cheng Gang ordered. The group descended, their voices hushed, unaware of the lagging Wu Ming. Within the cave, a family gathered around a fire, roasting meat. Xie Meng suddenly heard a rustling outside, causing the 3 mutated rabbits in their cage to become agitated. Shoo, someone is coming. Xie Meng signaled for silence, straining to hear the sounds outside. How do you know? Zhang, Xiaohua whispered. That rustling was a signal from the white demon flower. Xie Meng replied, moving to the cave entrance. They likely have not yet ascended the slope. You all stay here. I will deal with them. Xie Shang stood up. No need, Xie Meng countered. The path is laced with traps, and there are several defensive lines behind. We shall wait until they are injured before we make our move. The family's gaze shifted to the 3 mutated rabbits, having placed their hopes in the creatures since the last incident involving them and a human. Xie Meng approached, opened the cage, and led the 3 ears by their leashes. Just then, a chilling scream shattered the night's tranquility, sending ripples of chaos across the mountains. Quiet down. What is happening? Cheng Gang urged anxiously. Captain, Wu Ming, he has gone. One person at the back of the group exclaimed, glancing over his shoulder in terror. What? Cheng Gang pushed through the crowd, only to find the space behind him eerily empty, with no trace of Wu Ming. A bone-chilling dread enveloped everyone. They fell silent, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Stay calm, stay calm. Let us descend the mountain. A throng of people fled down the slope, as if their lives depended on it. Inside the cave, Xie Meng first heard the anguished scream, confirming the location of the individuals outside. They were surely hiding in the hills, preparing to ambush. Next, she heard the dull thud of something hitting the ground. They're up there. They must be coming down now, Xie Meng said, her tone tinged with anxiety as she speculated about the fallen object. I'll go take a look, Xie suggested. Don't go yet. It was a person who fell. Surely dead, Xie Meng replied. At her words, Zhang Xiaohua and Su Yueshi exchanged worried glances. Chen Gang and his group tumbled down from the mountaintop, finally reaching the path. This place is cursed. There is definitely something malevolent lurking here. We must get into the cave, for safety. Before they could catch their breath, they stumbled up the slope in a frantic rush. Hurry! Chen Gang barely finished his sentence before he felt a sharp pain in his waist, followed by excruciating agony in his leg. Damn it! They're a trap. By the time they realized the road was booby-trapped, nearly half of the 10 had already fallen into it. The ones who had fallen into the trap writhed in agony, their bodies punctured with numerous holes. They were prepared for this. Chen Gang was helped to his feet, wiping the blood from his leg, his eyes blazing with fury as he commanded, charge. Inside the cave, Xie Meng listened to the escalating screams from outside and calmly remarked, this is the first line of defense. It will surely deplete their combat strength. At the foot of the slope, Chen Gang, limping and directing from the rear, found that those uninjured in the front hesitated to rush ahead, their morale plummeting drastically. True to Qinggong's words, a few fearless souls soon charged forward. What the hell is that? Chen Gang cursed. Captain, there are will-o'-the-wisps above. The group erupted in panic. Don't panic, Chen Gang barked. What nonsense? Help me take a look. Supported by others, Chen Gang ascended the slope and beheld the glowing yellow flames dancing on either side of the cliff. A chill crawled up his spine, and for a moment, his breath caught in his throat as he struggled to regain his composure. Ignorant fools. That's not ghost fire, it's phosphorus. Continue moving forward. Captain, with all this commotion, they surely know we are here. Isn't advancing now tantamount to seeking death? One individual pleaded anxiously. In the stillness of the dark, the tendrils of the white demon flower twisted like serpents. It was only when the vines coiled tightly around their bodies that they realized something was amiss, and they frantically slashed at the tendrils. Yet it was too late. Countless thorns sprouted, piercing their flesh and draining their energy in an instant. Help! Save me! Upon hearing the agonized cries and witnessing the frantic struggles of those ahead, the others instinctively sought to flee. Captain, they're trapped. As the lamentations grew softer, Chen Gang was seized by an ominous premonition, urgently demanding, quick, save them. The recently injured members gritted their teeth against the pain, desperately hacking at the branches while cursing. What in the world is this cursed place? In the darkness, innumerable tendrils stealthily sprouted. A rustling sound preceded the final scream. Chapter 37. The 3 years are injured with no time left to save anyone. Chen Gang turned and fled. When the tumult outside had completely subsided, Xie led Xie Meng and Zhang Xiaohua out to assess the situation. Xie Meng held on to 3 ears with one hand, just in case, while the other hand raised a torch to illuminate the path ahead. Beneath the left wall of the cave, a corpse lay in ruins, its flesh and blood completely drained by the white demon flower. The demon flower, having consumed human flesh, now bore petals of an eerie crimson hue, emanating a scent distinctly different from its usual fragrance, a haunting blend of blood and floral notes that was dizzying to behold. Xie and Zhang Xiaohua were both greatly alarmed, while Xie Meng had already steeled himself for the encounter, approaching with a calm demeanor. Such are the nature of mutated plants. They devoured humans. Indeed, that makes sense. Zhang Xiaohua was left utterly speechless, merely nodding foolishly. As they descended the slope, a more horrifying scene unfolded before them. 3 creatures with ears leaped excitedly, attempting to rush ahead, but were firmly restrained by Xie Meng. Nearly 10 corpses were ensnared by the creeping vines, each face ghastly pale. Their limbs grotesquely intertwined in a disturbing manner, the blood and flesh drained from their bodies. Zhang Xiao retched violently to the side, overwhelmed by disgust. Xie Meng furrowed his brow and pulled a towel from his pocket to cover his nose. "It reeks a bit. We should hasten to dispose of the body," he urged. "Xie Meng, are we truly doing the right thing?" Xie Shang questioned, his gaze lingering on the familiar face that lay lifeless before them, his expression grim. "Father." Xie Meng turned, looking resolutely at Xie Shang. "We did not take their lives. Moreover, even if we had, it would not be wrong. The times have changed." Hearing his daughter's words, Xie Shang felt a surge of astonishment within him, attempting to discern something from Xie Meng's countenance, yet finding nothing at all. There was neither cruelty nor compassion in Xie Meng's gaze. A few individuals hoisted the corpse onto a small cart and then pushed it into a ravine, discarding it without hesitation. Xie Meng felt a profound shock within her. After all, prior to her rebirth, she had never witnessed such excruciating suffering and death. From a certain perspective, these individuals were victims of her actions. Had it been her former self, she would likely have shared her father's sense of guilt. However, she had since evolved beyond that. In a context where even the most fundamental conditions for survival could not be assured, humanity devolves into a mere beast. They won't return, will they? Zhang Xiao inquired. Xie Meng suddenly recalled that she had forgotten the most crucial matter. She had neglected to inspect her surroundings. If someone had managed to escape from this place alive, they would undoubtedly return. All the corpses had been discarded, yet the three-legged creature continued to frantically dig at the earth. Xie Meng cast his gaze towards the direction where the three-eared creature was burrowing into the earth, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Someone is over there. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua and Xie Shang swiftly dashed in that direction. Xie Meng hurriedly kept pace. Although the little creature, known as Three-Ear, was diminutive in stature, its agility was remarkable. Had it not been for Xie Meng's grasp, it would have dashed ahead of them all. Ahead, Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua reached a fork in the road. "Uncle, you go that way, and I shall take this path." Zhang Xiaohua pointed in one direction. "No, splitting up could lead to disaster. That individual is undoubtedly injured. Observe the bloodstains on the ground." Xie Meng exclaimed in a panic. Upon hearing Xie Meng's words, Zhang Xiaohua and Xie Shang crouched down, meticulously inspecting the underbrush. Three-Ear's little legs moved with incredible speed, but being tethered to Xie Meng restricted its movement. It kicked up clouds of dust, yet did not venture far. Xie Meng observed the peculiar behavior of the three-eared creature, deep in thought. "Do you know where that person is?" he inquired as he crouched down. Once the ropes were untied, the three-eared creature darted away, like a kite severed from its string, disappearing in an instant. "Quick, follow it!" Xie Meng called out as he pursued the direction in which the creature had fled. Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly followed suit. It remains uncertain whether the thrill of the chase had awakened something deep within the soul of Sanjier, but tonight it was unusually exhilarated, even more so than when savoring human flesh. The diminutive creature, resembling a rabbit, charged forth with the ferocity of a hound, leaving the few individuals trailing behind, struggling to keep pace. "Google, Google." Sanjier suddenly emitted a fierce call, yet did not falter in its pursuit. A realization dawned upon Xie Meng. He understood the intent of Sanjier. Xie Shang, wielding a machete, was the first to charge forward. Zhang Xiaohua and Xie Meng hastily followed suit. The frantic calls of the three ears grew increasingly urgent as they plunged into a thicket of reeds. Suddenly, a dark figure burst forth from the underbrush. Fleeing with reckless abandon, the three ears immediately leapt from the thicket, lunging towards the figure. A short, piercing cry escaped the three ears as they were forcefully struck aside by the dark shadow. The three ears. Upon witnessing this scene, Xie Meng felt a sudden pang of anguish in his heart and instinctively hurled the machete he held towards the individual. The blade plunged mercilessly into the flesh, eliciting a harrowing scream from Changgang, who swiftly yanked the machete from his body and flung it behind him. As several onlookers saw the weapon soaring towards them, they instinctively shielded their heads. In those fleeting seconds, Changgang's figure vanished entirely from their sight. Zhang Xiaohua and Xie Shangqiao pursued. Yet they found no trace of the individual, and the bloodstains on the ground had also disappeared. Sweeping his gaze around the vicinity, Xie Meng noticed the absence of Sanjier, neither hearing its cries nor seeing it emerge, prompting him to search anxiously. Xieshang and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly assisted in the search. Sanjier may be injured, so be careful not to touch it, Xie Meng cautioned. Ultimately, when they discovered Sanjier in a distant thicket of thorns, it was already covered in blood and barely clinging to life. Xie Meng picked it up and discovered that its right hind leg was severely fractured, with a bone protruding. Fortunately, it was still alive. Upon returning to the cave, Xie Meng meticulously bandaged the three-eared creature. "Do you have any strategies?" Su Yueshi inquired. "Given the losses we've endured these past few days, if no new members join our ranks, I estimate we have fewer than 10 men left," Xie Meng replied. "I will confront them," Xieshang declared. "The disparity in strength is significant. We must rely on cunning instead," Xie Meng pondered as he fashioned a nest for the three-eared creature, contemplating his strategies. Chapter 38. The Burning Home. Su Yueshi asked, Meng, can the mutated creatures you've nurtured withstand them?" "It's hard to say. They've gathered intelligence about our situation. And when they return, they will surely be better prepared," Xie Meng remarked, his brow furrowed. "I can only hope they can hold them off." The following day, Xie Meng set numerous traps in various locations, even digging pits on the mountain. Now, he could only rely on the mutated creatures to fend them off, while the remaining task was to remain vigilant and cautious in their defenses. Xie Meng understood that this time it might indeed be a fierce battle, for she could not conceive of any means to withstand Chang'an. Chang'an had sustained an injury to his leg. If he were to come to the cave, it would require a considerable amount of time for him to recover before he could act. Xie Meng meticulously counted the days. In nearly a month, she dared not sleep too soundly at night, attentively listening to the sounds outside each evening. At last, she devised a plan that would lead them from despair to resurgence. On the following night, Chang'an indeed led the remaining team to the cave. This time, they were well prepared. Each member of the group carried a bundle of dry firewood, while Chang'an held a bucket of oil. "Captain, this oil is quite precious. Do we truly need to use it? Firewood would suffice, wouldn't it?" One of them lamented. "You know nothing. Without the oil, how can we ignite the flames? You've never encountered such terrifying creatures. Once you do, you'll wish we had more oil." Chang'an retorted angrily. "Once we seize their cave, we shall have whatever we desire." "Indeed," another chimed in. "They have stolen our belongings. They must be living well." As they finally reached the path's edge, Chang'an felt a dull ache in his backside. Drawing from his previous experience of falling into a trap, he was much wiser this time, instructing his men to thoroughly inspect the trail. Sure enough, they uncovered several new traps laid along the way. "With such trivial tricks, they think to stop us?" Chang'an scoffed. "Remember my orders. Ascend the mountain." "Yes," the group replied in unison. "Wait." Just as they were about to set foot on the mountain, Chang'an halted them. "Be cautious. There may be traps above as well." As they climbed, they gingerly tested the ground with their feet, and indeed, they discovered all the traps. At this point, half of the group had reached the summit, while the remaining members deliberately avoided the white enchantress, placing the oil-soaked firewood beneath its vines. The individuals atop the mountain poured the oil down the cliff, drenching the vines of the white enchantress. Sensing the approach of humans, the vines began to sprout tender shoots. "Ignite it," Chang'an commanded swiftly. The individuals on the mountain set the fire, and those below, seeing the flames, ignited their own as well. The blaze rapidly spread from the base of the slope. The white enchantress on the cliff blazed fiercely from top to bottom, instantly carrying the flames from the mountain to the thatched cottage. Xie Meng had always been a light sleeper, and upon hearing the beeping noises, she was immediately jolted awake. Soon after, she caught a whiff of something burning. "Mom, wake up quickly." Xie Meng urgently shook Su Yueshi awake, and then hurriedly rushed across to whisper, "Dad, Zhang Xiaohua, they have arrived." Xieshang swiftly turned over, seizing a machete from the bedside and assuming a defensive stance. The family gathered anxiously at the entrance of the cave. Xie Meng commanded, "As we previously agreed, Mother and Abeo will take the small path into the forest and conceal themselves. Everything on that side has been arranged. We three will divert their attention, and we shall regroup in the cave at dawn. Amon, be cautious." Suyueshi's eyes shimmered with tears. After witnessing Suyueshi embrace Abeo and dash into the forest via the small path behind the cave, Xie Meng, Xieshang, and Zhang Xiaowa stood outside the cave, awaiting the spread of the flames. The thatched cottage was soon engulfed in flames, with a large area of grassland ablaze, and the fire rapidly approached the entrance of the cave. "Charge!" Half of the people at the foot of the mountain, seeing that the fire was nearly complete, raised their knives and shouted in unison, "Kill Xieshang." Amidst the flames, Xie Meng spotted 5 figures rushing towards them. "Attack!" Xie Meng ordered the restless elastic mushrooms around them. Agitated by the intense heat, a brilliant cluster of yellow mushrooms surged forward, swiftly obscuring the view of their adversaries. "Chop it down!" The opponents, unaware of the nature of this entity, picked up their knives to strike. Bang! 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 The juices splattered forth. The adversaries, caught off guard, had torrents of liquid surge into their noses, eyes, and ears. Excruciating pain struck them suddenly, causing them to nearly collapse in agony. "Damn it! We've fallen for another trick. Rush in, eliminate them first. They're over there. Charge!" A few individuals, gritting their teeth against the pain, charged towards Xie Meng and the others. At that moment, Changgang led the remaining group down the mountain. Upon witnessing the scene in front of the cave, a sense of relief washed over him. "I knew they had traps. Thankfully, we did not advance." One person remarked, "Thank you, Captain, for leading us. Otherwise, I would be the one injured now." Another echoed. In front of the cave, whether from the heat or tension, Xie Meng's palms were drenched in sweat. "Amon, they're already here. What should we do now?" Xieshang gripped the machete tightly, preparing for an imminent confrontation. "No, don't go. They have already been infected." Xie Meng swallowed nervously, counting the silhouettes of the opposing figures, perplexed. Why are there only 5? However, before she could fathom the reason, the 5 figures had already raised their blades and charged towards her. "Run!" No sooner had she spoken than Xie Meng pushed Xieshang and Zhang Xiaowa forward. After all, she would not be infected. She would serve as the rear guard, ensuring the safety of her father and Zhang Xiaowa. Wasn't it agreed that he would hold the rear? Xieshang was startled, but it was too late to halt now. The 3 of them ran desperately forward, yet Xie Meng, being merely a teenager, naturally lagged behind the adult men. Hearing the footsteps behind her growing increasingly heavy and urgent, Xie Meng realized that the group was mere steps away. Her mind buzzed, and a cold sweat enveloped her. It was in this life-and-death moment that she truly understood her own tension. Finally, she halted, turned around, and fired. Bang! The first assailant fell. Bang! Bang! Xie Meng discharged 2 more shots. Due to the poor visibility of the night and the preparedness of those behind her, these 2 shots did not hit their mark, but they instilled a sense of caution in the adversaries. Upon hearing the first gunshot, the remaining 4 quickly shielded their heads, hesitant to advance. And upon the sound of the second and third shots, they hastily retreated in panic. Taking advantage of the time differential, Xie Meng immediately turned and sprinted along the predetermined path. Chapter 39. Pursued. Having reached the cave, Changgang deduced Xie Meng's location from the sound of gunfire. "Captain, shall we pursue?" Someone inquired. "Look at all this stuff," another exclaimed. "Incredible." A few team members surged into the cave, their spirits soaring upon discovering it brimming with supplies. "Perhaps we should abandon the chase and simply carry all this away. Without these resources, they surely won't survive for long," one proposed. Changgang raised his hand, signaling for silence. "We must eradicate them completely," he said, casting a somber glance around the cave. "We not only seek their supplies, but we also desire their territory and their lives." Onward. The group hastened along the route Xie Meng had fled, swiftly reuniting with the others. "Captain, they have firearms," one warned. "Of course, I heard the gunfire," Changgang replied. "They are low on ammunition. What is there to fear? Where have they gone?" "That way. Pursue." Xie Meng had run a considerable distance, and her pursuers had yet to catch up. She even paused to await their arrival. "What is the matter? Where are they?" Zhang Xiao inquired. Just then, the silhouette of Cheng Gang materialized along the path. Xie Meng hastily gave Zhang Xiaohua a shove and deliberately shouted, "They're coming. Run quickly. Just ahead, pursue them." Cheng Gang remained relentless in his chase. Before long, Xie Meng led them into the depths of the forest. She had meticulously arranged a route within the woods. As long as they were guided deeper in, escape would be impossible for them in the short term. The plan was to exhaust their stamina, and then, when they were caught off guard, strike decisively. Xie Shang brought Xie Meng to the forefront, while he himself lagged behind, carefully maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close from Cheng Gang. At last, Cheng Gang and his companions were successfully led into a forest far from the cave. The forest was crisscrossed with numerous paths carved out, and compounded by the inky darkness of night. Cheng Gang quickly found himself left behind by Xie Meng. "Captain, we've lost sight of them, damn it." Cheng Gang spat in frustration. Meanwhile, Xie Meng had not ventured far. He was concealed within the bushes behind them, keenly observing their movements. "Captain, they're over there. Pursue them." After losing track of Xie Meng once more, Cheng Gang and his team sat down to rest. "Did you see how many of them passed by just now?" Cheng Gang inquired of one of his companions. "I thought there were 3 or 4, but how could they run so swiftly, disappearing in an instant?" Cheng Gang pondered, lighting a cigarette at the original spot. "What is that on you?" "It's glowing." Cheng Gang noticed that several individuals had luminescent patches on their clothing and faces, piquing his curiosity. "I'm not sure what it is. It seems to emanate from a type of mushroom. It should be harmless," one of them said, attempting to wipe it off but to no avail. "Wait a minute." Cheng Gang contemplated, suddenly realizing something amiss. "I remember Xie Shang has a wife and a young daughter. How could he possibly run that fast?" "Indeed, Captain. I have a feeling they don't appear to be fleeing at all," one person remarked. "Damn, they did this on purpose," Cheng Gang exclaimed, throwing down his cigarette. "But we've been deceived. He intentionally lured us here. We must leave." An hour later, Cheng Gang was panting heavily. "This is bad. We're lost. They must have planned this all along. Does anyone have any water left?" Xie Meng, Xie Shang, and Zhang Xiaohua concealed themselves behind a vast thicket of bamboo, eavesdropping on Cheng Gang and his companion's conversation ahead. Cheng Gang had been walking for over an hour, and they had followed suit for a similar duration. But due to their familiarity with the routes, they did not trail closely behind. At times, they even took shortcuts to wait for Cheng Gang ahead, thus conserving their energy. "What should we do? Should we kill them now?" Zhang Xiaohua whispered. "It seems they haven't brought much food," Xie Shang remarked. "Their stamina is nearly depleted. I believe we can proceed." However, Xie Meng, ever cautious, shook her head and kept a vigilant watch on Cheng Gang, saying, "Let's wait a bit longer. There are many of them. We must exhaust their strength completely before making a move." Meanwhile, Cheng Gang had snatched a piece of jerky from one of his companions. Chewing thoughtfully as he spoke, "This feels rather odd." "Captain, what seems strange?" someone inquired. "Do you think we've lost them?" Cheng Gang asked. "That seems likely," replied one. "It doesn't add up. They were so close. How could we lose track of them?" Sheng Gong pondered. Suddenly, someone caught on and exclaimed, "Captain, do you mean the Haven Tea actually shaken us off, but are hiding?" Cheng Gang nodded. "That is quite possible. We've been wandering this area for ages without finding them, and just when we were about to give up, they stirred up some noise." "What does that imply?" "It indicates they're deliberately leading us astray to wear us out." The group grasped the situation, realizing what a treacherous lot. "Captain, what shall we do now? After they exhaust us, what is their next move?" Cheng Gang slammed his palm against a nearby tree stump, declaring, "They will take advantage of our vulnerability and eliminate us." "What?" "Captain, don't frighten us. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This is their territory. It must be easy for them to control us." Cheng Gang furrowed his brow, contemplating, then surveyed the surroundings before lowering his voice. "There's only one course of action. We must exit the forest swiftly. Xie Shang has a wife. She surely isn't with him. Let us seek her out along with his daughter. Truly the captain always has a plan, but how shall we make our exit?" At that moment, Xie Meng caught half of their conversation from a distance. "What should we do? They are leaving?" Zhang Xiao questioned. "Let us lure them again," Xie Meng suggested as she prepared to move out. "If you stray too far, They will realize they cannot catch you and 1T pursue. But if you get too close, escape will be difficult. I'll provoke them, Xie interjected, blocking Xie Meng and shifting leftward for several dozen meters before brandishing his machete and charging towards them. I will kill you, Xie bellowed. He struck one of the adversaries, and the disheartened group immediately rallied, 7 or 8 individuals brandishing weapons and rushing towards Xie. Chapter 40. Luring the tiger from its mountain den, just as they were about to encircle him, Xie skillfully dodged and darted into a patch of grass. In the next instant, he reappeared 10 meters away. Damn, the one who was struck is covered in blood. Kill him. Seeing Xie silhouette vanish, the members of the group became frantic, intent on pursuing him. Captain, they exclaimed in confusion. I told you, you cannot catch him. Knowing it is a trap. Why dive in? What should we do then? The recent ambush had left them all incensed. Adhering to their original plan, they sought an exit while remaining wary of Xie, ensuring he could not launch another attack. Changgang gazed up at the twinkling stars, resolute. I refuse to believe we cannot escape this small forest. Having lost the path they had initially taken, Changgang decided against retracing their steps and instructed his team to carve their own way out. He pointed towards a certain constellation, and with 7 or 8 individuals wielding axes, they swiftly forged a path through the terrain. As they chopped and advanced, they paid little heed to Xie taunts and soon reached the exit. Xie Meng trailed behind, his heart sinking as he realized their plan was on the verge of collapse. This is bad. They're determined to leave us behind and venture out on their own. Think of a solution quickly, Zhang Xiaohua urged anxiously. They're heading to the cave, undoubtedly to seize our supplies. Moreover, isn't Aunt Sue and Abeo over there? What if they encounter them? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Xie Meng felt as though he had been struck on the head and suddenly understood. They intended to find Mother and Abeo. What? The moment I learned they posed a threat to my wife and daughter, rage surged within me. I shall vanquish them. Father, please remain calm. Xie Meng gasped. If you go out now, you won't stand a chance against them. Allow me to devise a plan. This time, it will surely be effective. Captain, we've arrived. The lead scout exclaimed with excitement. We are finally out. Water and meat await us. As Changgang and the others approached the edge of the forest, Xie Meng's mind raced furiously. There was no choice but to take a gamble. Xie and Zhang Xiaohua gazed at her anxiously, awaiting her plan. I will lure them out again. Once I have drawn them away, you must swiftly find my mother and Abeo. Ensure they are well hidden. We will rendezvous at the cave before dawn. Meng, what about you? Xie exclaimed. How can you possibly outrun so many of them? I should go instead. No, she replied firmly. They no longer trust you. Only I can be of use in this situation. Let us proceed with this plan. It is the most prudent course of action. Do not worry about me. I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. Perhaps I should accompany you, suggested Zhang Xiaohua. At least together, we can help divert some of their attention. That is not an option. My aim is to ensure that all of them pursue me. Meng resolutely declined. Xie remained resolute in his disapproval. His daughter had never been so audacious. Ever since that fateful day, her demeanor and thoughts had taken a wild turn, often leaving him in a state of anxiety. However, this time, he could not allow her to take such risks. If she were caught, Changgang and his ilk were merciless. No, it was out of the question. If he were to be lost, then I. As Xie spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, feeling the weight of his own ineptitude as a father. Enough. There's no time left. Trust me, Mother and Abao are waiting on the other side. If they find them, the consequences are unimaginable, Xie Meng calmly interjected. Upon hearing this, Xie finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They were faced with a choice between the lives of Su Yueshi, Abao, and Xie Meng's own life. After a moment of silence, he bore the pain in his heart and nodded. Meng, your father will wait for you. We shall meet at the cave at dawn. You must come back. Understood. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xie Meng dashed out from the underbrush and fired a shot at Changgang. Damn it! Changgang, hearing footsteps behind him, had not yet processed the situation when his body reacted instinctively. He swerved, and the bullet struck the shoulder of the man beside him. The man clutched his shoulder, howling in agony. Fortunately, luck was on Changgang's side. He ducked for cover, As he watched the opposing group prepare to flee, Xie Meng fired one last shot, which missed its target, before hurling the shotgun toward Cheng Gang. "Captain, we're out of ammunition," one of the men exclaimed joyfully as the shotgun struck him. Only then did Cheng Gang dare to straighten up and look at the shadow before him, which barely reached his shoulder. "Who is this?" he inquired. Xie Shang's eldest daughter came to response. Noticing the stillness from the other side, a team of men emerged from the brush, standing tall. Xie Meng stood silently, neither speaking nor attempting to flee. "By heaven, it's just a child. Shall we pursue her?" someone suggested eagerly. Seeing the expression on Xie Meng's face, Cheng Gang discerned a cunning ploy. She intended to draw them away. Nonetheless, capturing Xie Shang's wife and younger daughter was equally advantageous as seizing the eldest. The members of the team awaited Cheng Gang's command, and suddenly he revealed a sinister smile. "Pursue." At the command, the group erupted with exhilaration, charging towards Xie Meng like famished wolves. At the opportune moment, Xie Meng swiftly turned and fled the instant Cheng Gang issued his command. Observing Cheng Gang pursuing Xie Meng, Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua immediately emerged from their hiding place and dashed towards the cave. Although Xie Meng's physique was petite, she exhibited remarkable agility compared to these gentlemen. Whenever they attempted to pursue her, she would swiftly dart into the thicket and emerge from another direction, evading capture with ease. "Xie Shang's daughter is as slippery as an eel," one of them exclaimed in frustration. "As a group of grown men, we certainly cannot believe we cannot catch her. Capturing such a small child should be as effortless as grasping a kitten." They jeered and rallied together, encircling Xie Meng from various angles. The night was deep, with only the stars faintly twinkling in the sky, rendering visibility poor in the forest. With a decade of experience and instinct navigating through the forest, Xie Meng adeptly evaded their assaults. Just as they closed in on her like a tightening net, Xie Meng identified a gap and deftly slipped past one of them. She found herself on a familiar path. Ascending from here led to the night forest. Chapter 41. In this era, there are no ghosts. This is the only method that can save everyone. Move faster, run quicker. The chaotic footsteps behind her sounded like a demonic death knell. Falling behind would cost her life. Her legs ached unbearably, and it felt as though smoke was rising from her throat as all her strength dissipated rapidly. The wind howled past her ears, and she lost count of how far she had run. At last, Xie Meng spotted a glimmer of bioluminescence on the grass. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air behind her. Ouch! A searing pain struck her waist, causing Xie Meng to stumble and fall into the marshy ground, the iron rod that struck her landing nearby. She had been hit. How wonderful! She cannot escape now. The pursuers erupted in cheers, as if Xie Meng had already become their prey. Xie Meng struggled to rise to her feet, but a sharp pain shot through her lower back, causing her to stumble once more. Xie Meng seized the iron rod beside her and swung it fiercely, the anguished cries that followed attesting to the considerable force behind her strike. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she swiftly rose to her feet and stumbled into the dark expanse of the forest. Alas, they had allowed her to escape once more. "Are you incapable of capturing a mere cub?" The mocking voices echoed behind her, and Xie Meng understood that they had yet to exert their full strength. They merely sought to toy with her, waiting for her energy to wane, at which point seizing her would be as effortless as grasping a helpless kitten. However, that was no longer a possibility. With a cold smirk, Xie Meng charged directly into the enveloping shadow. "Hurry up, keep up," Cheng Gang urged, as they stepped into the ominous forest. An unsettling chill crept over them, sending shivers down their spines. "Captain, something feels off about this place," one of them remarked. "Indeed, that little chick must be up to no good again," another commented. "Let's capture her quickly and put an end to this." "Agreed," Cheng Gang commanded. "Enough games, seize her." As his words hung in the air, a group of men lunged at Xie Meng like ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. Due to the disparity in strength, Xie Meng found herself unable to shake them off, her heart racing with urgency. If she could just venture a little further, the darkness within would surely consume them. Just a step ahead, the searing pain in her lower back intensified, leading her to suspect that perhaps a bone had been fractured. Yet, She had no time to ponder the thought. Snap! Xie Meng heard a distinct sound emanating from her bones. She was kicked in the right leg and fell to the ground. Cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. The pain was excruciating. Subsequently, several shadowy figures rushed in, pinning her firmly to the ground. Xie Meng's hand, pressed against the ground, was scraped and pierced deeply by branches and thorns, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. "I got him," a rough, hoarse male voice declared. Soon, footsteps came to a halt before Xie Meng. Cheng Gang gazed intently at Xie Meng's indistinct silhouette, bemused. The little brat has some fight in him, attempting to employ a ruse to lure us away. Now he has stumbled into a trap, spitting out a mouthful of blood that tasted salty and metallic. Xie Meng expressed his disdain. "Take him away," Cheng Gang commanded coldly. "Captain, is it really that simple?" Someone inquired nearby. "We haven't even begun," another voice lamented. "Indeed, the captain has thought this through." A chorus of agreement echoed among the group. They had no ropes, so they tore apart their clothing to fashion coarse bindings, securing Xie Meng tightly. Xie Meng's wrists were tightly bound behind her, leaving no room for movement, as if the flow of blood had been entirely obstructed. She was escorted along the path, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Yet all she could perceive was the metallic scent of blood. There was no sensation of blood trickling down her hands, nor any pain to accompany it. If this continued, her hands would surely be rendered useless. "Please, could you loosen them a bit? My hands are about to break," Xie Meng finally exclaimed. In response, one of her captors struck her hard at the back of her head, causing a loud ringing in her ears. Perhaps it was the chill of the forest, but she involuntarily shivered, just as she heard Cheng Gang utter, "How strange. It feels as though we have not moved at all. Captain, we can't possibly be lost again, can we? Someone should mark the trees." I refuse to believe we could get lost every single time. Following the captain's orders, several individuals began marking the trees they passed. "Captain, surely we are not encountering a ghost wall?" one of them ventured. No sooner had the words left his lips than a sudden, inexplicable chill enveloped their backs. "Nonsense. Damn it. What era are we in? We are in the Great Mutation era. Even ghosts would get a slap." Cheng Gang retorted angrily. "Keep searching for a way out." The group fell silent and continued marking their path. Suddenly, one person had a realization and said, "Captain, this little girl must be familiar with this place. She brought us here. She must know the way out." Upon hearing this, Cheng Gang's eyes lit up with understanding, and he swung his hand toward Xie Meng's face. "Tell us, how do we get out?" Xie Meng was stunned by the slap, her ears ringing, and it took her a while to regain her senses. Uncertain and overwhelmed, as she opened her mouth to speak, a surge of warmth flowed forth. Refusing to drink the toast leads to punishment. A person beside her violently kicked her left leg, then twisted her bound hands mercilessly. Xie Meng let out a piercing scream, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "It hurts. It hurts so much. I know. I will lead you." Her voice was feeble, strained by the agony. "She wouldn't dare deceive us, would she?" Someone cautioned. "Little girl, if you dare to trick us, such suffering awaits you." Cheng Gang snarled menacingly. At his words, those around her twisted her arms to an unimaginable angle. A sharp pain shot through her limbs, and Xie Meng gasped for breath. I understand." Xie Meng was thrust to the forefront, with those behind her watching intently, ready to chastise her at the slightest movement. In truth, she had no idea how to escape. Her previous exit had been purely accidental. "No, I understand. Listen to me," Xie Meng stammered. Cheng Gang released his grip, saying, "Speak up. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, we might as well roast you alive since we're hungry." Chapter 42. You call this a snake, although the scene before you appears unchanged. We are indeed making progress. Xie Meng bore the excruciating pain, maintaining a facade of calm as she spoke nonsensically. "Who are you trying to deceive? The marks we've made are right here." One person retorted, "Do not doubt me. What we are experiencing is a wall of ghosts. If we cannot find our way out, we will inevitably perish here," Xie Meng insisted. "I damn well know that. The question is how to escape." Cheng Gang fumed, gripping Xie Meng's hair. "To navigate through this wall of ghosts requires skill. One cannot rely on sight, but must calculate," Xie Meng replied with a measured calmness. Cheng Gang fell into contemplation. Captain, that actually makes some sense. One of the team members exclaimed, realizing that the reason we keep circling is that the sights we see are identical to those we previously encountered. Oh. The surrounding team members echoed in agreement. Captain, I've seen this kind of thing in zombie movies before. At this, Chang'e nodded, conceding there was merit in the assertion. So how do we calculate? Xie Meng, seeing that they had fallen for his trick, began to deceive them once more. In truth, as long as one can seal off the five senses, one can escape in any direction. Now, please state a number. 30, Chang'e replied. We shall walk 30 steps towards the east, south, west, and north, and we will surely find our way out. The individuals struck could only clutch their heads in silent fury. Do not open your eyes, or you may lose your way again, Xie Meng cautioned. At this point, they had no choice but to trust him. Hearing this, a group of them pushed Xie Meng to the front, obediently closing their eyes and counting their steps. Xie Meng was utterly oblivious to whether a ghostly phenomenon had transpired in this place. Yet she speculated that the trees might shift, creating an illusion of disorientation. Observing that her companions had fallen for the ruse, Xie Meng inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and concentrated, employing her mental prowess to seek out any nearby anomalies she could command. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a semblance of a map materialized in her mind, a hazy representation. Each time her mental energy focused on a specific location, that place would manifest distinctly on the map. Suddenly, a conspicuous mark appeared on the map. As Xie Meng's mental exploration reached that point, an unsettling familiarity washed over her. It was an anomaly. An elongated figure manifested in her mind. Despite it being night, she could vividly discern shimmering scales upon it. A snake. Her greatest dread lay in creatures that lacked limbs or possessed an excess of them, desperately attempting to erase the creature's silhouette from her thoughts. She opened her eyes only to find a snake, as thick as an arm, coiled upon a nearby stump. Startled, Xie Meng lost her footing and fell to the ground. No, I slipped. Please, don't open your eyes. It will be futile. As she steadied herself, she endeavored to exert control over the suddenly manifested mutant snake with her mental energy. The snake's glossy black eyes reflected the starlight, coldly fixated on Xie Meng. Get up. Someone behind her urgently pulled her to her feet. Xie Meng felt a prickling sensation on his forehead as he was scrutinized by the snake. Yet fortunately, the creature appeared to possess a rather amicable demeanor. Please assist me in launching an attack against them. Xie Meng issued a command to the mutated serpent. Upon receiving the instruction, the serpent raised its tail, thick as an arm, and swung it forcefully toward Xie Meng. Seizing the moment, Xie Meng bent down just in time. With a resounding thwack, the lengthy tail struck, toppling the three closest individuals. Expletives flew as the crowd finally realized they had once again fallen victim to Xie Meng's trickery. At the instant the serpent's tail made contact with the person controlling Xie Meng, she swiftly pivoted, escaping from their grasp and darting toward the mutated serpent. Help me block them, Xie Meng implored the serpent. Instantly, chaos erupted behind them as the group tumbled over one another. What is this? A python. Attack! The team descended into disarray, brandishing their blades against the mutated serpent. Don't let that little trickster escape. Amidst the turmoil, Chang'e pursued Xie Meng relentlessly. Xie Meng's hands were bound, her movements constrained, causing her speed to dwindle to half of its usual pace. In the span of merely 50 meters, she was tackled to the ground by Chang'e. Help me! Xie Meng instinctively cried out. The mutated snake, upon hearing her voice, lashed its tail towards the person behind and swiftly slithered to Xie Meng's side. It was only when Xie Meng saw the shadow before her seemingly suspended in midair that she realized the extent of her error. This snake had legs. What the hell? Which snake has legs? Chang'e exclaimed in shock. The mutated snake opened its gaping maw and lunged for Chang'e's foot. Chang'e's scalp tingled, disregarding Xie Meng. He rolled over to position himself behind her and pushed her away. The snake showed no intention of relenting, yet upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xie Meng, it reluctantly closed its mouth. In that fleeting moment, the others seized the opportunity, raising their blades to strike at the mutated snake. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, the snake flicked its tail and, with its four legs gripping a nearby tree, vanished into the branches with a swift motion. The others were momentarily thwarted by the snake's tail, striking their faces, allowing Xie Meng to scramble to her feet and dash madly into the encroaching darkness. What was amiss? Xie Meng pondered as she ran. The tail striking their faces? Yes, she had clearly seen the mutated snake flee moments ago. How could a tail have struck anyone? A gecko shedding its tail. That was a mutated gecko. Xie Meng's breath hitched. The mutated gecko escaped with remarkable speed, showing no inclination to aid her. With no other mutated creatures at hand, she wished to use her mental prowess to survey her surroundings, but the pursuers were closing in relentlessly, leaving her no time. You little brat, dare play tricks? Don't run. The chaotic shouts and footsteps grew increasingly close, compelling Xie Meng to abandon any sense of direction as she blindly navigated through the thorns. Her hands had long lost feeling. Gradually, the various scratches and punctures on her body ceased to elicit pain, and she was propelled forward by sheer inertia. She could already hear the heavy breathing of her pursuers. Run! Suddenly, a hand gripped Xie Meng's shoulder. It was Chang'Gang. Xie Meng neither countered nor struggled, yet continued to dash forward with fervor, unable to be restrained by Chang'Gang. Just as she believed she had evaded him, her foot slipped, and a disconcerting sensation of weightlessness coursed through her limbs. Chapter 43. Rescued by an unknown entity suddenly. She felt a tightness in her shoulder as sharp objects pierced her flesh. Before she could react, a weight enveloped her, and she was lifted from the ground. She was whisked through the forest, the icy leaves slapping against her face, and she surmised that she was at least 2 meters above the ground. The entire occurrence transpired swiftly, so rapidly that she had not yet fully grasped her fear and astonishment before she found herself tumbling to the earth in a disheveled heap. Spitting out the mud that clung to her mouth, she winced as her body ached as though it had been shattered. Thankfully, something had intervened just in time. Otherwise, she would have plummeted from the cliff, meeting a gruesome fate. In the darkness, she could not discern what had aided her, but she sensed a shadow beside her, roughly the height of a person, which posed no threat. Hastily, she attempted to scan her surroundings with her mental energy, but found nothing. This indicated that the entity nearby was not a mutated being, or perhaps it had reached a level of power beyond her capacity to detect. Come here, she implored, attempting to command the presence with her mental energy. However, there was no response. Xie Meng felt a chill wash over her forehead, a profound sense of desolation creeping into her heart. It appeared that this time, she was truly doomed. Before she could light a candle for herself in her mind. An instant later, something sharp pierced her shoulder, resembling a hook, lifting her up slowly into the air. Perhaps it was a claw, she speculated. A few seconds later, she was flung downwards, her mouth filled with dirt. Surely, it had lost its grip, she surmised. Indeed, that entity failed to carry Xie Meng into the sky, but undeterred, placed its claws upon her shoulders once more. This time, she distinctly felt the rush of air generated by its wings. Finally, she was about to soar. The exhilarating sensation of leaving the ground momentarily banished her fear. In the next moment, she was again thrown back to the earth. Fortunately, drawing from her previous experiences, this time she landed on her rear. Help! Xie Meng cried in despair. Please grant me a swift end. Xie Meng confirmed that this creature had heard her words, and it was even possible that it understood them, for when it listened to Xie Meng speaking, it distinctly held its breath. After a moment of silence, it emitted a peculiar sound, which seemed rather gentle, yet tinged with confusion and a hint of fear. Xie Meng was certain that she had never heard any animal produce such a sound, yet it bore a resemblance to the whimpers of puppies and kittens. Could it be that it was the offspring of some creature? With this conjecture, Xie Meng felt considerably reassured. After all, it was merely a youngling, and she harbored no fear. Having stumbled and fallen countless times, her body felt as though it had been gradually shattered. At last, her arduous dragging came to a halt, and she collapsed onto a soft mound of grass. This must be its den, and there were no other creatures within. As the air around her grew still, Xie Meng understood that it was gazing at her intently. "Are you going to eat me?" she bravely inquired. Xie Meng felt as though she were losing her sanity, as she found herself anticipating that this creature might speak in human language. After a while, the little being remained still once more. At this point, Xie Meng could almost be certain that it had no intention of devouring her. Rather, it appeared to be a gentle creature, one that possessed a profound curiosity about humanity. Xie Meng found himself unable to exert control over it with his mental prowess, and could only attempt to negotiate. "I'm in great pain. Could you please assist me?" He whimpered. "I kindly ask to borrow one of your claws to cut this rope. Thank you." Alas, it seemed that his plea fell on deaf ears. Xie Meng leaned slightly towards the small creature, his hand brushing against a soft, delicate form. He could distinctly sense the little being's body shiver, followed by an immediate stillness. As if on high alert. "Do not fear, do not fear," Xie Meng whispered soothingly, endeavoring to caress it with his almost imperceptible touch. At last he discovered a sharp object, which he surmised to be its claw. Xie Meng placed its claws upon her arm, gripping tightly, and then with a swift motion, she drew blood from her hand. The little creature emitted a distressed cry. It's all right, it's all right." Again, the blood flowed, serving as a testament to the sharpness of the claws, capable of severing the fabric. Engaging in this repetitive action for an extended period, the lair became permeated with the scent of blood. The creature seemed to comprehend Xie Meng's intentions, willingly cooperating. At last, the tension in her hand eased, and the outermost layer of fabric was severed. Once the strips were completely removed, Xie Meng felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her, quickly followed by overwhelming fatigue and pain, leading her into a deep slumber. Upon opening her eyes once more, she discovered the world illuminated by bright daylight. Light filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows upon the pile of grass. It was at this moment that Xie Meng realized she was in a space resembling a bird's nest, an expansive, spherical chamber with a small opening at the top. A passage to the outside world. Xie Meng stirred slightly, her hand brushing against the small creature beside her. A shiver ran through her, as she nearly forgot its presence. The little being was enveloped in a coat of soft, pale fur, marred by traces of blood, curled up in a corner like a standing ellipsoid. Xie Meng found himself unable to ascertain the nature of the creature before him. However, based on its flight last night, it was evident that it possessed wings, which it had enveloped itself within completely. Sensing movement from Xie Meng's direction, the little creature shook its wings, then gradually unfurled them to reveal its true form. Xie Meng was certain that neither in her past life, nor in this one, had she ever encountered such a creature. Its overall shape bore a resemblance to that of a bat, yet to liken it to a bat would be somewhat derogatory, for it possessed an undeniable charm that starkly contrasted with the menacing appearance of its nocturnal counterpart. It was entirely snow white, exuding an aura of freshness, likely a young mammal of some sort. Its size was comparable to that of a 3-year-old child, and when its 2 wings were fully extended, it reached an impressive length of 3 to 4 meters. It had 4 limbs, perhaps 2 arms and 2 legs, and concealed beneath its body was a tail that measured half the length of its body. Perched atop its round head were 2 petite and endearing ears, while its long snout and mouth were adorned with a delicate pink hue. Its 2 round, glistening black eyes almost occupied a quarter of its face, sparkling with a clear, bewildered innocence as it gazed unwaveringly at Xie Meng. It was this adorable little creature that had saved her the previous night. It seemed to possess no trace of aggression whatsoever. Xie Meng boldly approached it. Noticing the little creature timidly inching towards the corner, Xie Meng became increasingly convinced that it was somewhat fearful of humans. Chapter 44. A New Pet. "Do not be afraid. Let me gently stroke you." Xie Meng gently caressed the creature's soft head, and the sensation was immensely soothing, especially in the desolate wilderness where the presence of a small animal to touch offered great solace. Noticing that it did not shy away, Xie Meng succumbed to the temptation to stroke it a few more times, ultimately even running his fingers through its fur. Remarkably, the little creature did not retreat. Instead, with its eyes half closed, it appeared to revel in the affection. Xie Meng then noticed the bloodstains on its right hind leg, which it used for standing. Yesterday, it must have clutched itself with its 2 front legs, thus the blood on its hind leg was not hers, but possibly its own. Xie Meng grasped its right hind leg and, upon inspection, confirmed that the injury was indeed its own. After a moment of contemplation, she bandaged it with a strip of cloth. She pondered whether her parents were fully aware of her predicament, perhaps waiting for her in the cave. "Could you possibly take me away from here?" Xie Meng softly inquired, gazing up at the opening above her, which was a story high from the ground. Whimper. The meaning of its sound eluded her, but she pointed to herself and then to the hole above, indicating her desire to exit. The little creature, after a moment of unsteadiness, managed to rise and partially unfurl its wings. It then flapped its wings a few times, and with a sudden grip, its two front claws clutched Xie Meng's shoulders. The scabbed wound was torn open once more, and Xie Meng stifled a cry of pain, her hands clutching the little one's fluffy forelegs. If she were to fall again, she would surely be shattered. Suddenly, her vision brightened as she was successfully lifted from the nest. "Thank you, little one," Xie Meng waved at it, suddenly reminded that she was in the dark forest. Without its assistance, escaping would have been exceedingly difficult. "Can you lead me out?" she asked again. The only response was a series of whimpers. Although Xie Meng could not comprehend its utterances, she speculated that the little creature was reluctant to let her go. After a moment of hesitation, the little one finally took flight, spreading its wings wide and flapping vigorously, a gust of wind swirling around as it soared into the sky. It led the way, with Xie Meng following its path. Occasionally, it would speed ahead, and if she lagged behind, it would pause and wait for her. As they journeyed, few mutated creatures appeared to obstruct their path. Even if one did, the little one would emit a warning sound, causing the others to flee immediately. They walked and paused until they reached the edge of a small stream, where the gentle sound of flowing water made Xie Meng realize her parched throat. "Hey, wait, I need to drink some water," she called out to it. Xie Meng felt as though it conveyed a sense of forbidding her from drinking water. However, her thirst was overwhelming. Knowing she would not be infected again, she chose to disregard it. Approaching the stream, Xie Meng scooped up some water, lowered her head, and took a hearty gulp. Yet, before she could swallow, she spotted several skulls submerged in the crystalline river. Puffed. Xie Meng hastily expelled the water from her mouth. She counted the number of skulls and confirmed they matched those of the pursuers from the previous night. The once pristine river water suddenly turned murky, bubbling ominously. The little creature overhead grew increasingly frantic, and Xie Meng realized there was something lurking in the water. She swiftly turned to flee. The creature's whimper transformed into a more aggressive tone. Finally, she reached a safe distance from the creek, her pursuers nowhere in sight, and Xie Meng understood that the little one had once again saved her life. After a harrowing journey, she emerged from the forest and onto the damp grassland, where the little creature descended beside her. "I must take my leave. Thank you." Xie Meng bid farewell to the little one. The creature's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, its soft wings brushing against her leg. "Goodbye." Though reluctant, Xie Meng turned away and continued onward. "Whimper, are you saying you wish to accompany me?" Xie Meng inquired. The little one gazed at her with a pitiful expression, its face etched with sorrow, resembling a vulnerable young animal. Despite its diminutive size, its nest appeared vast, and its clinginess led Xie Meng to speculate that its parents were likely no longer present. Xie Meng contemplated the idea of taking it away, yet she found herself unable to exert mental control over it. Should it exhibit any aggressive behavior towards humans, her lack of control could lead to dire consequences. She could not afford to take such a risk. With a mournful cry, the little creature reluctantly took to the skies, heading towards the darkened forest. Xie Meng was bruised all over, having traversed the downhill path for an extended duration. With every movement, she felt as though her body were being torn apart by agonizing pain. Halfway through her journey, fatigue overwhelmed her. After enduring a night of torment and awakening to find her throat parched, she realized that had it not been for her formidable willpower, she would have surely collapsed along the way. Leaning against a large rock, she gasped for breath, her throat raw and painful. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed through the forest, causing her entire body to tense up. Cautiously scanning her surroundings, she found no signs of anything amiss. Xie Meng propped herself up, and, just as she turned around, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow in the forest. Who could it be? Unbeknownst to her, her voice trembled slightly. If someone were to launch a surprise attack at this moment, it would be disastrous. To her astonishment, a small creature timidly emerged from behind a large tree. It could walk. Wait, had it been following her all along? Sighing, Xie Meng acknowledged that it had saved her life. She resolved, regardless of its species, that if it chose to accompany her, it would have to heed her commands henceforth. The little creature gazed intently at her, and after a moment, it surprisingly nodded. You understand me? Xie Meng exclaimed with joy. I shall give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Guai, if that pleases you. Xiao Guai paused, seemingly pondering her words, then nodded once more. Very well, then stay close to me. With Xiao Guai at her side, Xie Meng felt as though her wounds ached a little less. Upon returning to the cave, she found that the 2 straw huts had been reduced to ashes, and the once vibrant mountainside now stood barren. Father? Mother? Xie Meng called out anxiously. When she saw her family emerge from the cave unscathed, tears streamed down her face. Meng, how could you? Su Yueshi cried, a couple of tears cascading down her cheeks. I knew you would be all right, but you must never do something so foolish again. Meng, how are you? Seeing her daughter covered in injuries pierced Xie Shang's heart like needles. I am so sorry. My dear, these wounds are nothing to fear, Xie Meng reassured her. Those people are all dead, so rest assured. Oh, Mengzi, what is this? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately fell upon the little Xiao Guai hiding behind Xie Meng. Chapter 45. Recovery of the New Pet. Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Meng swayed and collapsed forward. Xie Shang hurriedly reached out to embrace her, placing her safely inside the cave. How cruel! Su Duixi, while tending to Xie Meng's wounds, was overwhelmed with sorrow upon seeing her daughter's body marred with injuries. After changing her daughter out of her filthy clothes and applying herbal ointments to her wounds, Su Yueshi called for Xie Shang to assist her in securing Xie Meng's legs with 2 wooden sticks, binding them tightly. Both her hands and legs were fractured, with the injuries to her legs being particularly severe. Su Yueshi, having nursing experience, understood the excruciating pain associated with such injuries. How vicious! Xie Shang, gazing at his unconscious daughter, felt an unbearable ache in his heart. I should not have agreed to her request, had I not allowed her to distract those people. This calamity would never have befallen us. To exchange Xie Meng's life for our own is utterly unjust. If it were me, I would never have acted in such a manner. With reddened eyes, Su Yueshi looked at Xie Shang with resentment, lamenting that had it not been for her daughter's remarkable resilience, they would have already lost her. I am aware. Xie Shang, struck at his deepest pain, involuntarily raised his voice. Yet, I am powerless. This was her choice as well. Last night, covering his face, Xie Shang's voice trembled. I pondered throughout the night, my mind filled with images of Xie Meng as a newborn. I am terrified. If she were to leave me just like that, how would I live on? She has matured beyond her years. She is brave and resolute, never uttering a word of fatigue or pain, always prioritizing her family's safety, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Such a disposition is hardly befitting of a child in her teens. Were it not for the fact that she is my flesh and blood, Su Yueshi would find it difficult to believe that the current Xie Meng is indeed her biological daughter. Injured and feverish, Su Yueshi remarked, I fear she will not awaken today. I will take good care of her. You should go and bring a bow, Xie Shang replied. Let us wait until she awakens. For now, the most pressing matter is... Su Yueshi gestured toward a dark corner, indicating an object. What shall we do about that? Little Guai was cowering timidly in the corner of the cave, half of her body exposed to the light. Leaving her here is unsafe. She must be tied up. Su Yueshi said, I am uncertain whether this is a mutated creature. We should be cautious. Xie Shang expressed his concern. Su Yueshi procured a length of rope and fashioned a large, adjustable noose. Xie Shang carefully took the collar and approached the little one. When he was 5 steps away, he aimed for its neck and tossed the collar, ensnaring it effortlessly akin to a ring toss. Startled, the little one began to struggle, emitting angry sounds from its mouth. Xie Shang, fearing its wrath, hastily tightened the rope and secured it to the foot of the bed. The little one, with an expression of defiance, flapped its wings slightly, generating a breeze. Su Yueshi cast a glance at it and filled a battered wooden bowl with leftover food, tossing it before the creature. The little one glanced at the offering, indignantly turning its head away, as if to convey, "You dare present such meager fare before me?" Su Yueshi was perplexed. There were vegetables, meat, and rice. What more could it desire? Oomph. The little one emitted a sound reminiscent of a human sulk when aggrieved, then, with a flap of its wings, enveloped itself tightly, transforming its form into a soft, fluffy, white orb, remaining utterly still. Xie Meng lay in a deep slumber upon her bed, while Su Yueshi curled up on a small portion of the mattress, cradling a bough in her arms. Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua continued to sleep on the makeshift bedding on the floor. As dawn broke the following day, Xie Meng finally awoke, her body aching as if it had been shattered, and her throat swollen and sore, rendering her speech nearly impossible. "Dad, Mom." Xie Meng emitted a croaky voice reminiscent of a duck's quack. Xie Shang and Su Yueshi hurried over to support her upon hearing the call. "How did it end up tethered here?" Xie Meng glanced and immediately spotted the little creature, Xiao Guai, motionless in the corner. "We don't know what it is either. We were afraid it might run away, so we tied it up," Xie Shang explained. Upon seeing Xie Meng awaken, Xiao Guai, who had remained silent for a day and night, finally flapped its wings, revealing its round, fluffy head. In the next moment, the rope binding it was effortlessly severed by its lifted forepaw. How remarkably clever. Su Yueshi and Xie Shang exchanged glances. "Xiao Guai, do you mean to convey that you will not harm us?" Xie Meng inquired. "If so, please nod." The family then witnessed the enchanting sight of Xiao Guai nodding in affirmation. "I have no idea what it is." Xie Meng turned to Xie Shang and Su Yueshi. "It could be a mutated creature, or perhaps not. Regardless, I can only ascertain that it poses no threat to me. As for you, a Bao and Zhang Xiaohua, it would be wise to keep your distance." Xie Shang and Su Yueshi agreed. "By the way, where's my little ear?" That night, when Cheng Gang and the others set the fire, Xie Meng, fearing for Little Ear's safety, instructed Su Yueshi to take both Little Ear and its cage away. After enjoying the privilege of being fed, Xie Meng finally limped out of the cave. The white demon lilies on both sides had been reduced to charred, twisted vines clinging to the mountain wall, while the grassland in front of the cave was utterly scorched, leaving behind a bleak expanse that emitted a dry, burnt aroma. The ruined thatch hut had been cleared away, leaving a vast open space before the cave. Perhaps it could be cultivated into arable land for growing some vegetables. Xie Meng pondered. Little Guai wobbled along behind Xie Meng, its gait reminiscent of a penguin. However, Xie Meng had seen it move swiftly on all fours. "When the time comes, I will make you a nest here," Xie Meng said, pointing to a corner against the stone wall outside the cave. "Hey, what is that?" Zhang Xiaohua asked from a distance, dragging a bundle of firewood upon spotting Xie Meng. "I don't really know. You can call it Little Guai. It seems quite spirited," Xie Meng replied. "Woo woo." Little Guai suddenly began to call out. "Are you hungry?" Xie Meng guessed. "Woo." Little Guai nodded. Ever since it learned the meaning of nodding, it frequently used this gesture to express affirmation. Chapter 46. The Eating Broadcast of Little Guai. Xie Meng lifted his foot again, leaning on his crutch as he entered the cave, placing the broken bowl before Xiao Guai. Xiao Guai remained motionless, gazing at Xie Meng, showing no inclination to eat. Having not consumed anything all day, it seemed disinterested in human food. "If you refuse to eat, you must shake your head," Xie Meng instructed, gently tilting Xiao Guai's head to demonstrate. Xiao Guai mimicked the action, thereby grasping the meaning of shaking its head. "I am uncertain of your preferences. You wouldn't fancy human flesh, would you?" Xie Meng suddenly startled himself with his own question. Xiao Guai resolutely shook its head in response. "Very well. I shall take you outside. You may seek out whatever you desire." "Is that agreeable?" Xie Meng suggested. Xiao Guai nodded in affirmation. Xie Meng, hindered by mobility issues, could not venture far and remained within the vicinity of the cave. At this moment, Xiao Guai leisurely crawled along the ground on its four legs, its elongated snout reminiscent of that of a small dog, diligently sniffing the earth. The ground was strewn with ash from the vegetation. Initially, Xie Meng assumed that Xiao Guai was attempting to unearth insects from the soil, yet it appeared rather discerning. merely sniffing at various objects without consuming anything. Upon reaching the base of the hill, the three-eared creature was tethered there, grazing contentedly. Upon sighting Xie Meng, the three-eared creature expressed exuberance, tugging at its leash as if to leap toward Xie Meng. However, Xiaoguai crawled over from behind Xie Meng and emitted a warning sound. Goo-goo! The three-eared creature let out a startled cry, instantly retreating in fear, daring not to respond further. It was only after this that Xiaoguai began its earnest search for sustenance. You are quite selective. After circling the cave, Xiaoguai had consumed nothing at all. Its claws were the only parts tainted with the dark ash, while its fur remained untouched by any black residue. Moreover, upon halting, it would rub its two front paws together to remove the ash, revealing its pristine claws. It was then that Xie Meng realized its small paws were a delicate shade of pink, resembling a harmonious blend of a cat's paw and a duck's webbed foot, with elongated, curved claws that bore no trace of dirt. Do you have a penchant for cleanliness? Xie Meng inquired, astonished. Xie Meng limped along, observing Xiaoguai as it pawed at a cluster of small red fruits on the ground. These fruits, known as snakeberries, resembled strawberries and were abundant in the mountains and fields. Harmless and edible for humans, they were rather bland in taste, which Xie Meng did not particularly enjoy. To her surprise, Xiaoguai was quite discerning with its food. Fortunately, the area was replete with snake berries, more than enough to satisfy its appetite. Watching it eat was oddly therapeutic for Xie Meng. She fancied that it could comprehend human speech, so she settled on a stone and engaged it in casual conversation. It was evident that Xiaoguai was genuinely hungry. Otherwise, its nature would not have compelled it to scavenge on the ground without regard for its dignity. After consuming a few berries to satiate its hunger, Xiaoguai became noticeably more composed, adopting a genteel demeanor while eating. It began by delicately plucking the snake berries with its paws, its sharp claws not piercing the fruit, before lifting them to its mouth and nibbling daintily. Juice dribbled onto its paws, which it promptly licked clean. Xie Meng watched in bemusement throughout this spectacle. What kind of creature was this? Wasn't he, it said, that the denizens of the dark forest were all malevolent? At the very least, one would expect something akin to a man-eating beast. How could it be that this creature, which chewed an innocuous fruit for what seemed like an eternity, was so concerned with its figure? Based on her understanding of Xiaoguai, it was indeed possible, as it seemed to possess a hint of vanity. As Xiaoguai munched on the berries, it emitted slurping sounds that only heightened Xie Meng's appetite. In another time, it could have easily been a food vlogger. Suddenly, Xie Meng felt a sense of reassurance. This creature posed no threat whatsoever. After a while, Xiaoguai had devoured all the snakeberries in the vicinity, leaving its body impeccably clean, devoid of any juice stains. The grassy expanse before the cave was quite vast, and with the surrounding shrubs having been scorched, the space felt even larger. Combined with the sloping terrain, it formed an almost rectangular area of nearly 10,000 square meters. To the left, a riverbed, previously concealed by bushes, had been revealed by the fire, though it was now dry, littered only with large stones. Should water flow through it again, it could easily irrigate the fields. Xie Meng began to sketch on the ground, dividing the land in front of the cave into two halves, one in the foreground, which would remain untouched for the time being, and the other, situated closer to the cave, designated for constructing a dwelling and cultivating a vegetable garden adjacent to the riverbank. Is such a vast area truly necessary for building a house? Su Yueshi pondered, filled with perplexity. Xie Shang was equally perplexed. Are you planning to establish a manor? Zhang Xiao inquired. No, it will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Trust me, Xie Meng replied, twisting her aching wrist. In truth, she merely wished to reserve a vast expanse of land, for they would soon welcome new neighbors, poets and teachers. This plot was designated for them. Those who sought to trouble the CF family had perished, leaving only women and children, who were unlikely to pose any further threats. The family deliberated that an earthen brick house would provide security, impervious to the elements and fire. Let it be so, Xie Meng declared, pointing to the circle she had drawn near the cave. This area was intended for their future homes, which would also be constructed of earthen bricks, thus making this arrangement quite suitable. The remaining task was to prepare the building materials. Xie Meng lay at home, recuperating from his injuries, assisting with his younger sister, and occasionally helping Su Yueshi with some light household chores. Xie and Zhang Xiaohua ventured out daily to gather firewood, extract timber, and dig up soil. Once they amassed a sufficient quantity of earth, they meticulously mixed it with resilient hay, then shaped the mixture into uniform rectangular blocks. After more than a month, the requisite earthen bricks were crafted, awaiting the sun's drying embrace. Summer arrived as anticipated, with temperatures soaring dramatically, rendering even the mountains sweltering. Previously, the summers in the southern city were never this oppressive. After all, it was known as a habitable place, particularly in the countryside, where winters were mild and summers pleasantly cool. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the climate has shifted to extremes, with summers becoming sweltering and winters excessively frigid. Inside the cave, the days grew humid and hot, while nights were damp and chilly. Mosquitoes gradually emerged, their bites so severe that they robbed one of sleep, leaving swollen welts that lingered for days, though fortunately they had not mutated. Xie Meng's injuries have nearly healed, though she is prone to scarring, with a multitude of marks encircling her wrists and the back of her hands, as well as other areas of her body. Upon seeing her, Su Yueshi felt a pang of sympathy. Such a fine young woman, adorned with so many wounds. In the realm of martial arts, who among us is without scars? From now on, please refer to me as Scar Sister, Xie Meng jested. Although her leg has not yet fully recovered, she no longer requires a crutch. She still cannot run, jump, or engage in heavy labor. Chapter 47. A boughs-high fever. The charred grassland has once again sprouted a dense carpet of greenery. During the last fire, the white demon flower was left with not a single leaf, yet its roots remained unscathed. After over a month of recuperation, it has resiliently re-emerged. Following a brief rain, its growth has accelerated, soon transforming the stone wall into a lush green expanse. In the nutrient-rich areas, the elastic mushrooms have begun to sporadically appear. Upon the completion of their task in crafting adobe bricks, Xie and Zhang Xiaohua promptly commenced the rigorous process of tilling the land. Xie Meng observed with great interest as Xiaoguai circled around her, murmuring softly. Over the past month, Xiaoguai had grown rapidly, although its size remained comparable to a Bao's. Its skeletal muscles had visibly strengthened, exuding an undeniable vigor. Particularly when entreating Xie Meng to play, its tail would whip against her with a resounding crack, embodying an unyielding determination to continue until satisfied. Xie Meng squinted his eyes, gripping the tail firmly. Don't shake it off. Little Guai became increasingly excited, leaping rapidly across the ground. Xie Meng, feeling helpless, could only retrieve a wild cherry from his bag and throw it forcefully into the air. Little Guai, fixated on the discarded fruit, fluttered its wings and soared upwards to seize it in its beak. After discarding the pit, it descended once more, playfully entangling Xie Meng in its antics. Xie Meng directly pulled out a handful of berries and tossed them into the air. Little Guai, with remarkable agility, swiftly caught them all in its mouth, delightfully spiraling through the sky. After nurturing it for some time, Xie Meng had come to understand Little Guai's playful and energetic nature. Akin to that of a Siberian husky, it required companionship for play every day, and if deprived of it, would resort to mischief. The name Little Guai was indeed a misnomer. Not only was it discerning about its living environment, but it was also quite particular about its food, consuming only fruits and rejecting any color other than red. Consequently, after a month, the surrounding forests were devoid of red berries. As the last of the fruits in the bag were devoured, Xie Meng rose to her feet. Little Guai blinked its big, watery eyes at her in confusion. Come with me to find some fruit trees to plant here. Otherwise, you will have nothing to eat next year, Xie Meng instructed. Grasping a hoe, she made her way toward the back of the cave, with Little Guai trailing behind, occasionally soaring into the sky. Watching Little Guai flit about, Xie Meng suddenly recalled how it had saved her life in the dark forest, seemingly lifting her off the ground. Little Guai, do you possess extraordinary strength? Xie Meng called upwards. Upon hearing this, Little Guai adjusted its course and descended, briefly perching its hind legs on Xie Meng's shoulders before taking off again. I remember you could lift me before. Xie Meng remarked. Understanding her implication, little Guai circled behind her, swooping down to grasp her shoulders with its front legs, gently lifting her into the air. Your claws are still so sharp," Xie Meng exclaimed in pain. Upon hearing her cry, little Guai carefully set her down. Despite the slight discomfort, Xie Meng noticed that there were no marks on her shoulders. She could sense that little Guai's grip had grown stronger and more controlled, as it endeavored to avoid causing her harm. Woo-woo, little Guai chirped excitedly. "So, does this mean I will have my own private aircraft from now on?" Xie Meng chuckled at her own jest. Little Guai flew low and slowly, helping Xie Meng scout for fruit trees. When they found some, it would land and signal her to dig. The morning passed, and Xie Meng unearthed a variety of common fruit trees, including raspberries and blackberries, filling her bag to the brim. Just as she pondered whether to call Zhang Xiaohua for assistance, little Guai flew up from behind, effortlessly grabbing the bag and lifting it half a meter off the ground. "Wow!" Xie Meng exclaimed in astonishment, nearly forgetting about little Guai's remarkable ability. The bag, being relatively light compared to Xie Meng's weight, was a trivial task for little Guai. "You are the delivery service of the pet world," Xie Meng praised, giving a thumbs up. Upon returning to the cave, Xie Meng cleared a small patch of land to plant the fruits. By evening, the air remained oppressively warm as Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua concluded their work, their bodies soaked in sweat. Afraid of the heat, Abeo rested in the cave, while Xie Meng, concerned about mosquitoes, fanned her with a palm leaf. Yet, despite her efforts, Abeo was soon covered in bites. It itches, sister, it itches," Abeo cried, kicking her legs anxiously. "Stay still. Let me swat the mosquitoes," Xie Meng instructed. Grasping her leg, a mosquito flew around before landing on Abeo's leg, piercing her skin. With swift reflexes, Xie Meng clapped her hand down, squashing the mosquito and leaving a small stain of blood on Abeo's pale, tender leg. "How vicious to suck so much blood," Xie Meng scolded, crushing the mosquito and discarding it. In the dim light of the cave, Xie Meng failed to notice that the mosquito she had just killed was not black but blue. Soon, a large welt began to rise on Abeo's leg, causing her to cry out in distress, scratching at it relentlessly. The child, lacking the awareness of her own strength, left a series of bloody marks on her shins. Xie Shang felt a pang of concern and, disregarding the encroaching darkness outside, ventured out with a torch in search of mugwort. Perhaps the water brewed from the mugwort had some effect. After his bath, Abao soon ceased his tears and peacefully drifted off to sleep in his bed. The following morning, Xie Meng was roused by the sound of Su Yueshi's anguished cries. "Abao! Abao!" Su Yueshi wept uncontrollably while holding Abao in her arms. "My dear, what has happened to you?" Xie Meng felt a sudden pang of anxiety in his heart. He swiftly rolled out of bed and exclaimed, "Mom, what has happened to Abao?" Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua were startled awake, their eyes fixed intently on Su Yueshi. Abao was burning with fever, remaining silent despite my calls. Her lack of response left Su Yueshi trembling with anxiety. "What should we do? A child's fever can be perilous, and without antipyretics, what are we to do?" Could she have lapsed into delirium? Desperation washed over Su Yueshi as she surveyed the people within the cave. "Let me take a look," Xie Shang offered, gently cradling Abao in his arms, attempting to soothe her. "Abao, please wake up," but Abao showed no signs of recognition. "I'll try," Xie Meng interjected, taking Abao from Xie Shang and pressing his face close to hers. The warmth radiating from Abao's cheeks was akin to flames, and the air exhaled from her nose felt scalding against Xie Meng's skin. Chapter 48. You Must Be Preserved. Xie Meng nervously swallowed, carrying Abao outside the cave, only to discover that Abeo's face was already flushed. "What should we do?" Su Yueshi, upon seeing Abeo's face, finally broke down in tears, lamenting, "Everything seemed fine last night. Why didn't I notice sooner? Mom, please calm down. What matters most now?" Xie Meng reassured Su Yueshi. Cooling down, Su Yueshi took several deep breaths, affirming, "Yes, cooling down." Xie Shang brought a towel soaked in well water, wrung it out to a damp state, and placed it upon Abeo's forehead. He inquired of Su Yueshi, "What could have caused this sudden fever? Could it be a chill?" The sweltering weather rendered such a notion improbable. Xie Meng suggested, Might be a case of food poisoning? At last, Tsuyueshi regained her composure, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she bravely suppressed the urge to cry. She unfastened Abeo's clothing to examine her body closely. Upon removing her trousers, Tsuyueshi and Xie Meng beheld a distressing expanse of swelling on Abeo's left leg, a full circle larger than the other, marked by numerous blood streaks. It could be inflammation, Tsuyueshi choked out. You hold her tightly. I shall seek out some herbs. We must resort to traditional remedies. I will accompany you, Xie Meng replied. Xie accompanied Tsuyueshi to the mountains in search of medicinal herbs, leaving Xie Meng and Zhang Xiaohua at home. Zhang Xiaohua, observing Abeo in a state of near collapse from the burn, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Over the past few days, he had come to regard Abeo as his own sister. What can I do to help? Zhang Xiaohua inquired. You go boil some water in the cave. I'll call for you if needed, Xie Meng gently reassured Abeo. In the distance, Xiao Guai seemed to sense the unusual happenings of the morning, whimpering restlessly, flying up one moment and aimlessly scuttling on the ground the next. Xie Meng assumed it merely wished to play, leaving it unattended. Xie Meng's heart was a tumultuous storm, her nails incessantly digging into her palm. She harbored a suspicion, one she dared not voice in the presence of Xie and Tsuyueshi moments ago. If Abeo's wound were merely inflamed, it would be manageable. However, if it were infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xie dared not continue his thoughts. He replaced the towel for Ub, which was warm when he removed it. Ub, are you awake? Xie Meng pried open Abeo's mouth and poured water inside, but the water was quickly expelled. Usually composed, Xie Meng was on the verge of tears, imploring Abeo, please drink some water. Abeo lay in Xie Meng's embrace, a soft bundle, voiceless and still. First, he applied anti-inflammatory herbs to Abeo's wounds, then used a small spoon to administer her medicine. After an entire afternoon of bustling about, the family finally remembered to have breakfast. Xie Meng was unaware of how the day had slipped by, and by nightfall, Abeo remained unresponsive. The family clung to hope, taking turns to watch over Abeo, yearning for the moment he would open his eyes. On the third night, Abeo still had not awakened, nor had his fever subsided. Tsuyueshi realized that tears would not mend their plight, and she simply sat by the bedside, weeping silently. You've been busy all day. You should rest. I will keep watch, Xie urged. Tsuyueshi silent, stubbornly seated, unmoving. A tide of fear engulfed her instantly. In a panic, she reached for Abeo's back, where only a faint warmth lingered, a testament to his once vibrant life. Tears streamed down her face as she held Abeo tightly, weeping until her voice faltered. Was it to be a repetition of past tragedies? Xie Meng pondered. No, this time, Abeo must remain by her side, by any means necessary. The blade plunged deeply into flesh, blood cascading in droplets, which Xie Meng collected in a small bamboo tube. Mother, you should rest. Abeo has me to care for him, Xie Meng said, concealing her wound beneath her sleeve. After much persuasion, she finally lulled the family to sleep before retrieving the tube of blood. In her previous life, she had heard that by the late stages of the apocalypse, humanity had acquired a certain understanding and research regarding this virus, with some even resorting to heinous experiments. This virus had the ability to control the human brain. Scientists had serendipitously discovered that those infected could astonishingly regain mobility, even though their brains had ceased to function. Their bodies could move as freely as those of a living, and due to the absence of any resistance during the viral invasion, their mutation rates slowed dramatically, allowing them to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Thus, some deliberately infected the unconscious, hoping to acquire a semblance of a living corpse. Notably, during that time, there had been instances of success. Xie Meng's hand trembled as he grasped the bamboo tube. Abeo, would you be frightened if your sister were to employ such a method to keep you by my side? Xie Meng drew out a small knife and pressed it against Abeo's slender arm. He exerted force, yet he could not bring himself to make the cut. Large, glistening tears cascaded down his face, and within the cave, the sound of his stifled sobs was distinctly audible. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the cave's entrance, prompting Xie, Tsuyueshi, and Zhang Xiaohua to spring to their feet in an instant. With a sudden flick of his hand, Xie Meng's knife fell to the ground, kicked beneath the bed. What happened? Xie Meng inquired hastily. Quickly, go check by the door, Su Yueshi urged Xie Shang. The sound of flapping outside the cave continued unabated, growing increasingly frantic. Xie Shang raised the torch and glanced outside the door, where a fluffy white figure appeared before him. It was Xiao Guai. Xie Meng hurried over to open the door. Xiao Guai flapped its wings, struggling to crawl inside, and finally tumbled onto the ground. Zhang Xiaohua quickly blew on the fire, igniting the flames and illuminating the surroundings. Xie Meng finally discerned the wounds adorning Xiao Guai's back, wings, and legs. Some of the injuries bore dried blood, matted with fur, while others still oozed fresh crimson. Xiao Guai's front legs were tightly clasped together, as if grasping something, but upon noticing Xie Meng, they relaxed their grip. Xie Shang directed the torchlight towards the scene. Chapter 49. Saving a Bao. Little Guai unfurled its claws, revealing a translucent membrane of pale white. Perched upon its talons was an oval-shaped object, approximately the size of a ping-pong ball, which had developed a small fissure, allowing a transparent viscous fluid to seep out, resembling that of an animal's egg. Xie Meng reached out to touch it. It was thick and slippery. What do you want me to do? He inquired of Xiao Guai. Xiao Guai gently nudged the egg with her mouth, then began to lick her own wound slowly. The onlookers were perplexed by this peculiar scene. Xie Meng speculated. Are you suggesting that this object could be beneficial for Abeo's injury? With a soft whimper, Xiao Guai nodded in affirmation. Amon, do you truly believe it will work? Xie Shang inquired anxiously. I cannot be certain. Animals possess an innate ability to seek out medicinal herbs, Xie Meng replied. Given that Abeo remains unconscious and we have no alternative methods, I feel compelled to give it a try. What exactly is this object? Sui Duexi questioned, her gaze fixed upon the cracked item in confusion. Zhang Xiaohua interjected, if it is indeed an herbal remedy, that would be fortunate. However, if it turns out to be something else, it could exacerbate Abeo's condition. It resembles a snake's egg, in my opinion. Xie Shang gently prodded the object with his fingers. Its outer shell was soft to the touch. He then illuminated it with a torch, revealing that a significant portion of the interior was filled with liquid, while a shadow loomed at the center. Xie Shang immediately deduced that this must indeed be a snake egg, as he could discern the shape of the hatchling within. However, Su Yueshi remained somewhat apprehensive, as she had not heard of snake eggs possessing anti-inflammatory properties. Xie Meng gently peeled back the wound on Xiao Guai, examining it closely before speaking. The injury appears to be inflicted by a snake, which suggests that this egg is likely a snake egg. I have never heard of snake eggs being poisonous. Perhaps we should give it a try. Even if it proves ineffective, it may not yield any adverse effects. Noticing that Su Yueshi and Xie Shang offered no objections, Xie Meng picked up the slightly damaged snake egg from the ground and placed it into a bamboo bowl. He dipped a bamboo sliver into the viscous liquid atop the egg and carefully applied it to Abeo's swollen wound. After applying the remedy, a little more than half of the liquid remained, and Xie Meng was unsure how to dispose of it. Suddenly, Xiao Guai tapped the snake egg with its forepaw and then licked its paw clean. Do you mean to say that the remainder should be consumed? Xie Meng inquired. Upon seeing Xiao Guai nod in affirmation, Zhang Xiaohua swallowed hard, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Meng, is this even edible? You must be cautious. What about cooking it? Su Yueshi suggested. Xiao Guai shook its head and repeated its previous motion, indicating a preference for it to be eaten raw. Xie Meng surveyed the group and remarked, Meng, are you certain this method will work? Su Yueshi, suppressing her discomfort, diluted the snake egg liquid into a large bowl. Fortunately, the baby snakes within the egg had only formed a thin membrane and had not yet fully developed. Once disturbed, the membrane dissipated. Su Yueshi held the bowl, feeding Abeo spoonful by spoonful. In his unconscious state, Abeo grimaced as he swallowed the entire concoction. After this ordeal, everyone found sleep elusive, sitting together in the cave. Awaiting the dawn, Xie Meng fetched scissors, strips of cloth, and crushed herbs to tend to Xiao Guai's wounds. Xiao Guai, you ventured out for 2 days and nights, enduring so much pain just to find medicine for Abeo? Xie Meng spoke to Xiao Guai in a casual manner. I previously misjudged you. I apologize. Xiao Guai obediently leaned against Xie Meng's feet, softly whimpering. Thank you, Xiao Guai. If Abeo recovers, you will have saved another life in our family, and I promise to treat you well in the future. As dawn broke, the mist lingered, and morning soon arrived. Just before daybreak, Xie Meng leaned against her knees for a brief rest. Upon waking, she noticed the morning light streaming into the cave, casting dappled patterns on ground. Looking up, she was met by Abeo's round, wide eyes, unwaveringly fixed upon her. With delight, Xie Meng exclaimed, Abeo, you're all right, sister. Abeo called out in a sweet, childish voice. Abeo, I am overjoyed. You are finally safe. Father, mother, Xie Shang, and Su Yueshi, utterly exhausted, had succumbed to slumber upon the table. At the sound of Xie Meng and Abao's voices, they jolted awake. Su Yueshi swiftly gathered Abao into her arms, holding her tightly. My dear child, you have nearly driven your mother to despair. Thank heavens you are safe. Thank heavens. Xie Shang was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. Abao, having narrowly escaped disaster, was cherished by her family, who treated her as if she were a fragile treasure, fearing she might slip from their grasp or dissolve in their embrace. Xie Meng speculated that it was the mosquito bites on that day that led to her illness. Therefore, she collaborated with Su Yueshi to create a small mosquito net from Raimi, ensuring that Abao would no longer be disturbed by bites during the night. This act saved Abao's life, and Xiao Guai became a cherished hero in the household. Xie Meng took meticulous care of it, personally taking Xiao Guai out each day to forage and play. Gradually, Xiao Guai's injuries healed. Now that Xiao Guai had recovered, Xie Meng endeavored once more to exert her mental control over it. However, this time, as Xie Meng closed her eyes and released her mental energy, a dense layer of white mist began to materialize in her mind, within which a vague silhouette emerged. In the past, whenever she utilized her mental power, the surrounding mutated entities would present themselves clearly, akin to a marking system that could distinctly differentiate between mutated beings and ordinary creatures. This must be Xiao Guai. Xie Meng's heart filled with joy, further solidifying her belief that Xiao Guai was indeed a mutated entity, perhaps even a highly advanced one. Xie Meng opened his eyes, and Xiao Guai continued to frolic on the ground as if nothing had transpired, occasionally leaping into the air with a modest flutter. Regardless of how many attempts she made, the outcome remained unchanged. Yet, she did not succumb to discouragement. After all, it was through challenges that one's spirit could be elevated. Days turned into weeks, and Xie Meng diligently trained his mental fortitude in this manner, though the shadow in his mind showed no signs of transformation, neither vanishing nor becoming clearer. While he could not exert control over Xiao Guai's antics, she grew increasingly obedient with each passing day, fostering a unique bond between them akin to that of a master and pet, where sometimes a mere glance sufficed for communication. In truth, in such circumstances, the necessity of mental power became irrelevant. Before long, summer began to wane, and the poet arrived as anticipated. In the evening, the sun set ablaze across the sky, casting a fiery glow, while a ragged old man limped along the path towards this side. Chapter 50. The poet joins. Xie Meng gazed from afar, a warm current rising within him. The familiar figure before him was none other than the poet. Xie Meng was unaware of the poet's name, having never truly lived himself. He had wandered here in the second year of the apocalypse. Initially, Xie Meng's family was preoccupied with their own survival, unable to offer any assistance to the poet. The poet lingered in the cave for 2 days before departing. He treated Xie Meng with the warmth of kinship, and Xie Meng regarded the poet as a grandfather. In the ensuing years, the poet was tormented by illness, ultimately succumbing to his afflictions. Now, equipped with the means to aid him, Xie Meng would not allow the poet to depart again. Xie Meng sat quietly on the hillside, awaiting the arrival of the poet. The crow serves as the eyes of the rainy night, while humanity traverses backward in the downpour. The crow serves as the eyes of the rainy night, while humanity traverses backward in the downpour. The old man murmured incantations as he walked along the path to the rear of the hillside, where he beheld the silhouette of a figure against the setting sun, exclaiming in astonishment, Unexpected, truly unexpected. Xie Meng lifted her head and beheld an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a face etched with deep wrinkles, particularly the furrows on his forehead, resembling the profound channels of a rice field. "You have finally arrived," Xie Meng remarked. The poet, somewhat unsteady, raised his head and inquired with intriguing curiosity, "Child, did you know I was coming?" "Indeed, I knew, and I have been awaiting your arrival," Xie Meng replied. The poet gazed at her with kindness, exclaiming, "I have never encountered such a hospitable soul before. From what you just said, you must be a poet as well. How is it that you know so much?" The poet expressed his astonishment. Xie Meng leaped down the slope and approached the poet to offer his support. "Peach Blossom Land welcomes you. You need not wander anymore." Upon hearing Xie Meng's words, the elder did not delve further, believing it unnecessary to scrutinize every matter. "Indeed, I have roamed for several years, and then suddenly a virus erupted, causing me considerable distress," the poet remarked as he walked. "What place is this now?" "South City," Xie Meng inquired. "From where did you embark?" Xie Meng had long been aware of the poet's origins. Lingxi Town was the former name of the nation's capital, the epicenter of its political, economic, cultural, and technological life. Situated over 1,000 kilometers away, it was here that the virus initially erupted, and the ensuing fluctuations began to propagate. "Everything has changed, utterly transformed," the poet remarked enigmatically. "Are you suggesting that Lingxi Town has altered?" Xie Meng replied, "Indeed, it has changed. It now lies in desolation, utterly unrecognizable. The capital, swept away by the fluctuations, had morphed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any traces of humanity. The hillside, once adorned with verdant grass, had been converted into meticulously arranged vegetable plots, behind which stood 3 earthen brick houses in the process of construction. One of these structures was larger, featuring 2 rooms, while the other 2 were modest single-room dwellings. A line before a cave. Xie and Zhang Xiaohua were still stacking bricks on a house when they spotted Xie Meng assisting an elderly man approaching them. Zhang Xiaohua, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who is this?" The old man appeared kind and gentle. "I'll explain later. He will be living with us from now on," Xie Meng replied. "Why is there suddenly an additional person living with us?" Xie questioned, perplexed. "Isn't it more curious that this place has unexpectedly revealed a human presence, especially one we have never encountered before?" Zhang Xiaohua remarked. "Indeed, that makes sense." Xie nodded in agreement, preparing to ask further, but Xie Meng had already walked away. "But he's just an old man. He can't be of much help," Zhang Xiaohua pondered, his mind racing with questions. "That only illustrates Xie Meng's kindness. He cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Let us not dwell on it. We should focus on our work," Xie said as he picked up a brick and resumed stacking. Unbeknownst to him, the elderly man, despite his age, possessed a wealth of skills, and much of Xie Meng's current abilities and insights were cultivated under the old man's guidance. Xie Meng prepared hot water for the poet, who, after bathing, donned a fresh set of garments and devoured a hearty meal with great enthusiasm. Subsequently, Xie Meng guided him on a tour of the cave's surroundings. The poet, patting his full belly, was filled with contentment and gratitude. "Child, though I do not comprehend why you have taken an old man like me, I am advanced in years and possess little strength to assist you. However, I solemnly swear that I shall not be a burden to you." "Very well," Xie Meng nodded. "For when calamity strikes, humanity should not stand alone. It is far better to unite in resistance." Having familiarized himself with the environment, the poet expressed his satisfaction. "It feels as though I have visited this place in a past life." Xie Meng smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. He introduced his companion to the peculiar creatures he had been nurturing, cautioning him not to venture too close. "I had heard of others raising such anomalies on the road, yet none seemed as obedient as yours," the poet mused. "Perhaps this could offer humanity a novel perspective on survival." A few days later, the house was completed, though the roof remained bare, covered only by thatch. Zhang Xiaohua and the poet occupied separate dwellings, while Xie Meng's family resided in a 2-room structure. The house was modest, merely serving as a place for rest, as cooking and firewood gathering continued in the cave. While the poet was unable to perform heavy labor, he took a particular delight in gardening. During the day, Xie and Zhang Xiao ventured out to hunt, while Xie Meng and the poet remained at home to toil. The poet meticulously arranged the vegetable patches into neat plots, filling them with wild greens, rising before dawn each day to water and fertilize them. He also created a small pond nearby, populated with fry he had caught from the river. This time, it seemed as though the poet had awakened a latent agricultural talent. In just a few days, he transformed the home environment, cultivating a variety of vegetables and surrounding the house with a substantial fence adorned with flowering vines. Little Guai appeared quite delighted, spending each day flitting above the vegetable patch, endlessly entertained. Perhaps this was facing the mountains, the warmth of spring and blooming flowers. The poet remarked. Chapter 51. An assault by wild boars. The corn in the field at the foot of the hill was gradually becoming ready for harvest. However, Xie Meng noticed a peculiar phenomenon in recent days. A considerable number of corn stalks were being trampled daily, and the corn itself was left in a state of disarray, while the sweet potatoes had been uprooted, leaving numerous holes in the ground. If this continued, they would have nothing to eat come harvest time. Initially, Xie Meng suspected that someone had fled to this area, but after observing diligently for several days, he realized that was not the case. It was undoubtedly the work of wild boars, Xie asserted. Xie glanced into the fields and remarked that it might not be a wild boar after all. If we don't catch it, the vegetable patch will be thoroughly ravaged, Xie Meng commented. However, wild boars are quite formidable. Capturing one could be perilous, Xie replied. With so many of us, we are surely capable. If we succeed, we could enjoy an extra meal. How delightful. Zhang Xiaohua chimed in from the side. Xie pondered for a moment and resolved to construct several simple yet effective pits specifically designed to capture wild boars. After the traps were set, Xie Meng made it a daily ritual to inspect them each morning. However, after 3 consecutive days, the pits remained undisturbed, while a significant portion of the vegetable garden was ravaged. Xie Meng had not even glimpsed a shadow of the wild boar. In an effort to safeguard her vegetable patch, she resolutely chose inaction, spending her days waiting on the hillside alongside the poet for the elusive creature. After several days, she rose early one morning to inspect her garden. Just as she approached, a gray shape darted swiftly across a corner of the plot, followed by a rustling sound, as the wild boar bolted into the forest. After several days of observation, Xie Meng finally discerned the boar's habits. It typically emerged at dawn and dusk when no one was around to root through the earth. Armed with this knowledge, Xie Meng, along with Xie and Zhang Xiaohua, stationed themselves strategically at 3 points, while Xiaohua excitedly trailed behind her, unaware of her intentions but brimming with enthusiasm. We are hunting, Xie Meng remarked to Xiaohua. However, the wild boar proved to be quite cunning. Upon detecting the presence of humans, it would not venture forth. They waited from dawn until noon, yet returned empty-handed. Perhaps we should consider alternative methods, Xie suggested. Let us craft a scarecrow to deter the wild boar. Xie Meng realized that the shotgun was out of ammunition, and she lacked any other effective tools for capturing wild boars. The most prudent course of action was to drive them away. She had hoped for a more bountiful meal. Zhang Xiaohua departed in disappointment. Xie Meng and Xie casually fashioned a rudimentary scarecrow from weeds, adorned it with a vibrant piece of tattered cloth, and planted it in the field, thereafter dismissing the matter from their minds. In contrast, Xiao Guai seemed to comprehend Xie Meng's intentions, frequently fluttering over to observe their actions. At times, exhausted from flight, it would silently perch upon the treetops, hanging there in quiet repose. After several days of not seeing Xiao Guai pestering her to play, Xie Meng felt a twinge of surprise. It wasn't until one day when Xiao Guai suddenly soared down from the slope, whimpering at Xie Meng, that she realized it had spotted a wild boar. Xie Meng stealthily approached and soon spotted a 200-pound wild boar digging for sweet potatoes. She hurriedly summoned Xie and Zhang Xiaohua. The 3 of them, armed with pitchforks, crept forward from 3 different directions, inching closer to the wild boar. The boar was still fervently rooting in the soil, oblivious to their approach. Taking advantage of the moment, Xie thrust his fork forcefully towards the wild boar. The wild boar swiftly reacted, making a hasty escape. Zhang Xiaohua seized the opportunity positioning himself in the direction of the boar's flight, and lunged at it with his fork. The wild boar, displaying remarkable agility, evaded his attempts twice, bolting once more towards Xie Meng's direction. Xie Meng's reflexes were remarkably swift. In an instant, he lunged towards the wild boar's head with his spear. Realizing it could not escape from this side, the boar quickly turned and sought a gap to charge through. However, no matter from which direction it attempted to flee, it was met with an impenetrable blockade. The wild boar dashed frantically within a tightening circle formed by 3 individuals. As they constricted their formation, the boar's attempts to evade became increasingly frantic. "Be cautious. The wild boar possesses immense strength," Xie Meng warned. Trapped, the boar found itself under the combined assault of the 3, who thrust their weapons towards it. With a roar, the boar was struck by a spear. Desperately searching for an escape route, Xie Meng thrust forward with all his might, but the wild boar swiftly evaded his attack. "Xiaohua, grab the sack," Xie Meng commanded while fending off the boar. Zhang Xiaohua retrieved the sack from his waist, unfurling it and attempting to drape it over the boar's head. The wild boar, sensing its impending capture, began to unleash its brute strength. Xie Meng thrust a fork into the belly of the wild boar, which, bellowing in rage, forcefully twisted away and charged towards Zhang Xiaohua. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Xiaohua hastily draped a burlap sack over the beast, obscuring its vision and inciting it to thrash violently. With a swift leap, he grasped the wild boar's head tightly. However, the creature, with its cumbersome form, twisted forcefully and flung Zhang Xiaohua aside. "Quickly, block that direction. Do not let it escape," Xie Meng urged fervently. Yet, Zhang Xiaohua had no time to rise, and the wild boar, shaking off the burlap sack, bolted towards the unimpeded route. At that instant, a swift silhouette descended, gliding low across the back of the wild boar. With a sharp sound, blood erupted forth. The wild boar emitted a piercing howl, as if driven mad, and darted away at an astonishing speed. Xie Shangfei dashed out, and in a moment of desperation, hurled the fork, which struck the wild boar's back with precision. The boar, agitated, twisted its body, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, moving with a swiftness akin to that of a rocket, nearly impossible for a human to pursue. Just as Xie Meng believed the boar would surely escape, Xiao Guai shifted direction mid-air and lunged toward the boar with an unimaginable speed. With a powerful swipe of its forepaw, it brought the boar crashing to the ground. The boar, however, quickly regained its footing and charged forward once more. Xiao Guai, undeterred, pursued relentlessly, outpacing the boar significantly, consistently blocking its path. When the boar attempted to strike, Xiao Guai gracefully soared into the sky, evading the attack, and as the boar sought to flee, it would descend to deliver a sharp clawing, appearing to toy with a prey that was already destined to be captured. Xie Meng gazed at Xiao Guai's confident and relaxed demeanor, suddenly perceiving it as a natural-born hunter. The wild boar was being led in circles by Xiao Guai, frantic and bellowing incessantly, while the escape route ahead was completely blocked. In a moment of desperation, the wild boar turned and charged fiercely towards Xie Meng. "Meng, watch out!" shouted Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua in unison. Xie Meng was watching Xiao Guai tease the wild boar when he suddenly saw the beast charging towards him. Although his mind registered the danger, his body remained paralyzed, firmly rooted to the ground, incapable of movement. The force of the wild boar's onslaught was formidable. Many individuals had met their demise from such collisions, with internal organs often violently expelled. As a fierce gust of wind rushed past him, the hairs on the back of Xie Meng's neck stood on end. Time seemed to slow as he helplessly witnessed the phantom of the wild boar drawing ever closer, his pupils dilating in terror. Chapter 52. The Emergence of Xiao Guai's Abilities. Certain doom awaited him. Xie Meng held such a thought. The wild boar's speed of attack is remarkably swift. From the moment Xie Meng perceived the threat to when it charged directly before him, merely 2 seconds elapsed. In unpredictable and tense situations, the human body often struggles to respond in time, and Xie Meng found himself in precisely such a predicament. Upon witnessing the scene, Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua rushed forward to push Xie Meng aside. However, it was already too late, for their speed paled in comparison to that of the wild boar. Just as the boar was about to collide with Xie Meng, he caught sight of Xiao Guai's silhouette swiftly darting through the sky. Resembling a dark curtain that enveloped Xie Meng, Xie Meng felt a sharp pain in her shoulders as her body sank. She had been lifted by Xiao Guai, who had grasped her firmly by the shoulders. This time, unlike previous encounters, Xie Meng was held tightly, elevated to an unprecedented height. As she looked down at the ground, a shiver ran down her spine. The ground appeared oddly flat, with everything upon it seeming to shrink by a degree. The wild boar exerted all its strength, charging forward only to find itself tumbling headlong into the earth. Upon witnessing the moment when Xie Meng was mentioned in the air by Xiao Guai, both Xie Shang and Zhang Xiaohua were utterly astonished, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Xiao Guai swiftly dove towards the ground, with Xie Meng gripped tightly. Plummeting almost at the velocity of free fall, her soul seemingly unable to keep pace with her body, as a prickling sensation enveloped her entire being. "I have a fear of heights," Xie Meng screamed inwardly. The two individuals on the ground, captivated by the spectacle, momentarily forgot their objective. Their hearts racing as they looked up, the wild boar suddenly flipped over and dashed into the forest. With a long cry, Xiao Guai released Xie Meng onto the ground and instantly pursued the direction of the fleeing boar. The trio had entirely forgotten their intention of capturing the wild boar, now fervently engaged in a frenzied discussion about the recent occurrence. "What has transpired? Did you ascend to the heavens?" "I ascended." "Do you realize how high you soared?" "What exactly is Xiao Guai? If you were to fall from such a height, you would undoubtedly become a mere puddle of flesh." Thankfully, Xiao Guai held on tightly. As they gradually regained their composure, Xie Meng remained in a state of shock. Despite her prior understanding of Xiao Guai's abilities, it had only ever lifted her to a modest elevation, never to the height of 2 stories. Xie Meng placed a hand upon his chest, yearning for his breath to come more easily. "Where's the wild boar?" Zhang Xiaohua inquired. It was then that the group realized that both the wild boar and Xiao Guai had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest to their left, a series of anguished pig cries echoed through the air. By the time they hastened to the source of the sound, the wild boar's wails had faded into a haunting silence. They beheld the wild boar, its body drenched in blood, lying lifeless on the ground, while Xiao Guai stood nearby, pawing at the boar's abdomen, extracting its bloodied entrails. With a curious sniff, it began to devour the viscera with ravenous delight. The gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers who had rushed to the scene. "Did you not only consume the red berries?" Xie Meng exclaimed incredulously. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Guai paused, lifting its head cautiously and gazing at him, gently prodding the warm entrails of the boar with its paw, an expression of seeming imploration crossing its face. "So, you do not merely feast upon red berries, but rather all things red and fresh?" Xiao Guai, with its clear, innocent eyes, observed Xie Meng with caution before ultimately nodding in affirmation. Xie Meng was nearly amused to the point of laughter. He had initially believed he had finally raised a docile herbivore, only to discover that this creature was remarkably feral. At the very least, it could have left him a morsel. Xie Meng did not blame Xiao Guai, for whether it consumed meat or plants was a matter of its natural habits, especially since it had procured the wild boar through its own efforts. Nevertheless, it had indeed captured such a sizable wild boar for them. They could allow it to feast on the entrails. Xie Shang cautiously approached, ensuring that Xiao Guai harbored no intentions of aggression towards him, before carefully dragging the boar from the ground. This wild boar was exceedingly heavy. They had truly struck luck. Zhang Xiaohua observed that Xie Shang was struggling to manage it alone, so he hurried over to grasp the other hind leg of the boar. A single large wild boar would be sufficient to sustain all 6 of them for quite some time, and any surplus could be cured into dried meat. Xie Meng gazed at Xiao Guai, who was covered in blood, her brow furrowed in concern. She bore no intention of reproaching Xiao Guai, despite her surprise at the revelation that Xiao Guai consumed animal entrails and her uncertainty regarding whether Xiao Guai indulged in human innards. However, given that Xiao Guai had rescued her countless times, including just moments ago, she perceived Xiao Guai as benevolent towards humanity, at least harmless to herself. Alas, You've made yourself so filthy. Must I be the one to bathe you? Xie Meng sighed, lifting a water bucket. You are, after all, adorned in pure white fur. Xie Meng doused Xiao Guai with a bucket of water, rendering the creature thoroughly soaked, as if treating a fierce, unknown beast as a docile pet. Subsequently, Xie Meng meticulously began to lather Xiao Guai's fur. Xiao Guai, resembling a cat that relishes baths, obediently stood still, allowing Xie Meng to glide the soap over its body, generating a frothy lather. Spread your wings, Xie Meng commanded. Xiao Guai complied, unfurling its wings, while Xie Meng diligently scrubbed them as well. After a few more buckets of water to rinse away the suds, the task was complete. Xiao Guai's fur clung tightly to its body, presenting a bewildered expression akin to that of a drenched chicken. Aren't you capable of flight? Take to the skies and dry off your feathers, Xie Meng suggested. Xiao Guai indeed spread its wings and soared upwards, circling gracefully through the sky. Xie Meng rubbed her shoulders. Although the area where the little one had scratched her was unbroken, it still ached slightly. The little one always rescued her in such a manner. Reflecting on this, Xie Meng seized a needle and thread to stitch a shoulder pad for herself. Once the shoulder pad was completed, the little one's fur had dried perfectly, and it fluttered down to rest upon a stone. Xie Meng repeatedly stroked the soft fur of Xiao Guai, which was pure white, fine, glossy, and supple, a top-quality coat. He grasped Xiao Guai's front paw, took out a pair of scissors, and said, I will trim your nails. Remember to inform me when it hurts. Xiao Guai gazed at the gleaming scissors, trembling slightly. Xie Meng paid no heed, extending its webbed feet to attempt clipping the sharpest tip of a nail. Xiao Guai remained perfectly still, exhibiting no signs of distress, seemingly unopposed to the nail trimming. Thus, Xie Meng proceeded with swift precision, and upon completion, smoothed the edges with a whetstone. Chapter 53. Soaring with Xiao Guai, let us try again, Xie Meng suggested to Xiao Guai. Obediently, Xiao Guai spread its wings and ascended slowly. After a gentle circuit in the sky, it descended to grasp Xie Meng's shoulders, lifting her aloft. This time, fortified by shoulder pads and the smoothing of Xiao Guai's grip, Xie Meng felt little discomfort in her shoulders. As she was lifted higher, a profound sensation of weightlessness enveloped her. Glancing down, she realized that Xiao Guai had carried her to the summit of a cave. The strength of Xiao Guai was markedly greater than during their first encounter, and its hold felt considerably steadier. Xie Meng would forever remember that initial flight, where Xiao Guai nearly sent her tumbling in a most ungracious manner. How high? Xiao Guai, you must hold on tightly. Xie Meng quivered, her voice trembling. Ah! Xie Meng watched in horror as the ground loomed closer, her spirit nearly escaping her body in fright. Below, the others were occupied with butchering pork and preparing vegetables. Upon hearing Xie Meng's cry, they all looked up in concern. Xie Meng, what are you up to now? Su Yueshi shouted, her voice laced with worry. Be careful, Xie Shan exclaimed, arms outstretched as he rushed towards the spot where Xie Meng was descending, ready to catch her should she fall. To their surprise, Xiao Guai did not release her. It only playfully startled Xie Meng before changing direction and soaring towards the treetops once more. Xie Meng, startled, squinted her eyes and exclaimed, Little Guai, if you tire, be sure to set me down. As branches of various trees whizzed past her feet, Little Guai expertly navigated, ensuring that Xie Meng evaded any collisions. Suddenly, Little Guai made a sharp descent, plunging into the depths of the forest. Ah! Xie Meng cried out, gazing at the gaps within the woods below. This was 1,000 times more terrifying than an airplane taking off or landing. Initially, Little Guai flew steadily, but upon entering the forest, it became a whirlwind, flapping its wings erratically to dodge obstacles. Xie Meng felt disoriented, her palms beginning to sweat. Fortunately, she knew Little Guai would not abandon her. Otherwise, she would surely meet her demise here. The scenery around her shifted rapidly, and after a considerable time, she finally overcame her fear, embracing the exhilarating sensation of flight. The foremost feeling was one of unparalleled freedom. As a child, she had always dreamt of soaring like a bird. Humanity had achieved this dream through airplanes. Yet she was realizing it through little Guai, experiencing it as though she were flying herself. The various little birds in the forest were startled by the sudden appearance of the enormous creature, flitting from the trees with chirps and flutters. Xie Meng and Xiaoguai soared through the sky alongside the birds. At first, Xie Meng was utterly terrified, but now she found herself lingering with delight. Even as she stood firmly on the ground, her body felt weightless, as if she might soar into the sky at any moment. Good little one. Xie Meng affectionately patted the head of the small creature, plucking a handful of red berries from the tree and feeding them to it. The small creature nestled beside Xie Meng, savoring the berries with a look of pure contentment. I want to play too. Let me have a turn, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, leading a Bayo towards Xie Meng with eager eyes. No, Xie Meng replied firmly. How stingy. Zhang Xiaohua pouted, turning away in disappointment. Sister, I want to play as well, a Bayo chimed in, reaching out to grab the small creature's soft fur, preparing to climb onto it. Not like that. Xie Meng quickly intervened, preventing her from actually mounting. Bayo, we'll play another time. The little one is tired now. Be good. Xie Meng coaxed gently. All right then. I'll behave, Bayo mumbled, a hint of disappointment in her voice. And what about me? What about me? Zhang Xiaohua asked anxiously from the side. You want to play so much? I fear the little one might refuse to take you and leave you dangling in midair, which would surely end in a messy tumble, Xie Meng teased. Despite Zhang Xiaohua's playful tugging at its fur, the small creature remained unfazed, responding with warmth towards Zhang Xiaohua. Coming quickly, it's time to eat. Su Yueshi called from within the cave. All right, enough play for now. Let us head inside, Xie Meng urged. Zhang Xiaohua took Bayo's hand, and together they stepped into the cave. Xie Meng approached the poet's dwelling and knocked gently on the door, calling out, Grandfather Poet, it's time for dinner. Coming, replied the poet as he set aside a pile of inscribed leaves and rolled off his bed. The delightful aroma wafting through the cave was irresistible. The wild boar had been expertly skinned, butchered, and simmered to perfection in less than half a day, emanating a fresh and enticing fragrance. Today's dish featured pure lean meat, finely chopped and seasoned with salt and spices, then wrapped in the leaves of the tung tree and roasted over an open fire. A departure from the usual preparation methods. As Su Yueshi unveiled the wrapped leaves, a mouth-watering blend of braised meat and rich spices filled the air, the tantalizing scent permeating every corner of the cave. Unable to contain himself, I was instantly captivated by the promise of an unparalleled delicacy. Zhang Xiaohua slurped eagerly, flattering. It's all thanks to my Aunt Su. Otherwise, I would never have the chance to savor such exquisite fare in my lifetime. Each person received a bowl of the braised meat, and as soon as Zhang Xiaohua took his, he disregarded its heat and devoured it ravenously, resembling Zhu Beiji feasting on ginseng fruit. Watching Zhang Xiaohua's voracious appetite, Su Yueshi couldn't help but chuckle and teased. Little fire, with such an appetite. How can you still be so thin? Andy, it's just my skinny genes. No matter how much I eat, I never gain weight, Zhang Xiaohua replied, grimacing from the heat. Xie Meng chuckled softly, tearing off a small piece of meat and blowing on it before offering it to Ub. He then took a piece for himself, and as the stewed meat entered his mouth, the aromatic blend of spices filled his nostrils, compelling him to savor each chew. The stewed meat, unlike boiled or stir-fried variants, offered a diverse array of flavors depending on the cut. The outer layer was golden and crisp, exuding a unique meaty fragrance with a delightful chewiness, while the interior was tender and juicy, melting in the mouth, perfectly complementing rice. The poet, overwhelmed by the exquisite taste he had not experienced in years, was moved to tears. It is simply divine. Poet, please share with me the tales of your journey, Xie Meng urged. Chapter 54. The Poet's Secret. The poet, burdened by a wealth of untold stories, found his voice unleashed by Xie Meng's inquiry, pouring forth like a torrent. What has become of Lingxi town? Xie Meng inquired with curiosity. It lies in ruins, nothing but desolation, the poet lamented, his eyes dimming. The scientists there vowed to hold the line, refusing to abandon the technological center, even at the cost of their lives. Many perished, with half fleeing and the other half remaining. Their current fate remains unknown. In a post-apocalyptic world, Xie Meng had never before encountered the concept of scientists. Regardless of the era, scientists have always been at the forefront of humanity. A notion that feels alien and distant to individuals like Xie Meng, who are merely scraping by. Before her rebirth, she had never heard a poet mention Lingxi Town, which is part of the capital, Lanjing, let alone the esteemed Lingxi Technology Center. The Lingxi Technology Center is a sanctuary for the world's most advanced scientists. When discussing the Lingxi Technology Center, Xie Meng's tone inevitably infused with admiration and pride. "Are you familiar with the Lingxi Technology Center?" the poet inquired, observing Xie Meng's diminutive stature with curiosity. "Even university students in our country might not be aware of such a place. How do you know of it?" Indeed, the Lingxi Technology Center is a clandestine term known primarily to those associated with it. Today, people refer to it as the Lanjing Science Base, a name that carries significant weight. The Lingxi Technology Center constitutes the very heart of the Lanjing Base, having existed for nearly a century, leading the world in technology. It serves as a cradle for the discovery and cultivation of national scientists, and it remains the most coveted destination for scientists worldwide. All notable scientists in the country either emerged from or are currently affiliated with that prestigious institution. Xie Meng became acquainted with this name during her previous life, when she fortuitously heard a broadcast from the Lingxi Technology Center urging all surviving humans to proceed to, although she missed the most crucial information. The name of the Lingxi Technology Center lingered in her memory. Later, through inquiries, she learned that scientists there had established secure bases across the nation and were calling for survivors to gather. "Oh," Xie Meng smiled faintly, dismissively replying, "I heard from others." Fortunately, the poet was engrossed in his own musings and did not delve deeper. The earth was now a landscape of wounds. What direction should humanity take? "Poet, do you believe we can endure this calamity?" Xie Meng inquired. "I do not know," the poet replied, gazing at the golden, crispy stewed meat in his hands. He took a vigorous bite, chewing thoughtfully, tears glistening in his eyes. How much longer could he savor such delectable fare? In this idyllic sanctuary, how long could they sustain themselves? His words resembled a rhetorical question, tinged with a sense of melancholic affirmation. With a heavy sigh, the poet recited ultimately, "Only annihilation is eternal. Death is not the end of all, but rather a beginning." The group, who had previously indulged in the stewed meat, fell silent upon hearing the poet's somber words, a wave of desolation sweeping through the cave. Sensing the eerie stillness, the poet chuckled lightly, attempting to lighten the mood. "Of course, let us not borrow trouble from the future. We should cherish the present. Our future is promising. After all, scientists have suggested the possibility of escaping Earth." Escaping Earth? That's more absurd than humans living to an average of 120 years. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Feeling the odd atmosphere once more, no, just. Poet, how did you come to know about the scientists?" Xie Meng suddenly asked. The poet paused. "I came from there, so I'm aware. Along the way, I have heard much news. A new calamity is emerging, spreading from the places where humans gather. Even concrete and steel cannot withstand it. The most prosperous cities across the nation have been engulfed, reduced to ruins, something more perilous than a virus. What could possibly consume steel and concrete? Waves?" Xie Meng interjected suddenly. "There is a name for it. Waves." The others in the cave listened to Xie Meng and the poet's conversation with a sense of confusion, unable to interject. Xie Meng felt a sudden jolt within. For according to the timeline, the fluctuations were not expected to manifest for at least another 2 years. Could it be that they had already emerged in the heart of the city? From Xie Meng's knowledge of her previous life, fluctuations were more terrifying than any virus. Lacking a definitive form, they appeared merely as an irregular mass of black mist from a distance, permeating everything. Inside, there might be something, or perhaps nothing at all. After all, no one had ever emerged alive from that shroud of darkness. Furthermore, fluctuations were not singular. They were slowly generated in countless clusters, potentially arising from anywhere. Even at the time of Xie Meng's demise, scientists had yet to decipher how fluctuations originated or from where they sprung. In her past life, Xie Meng had never engaged the poet in such discussions and was oblivious to the fact that the poet possessed a certain understanding of viruses, fluctuations, and the technological center. It was now apparent that he was acquainted with cutting-edge scientific conjectures and the nomenclature of fluctuations, yet he remained reticent about his own origins and name. He could not be an ordinary individual. The poet spoke little more. After their meal, he silently retreated to his modest earthen dwelling. Based on Xie Meng's observations from both her previous and current existence, the poet was, in fact, quite introverted, rarely communicating with others, always laboring in solitude, and seeking refuge in quiet corners once his tasks were completed. He often scribbled and sketched upon the ground, only to erase his markings afterward. Or he would venture into the woods to gather leaves, etching words into them, yet he never allowed Xie Meng to see what he inscribed. When she inquired, he merely claimed to be writing poetry. Previously, Xie Meng naively believed he was a genuine poet. Now it seemed he merely aspired to be a free-spirited bard. After their meal, Xie Meng was outside digesting. Suddenly, the wooden door behind her burst open, and the poet charged forth. To be or not to be? Child, would you care to try? What does that mean? Xie Meng was perplexed. Although I am subjectively pessimistic, from an objective standpoint, we can survive until the end of this generation, the poet remarked. Despite the current chaotic state of biological species, I firmly believe humanity possesses the means to address the grave consequences of this predicament. I'm sorry, I don't understand, grandfather. Xie Meng responded, raising her hands in exasperation. What I mean to convey is that when humanity unites, it yields boundless strength. All those scattered must establish connections with one another. Reaching out to the scientists. The poet's speech often seemed disjointed, and Xie Meng began to suspect that his prolonged solitude had hindered his ability to articulate thoughts coherently. If she grasped the essence of his message, she ought not to remain in this idyllic sanctuary, but should venture forth to seek out other surviving humans. This aligned perfectly with her own thoughts. She had always felt that to resist the fluctuations, a sufficient number of people must come together. However, the time before the fluctuations descended upon this place was still lengthy, and moreover, her current abilities were insufficient to sustain herself alongside other survivors. I understand, grandfather poet, Xie Meng replied. As autumn approached, the cicadas continued their incessant cacophony, a multitude of voices erupting within the forest, each cicada seemingly giving its all to cry out. Xie Meng found his spirits utterly dampened by the incessant cacophony of cicadas. In recent days, the vegetables in the garden had been nearly consumed, but fortunately, other crops were soon to be harvested. When the time comes to collect the seeds, a second round of planting could commence. The wild boar meat had been meticulously sliced into strips, suspended on a rope to dry, alongside an assortment of meats from various animals, each taking on unique shapes. Xie Meng, unable to consume all at once, decided to hang the bamboo rats to dry, preserving them for the winter. Upon encountering Xie Meng, Xiaoguai halted, tossing a bamboo rat before her, stirring a cloud of dust. What is it? Xie Meng inquired as she picked up the freshly captured prey, carefully avoiding the gory parts and brushing off the dust. Woo-woo. Xiaoguai, restless, nipped at the half-sleeve of Xie Meng's garment, tugging insistently while flapping its wings incessantly. Do you wish for me to accompany you? Having spent ample time with Xiaoguai, Xie Meng had long since discerned its various habits and temperament, easily guessing its intentions. Please allow me to set down the meat first. Xie Meng turned, tossing the bamboo rat to Zhang Xiaohua, who was just stepping outside, peeling off the skin before hanging it up. She then pivoted, sprinting in the direction Xiaoguai had flown. After nearly 2 hours of intermittent running, having strayed far from the cave, Xie Meng found herself breathless, struggling to discern her bearings. Xiaoguai, are you jesting with me? She gasped, leaning against her waist, desperately inhaling. Noticing Xie Meng's hesitance, Xiaoguai shook its head, extending its forepaw to grasp Xie Meng's shoulder, lifting her effortlessly. Initially, Xiaoguai soared swiftly, but as they approached a particular location, its pace began to slow, and it flew lower. Xie Meng meticulously scrutinized the forest, seeking any unusual signs amidst the dense thickets of trees. The curious behavior of Xiaoguai undoubtedly stemmed from its discovery of a predicament beyond its comprehension. Only then did Xie Meng realize, with a pang of regret, that he had neglected to summon his father. Even a mere knife would have sufficed in such a situation. Xiaoguai swooped down, nearly skimming the ground, before abruptly halting, gently setting Xie Meng down and concealing itself within a cluster of reeds. Before Xie Meng could comprehend the situation, he felt a sudden constriction around his waist. Xiaoguai extended her nimble, white tail, wrapping it around Xie Meng and pulling him into a pile of straw. Fortunately, there was a soft, furry body beneath, preventing him from landing unceremoniously. Xie Meng anxiously lifted his head, parting the dense thicket of straw to create a narrow opening. And in the distance, he observed several women approaching from the right, moving slowly. The women bent down to the ground, searching for something, occasionally using their hoes to dig through the decaying leaves, rummaging within. Xie Meng gazed upon the women, and suddenly recognized them as those who had once been part of their group. So this was the reason why Xiaoguai had summoned her. Yet how had they ended up here? At that moment, Xie Meng overheard one of the women remark, "So many have perished. Are we not nearing our end?" Another woman inquired, "Do you think Xie Shang and his family are truly alive?" "They must be alive," came the confident reply. "But were it the mutated creatures or Xie Shang's family that caused their demise?" "It's hard to say," was the uncertain response. The women continued to dig in the ground while engaging in animated discussion, speculating about the circumstances of Xie Shang's family. Then Xie Meng heard someone propose, "If Xie Shang's family is indeed thriving, should we not seek refuge with them?" "Indeed, with all the men gone, how are we to survive in such dire times?" lamented one woman. "What nonsense! We women can fend for ourselves," scolded the leader among them. "We cannot overlook the physiological differences between men and women. Who can withstand the mutated creatures?" "I believe Tang Xiao has a point. Perhaps we should seek asylum with Xie Shang's family," another suggested. "Huh," the leader scoffed. "Do you not think that Gang and his group have caused enough trouble? No one will take us in now. Moreover, in such a vast area, where would you even search for them?" "Gujia, let us seek them out for the sake of your child," Tang Xiao urged. "Our group began with over 100, but as the men perished, only women and children remained. Now, as women are gradually succumbing too, what are we to do?" "I do not wish to die," cried one woman in despair. "I do not care. I will find them," Tang Xiao retorted vehemently. "I would rather face death at the hands of another than fall prey to the mutated creatures. Xie Shang's family seems to be doing well. Surely they would take us in?" Chapter 56. The surviving women seek to form a coalition. What is meant by take us in? It should be termed forming a coalition, for we are not devoid of labor. After listening to their words, Xie Meng surmised that mutated creatures had suddenly appeared in Shaojing village at night and had attacked them. During their escape, several individuals had perished, leaving only 6 women and 3 children remaining. Once the group of women finished excavating their findings, they began to make their way towards Xie Meng. Xie Meng wished to remain undetected. Thus he gently patted Xiaoguai's head and whispered, "Fly over and divert their attention." The wings unfurled amidst the thatch, producing a soft, rustling sound. The women ahead, startled, fixed their gaze upon this direction, scarcely daring to breathe. Xiaoguai spread her wings wide, rising to her feet, and emitted a threatening sound. A mutated creature. The women across the way instantly erupted in shrieks, with 3 quick-thinking individuals abandoning their baskets and fleeing. The remaining 2 women, though gripped by fear, remained composed. Instead of fleeing immediately, they scrutinized the thatch intently. "Wuxue, what is that?" Gujia asked, her voice trembling. "I've never seen anything like it. It must be a mutated creature." The woman named Wuxue, visibly anxious, clutched Gujia's arm tightly. "Is there something else beneath?" Gujia, suppressing her fear, peered into the thatch. "It doesn't seem like it intends to attack us. Perhaps we should approach and investigate." "Have you lost your mind? Let us leave while it's still unresponsive." Wuxue tugged at Gujia's sleeve, attempting to lead her away. However, Gujia, possessing a bold spirit, pushed Wuxue aside and began to stride towards the source of intrigue. Xie Meng gave a playful slap to Xiaoguai's backside, prompting Xiaoguai to flutter its wings vigorously, toppling a swath of surrounding bushes. Then, it soared into the air, heading directly toward Wuxue and Gujia. "Ah! Help!" Wuxue emitted a piercing scream, pulling Gu Jia along as they fled. Gu Jia, momentarily stunned by the scene, stumbled a few steps before realizing the urgency of their escape. As she observed the figure approaching, Gu Jia suddenly recalled that it was the daughter of Xie Meng, known as Xie Meng. No, Gu Jia's gaze darkened. That was Xie Meng's eldest daughter. Judging by the circumstances, she was not a captive, but rather had control over that creature. Gu Jia deduced from the recent events that she was aware of their presence and had undoubtedly overheard their conversation. Are you suggesting she commands that mutated being? Wu Shui was taken aback, utterly astonished by the notion. How else would you explain it? Gu Jia silently noted the direction in which the creature had flown and then declared, I've changed my mind. What do you mean? Wu Shui inquired. If we are to survive this ordeal, we must ally ourselves with Xie Meng and his group, Gu Jia stated resolutely. Even if it means begging on our knees. So be it. Upon returning to the cave, Xie Meng was blissfully unaware that her presence had been compromised. She merely recounted her encounter with the women to Xie Meng and Su Yueshi. Little did they anticipate that 3 days later, the cave would be graced by an unexpected influx of visitors. What? Xie Meng stood at the cave's entrance, taken aback by the sight of 6 women and children who had come as a family unit. The women and children pointed toward the vegetable garden below, chattering excitedly in tones rife with envy. Look at their harvest. Why can't we grow vegetables like that? If we could join forces with them, our future would be secure. In the next moment, Xie Meng and Xiaoguai positioned themselves at the top of the slope, blocking their path. Do not approach, Xie Meng said coldly. And with a mere thought, the surrounding white demonic flowers rapidly grew, their branches slithering toward the women before halting just in front of them. Ah! Help! The group was paralyzed with fear, scrambling in a chaotic flurry. Only Gu Jia and Wu Shui remained rooted in place, though shaken. Gu Jia's child had begun to cry from fright, yet she held them firmly in place. You're Xie Meng, aren't you? I know you won't harm us. Gu Jia spoke with a calm demeanor, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her inner trepidation. If you had wished, you could have acted yesterday. Upon witnessing the mutated plants, Gu Jia and Wu Shui finally grasped the extent of Xie Meng's abilities, which further solidified their resolve to follow her. Kneel, Gu Jia commanded, knowing that without Xie Meng's approval, they could not cross the slope. The women and children, as if rehearsed, knelt in unison before Xie Meng. They had anticipated a fierce struggle for territory, yet this unforeseen turn of events startled Xie Meng. The others within the cave, alerted by the commotion outside, emerged to witness this spectacle, collectively taken aback by such a display of submission. Oh dear, this won't do. This simply won't do, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, retreating in astonishment. What? So many people? Xie Meng, Su Yueshi, and the poet found themselves equally bewildered. Gu Jia and Wu Shui were astonished to realize that not only had Xie Meng's family survived, but they had also taken in 2 more individuals, bolstering their confidence. Please, take us in, the women implored, prostrating themselves on the ground in desperation. None of them had witnessed such a scene before. Xie Meng had never experienced anyone kneeling before her, leaving her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Su Yueshi glanced at the women with their children, her heart heavy with compassion, yet she refrained from speaking further, recalling that these women had once been complicit in driving her family from their group. Yueshi, I know we were wrong before, but we had no choice, Tang Xiao pleaded, immediately kneeling before Su Yueshi. That was a matter for the men. We women have no say in it. Indeed, Yueshi, as women, please help us, Wu Shui beseeched. As long as you keep us, we will do anything for you. We can work tirelessly for you. Yes, yes. Wouldn't it be safer for us to live together? You may rise, Xie Meng said. If you do not agree to our terms, how can we dare to stand? One woman cried, tears streaming down her face. Please save us. We truly do not wish to die. The women wept uncontrollably. Xie Meng, what do you think? Su Yueshi asked, pulling the still-dazed Xie Meng closer. Though these individuals had previously opposed her family, they had not committed any heinous acts compared to the men. Xie Meng harbored no fondness for them. Yet she could not ignore their plight when she had the capacity to help. The women beseeched everyone before them, only to realize that all eyes were fixed upon Xie Meng. Though they were filled with uncertainty, they understood that Xie Meng held the power to make the final decision, and thus they anxiously awaited her response. Xie Meng scrutinized the women and their children, recognizing that their survival until now must indicate some remarkable qualities. At the very least, they were exemplary representatives of neutrality. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Meng finally spoke. "You may remain, but you must adhere to our regulations." Gu Jia immediately responded, "Of course, we shall comply. As long as you permit us to stay, we will follow your lead." Expressions of gratitude erupted among the women as they fervently thanked Xie Meng for the affirmative response. First and foremost, do not approach the plants near the cliff's edge. They are mutated. Additionally, you must not touch the two small animals I tend to. Xie Meng enumerated several prohibitions, serving as a warning that her capabilities far exceeded theirs. Harbor no malicious intentions, for should any harm befall you, I cannot guarantee your safety. Yes, yes, the group eagerly nodded in agreement. Originally, our provisions could sustain us for 6 months, but with your addition of 8 individuals, our supplies will last no more than 2 months. Therefore, during this period, we must venture out to procure new resources, having decided to allow them to stay. Xie Meng generously offered her resources for their mutual benefit while calmly assessing the current situation. Very well, as long as we have a place to stay. We dare not wish for more. Tang Xiao clasped her hands together humbly, accepting Xie Meng's terms. The women were overwhelmed with relief, tears streaming down their faces. We are saved. At long last, we have a home again. As they moved their belongings into the cave, they marveled at the surrounding environment, and upon witnessing Xie Meng's stockpile of resources, they were left speechless. My goodness, so many supplies. I haven't seen this much in 2 years, and instant noodles. One woman exclaimed enviously. Shoo, keep your voice down. Those are her possessions. We must not even think about them. If you desire any, you may accompany her on future missions, and they will come to you naturally. Wu Shui cautioned. Xie Meng overheard their conversation and couldn't help but marvel at Wu Shui's emotional intelligence. Recognizing that she understood the importance of not coveting what does not belong to her, it was no wonder that despite having a family to care for, they had managed to survive until now. Wu Shui, these items must have been found in the county. Tell me, how is it that the Xie family is so formidable? Tang Xiao whispered, tugging at Wu Shui's sleeve. I don't believe it's just the Xie family that is impressive. Gu Jia interjected into their discourse, casting a glance at Xie Meng. It is his daughter who is remarkable. How so? Tang Xiao inquired. Did you not notice that Xie Meng only proposed we stay because they agreed? Moreover, that girl harbors secrets. Those untouchable mutated creatures are presumably nurtured by her. This might be the reason why they have managed to remain unscathed thus far, Gu Jia speculated. That makes sense. Tang Xiao and Wu Shui acknowledged in unison. No wonder I found them all rather peculiar. Despite having 2 adults, they let a teenage girl take charge, Wu Shui remarked. Who knows? It seems those mutated creatures are protecting them, Gu Jia suggested. Protecting? How strange. I've never heard of mutated creatures obeying humans, Tang Xiao mused, then conjectured. Could it be that they have struck some sort of pact with the mutated creatures, wherein the creatures safeguard them in exchange for human prey, luring the living here to feed them? Perhaps that's how Cheng Gang and the others met their demise. Tang Xiao was startled by her own thoughts. Upon looking up, she found Gu Jia and Wu Shui gazing at her, as though she were simple-minded, their disdain shimmering in the dim light of the cave. If you're not bright, don't make wild guesses, Gu Jia coldly retorted. We may be unaware of Xie Meng's secrets, but she is undoubtedly extraordinary. If we wish to survive, we must heed her. Oh, Tang Xiao responded, sulking as she returned to her tasks. Soon, newcomers filled the cave, all industrious in their efforts. After organizing their belongings, they saw Su Yueshi cooking and, fearing they would be deemed useless, eagerly offered to help. Ultimately, under the competition of 5 women, they prepared a feast of unprecedented abundance in the past 2 years. With their inclusion, the workload for Xie Meng's family diminished significantly. Every day before dawn, the 5 women diligently prepared breakfast for everyone and then set out early with their hoes, tending to the ditches, tilling the soil, watering plants, washing clothes, and cooking, tasks that no longer required Xie Meng's concern. In their spare time, they even ventured out together to chop trees and harvest reeds for thatching their huts. After a few days, they successfully constructed a grass hut that could accommodate them all. And in that time, they had fully integrated into this new way of life. One evening, as Xie Meng reclined on a stone to cool off, Zhang Xiaohua approached, counting the dwindling food supplies on her fingers, lamenting, "Mengzi, at this rate, we will soon be left with nothing." "You don't seem worried at all. Without them, we could have lived comfortably for quite some time," Zhang Xiaohua replied. "I know," Xie Meng said. "Knowing isn't enough. We need to devise a plan," Zhang Xiaohua urged. Xie Meng had indeed pondered this issue. Wild vegetables in the forest had been nearly exhausted. Hunting animals had become increasingly difficult, and relying solely on their manual labor to cultivate crops was insufficient. The rate of production fell far short of consumption, and ensuring everyone as hunger was sated was no simple task. After contemplating, Xie Meng gestured with her hands and stood up, declaring, "By my calculations, it is time for us to head to the city." "Ah, so sudden?" Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback by Xie Meng's impulsive decision. "Tonight, we shall convene," Xie Meng called out. After dinner, the children settled into the thatched hut while all the adults gathered around an oil lamp. The dim light illuminated Xie Meng's youthful yet resolute face as she succinctly announced, "I have a plan. We shall depart for the county in 3 days." "What?" The group was caught off guard. "Ameng, are we really going again?" Su Yueshi expressed her concern. "Truthfully, you all know we must go. Whether we leave sooner or later makes no difference," Xie Meng replied calmly. "Ameng, should we reconsider? I believe our current food supply is sufficient," Xie Shang protested. "Indeed, Ameng, Xie Shang is right. There's no need for haste," Gu Jia voiced her dissent. Having just settled into a semblance of peace, Tang Xiao became anxious, exclaiming, "The city is a place that devours people. We are but a group of women, Ameng, and you are still young. Do not speak so boldly." Wu Shui assumed Xie Meng was merely a youthful dreamer, boasting about her slight abilities and directing them. Yet it would ultimately be they who bore the brunt of any consequences. Finally, a younger woman, Xiao Qing, timidly spoke up, "You are the captain, or is it Xie Shang who leads?" A larger woman, Ah Fu, scoffed disdainfully, "Yes, you are just a child. Can your words truly hold weight?" Ah Fu had been dissatisfied since joining, believing it absurd that a mere 13 or 14-year-old girl would lead them, a matter of life and death. With this in mind, Ah Fu added, "Child, you are too naive to lead." "What are you saying?" Zhang Xiaohua immediately objected upon hearing the belittling remarks about Xie Meng. "Do not underestimate our Ameng. Her capabilities surpass all of yours. If not for her in the county." "Enough, do not say more," Xie Meng interrupted, casting a cold glance at the women. "Do you all contest this?" The women lowered their gazes, falling silent, yet Xie Meng could sense their simmering discontent beneath the surface. Gu Jia stole a glance at Xie Meng. Since entering the cave, she had been curious about the girl's abilities. Why had Xie Shang entrusted his daughter with the role of head of the family? Despite the girl's apparent maturity, she did not seem particularly remarkable. Now, Gu Jia was eager to witness Xie Meng's true capabilities. Having lived 2 lives, Xie Meng had matured into a mentally adept adult. She was well aware of the women's sentiments. Contemplating this, a slight smirk tugged at Xie Meng's lips. So they wished to see her true prowess, did they? Very well, she would oblige them. Xie Meng maintained a calm demeanor as she secretly gathered her mental energy. Outside the cave, the white demon flower received a signal and began to grow wildly, its branches trembling and swaying continuously, sprouting new shoots that converged towards the cave. The individuals inside the cave heard an unusual rustling sound and were momentarily oblivious to the situation. A hint of incredulity flickered in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. "Meng, I recall you weren't this formidable before. Can you now command your will at will?" With a cold smirk, Xie Meng picked up an oil lamp and rose to open the small door of the cave. Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Countless branches intertwined, forming a massive shadow that surged into the cave like a flood. Instantly, everyone's pupils dilated, their eyes filled with terror. "Ah! Help!" The women, having never encountered such a scene, screamed and huddled together, trembling in fear. "Spare me! Spare me!" Even Su Yueshi and Xie Shang were taken aback by the spectacle. "Meng, please be quieter. The children are asleep." Su Yueshi feigned calmness. Did she truly expect her mother to shield her? Xie Meng's anger flared, her brow furrowing. What are you doing? She shouted, pointing at Afu. As if sensing her fury, the white demon flower instinctively extended numerous branches, twisting them into coils that shot toward the Fu. As the monstrous appendages lunged at her, Afu cried out and, with sheer force, pushed Su Yueshi towards the oncoming branches. Afu! No! Gu Jia exclaimed, realizing the impending disaster, but it was too late. Weakened, Su Yueshi was propelled forward by the robust Afu. As she saw her mother on the verge of colliding with the branches, Xie Meng's pupils constricted, and her mental energy surged forth. An unprecedented pressure enveloped everyone. Only a few resilient branches wrapped around Su Yueshi, gently placing her on the ground. In the wake of this scene, the onlookers were left shaken. Observing Xie Meng's cold, merciless expression, Gu Jia was drenched in sweat, acutely aware that Afu had crossed a line. In the next moment, the branches twisted together again, ensnaring Afu's plump form and lifting her into the air. Help! Afu screamed as she was violently flung away. Meng, she didn't mean it. Please spare her. Gu Jia rushed forward to plead. Are you asking me to have my mother shield you from harm? Xie Meng's gaze was as profound as a dark abyss. No, spare me. Afu looked at Xie Meng in disbelief, realizing the gravity of her misstep. As panic set in, she scrambled to her feet and lunged towards Su Yueshi. Yueshi, I didn't mean it. Please save me. Xie Meng stepped forward, blocking Afu's figure. Afu looked up in terror, and under such oppressive pressure, no one dared to utter a word, as if they were all awaiting Xie Meng's decree. Even Su Yueshi, typically the soft-hearted one, remained silent, her gaze icy towards her. After the recent incident, anger surged within Xie Meng. Had she not swiftly subdued the white demoness, their mother would have already succumbed to the venom of the plants. What a nuisance! Xie Meng cursed under her breath. The white demoness ensnared Afu and flung her outside the cave. Amon, Yueshi, grant me another chance. Afu cried out in desperation, pleading fervently. Amon, please, give Afu another opportunity. We have finally gathered together and cannot let something trivial lead to bloodshed. Wu Shui cautiously interjected, observing Xie Meng's stern countenance. Wu Shui bowed her head in silence. Rewarding enmity with kindness, Xie Meng declared as she exited the cave, gazing down upon Afu from her elevated stance. If there is a next time, do not blame me for casting you out. Afu swallowed hard, finally regaining her composure, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as she pitifully responded, All right, I understand. Gomein, Xie Meng replied coolly. Afu stood, dusted herself off, and, under the watchful eyes of the others, entered the cave with her head bowed. Following this brief interlude, the atmosphere within the cave had become frigid, with Xie Meng silent. No one dared to speak. Strangely, the presence of a mere girl had managed to subdue their collective spirit. At last, Xie Meng broke the silence. Let us return to our previous discussion. I decided to venture out in 3 days. What do you all think? I concur. I agree as well. The 5 newly joined women, compelled by Xie Meng's authority, agreed almost without hesitation. In contrast, Zhang Xiaohua, Xie Shang, and Su Yueshi were somewhat reluctant, fearing the potential dangers that lay ahead. We cannot remain passive, Xie Meng asserted. In this apocalyptic world, risk is inevitable. I agree. The previously silent poet raised her hand. My plan is for a portion of the group to stay in the cave to safeguard our home while the others set out for the city in 3 days. Xie Meng continued. Who will go to the city, and who will remain in the cave? Tang Xiao inquired cautiously. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's question, Afu immediately turned her gaze to Xie Meng, anxious that she might be designated to venture into the city. Xie Meng had long sensed the piercing gaze of Afu, as if it were capable of boring a hole through him. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, he said, Those with great abilities enter the city. Father, little fire. Xie Meng extended his index finger, pointing at individuals one by one, causing a tremor of unease in those selected. I, Tang Xiao, Gu Jia, and Wu Shui. There were 6 of us venturing into the city, while the others remained to safeguard the home. Upon realizing that Xie Meng had not pointed at him, Afu's anxious heart finally found solace. The 3 women chosen for the task immediately harbored feelings of discontent. However, under the weight of Xie Meng's authority. They suppressed their urge to voice dissent. Why were they to stay behind? Wu Shui's tone was sharp as she gestured at Afu and Shaoqing, though her gaze lingered on Su Yueshi. My mother is unwell and needs to remain at home, along with another elder and 3 children. There is no question about that. Afu stated. At this juncture, Xie Meng paused for a moment. I do not fully trust her. I fear she might encounter danger and betray her comrades. Thus, Shaoqing and Afu will stay behind to care for them. Xie Meng spoke in a calm tone, her words direct and unembellished, leaving Afu blushing with embarrassment. Gu Jia, Wu Shui, and Tang Xiao appeared to be more astute and capable. I, along with Zhang Xiaohua and my father, constituted the core of our group. Xie Meng analyzed methodically. All right, let me speak first. She gestured for them to remain patient. Accompanying us was Xiao Guai. Upon hearing her name, Xiao Guai, who had been curled up in a corner, lifted her head and surveyed the group. Xiaohua possessed a motorcycle, hence we would split into 2 groups for our journey into the city. The first group comprised myself, Xiaohua, and Gu Jia, while my father, Tang Xiao, Wu Shui, and Xiao Guai would take the road. In case of danger, Xiao Guai would provide an early warning, granting you ample time to escape. What? Initially, the plan seemed reasonable, but when Xie Meng mentioned that it would take at least 3 days, everyone was taken aback. Will it really take that long? Is it safe? Su Yueshi inquired anxiously. No way. Gu Jia and her companions were filled with resistance. Have you ever led a team before? This isn't child's play. In truth, Xie Meng harbored another crucial reason for entering the city. She sought to locate other survivors. And if she could uncover information regarding scientists from Lingxi Technology Center, that would be even better. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I hope you trust my judgment, Xie Meng said earnestly. If danger arises, I will do my utmost to protect you. Her, a girl of 13 or 14, protecting us? The group was puzzled. Chapter 60. Entering the city as a team, observing the 13 or 14-year-old girl articulate such mature sentiments, vowing to safeguard everyone. The group felt a dissonance between her words and her youthful demeanor. Yet, inexplicably, the fear within them diminished somewhat in light of Xie Meng's declaration. After a brief meeting concluded, the fire was extinguished, and everyone retired to their thoughts, drifting into slumber. The following morning, everyone began preparing for their venture into the city according to Xie Meng's instructions. They sharpened iron rods into weapons on stones, crafted pointed sticks from tree branches, and prepared enough food for 6 individuals for 3 days, ensuring Xiao Guai had provisions as well. Once all was completed, 3 days had passed. In the morning, the motorcycles were filled with fuel, and everyone gathered their belongings, ready for departure. As the first group to ride the motorcycles, Xie Meng and Zhang Xiaohua secured all the necessities for the journey onto the motorcycles, allowing the others to carry only minimal food and weapons. Before setting off, Xie Meng plucked a stem of white lilies from a slope and tucked it into her pack. The motorcycles sped along the main road, transitioning onto the highway and back off again, reaching the city in less than 3 hours. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of vehicles, human chatter, or even the chirping of cicadas. The streets within the city were crisscrossed, the traffic lights no longer flickered, and abandoned vehicles occasionally appeared in the landscape. Initially, upon spotting a wrecked car, Zhang Xiaohua excitedly halted to see if any were salvageable. But every vehicle was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Are you foolish? Cars on a roadside are surely unusable, Xie Meng remarked sarcastically. How we know unless we try? Perhaps we might stumble upon a stroke of luck, Zhang Xiaohua lamented. I had hoped to find a 4-wheeled vehicle to drive around the city. You were a mechanic in the city, right? Xie Meng suddenly recalled Zhang Xiaohua's profession. An apprentice. I haven't graduated yet, and my boss has already passed away, Zhang Xiaohua replied nonchalantly. When we pass by my boss's shop, I'll point it out to you. After a while, as the motorcycle slowed, Zhang Xiaohua indicated a small street on the right, saying, "This is where I used to work." Like all shops in the city, the sign was faded and the storefront was in disarray. Be cautious. Let's move quickly, Xie Meng urged. Where are we heading? You need to specify, Zhang Xiaohua replied. We need to find a residential area, preferably a dwelling in a narrow alley with a monthly rent below 800, one that included a yard, Xie Meng stated. What do you expect to find a landlord for rent under 800? Zhang Xiao questioned, puzzled. Those upscale residences and large establishments, such as malls, factories, and schools, are likely already occupied due to their sturdy construction and defensibility. Only the dilapidated homes in alleys remain, as no one dares to venture there, Xie Meng elaborated. Oh, now I understand your reasoning, Zhang Xiaohua replied, enlightened and slightly impressed. Xie Meng was not originally a resident of this city, thus he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, relying entirely on Zhang Xiaohua. After half an hour, Zhang Xiaohua indeed led him to a peculiar location. The motorcycle sped along the road, passing several bus stops and a vast open area shaped like a bird's nest, marked prominently with the words Automobile South Station on the main building. Knowing there must be people at the station, Zhang Xiaohua dared not linger and quickly traversed another 2 kilometers. Before them emerged a series of contiguous residential buildings, and Xie Meng glanced at the wall bearing the inscription Qinglong Community, Building 18. The motorcycle then veered into an alley between 2 buildings, twisting and turning before coming to a halt 10 minutes later. They had arrived at the front of a dilapidated residence, a mere 2 stories high, constructed of the most basic blue bricks and black tiles. The exterior featured a moderately sized courtyard, enclosed by a tall iron gate, which, while not severely damaged, adequately obscured the view from the first floor. Dismounting, the trio observed their surroundings for a moment. There was no sign of life, and they cautiously pushed the door open. The interior appeared quite decent. The lock on the door was broken, and Zhang Xiaohua easily pushed it open, uncertain of what had befallen the owner of the house. Xie Meng gazed at the empty room, a sense of melancholy washing over him. It seemed ransacked, and likely no one would return. We shall settle here. Xiaohua, go fetch them, he instructed. All right, Zhang Xiaohua replied, unloading the gear from the motorcycle before filling the tank with fuel. Be careful on the road, Xie Meng cautioned. Don't worry, I have a motorcycle. What could possibly go wrong? Zhang Xiaohua confidently assured him, patting his chest. After Zhang Xiaohua departed, Xie Meng and Gu Jia began to tidy the house. They first moved the furniture outside into the courtyard to block the iron gate, leaving only a narrow opening. Next, they concealed all visible areas of the courtyard from outside view. Once these tasks were accomplished, Xie Meng retrieved a branch of the white ghost flower from his pocket and planted it in the soil of the courtyard. A faded plastic bucket contained half a barrel of rainwater, which Xie Meng poured onto the earth, channeling his spiritual energy. Gu Jia, while drawing the curtains in the room, caught a glimpse of Xie Meng outside, hands clasped and eyes closed, engaged in some unknown activity. To her astonishment, the branch before him visibly elongated at an extraordinary rate, sprouting new leaves continuously. What a terrifying power, Gu Jia thought, stunned, as she continued to pull the curtains to shield the windows. In a brief moment, the white ghost flower had firmly rooted itself in the ground. Xie Meng gradually released his mental energy, while the white demon flower grew steadily and smoothly. For hours later, Xieshang, Tang Xiao, Wu Shui, Zhang Xiaohua, and Xiao Guai arrived outside the courtyard. At that moment, the white blossoms had climbed the courtyard walls, and Xie Meng lay on the bed, eyes closed, recuperating from excessive mental strain. Gu Jia glanced at Xie Meng, but refrained from disturbing him. She stepped into the courtyard, carefully avoiding the creeping vines, and moved aside the wooden table and cabinet that obstructed the entrance. What took you so long? Zhang Xiaohua urged. Come in quickly. As the courtyard door swung open, Gu Jia beheld the unharmed Wu Shui, tears of joy welling in her eyes as she grasped her hand and pulled her inside. Give us a hand, Zhang Xiaohua and Xieshang said as they maneuvered the motorcycle into the courtyard, subsequently securing the entrance once more, leaving only a small gap for passage. With this back and forth, afternoon had already arrived. They brought out the food and had a simple meal to replenish their strength. Xie Meng retrieved the lunchbox belonging to Xiao Guai, which contained a mixture of raspberries and animal entrails, exuding an unpleasant odor. Understanding the harsh conditions, Xiao Guai did not exhibit any pickiness and consumed the food with efficiency. Let us rest for an hour before venturing out, Xie Meng suggested. Agreed. The group arrived safely at the county town, encountering no dangers along the way, which alleviated their psychological burdens. With a courtyard of white flowers standing guard outside, they felt a sense of security and closed their eyes to rest. Chapter 61. The Acquisition of the Generator Xie Meng. Where are we heading next? Zhang Xiao inquired. Isn't there an elementary school across from the bus station? Xie Meng recalled spotting a sign for a school during their drive. Indeed, but what useful items could possibly be found in an elementary school? Zhang Xiao responded with disdain. Places with goods are often perilous. Let us first examine the school, for we may encounter unexpected treasures, Xie Meng replied. While the school might lack food, it could potentially house a generator, which was Xie Meng's true desire. After an hour of rest, the group felt rejuvenated. The school was merely 2 kilometers away along a straight path, and they could reach it swiftly on foot. Zhang Xiaohua concealed the motorcycle in a warehouse, covering it with various items, and tucked the keys into his pocket. After securing the courtyard gate, they set off toward the elementary school. Except for Zhang Xiaohua, the others were unfamiliar with their surroundings, so they followed him through the alleys, taking care to keep their footsteps quiet to avoid detection. Half an hour later, they safely arrived at the school's entrance. The gate was partially damaged, allowing both people and vehicles to pass freely. It should be safe inside. Let us enter, one suggested. As this was the first time for many to officially step into the town, they were cautious, attempting to minimize any noise. Directly opposite the school gate lay a large flower bed, behind which stood 3 teaching buildings. To the right, another 3 stood, while to the left sprawled a playground featuring 8 basketball courts. Beyond the playground were the gymnasium, the cafeteria, and several student dormitories nestled behind trees, along with a few small shops scattered about. Let us first head to the small supermarket, proposed Tang Xiao. No, we should locate a stronghold first, and then scout the surroundings, Xie Meng stated as he directed his steps toward the student dormitory. The dormitory appeared to be the safest area within the school, boasting numerous rooms with locks. Observing Xie Meng's departure, the others hurried to follow. After navigating through a small copse, they came upon the 6-story student dormitory. The entrance was unlocked, and as they stepped inside, a chilling draft greeted them. There was no elevator, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, Tang Xiao suddenly let out a short, sharp scream. Silence, Xie Meng reprimanded. The group turned to see Tang Xiao's face drained of color, her eyes wide with terror. Following her gaze, they discovered 2 lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor of a room. They were the remains of 2 elementary school students. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, although Xie Meng felt a twinge of apprehension. He maintained a composed demeanor as he cast a glance to either side before continuing his ascent. He intended to search the rooftop. If it proved unoccupied, they would utilize the ground floor. Very well, the others agreed. After each individual completed their search of a floor, they gathered a modest assortment of items, which they heaped into a single room on one of the levels. Xie Meng briefly inspected the collection, which consisted of bed linens, shampoo, body wash, and thermoses, items typical for students. While not essential, their presence was certainly preferable to their absence. Since we cannot carry all of this, we shall discard some, Xie Meng stated as he secured the door with a lock. Have there been any discoveries? The dormitory contained 3 sets of bunk beds, and with 6 individuals and a small dog, the cramped space felt exceedingly congested. No, the group responded in succession. For now, we shall divide into 2 teams to search for more supplies. Should any situation arise, signal immediately, Xie Meng instructed, producing 2 whistles he had recently retrieved from the students' lockers and handing one to Xie Meng, Zhang Xiaohua, and Gu Jia made their way toward the gymnasium, while the others headed toward the academic building. The school lay desolate, its structures in decay due to the absence of life. Dry leaves carpeted the pathways, and the occasional sight of skeletal remains could be glimpsed by the roadside. As Xie Meng entered the gymnasium, he found a glass door ajar, revealing remnants of children's belongings scattered about, suggesting that the calamity had struck unexpectedly, leaving the students no time to flee. A dry scent of rubber assaulted his senses, mingled with an undertone of mildew. Covering his nose, Xie Meng ventured into the dim interior, where only a sliver of light filtered in through the window across the room. Xie Meng instinctively placed his hand against the wall, seeking the light switch, only to realize it was obscured from view. Let us search casually, What treasures could possibly be found in a gym? Zhang Xiaohua replied with a tone of skepticism. The three of them rummaged through various iron racks, uncovering only badminton shuttlecocks, basketballs, and other sports paraphernalia, nothing of particular value. Unyielding, Zhang Xiaohua retrieved a barbell from the pile, suggesting it could serve as a formidable weapon. Let us ascend to the second floor, Xie Meng proposed, following the beam of light as he ascended the staircase. The second floor stood in stark contrast to the first, which was largely barren. It boasted several rooms and was considerably more illuminated than its predecessor. Xie Meng pushed open the doors one by one, discovering that aside from the office desks and some sports equipment, there was nothing else within. Moreover, everything appeared untouched, suggesting that no one had been there. Mengzi, what do you think this is for? Zhang Xiaohua inquired from a small room at the far end. Xie Meng approached and observed Zhang Xiaohua fumbling with a square machine, attempting to activate the generator. Upon seeing the bold letters on the device, a surge of joy filled his heart. A gasoline generator? I have no idea how to operate this, Zhang Xiaohua remarked. I can, Xie Meng replied, rummaging through the desk to find a few sheets of tissue with which he began to wipe the generator. You can operate a generator? You haven't even completed middle school. How could you possibly manage? Amidst Zhang Xiaohua's incessant skepticism, Xie Meng meticulously inspected the machine's components, discovering a barrel of gasoline tucked beneath the table. He poured it into the generator and flipped the switch. A low hum emanated from the machine as it sprang to life. After half a minute, he switched it off, exclaiming with delight, "It works. We must take it with us. With this generator, we will have access to electricity. Perhaps we might even receive messages from the Lingxi Technology Center." Thus, he concluded that their best course of action was to locate a vehicle. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in agitation. If there were a vehicle available, would it even come to us? In this apocalyptic world, vehicles were indispensable tools for survival, undoubtedly monopolized by the urban populace. Seeking a vehicle would inevitably lead to confrontations with them. Xie Meng was acutely aware that Zhang Xiaohua's concerns were not unfounded. With only a handful of them, they were ill-equipped to contend with the throngs of survivors in the city. They had to take things one step at a time, for they had already arrived. At that moment, Xiaoguai, who was on lookout outside, suddenly began to whimper, its wings striking the ground with a resounding thud. Something was amiss. Xie Meng dashed outside, and Zhang Xiaohua, along with Gu Jia, perplexed yet compelled, followed suit. Chapter 62. The garbage collector. Upon seeing Xie Meng and the others emerge, Xiaoguai leapt into the air, heading toward the nearby student dormitory. The group trailed Xiaoguai to a corner garbage station adjacent to the dormitory. There, a mountain of refuse loomed high, emanating waves of putrid odor that threatened to induce nausea. Xie Meng was choked to the point of tears. He scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Xiaoguai, what have you discovered? Why have you brought us here? Xiaoguai could not articulate a response. In a flurry of agitation, it rose to its feet, its front paws flailing wildly in the air. Look at it. There must be something wrong, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Xiaoguai had never erred in delivering warnings, and Xie Meng was acutely aware of this fact. Without hesitation, he grasped the whistle dangling from his neck and blew into it. Xie Meng refrained from acting impulsively, waiting until Xie Shang and the others arrived before recounting the sequence of events. There must be something around here. Let us search carefully, Wu Shui urged nervously. The group, suppressing their disgust, rummaged through the heap of refuse. As Xie Meng pushed aside a large cardboard box, she uncovered a whole shard of glass, clearing away more debris. A window manifested before her. Was it a car window? Quickly, clear the trash. Beneath lies a vehicle. Isn't it merely a garbage truck? What is there to be so excited about? Wu Shui questioned, puzzled. Why would a garbage truck be buried here? And why is there so much refuse? As if it hasn't been collected for a year? Xie Meng sensed something was amiss. It must mean the vehicle is broken, Wu Shui replied. Enough chatter. Let us hasten to clear the rubbish, Gu Jia interjected, nudging Wu Shui's arm to signal her to remain silent. The group toiled diligently, drenched in sweat, until they finally revealed the upper half of the garbage truck. Even so, it was evident that the vehicle bore no significant damage. This truck appears to be in decent condition, discarded amidst the refuse. as though someone deliberately concealed it to prevent others from using it. Zhang Xiaohua remarked. When was this truck placed here? Is there someone in this vicinity? Xie Meng pondered deeply. At that moment, Xiao Guai grew restless again, calling out while pawing at Xie Meng. Interrupted in her thoughts, Xie Meng glanced around, and suddenly, a shadow flitted past the window of the second floor of the student dormitory. Xie Meng gazed upon the mountainous heap of refuse and instantly comprehended the scene before him. The towering pile of garbage loomed 2 stories high, while a metal shed stood against the wall of the apartment building, perfectly matching its height. What had just flickered by was, in fact, a shadowy figure, lurking within the confines of the student dormitory. As Xie Meng and her companions conducted their search, this individual stealthily descended from the student dormitory and concealed himself among the refuse. Once Xie Meng departed, he ascended from the heap of garbage back into the building, a sequence of events that was fortuitously witnessed by Xiao Guai. The entire episode flashed through Xie Meng's mind like a bolt of lightning, prompting her to exclaim, "Someone is on the second floor. Apprehend him." I and Xiaohua ascended while instructing others to maintain vigilance below. Without a moment's hesitation, Xieshang seized Zhang Xiaohua and sprinted towards the entrance of the dormitory. Xiaoguai, go. Upon receiving Xie Meng's command, Xiaoguai took flight, circling around the student dormitory. Upon observing the individual swiftly scale a level, Xiaoguai immediately soared to a higher elevation. Xieshang and Zhang Xiaohua collaborated with Xiaoguai to corner the elusive shadow, ultimately driving it to the 6th floor. The two hastened up the stairs. The student dormitory featured 2 staircases connected by a corridor, leaving the shadow with no escape. It darted through the corridor, attempting to descend via the other staircase. Xie Meng, stationed below, observed the figure clearly, an emaciated middle-aged man. Upon seeing the silhouette in the corridor, Xiao Guai, in a fit of urgency, pressed against the apartment railing, attempting to grasp the man with its 4 claws. However, its expansive wingspan hindered its passage, causing it to stumble precariously close to falling. Regaining its composure, it soared once more and vigorously flapped its wings, striking the middle-aged man and sending him sprawling to the ground. The man, agile as a rat, quickly scrambled to his feet and slipped down the staircase. Evading the grasp of Xieshang and Zhang Xiaohua, the pair seized the man's arm and pinned him down, rendering him immobile. "Let me go. Release me," the middle-aged man protested, but his struggles were futile as he was escorted to the refuse station. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Gu Jia inquired. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? I've lived here all along, and you are the ones who intruded," the man retorted, his eyes rolling in anger. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience," Xie Meng replied with a sardonic smile, then let him go. Once released, the middle-aged man, realizing escape was futile, ceased his struggles. "My name is Lu Chong, and I am a cleaner at the school." "Ha!" Lu Chong scoffed. "You only brought a handful of people? Bold enough to come from a small town to the county. What is the matter?" Xieshang asked. "What is the matter indeed?" Zhang Xiaohua chimed in, visibly displeased. "The county has at least 2,000 people, and near the bus station, there are about 100. Don't be deceived by the silence here. Everyone is hiding, and you never know when they might emerge." Lu Chong gloatingly explained, "There are 2 teams, each with around 50 individuals. If you encounter them, you might just become their next meal. Then how come you are unscathed?" Zhang Xiaohua queried. "I sleep amidst the garbage. Who would dare to consume me? Who could even find me?" Lu Chong proclaimed with pride, only to realize, except for you, of course. "I truly wonder what brings you to this desolate place." "Hey, is this garbage truck yours?" Xie Meng pointed at a vehicle half buried in refuse, still seemingly functional. "Not at all," Lu Chong replied, kicking a mound of garbage beside the truck to reveal a flat tire. "See? It's broken. This is merely where I sleep. Didn't we pass several of these large trucks on our way? Can't you just replace the tire?" Zhang Xiaohua suggested. "Do you think I would dare venture out?" Lu Chong's face bore a cryptic smile. "I only go out at midnight to scavenge for food, to avoid them." "What?" Xie Meng asked, perplexed. "Ha ha," Lu Chong chuckled. "You just blew your whistle." Chapter 63. Surrounded? Oh no. Zhang Xiaohua realized they must have found out. Just then, a dozen individuals leapt over the school wall, with even more armed figures storming in through the entrance. "How did you evade them?" Xie Meng turned, only to find Lu Chong had vanished. The man had leapt into a sewer through an uncovered manhole. Quick, catch him! The crowd rushed to lift the manhole cover. But Lu Chong had already disappeared into the depths below. Devious! Zhang Xiaohua stomped in frustration. Run! Xie Meng scanned the vicinity and bolted toward the unoccupied area of the teaching building. The others hurried to follow, but after only a few strides, they faced another group armed with weapons rushing towards them. There are too many, Gu Jia exclaimed anxiously. Individuals surged from all directions, intent on encircling them. Xiao Guai, go! Xie Meng pointed toward the direction with the weakest attack. Xiao Guai charged forward, its foreclaws hooking the nearest assailant and sending him tumbling. With a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a force that toppled several adversaries. Ah, a mutated creature. It's a mutant. The crowd recoiled in terror, scattering in all directions. Xiao Guai had carved out an escape route, and Xie Meng and the others rushed toward it. Fear not. Slay them all, boomed the commanding voice of the man behind them. With reckless abandon, Xie Meng surged forward, the frantic footsteps behind him closely pursuing. Xiao Guai valiantly held back their pursuers, its wings stirring the air with a whooshing sound. Bang! The gunshot rang out, causing everyone to instinctively flinch. Woo, woo! Xiao Guai let out a tragic cry. Xiao Guai, run! Xie Meng shouted, helplessly watching as the leading man once again aimed his weapon at Xiao Guai. With agility, Xiao Guai sidestepped the bullet, swiftly lowering itself to the ground, arching its body like a bow, its wings beating forcefully, creating a tempest that lifted dust and dry leaves into the air. Oh, cough, cough! Cough, cough, cough! Clouds of dust swirled in the air, and those behind inhaled deeply, their eyes and noses filled with particles, leading them to cough violently. A strong metallic scent of blood filled the air as blood dripped from Xiao Guai's abdomen onto Xie Meng's shoulder. Xiao Guai, don't worry about me, just run, Xie Meng urged desperately. Woo! With Xie Meng in tow, Xiao Guai's speed began to diminish, its frantic wing beats struggling to gain momentum, the wound tearing further, the blood falling more rapidly. Quick, kill that bird! Someone shouted from the ground. Xiao Guai, listen to me, let me down, Xie Meng cried out. Yet, Xiao Guai stubbornly pressed on, flying low. Chaos erupted below as various iron rods and knives were hurled at them. Xiao Guai maneuvered to evade, but was struck, its body tilting from the impact. Bang! Xie Meng's body swayed violently, nearly toppling over, just as a bullet whizzed through the air, narrowly grazing his ear. Little Guai, put me down, Xie Meng exclaimed in desperation. At last, Little Guai swiftly descended, releasing Xie Meng before letting out a piercing cry and hurtling towards the assailants, skimming close to the ground. A dull gunshot resonated, and a bullet pierced through Little Guai's wing, splattering blood across the scene. Ugh! Little Guai trembled in agony. Witnessing this harrowing sight, Xie Meng screamed and gripped his machete, indiscriminately striking at anyone in his path. The leader of the group redirected his firearm towards Xie Meng. Little Guai ascended slightly, using its powerful hind legs to slash at the leader. The leader let out a heart-wrenching scream. The others were momentarily stunned by the sound, the square falling into a brief silence. Then, viscera oozed from the gaping wound in the leader's clothing as he toppled backwards. The onlookers shrieked in terror. Help! Upon witnessing their leader's grim fate, they disregarded everything else and hurled their weapons haphazardly at Little Guai, plunging the square into chaos. Grab the guns! Grab the guns! Someone shouted, fumbling for a handgun amidst the turmoil. Xieshang skillfully wove through the crowd, brandishing the iron staff with wild abandon. Little Guai also charged in, frantically flapping its wings, causing the throng to disperse in an instant as people fled in all directions. Xie Meng refrained from pursuing them. A few minutes later, tranquility returned to the playground, and Wu Shui, Gu Jia, and Tang Xiao emerged from behind the bulletin board. Are you all unharmed? Xie Meng inquired. No, they replied, shaking their heads apologetically. Little Guai, you've sustained numerous injuries, Xie Meng said with concern, pointing to the rooftop of the student dormitory. Fly up there first. Once we have completed our tasks, we will tend to your wounds. Little Guai obediently ascended, lying down to groom herself. I've acquired the firearm, Xie Meng announced, dismantling the handgun for inspection. It was a military-grade pistol, though the ammunition was limited. What shall we do now? Gu Jia asked. In the short term, the individuals we encountered should not return. So our task is to wait here for Lu Chang to appear, Xie Meng replied, making his way to the refuse station, concealing himself in the alleyway of the student dormitory. Observing this, the others understood that Xie Meng had devised a new plan and found their own hiding spots. Silence enveloped the surroundings once more. This profound stillness often left Xie Meng feeling as though he were in a dream. Any sound within the quietude would be magnified, and Xie Meng listened intently to the rhythm of his own breath, awaiting Lu Chang's arrival. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the sewer. Xie Meng glanced at the individuals lurking nearby, placing his index finger to his lips to signal for silence. Soon, the manhole cover was pried open, and Lu Chang cautiously peered around. After a brief moment, reassured that no living souls were present, Lu Chang removed the cover and emerged from the depths below. Once he had replaced the manhole cover, Xie Meng stepped out from the alleyway, casually picking up a cardboard box to ensnare Lu Chang's head from behind. By the time Lu Chang realized what was happening, it was already too late. Help! Help! Ouch! The others swiftly rushed forward to subdue Lu Chang, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Who are you? Let me go. Lu Chang, with his lanky frame, struggled with surprising strength, nearly toppling Zhang Xiaohua in the process. Hurry up, Zhang Xiaohua urged. I found it. Xie Meng unearthed a length of rope from the refuse and deftly bound Lu Chang's hands behind his back. Wait, you are from the town. I want to run. I have something to say. Lu Chang shouted, attempting to shake off the bindings. What do you have to say? Let me stand up. Xie Meng subtly gestured, prompting Xie Meng and Zhang Xiaohua to hoist the individual from the ground and unveil the cardboard box. Chapter 64. Acquiring a truck, what do you wish to say? Xie Meng inquired. If I were to present you with a gift, would you spare my life? Lu Chang asked. That would depend on what you offer, Xie Meng replied nonchalantly. A truck? A large truck? Surely you must need it. A vehicle in exchange for my life should be worth it, Lu Chang chuckled, though this time it was a feigned charm. As the mention of a large truck reached the ears of the others, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. With such a vehicle, they could transport a significant amount of supplies safely. Xie Meng pondered. It is indeed a possibility. Please, release me for a moment, and I shall fetch the keys. Lu Chang wriggled his body, extricating his hand. He uncovered a large stone from the refuse, revealing a set of keys, one for the ignition, another for the cargo area. Upon sighting the keys, the group's breaths quickened. I was once a refuse transporter, hence I possess these keys, Lu Chang claimed, handing them to Xie Meng. Xiaohua, go inspect the vehicle. Xie Meng tossed the keys to Zhang Xiaohua. The tires are flat, even if the engine is functional. It's of no use, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Why is it useless? There are plenty of tires outside, Lu Chang countered. Then why don't you replace them yourself? If I discover that the engine is also faulty, you'll regret it, Zhang Xiaohua grumbled as he climbed into the truck, inserted the key, and turned the ignition. To his delight, the truck emitted the sound of machinery coming to life. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed, the engine is sound. We only need to replace the tires to get it running. What about this person? Gu Jia asked. I'll accompany Zhang Xiaohua to find tires. You all keep an eye on him and tidy up the garbage in the meantime. Xie Meng waved his hand, and Xiao Guai instantly soared down from the rooftop. Is it wise for just the two of you to go? Xie Meng expressed concern. Very well. Let Xie Meng remain here. I worry that Gu Jia and her companions may not be able to handle Lu Chang, Xie Meng arranged. After ensuring everything was in place, he and Zhang Xiaohua exited the school, carefully traversing the road ahead. Xiao Guai, with injured wings, could only crawl alongside them. Xiaohua, what type of fuel does that truck use? Do we have enough gasoline? Xie Meng, unfamiliar with vehicles, inquired. After walking along the road for nearly an hour, they found a compatible tire. Fortunately, they had not encountered anyone else along the way. Let us hasten the tire change. It's not safe at night, Xie Meng urged. We must depart swiftly. The tires of such refuse trucks were notoriously difficult to replace, especially as they were lodged within the heap of garbage, necessitating some lifting. The group worked together to install the tire, exhausted and breathless, oblivious to the fact that one among them had vanished. "Where is Lu Chong?" Xie Meng suddenly asked. "He was just here," Zhang Xiaohua replied, turning to search. "Over here," Xie Shang shouted. "He is trying to escape." "Huh? Surprised? Aren't you?" "I still have a set of keys," Lu Chong taunted from the truck, a mocking grin on his face. "Help me change the tire." "Thanks." "Hey, don't run." Zhang Xiaohua pounded on the opposite window. Such a large and sturdy vehicle could not be halted by mere human strength. With the headlights flashing, Lu Chong accelerated, crushing Zhang Xiaohua beneath the truck. "What do we do?" Wu Shui and Teng Xiao cried out in distress. "Xiao Guai," Xie Meng pointed to a banner on the grass. "Grab it and pull it to block the window." However, it was too late. The truck had already begun to move, gaining speed and heading towards the basketball court. Xiao Guai soared forward, spreading its wings like a bat, effectively obscuring Lu Chong's view. With his vision obstructed, Lu Chong lost control of the steering, and the truck veered into a flower bed. The truck came to an abrupt stop, and Xie Shang seized a large stone, rushing forward to smash the glass. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and Lu Chong let out a scream akin to that of a wounded animal. The door swung open, and Lu Chong was dragged out. The group quickly pushed the truck from the flower bed, with Zhang Xiaohua in the driver's seat and Xie Shang in the passenger seat, while Xie Meng and the others opened the cargo area. "Hurry, they're coming," Zhang Xiaohua suddenly shouted. At that moment, a horde of ghostly figures appeared outside the school gate. In a flurry, they scrambled to climb into the truck's cargo area, with Xie Meng being the last to ascend. Just as he was about to board, Lu Chong clutched his legs with a desperate grip. "Help me, please." "Not a chance." Xie Meng kicked him away. Yet, Lu Chong clung stubbornly to Xie Meng's leg, refusing to let go. "Xie Meng, are you ready?" "They're approaching," Zhang Xiaohua urged from the front. Xie Meng, filled with urgency and anger, kicked fiercely at Lu Chong. "Gu Jia, you must help me." Gu Jia and the others had already settled inside the vehicle, fearful of being pursued by those individuals. They dared not exit the car and could only grasp Xie Meng's shoulders, straining to pull her into the vehicle. Xie Meng cursed under his breath and drew a knife from his waist, poised to strike Lu Chong, when suddenly her legs were released. Xie Meng swiftly turned and climbed into the vehicle, but Lu Chong clung desperately to the door. "No, you cannot treat me this way," Lu Chong screamed in a frenzied manner. "Meng, are you ready?" As he watched the approaching figures draw nearer, Xie Shang was drenched in a cold sweat. The vehicle roared to life, yet Lu Chong continued to cling to the cabin, his face contorted in agony. "Save me. Save me. Join us, or face your own demise," Xie Meng declared as he stepped on Lu Chong's hand. "I will join. I will." With the men nearly at his feet, Lu Chong could no longer hold back. Shouting wildly, "I will join," Xie Meng extended his hand and pulled Lu Chong up, immediately shutting the car door with a decisive thud. Outside the vehicle, a cacophony of violent banging erupted, prompting Zhang Xiaohua to slam on the accelerator, causing the occupants inside to lean back in unison. The muffled sound of an object colliding and the anguished cries of the assailants soon faded into the distance. Chapter 65. Zhang Xiaohua's injury inside the cab. Visibility was non-existent. As the truck rounded a corner, it suddenly tilted sharply, and Xie Meng heard the shattering of glass. Zhang Xiaohua let out a pained cry, and after a brief jolt, the truck surged forward onto the highway at a breakneck speed. "Thank you for saving me." The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, despite being far removed from danger. An undercurrent of anxiety lingered. Lu Chong spoke with a tremor in his voice. "I will stick with you from now on." "Let's hope so," Xie Meng replied casually, his hand gently stroking the body of Xiao Guai. The creature was damp and sticky in many places, a grim reminder of the blood seeping from its wounds. Xie Meng recalled the last time Xiao Guai was injured. He had bandaged it, and a few days later, the wound had nearly healed. Xiao Guai's body was unlike that of ordinary animals, possessing an extraordinary ability to recover. He hoped that this time, the injuries would not be severe. Sobbing softly, Xiao Guai inched closer to Xie Meng. After the truck navigated a long detour along the highway, it finally turned into a concealed alleyway, weaving through the residential buildings. Once assured that no one was following, Zhang Xiaohua parked the vehicle outside the courtyard. He turned off the engine and everyone disembarked. Xiaohua, are you injured? Xie Meng immediately noticed Zhang Xiaohua clutching his arm. Someone was lying in ambush at the corner and slashed me. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth. They began to move all the items from the truck inside, and the group rearranged the furniture to secure the courtyard entrance. Xie Meng lit the lamp, revealing the ghastly wound on Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. A deep crimson gash had opened up at his elbow, still oozing blood. This situation appears quite serious, Xie Shang remarked, as he wrapped a clean cloth around the injury. It shouldn't become infected, should it? Uncle, I am young and robust. A minor injury poses no concern, Zhang Xiaohua replied, gritting his teeth in pain. Xie Meng conducted a thorough examination of Xiaohua's body and discovered that numerous small wounds had begun to coagulate. However, the injury on the abdomen was more substantial. Fortunately, the bullet had merely grazed the area, leaving no significant harm. The most critical damage was observed at the tips of the wings, where a delicate layer had been pierced directly by the bullet. Upon illuminating the area with a lamp, Xie Meng was astonished to find that light could actually pass through the perforated section onto the ground below. Xie Meng was at a loss as to how to treat it, resorting to the previous method of merely wrapping it up. After a light meal, everyone settled down, either lying on the ground or resting on their beds. The primary advantage of planting the white demon flower in the courtyard was that, in the event of a nighttime raid, Xie Meng would be alerted. Thus, she did not assign anyone to take turns on watch. The night passed in tranquility. On the following day, Xie Meng arose to check on the small creature and was pleased to find that the injury had ceased bleeding and was covered with a layer of white membrane. Indeed, its healing abilities were remarkably robust. Xie Meng felt a surge of joy and gently stroked the small creature's neck as a gesture of comfort. Tang Xiao and the others wandered behind Xie Meng, and it was only after a while that she realized Zhang Xiaohua, who typically rose early, had yet to make an appearance. Zhang Xiaohua? Xie Meng made her way to another room. There lay Zhang Xiaohua, motionless on the bed. We're heading out to gather supplies soon. Aren't you getting up to drive? Xie Meng inquired. Receiving no response from Zhang Xiaohua, she furrowed her brow and approached, noticing the rosy flush on her cheekbones. Xiaohua, what's wrong? Xie Meng reached out and felt Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, which was so hot it could boil an egg. Why do you have a fever? Xie Meng hurriedly unwrapped Zhang Xiaohua's wound, revealing a ghastly sight as the edges of the injury flared open, inflamed and swollen. The wound had become infected. Xie Meng addressed Xie Shang and Gu Jia, who had just entered, stating that the person remained unconscious and his condition was dire, necessitating debridement and medication. We usually heal on our own. Where will we find medicine? Wu Shui furrowed her brow and inquired. Do you think he can still recover like this? No, Wu Shui quickly waved her hands. In his condition, he cannot drive or go anywhere. I can drive, Tang Xiao interjected, but in his state, Zhang Xiaohua cannot leave and cannot be left alone here. I know where to find medication. Lu Chong chimed in from behind. The hospital is the stronghold of that group. All resources in this area have been gathered there. Everything you need is available. All right, lead the way, Xie Meng responded, not entirely surprised by Lu Chong's defection, yet harboring a lingering distrust. If we discover any ulterior motives on your part, we will not hesitate to eliminate you. Rest assured, I genuinely wish to ally with you, Lu Chong replied, cautiously ingratiating himself. Get in, Xie Shang urged, pushing Lu Chong into the passenger seat while he took the driver's position. The truck maneuvered through the alley, and after navigating several intersections, it entered a smooth roadway. Xie Meng sat within the confines of the garbage truck's compartment, utterly oblivious to the world outside. Any perilous information required immediate communication from Xie Shang. Yet, fortunately, throughout the journey, no alarming warnings had reached him. After a while, Xie Meng caught a whiff of the intensely fragrant magnolia blossoms, their scent almost overwhelming, and the truck came to a halt. They had arrived. Lu Chong approached the rear and opened the compartment. Little Guai was the first to dart out, instinctively soaring towards a stately building ahead to commence its inspection. Xie Shang observed the prominent inscription "Idle Cloud" courtyard affixed to the large stone in the flower bed and inquired, "Why is it not a hospital?" Lu Chong elucidated, "The hospital lies beyond this residential complex, and the security there is rather stringent. This neighborhood has previously experienced the emergence of mutated entities, hence it remains uninhabited and unpatrolled. He continued, this area is an upscale residential district, distinguished by its lush greenery. The interior of the walls is adorned with a vast expanse of trees, providing them ample cover. The building, towering with over a dozen stories, displayed only minor damage, resembling a structure freshly renovated, yet unoccupied. As they traversed from the front entrance to the rear, the grand sign of the Second People's Hospital finally came into view. There was no security stationed at the entrance. However, for formidable men brandishing weapons patrolled beneath the edifice. You see, Lu Chang whispered, these individuals are quite ruthless. A direct encounter with them could prove fatal. Xie Meng gazed at the road, separating the community from the hospital, and declared, then we shall circumvent it. You may proceed. I shall merely guide the way. Lu Chang instinctively recoiled, retreating to a considerable distance from Xie Meng. Chapter 66. Stealing medicine from the hospital impossible, Xie Meng asserted, gripping Lu Chang by the collar. How do you intend to get past? This is the closest point to the hospital. Attempting to sneak around the back is utterly futile, as their guards are highly vigilant. Lu Chang's face contorted with dread as he timidly suggested, let us use the front entrance. Xie Meng replied with unwavering conviction, a diversion is essential. You shall be the first to step out. He indicated Lu Chang to draw their full attention. Once they pursue you, my father will emerge from another direction to disperse their fire. By the time they realize this is a diversion, Xiaoguai and I will have silently ascended from behind. What a splendid idea. Xie Shang's daughter exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. They would never suspect we have three groups. Ils refusent, ils refusent. Lu Chang protested vehemently, shaking his head in desperation. Come on. Xie Shang forcefully propelled Lu Chang 10 meters forward, leaving him entirely exposed to the 4 guards stationed at the entrance. The guards, with the keen gaze of hawks, spotted Lu Chang and bellowed, intruder, before charging at him with gleaming weapons raised. Help! Lu Chang realized he had no choice but to flee for his life. Someone's attacking. Pursue them. The 4 guards swiftly exited the hospital, and soon, a dozen more armed individuals emerged in response to the commotion. Taking advantage of the moment, Xie Shang dashed outside, luring the dozen or so individuals behind him to flee in another direction. Everyone on the ground had already mobilized, while the remaining individuals were still on the upper floors. Xiaoguai swiftly lifted Xie Meng and soared towards the leftmost building of the hospital. By the time their main group descended from the hospital edifice, Xie Meng had already been brought inside by Xiaoguai. Struggling through the window, Xie Meng caught sight of the hospital's directional signs, which indicated services like laser beauty treatments. This was not the right building. There was no one inside. She pushed open several doors, glancing within, and aside from some unused medical equipment, found nothing of value. From a 4th-floor window, she gazed across at the main building, where a sign on the side read outpatient emergency. Shadows of people could be seen moving within the corridors. Xie Meng quickly lowered her body, simultaneously pressing down on Xiaoguai. Fortunately, the individuals across from them did not notice their presence. Xie Meng discreetly lifted her head and observed the individuals engaged in conversation nearby. Subsequently, the people in the corridor departed, and, after a brief wait, a stream of individuals, both men and women, emerged from the building's entrance. However, they did not disperse. Instead, they congregated on the 1st floor, their voices creating a cacophony. Xie Meng then overheard someone below proclaim, "Guard this place. Anyone who enters, eliminate them." A resounding affirmation followed from the crowd. Alarmed, Xie Meng realized the gravity of the situation. To escape, she would have to soar directly over their heads, effectively turning herself into a target. She was also anxious about her father and Lu Chang's well-being, fearing they might have been apprehended. As she contemplated sneaking out once the crowd entered through the main door, those individuals unexpectedly formed a line right at the entrance. It was a disaster. Xie Meng found herself completely cornered, unable to make her escape. Little did they know, someone was silently concealed within the building. While her mind raced with possible solutions, Xiaoguai suddenly became agitated, flapping its wings excitedly. Shoo! Xie Meng urgently pressed it down, Yet Xiaoguai continued to struggle. "Do not fret. We will find our way out," she reassured it. However, in the next instant, she sensed something was amiss. The building trembled slightly at first. She thought it was a mere illusion, but soon the vibrations grew increasingly pronounced. The crowd below began to stir restlessly, and as she leaned closer to the window to observe, she saw the individuals at the entrance anxiously huddling towards the center, causing their formation to become disordered. Moving to the other side, she noted that the square was even more crowded, with heightened emotions leading to chaos. Could it be that a mutated creature was approaching? Remain vigilant. In the midst of the cacophony, Xie Meng finally discerned valuable information. Everyone inside, stay alert. The individuals at the entrance received the command and hurried towards the square. Now is the time to enter while they are in disarray. It will be far more challenging later. Xie Meng paid no heed to the multitude of concerns. He flung the window wide open and gently patted Xiaoguai's shoulder. Xiaoguai leaped forth. With that encouragement, Xiaoguai was seized by Xie Meng and, arching his body, soared through the window. After a brief stumble, he unfurled his wings, propelling himself at full speed toward the hospital building. "Look! What is that? Quick, everyone look!" An aberration. A shadow swept across the sky, eliciting a cacophony of astonished and fearful exclamations from the ground below. "Quickly! Engage it! Full alert!" Frantic individuals on the ground hurled weapons into the air while Xiaoguai soared high, deftly evading the onslaught from below. "That appears to be a person. Grab your firearms. Grab your firearms." Upon hearing the individuals on the ground proclaim their intent to wield firearms, Xie Meng was instantly engulfed in panic. "Little Guai, accelerate!" The cacophony of gunfire erupted around him, bullets whizzing perilously close to Xie Meng as Little Guai maneuvered through a myriad of angles, deftly evading the onslaught. The adversaries were armed with far more weapons than the group encountered the previous day, and they appeared to be well-trained, presenting a formidable challenge. Yet, the journey was only halfway complete. Xie Meng glanced down and realized they had soared directly above the throng, and in comparison to the speed of the bullets, Little Guai's flight was considerably slower. "That is indeed a person," he exclaimed. "This is bad. Their target is the building. We must enter quickly. Hold the line." As the colossal creature hurtled towards the edifice, the individuals below finally comprehended its intentions, prompting them to hasten towards the structure with urgency. From his vantage point high above, Xie Meng beheld the scene of people running, their figures diminutive as ants. Suddenly, their pace began to falter, and the formation disintegrated from the center, with individuals screaming in sheer panic. "Ah, they are coming. They have arrived. Into the building. Everyone into the building." Amidst the chaos, a few voices rose above the clamor, attempting to restore order as the throng surged toward the edifice, evidently oblivious to Xie Meng. Xie Meng, filled with confusion, twisted his head at an odd angle. Witnessing a dark mass of peculiar entities at the entrance of the hospital, surging forth like a tide rushing across the earth, hastening towards the vicinity of the living. Chapter 67. The Mutated Beetle. These creatures bore round, black armor on their backs, reflecting a metallic sheen under the sunlight. From his vantage point in the air, Xie Meng observed their legs protruding as they crawled, resembling those of certain insects, and their overall form was somewhat akin to that of ladybugs. They soon caught up with the slowest man in the crowd. The man was seized by a mutated creature clutching his leg, and in an instant, others surged forth, tightly gnawing at him and enveloping him completely. "Help! Help!" the man cried out in sheer terror, wielding a metal rod to strike at the back of the mutated creature. However, the creature's shell was exceedingly robust, and the rod merely bounced off, even sending the man's weapon flying. Those in front, hearing the man's desperate pleas, raised their guns and aimed at the mutated beings. A pained scream escaped the man as Xie Meng watched helplessly as a ricochet bullet struck him down. In the next moment, the man's limbs were gripped and torn apart by 4 or 5 mutated entities. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the crowd erupted once more into screams and chaos, as everyone frantically pushed towards the hospital building. Realizing the formidable strength and hardiness of these mutated creatures, Xie Meng thought of his father and felt a surge of urgency. "Little Guai, take me to find my father." Upon hearing the command, Little Guai swiftly changed direction, tracing a smooth arc through the sky. The aerial view was excellent. And with Little Guai's swift flight, it wasn't long before Xie Meng spotted Xie and Lu Chang in the community. The two, having crossed paths unbeknownst to him, were now surrounded by the mutated beings. Lu Chang clung to a tree, as thick as a bowl, in the greenbelt, while 3 mutated insects crashed against the trunk below. With one hand gripping the tree and the other wielding a machete, Lu Chang frantically swung at the creatures beneath him. The roots of the tree had already been uprooted by the relentless assault of the mutated beings, and it appeared that the tree would soon topple. Xie Meng was unable to attend to Lu Chang, as he noticed Xie precariously perched atop the artificial hill. Surrounding the hill were a dozen mutated creatures, relentlessly battering against it, causing fragments of stone to cascade down, as if the structure were on the verge of collapse. In a moment of desperation, Xie Meng shouted, "Do not harm my father." At that instant, an intangible force erupted, his mental energy surging forth. Sensing the sudden emergence of a unique energy field, the assaults of the mutated creatures abruptly ceased, and they stood frozen, as if entranced. "Father, do not worry," Xie Meng reassured, mentally commanding the creatures to retreat. A few of the less resilient beings, responding to the directive, slowly turned and began to crawl away. The artificial hill rocked under the relentless impacts, with Xie teetering precariously atop it. "Father, remain still. I will divert their attention," Xie Meng urged as he observed Xie preparing to leap down. "Little one, please let me down." Xie Meng was placed by Xiao Guai at a considerable distance from Xie. The mutated creatures surrounding the rockery and trees swiftly turned, racing towards her. Upon reaching the ground, Xie Meng realized that these beings were nothing like the form she had perceived from the air. These insects possessed 8 long, hairy black legs, moving with a spider-like agility. This only compounded Xie Meng's already profound fear of spiders. Alas, almost all the insects lunged directly at her. Dozens of legs rapidly struck the ground, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down her spine, causing her vision to darken. In a state of panic, she hastily unleashed her mental power. The crawling insects slowed their pace slightly, yet they continued their relentless advance. As they approached, Xie Meng was taken aback to find that one of them was nearly half her body size. The creature locked onto its target, slightly raised its body, and, using only its hind legs to propel itself, advanced with its front legs poised menacingly, ready to pounce upon Xie Meng. Xie Meng was preparing to unleash a wave of even greater psychic energy, but before he could do so, Xiao Guai descended from the air. With a swift motion, its front paw struck the nearest mutated insect, flipping it onto its back. The onlookers were witness to a remarkable spectacle. The once ferocious insect resembled a turtle turned upside down, its 6 legs flailing in the air, spinning helplessly, utterly devoid of any capacity to attack. Having discerned the method to combat these creatures, Xie Meng released a substantial amount of psychic energy. The surrounding energy surged with tremendous fluctuations, creating a powerful interference against the mutated beings. The insect's speed diminished, and their reactions became sluggish. Xiao Guai flew over, systematically flipping them onto their backs. On the ground, a dozen dark insects writhed, waving their long legs in a bizarre, yet comical display. "Wow, this big bird is impressive," Lu Chang exclaimed, leaping down from the tilted tree. Still in shock, "Meng, did you obtain the medicine?" Xie inquired, descending from the rockery. "Not yet. I was just about to enter when I encountered this group of mutated creatures. I was worried about you, so I came to find you first," Xie Meng replied. "We cannot delay. The hospital is also under attack by these mutated beings. This is the perfect opportunity to retrieve the medicine. You should find a safe place to hide for now." After a moment of contemplation, Xie Meng remarked, "Although these mutated creatures possess a formidable exoskeleton that renders conventional weapons ineffective against them, they exhibit remarkable speed and considerable offensive capabilities. However, their movements lack agility. They cannot overturn themselves nor ascend to elevated positions. Therefore, I urge you to find shelter in a building and await my return." Despite her concern for Xie Meng, Xie having witnessed numerous previous encounters, had faith in her ability to safeguard herself and refrained from attempting to dissuade her. Xiao Guai circled in the air before grasping Xie Meng and soaring towards the hospital. The hospital, once filled with cacophonous noise, now lay shrouded in an eerie silence, punctuated only by rhythmic thuds. Scattered limbs of humans littered the square, while grotesque black, circular creatures crawled over the mangled remains of the deceased, with several heads reduced to a bloody pulp. As Xie Meng entered the hospital building, he was met with a harrowing scene. A throng of individuals was tightly pressed against the glass doors of the main building, their faces contorted in grimaces as they forcefully braced against the entrance. Hundreds of mutated beings surged together, rhythmically and systematically crashing against the door like an ominous, dark tide, ebbing and flowing in waves. The spectacle was so bizarre that it sent shivers down his spine. In Chapter 68, Stealing a Bag of Medicine, it felt as if the very structure of the building trembled under the relentless assault of these aberrations. The occupants of the hospital were solely preoccupied with fending off the mutated creatures, entirely oblivious to the massive bird soaring through the sky. It was only when Xie Meng reached the side of the main building that he overheard the chaos unfolding within. Block the entrance. Hold them back. They're about to break through. Hurry, we need more people. Grab something. The electric batons. Prepare the electric batons. Recognizing that this was the opportune moment to procure medicine, Xie Meng disregarded their pleas and pried open a window in a corner of the 8th floor, slipping inside. The interior was desolate and void of any guardians, likely because the entire staff had descended to confront the encroaching monstrosities. Xie Meng gazed at the hospital's directional sign and swiftly commenced his search within the building. The rooms were filled with various instruments, devoid of any medications. Xie Meng suddenly realized that all the medications in the hospital were stored in the same location, the pharmacy on the ground floor. It dawned on him with a thud against his forehead. It seemed he could not escape the fate of descending to the 1st floor. In the midst of the corridor, there was a staircase leading directly down, yet taking that route would likely expose him. Thus, Xie Meng cautiously pushed open the door to the stairwell. The stairwell was dimly lit, but the handrail bore little dust, startling Xie Meng. It suggested that this staircase was frequently traversed, and he might encounter someone. Xie Meng proceeded with utmost caution, closely followed by Xiao Guai, who crawled quietly behind him. In the enveloping darkness, only the sound of their breaths and footsteps could be heard. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, urgent footsteps echoed from below, causing Xie Meng to halt, the sound drawing ever nearer. Could they withstand it? What on earth were these entities? Do not dwell on it too much. They would surely manage to hold their ground. Hurry and retrieve the items. From the tone of the voices, it was evident that there was more than one person. Xie Meng turned around and hurriedly ascended to the 4th floor. He opened the stairwell door and swiftly pushed Xiao Guai inside, then concealed himself within as well. The sound of footsteps faded away on the 3rd floor. As Xie Meng opened the door and continued his descent down the stairs, a tremendous and muffled clang echoed through the air, accompanied by a tremor beneath his feet. Help! Save me! The earth-shattering cries and wails of despair resounded from below. Xie Meng understood that the door to the building must have been broken down. At this moment, she had reached the landing of the 3rd floor, and descending now would allow her to take advantage of the chaos to reach the 1st floor. Xie Meng observed that the 3rd floor was now deserted. She hastily pushed open the window and urged Xiao Guai to venture outside. With a flutter of its wings, Xiao Guai took flight. Subsequently, Xie Meng raced down the stairs. The crowd within the hospital had scattered on the 1st floor, where panic reigned as individuals frantically sought refuge, retreating into various rooms, only to have the mutated creatures burst in and tear them apart. The 1st floor descended into a chaotic frenzy. The remaining individuals evaded the onslaught of the aberrations, climbing the staircase, only to discover in astonishment that the creatures were congregated at the base of the stairs, anxiously circling, not one daring to ascend. These entities were incapable of climbing stairs. We must ascend quickly. Everyone, hurry to the upper floors. As the urgent cries rang out, hundreds surged toward the staircase. Those who lagged behind were seized by the mutated beings and brutally torn to shreds. The horror unfolded right behind each person, and no one wished to be the last. Thus they frantically squeezed up the stairs. Yet, the more individuals there were, the slower the ascent became, resulting in a bottleneck. The emergency staircase. At that moment, those with quick reflexes darted toward the alternate staircase, followed by a tide of others rushing to join them. As Xie Meng descended to the second floor, she abruptly collided with the throng of people ascending. In the dimly lit staircase, unfamiliar faces surrounded her as she nearly lost her footing amidst the rush. Clutching her head tightly, she squeezed through the confined space, almost distorting her own skull in the process. As her vision brightened, she finally emerged onto the ground floor. But before she could catch her breath, someone seized her. "You do not belong here," the individual exclaimed, gripping Xie Meng with an unyielding hold. "You are not one of us." Xie Meng struggled, forcefully kicking at the leg of the individual before him. Yet in the next moment, the person who had clutched Xie Meng and failed to ascend the stairs was abruptly dragged away by the mutated creature lurking behind. Everyone on the first floor had already made their way upstairs, leaving Xie Meng alone below. The mutated entity quickly detected Xie Meng's scent and swiftly converged upon him. Although Xie Meng is not afraid of being bitten by the mutated creatures, their biting force is exceedingly potent, and she has no desire to experience a fate akin to being torn apart by 5 horses. She steadily releases a portion of her mental energy, ensuring that these beings do not come within close proximity. A diminutive energy field enveloped Xie Meng. As the mutated creature approached, its movements became sluggish, and it began to crawl slowly around Xie Meng, creating a clear space on the ground centered around him. Xie Meng raised her head and noticed that the pharmacy was situated diagonally across from the staircase. Thus, she maintained the release of her mental energy and swiftly moved in that direction. At that moment, hundreds of mutated creatures on the first floor sensed Xie Meng's presence, abandoning the individuals above and frantically scrambling towards her. Xie Meng distinctly sensed her mental strength being oppressed by an overwhelming force. The mutated entities pressed together, encroaching upon her territory inch by inch, causing the space around her to diminish slightly. The individuals above remained in a state of panic, still scrambling upward, utterly oblivious to the happenings on the ground floor. Xie Meng struggled to maintain the situation, managing to reach the pharmacy before the people upstairs discovered her presence. Upon entering the room, she closed the door and locked it, swiftly extracting a sack and sweeping the shelves in one fluid motion. Hundreds of medications were hastily collected into the sack without a moment's hesitation, as she had no medical training and was unaware of which drugs were anti-inflammatory. Thus, she sought to gather as much as possible. 3 minutes later, with the sack filled to capacity, Xie Meng tightly secured it with a strap and hoisted it onto her shoulder. As she contemplated her escape from the encirclement, an unexpected tingling sensation began to spread across her legs. Xie Meng glanced down and noticed a long, hairy leg had crept into his trouser leg. Xie Meng was startled and jumped up, instinctively extending her leg to deliver a powerful kick. The insect was sent tumbling, skidding 3 meters across the pristine white marble tiles. To her surprise, the creature was surprisingly hard yet remarkably light, easily flipped with a single strike. As she observed the insect sprawled on the ground, its 6 long black legs flailing chaotically in the air, a shiver ran down her spine. Steeling herself, she approached with determination, and with a swift motion, the insect became utterly still. Xie Meng finally felt a sense of relief. As she unlocked the door and pushed it open, the mutated creature that had been battering against it retreated slightly, clearing a circular space for her. Her mental energy had not yet been depleted, and she sensed that her strength remained intact. Evidently, her regular practice at home had borne fruit. However, the moment she stepped outside, a cold gaze pierced through her like a blade. Chapter 69. The mutated beetle as a shield. In the next instant, a bullet was discharged. What to do? The outside was teeming with people. There was no way to escape like this. Xie Meng gazed outside the building as Xiaoguai circled anxiously in the air, searching for signs of her presence. If Xiaoguai were to enter the building, it would pose a danger. It seemed she had to devise a way to escape on her own. Just as worry began to consume her, Xie Meng caught a glimpse of a mutated insect on the ground, its round, armored shell resembling that of a beetle. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She approached and used her knife to dissect the lifeless creature. With a backpack slung over her shoulder and the shell in her right hand, she turned the doorknob and stepped outside once more. The sound of gunfire erupted instantly, yet this time the bullets struck the black shell on her back. With a resounding pop, the bullets ricocheted off. "Captain!" The members of the hospital staff exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. "What's going on? Who is she? How dare she handle mutated creatures with her bare hands? She appears quite young." The team engaged in fervent discussion. "What should we do? Are we just going to let her go? Stop her." Tans designated someone, gazing at the dark mass of mutated creatures on the first floor. The chosen individual immediately expressed fear. "Captain, I can't do it. Go." Tan's brow furrowed, his expression darkening with anger. The individual, intimidated by Tan's authority, reluctantly descended. As he extended a foot downward, the mutated creatures surrounding Xie Meng swiftly reacted, scuttling towards him. Terrified, he fled in panic. "Useless." Tans cursed. "I refuse to believe this." As Tans prepared to confront Xie Meng himself, the team members quickly intervened. "Captain, you can't." Unbeknownst to Xie Meng, who was oblivious to the commotion above, she cautiously advanced while bearing her sack and the hard yet lightweight shell. With each step she took, the mutated creatures instinctively parted to create a small circle around her. "Captain, look!" She's walking away, exclaimed the onlookers above in astonishment. Why aren't those creatures attacking her? Tans turned, his brow furrowing as he observed the scene below. The creatures appeared eager to devour her, yet they hesitated. "Captain, if we don't stop her, she'll escape." As Xie Meng approached the entrance, urgency filled the voices of the team. "Perhaps we should just let her take it. After all, she isn't afraid of those creatures." Someone whispered. "Bring me a metal rod," Tans demanded angrily. His subordinates quickly complied, handing him a stick. Tans aimed it at the pot-like shell on Xie Meng's back and threw it down. With a thunderous crash, a sharp sound erupted, causing a piercing pain in Xie Meng's ears. The force of the impact caused her to stagger, and the shell flew from her grasp. "Now is my chance." Tans swiftly fired his weapon. Without the protection of the shell, Xie Meng's reflexes kicked in, and she instinctively grabbed a nearby, mutated creature to shield her head. The creature, belly up, flailed its 6 legs in the air. The gun fired, the bullet embedding itself into the creature's abdomen, splattering a foul liquid across the ground and even dripping onto Xie Meng's hair. This is so disgusting." Xie Meng screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Simultaneously, screams erupted from the crowd above. "She's infected. Help! Someone kill her!" In an instant, a barrage of metal rods and blades rained down upon Xie Meng. Despite the shell's rigidity, it could not withstand such a multitude of attacks, and she was struck several times. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Xie Meng intensified her mental energy, expanding the space around her. As she dashed away, the mutated creatures retreated in her wake. "Captain, she is escaping." The infected are more challenging to deal with than the mutated creatures. The hospital staff found themselves helpless, watching Xie Meng flee, but she was not alone. The mutated creatures followed her. "Captain, look, they're following her." A wave of relief washed over the onlookers. If she could lead the creatures away, it would be a blessing. It seems we have turned misfortune into fortune. However, before they could celebrate, the mutated creatures that had trailed Xie Meng suddenly reversed course, scrambling back into the building. "Oh, help!" The people inside panicked, frantically trying to escape, fearing the creatures would devour them. Soon, the mutated beings regrouped on the first floor, unable to ascend the stairs, creating a tense standoff. Hearing Xie Meng's voice, Xiaoguai swooped down. "Take these to find my father." Xiaoguai took the sack from Xie Meng's hands, clasping it with her forepaws, and flew toward Xieshang and the others. The chaos within the building finally subsided as everyone witnessed the girl standing unharmed in the open square, even turning to smile at them. Is she a ghost? How can she not fear the mutated creatures? Do you think she is infected? They were flabbergasted, questioning why those vile insects did not pursue her. "We need to think of a plan. How do we get out of here?" Hundreds were trapped within the blue building, which had once offered them protection, but was now on the verge of becoming a hellscape. Panic spread rapidly among the crowd. Captain, the people looked to Tans, hoping he could devise a solution. An invisible pressure bore down upon him as Tan suppressed his anger and called out to Xie Meng outside. "Young lady, come here for a moment." Unexpectedly, Tans, who had faced numerous battles unscathed, found himself at the mercy of this young girl who had taken something from him. And now he was forced to request her assistance. The thought made Tan's brow twitch involuntarily, leaving him breathless with frustration. "Did you call for me?" Xie Meng asked leisurely, pointing at Tans and then at herself. "Yes." The people inside echoed in unison. Xie Meng approached as if she were unnoticed by the mutated beings, as though nothing had transpired. Could it be that she was truly infected? The onlookers within the building expressed their astonishment. "Little girl, I am aware that you're no ordinary person." Tansy, suppressing his inner discontent, spoke kindly. "I would like to request your assistance." "What kind of assistance?" Xie Meng inquired. "If you can divert these creatures away from us, we shall grant you anything you desire." Upon hearing their captain's proposition, the members of the team immediately expressed their dissent. "Captain, what if she asks for an exorbitant price?" One protested. "The resources we obtained were fought for at great cost. We cannot simply give them away." "Captain, let's consider other options. We needn't rely on her." In response, Xie Meng casually remarked to Tansy, "It seems you must be the captain of this team. I have already taken what I desire from your midst." "Captain, she is ungrateful." Another interjected. "Do you understand how scarce medicine is in this apocalypse? That was outright theft. Medicines are among the most precious resources in this world. They have endured tremendous hardships and lost many comrades to seize control of the hospital. Now, to have a mere girl pilfer away the majority of their hard-won supplies ignited a desire within them to rend Xie Meng to pieces." "Enough," Tansy asserted, attempting to regain control of the situation. Observing Xie Meng's nonchalant demeanor, his expression darkened further. "We possess other items. Should you have need, you may take them." "Are you proposing a trade?" Xie Meng queried. "How much would you value your lives? Once you perish, I can claim everything regardless. Why would I engage in such altruism now?" "Please." Tansy's frustration boiled beneath the surface, yet gazing at the writhing mass of mutated beings below, he restrained himself and lowered his gaze. "Very well," Xie Meng said. "I desire some food and a doctor. What say you?" "Is the captain inquiring? Do we have a doctor here?" Someone called out loudly. Uncertain of Xie Meng's intentions for a physician, no one dared to respond. "She is a doctor." At that moment, a young girl was pushed forward. "You're a doctor?" Tansy's countenance darkened. "And no, I am not." The young girl vehemently denied, fearful of impending danger. "It seems you are indeed," Xie Meng surmised. "No, Captain, I am." Before the girl could finish her protest, Tansy thrust her forward and addressed Xie Meng. "She is a doctor. You may take her." "Very well, it is a deal." Xie Meng slowly advanced, and although he exerted little mental energy, the surrounding mutated creatures approached him at a remarkably sluggish pace, displaying neither a significant crawl nor any intent to attack. Xie Meng pondered whether his powers had indeed ascended once more. Upon reaching the foot of the staircase, he continued to hold a shell as a shield before him. A considerable quantity of food was being dragged down in a burlap sack, yet it was pushed and tumbled down the stairs, which Xie Meng deftly caught. Step by step, he arrived at the final step. The mutated creatures surged wildly toward him. A girl let out a piercing scream, instinctively recoiling, and in a moment of misfortune, she stumbled and fell onto the staircase. Xie Meng approached and abruptly pulled the girl closer. Sensing the fresh essence of humanity, the mutated beings became agitated, encircling Xie Meng and the girl. The girl cried out in despair. Yet the mutated creatures halted at a certain distance, maintaining a sufficient space for the two of them to move. Xie Meng swiftly restrained the girl with a backhand grip, one hand clutching a burlap sack as he gradually retreated. As he moved backward, grotesque entities emerged from the corners of the first floor, crawling in pursuit of Xie Meng, their dark forms spreading across the ground in a disconcerting, dense mass that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon witnessing Xie Meng successfully exit the hospital doors, Tansy and the others seemed poised to follow, yet the swarm of aberrant creatures served as Xie Meng's most effective defense, preventing their approach and forcing them to relent. "Where are you taking me?" The girl stammered, her voice thick with emotion. "To save someone," he replied. "Is it a woman?" She inquired once more. "What woman?" "It's to rescue a boy," Xie Meng responded, his expression one of bewilderment. "Ah, but I'm a gynecologist." "Still an intern?" the girl exclaimed in shock. "Get in the car," Xie Meng urged. As the compartment opened, the girl caught sight of a peculiar, massive object inside, causing her legs to weaken in fear. "Do not worry, it won't harm you." Xie Meng firmly propelled her into the vehicle before climbing in himself, firmly shutting the compartment with a decisive thud. The truck roared to life, and Xie Meng retracted his psychic energy, prompting a multitude of mutated insects to follow in the wake of the vehicle, surging forth like a relentless tide. After making several wide turns on the main road and allowing the grotesque beetles to disperse, the truck finally set its course towards the destination. "How is Zhang Xiaowa?" Xie Meng inquired as he stepped inside. "He still has a fever and hasn't regained consciousness," Gu Jiao replied. The group collaborated to transport their belongings into the room before partaking in a light meal. "First, tend to my friend. He requires debridement." "We can eat afterward," Xie Meng insisted, ushering the girl into the room and lifting Zhang Xiaohua's arm for her examination. The girl paused as she gazed at the ghastly wound. "All right, I will give it a try," she said resolutely. Xie Meng laid out the medications along with casually gathered items such as alcohol and tweezers before the girl, inquiring which remedy she preferred. "All right," the girl nodded in response. Xie Meng observed the girl's naivety, furrowing his brow as he threatened, "If you let him die, do not expect to survive either." Startled by Xie Meng's warning, the girl trembled slightly, lowering her head and nodding vigorously. Fortunately, despite her seemingly unreliable demeanor, the girl proved competent in her actions, administering water and medication to Zhang Xiaohua. Following this, Xie Meng took her out for a meal. Surrounded by a throng of people, the girl huddled like a frightened chick, quietly consuming her food. Chapter 71. The Assault of the Mutated Beetles. "What did you say?" The crowd gasped and turned their gazes towards the girl. "No," Gu Jia interjected firmly. "Our captain would never take such risks. We are not from the city." From the girl's words, Xie Meng gleaned some concealed information, prompting him to inquire. "What information are you willing to offer in exchange?" "Huh?" The girl appeared incredulous upon hearing Xie Meng's remark about their origins. How did such a small group manage to arrive here? Understanding the specific locations and territories of other teams would allow them to evade danger while resource hunting. If they could directly ascertain the positions of vital resource points, there would be no need to venture out and search, significantly enhancing both efficiency and safety. "Captain, I believe this could work," Lu Chang exclaimed excitedly. "This would save us a great deal of trouble." Xie Meng pondered for a moment before agreeing. "It's a deal." The others seemed to concur with this proposition, offering no objections. Yet, he pressed, "But how can you guarantee the truth of your claims?" "Absolutely authentic. If you doubt me, I can accompany you to verify it right now," the girl swore, raising her hand. "Very well," Xie Meng replied. "It is settled." Xie Meng cast a glance at Lu Chang, silently inquiring whether these locations truly existed. Indeed, such places did exist. Lu Chang furrowed his brow, yet he had never visited them. "Trust me, everything I say is genuine," the girl exclaimed eagerly, striving to validate her assertions. "Our several teams are generally aware of each other's strongholds, for it is only through this knowledge that we can ensure no conflicts arise while seeking resources." Xie Meng nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, he heard the girl cautiously inquire, "Where do you come from? Are you not from Shuangqiao County?" "Are you the captain here?" "How can you be the captain at such a young age? You must possess remarkable qualities to dare venture here." The girl suddenly became animated. "Have you considered joining our team? Our captain is very kind. If you agree to join us, you will never have to worry about food and clothing again, nor will you need to seek resources on your own." Noticing that Xie Meng did not seem annoyed, she gradually became more talkative, acting as a recruiter. "No. In 2 years, Shuangqiao County will completely fall," Xie Meng politely declined, then reminded her, "This place is not safe. If you wish to survive, I advise you to plan your departure from the county town sooner rather than later." After Xie Meng left, Tansy commanded the team to pack their belongings and prepare to relocate. Approximately 150 survivors organized their possessions and moved to the first floor. Just as Tansy ordered his subordinates to drive, the ground suddenly trembled once more. Everyone gathered on the first floor of the hospital, feeling the vibrations, exchanging glances as if they had seen a ghost. "Captain, could it be that those mutated creatures have returned? Hurry, get the car started," Tansy shouted, rushing down the stairs in haste. However, it was too late. 8 large trucks and 5 vans emerged from the parking lot, only to be confronted by a dark mass of mutated creatures blocking their path to the hospital. "Drive through. Hurry," one of the drivers shouted, flooring the gas pedal and charging toward the mutants. Seeing this, the other drivers followed suit. Under immense pressure, the mutated beetles quickly retracted their legs into their shells, while other creatures swarmed toward the trucks, forming a small mountain that completely obstructed their way. Soon, the dark mass of insects engulfed the vehicles. The occupants of the cars screamed in horror, and moments later, silence fell. Others inside the hospital witnessed this terrifying scene, paralyzed with fear. "Captain, is something wrong?" Someone trembled to ask. Tansy, rarely showing panic, understood that areas previously attacked by mutated creatures were often more perilous. Yet, he had not anticipated their swift return, which left them no time to react. "Stay calm. We must go upstairs," he ordered. Everyone grabbed their bags and fled up the stairs in a desperate scramble. The mutants moved swiftly, and by the time the last person reached the upper floor, the first floor was already teeming with them. And this time, their numbers had at least doubled. Tansy and his team were now trapped within the building. "Captain, what do we do now?" someone asked in a panic. "We must find a way to get rid of these creatures," Tansy declared. "Stop discussing the useless. They are impervious to blades, so we shall use fire." He commanded quickly, "Bring gasoline and lighters." His subordinates hurriedly produced the items, and Tansy soaked a cloth strip in gasoline, igniting it before hurling it toward the mass of mutants. However, a better outcome did not materialize. The mutated beetles did not flee, but instead retracted their legs into their shells, standing firm as the cloth burned. "Captain, the fire isn't effective," the team members exclaimed anxiously. "What about water? Perhaps these creatures fear water?" someone suggested. "Where we find water? Think of another solution." The discussion erupted among the team, each idea quickly dismissed due to lack of resources. "What about electric batons? They should work," someone proposed. Tansy's mind lit up with a spark of inspiration. It was worth a try. Quickly, grabbed the electric batons. Thanks to the hospital's generator, their batons were fully charged, making them perfect for the situation. Tansy and a few others cautiously descended the stairs with the batons. As they approached, the mutated beetles seemed to sense the increasing presence of humans, becoming increasingly agitated, writhing on the ground. Chapter 72. Saving 100 lives. Tansy found the right angle and pressed the baton against the nearest mutant. The creature convulsed violently, emitting a sound akin to a cicada's cry, deep and high-pitched, resembling a painful wail. "It works." Tansy felt a surge of hope. Observing this, others quickly pressed their batons against the nearest mutants. The creatures writhed in agony, their strange cries growing louder. Just as Tansy began to find the sound peculiar, suddenly, all the mutated insects began to tremble in unison. "Not good. Run," Tansy shouted, yanking a nearby person up. Yet, it was too late. One individual, slow to react, was dragged down by a mutant, and within moments, his body was entirely consumed by the swarm. A chilling scream shattered the air, followed by a spray of blood as his head and body were severed. Panic erupted within the building, fear sweeping through the crowd as screams and cries filled the air. Yet, this was not the end. The mutated beetles clustered tighter, assembling in a way reminiscent of a jigsaw puzzle. Witnessing this bizarre sight, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the mutated creatures began to tremble at a peculiar frequency, starting with the central one and rippling outward in waves, as if a stone had been thrown into a pond, causing 1,000 ripples. The tremors intensified, and soon the ground beneath their feet began to shake, followed by the entire building swaying perilously, as if it might collapse at any moment. The building filled with the desperate cries of the people. "Amon, is something wrong?" In the vehicle, Xie Meng observed the dark mass of mutants and addressed Xie Meng. The female doctor, witnessing the scene, gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. After a moment, she regained her composure and exclaimed, "They haven't left. Listen, they are trapped." In the distance, the hissing of the mutants drowned out the feeble sounds of humanity. Xie Meng strained to discern the chaotic cries emanating from the building. "Please, I know you are capable." The female doctor suddenly knelt before Xie Meng, desperation evident in her voice. "You must save them. You are their only hope. Captain, we should go. We can't get involved any further." Lu Chang urged from the front, "If we don't leave now, those mutated creatures will come looking for us." Xie Meng cast a glance downward, where the female doctor stood, her eyes brimming with tears, her face etched with anguish and despair. "I implore you, please save them," she pleaded, bowing her head to the ground. "Whatever resources you require, we can provide, just to spare their lives. Please rise. Let me contemplate a solution," Xie Meng responded, his thoughts racing. The hospital building housed no fewer than 100 lives. It was truly a tragedy for them to perish in such a manner. He resolved that, within the bounds of his capabilities, saving even one life was worth the effort. "Father, Uncle Chang, you must leave first," Xie Meng declared. "I wish to rescue them." "Is it really true, Captain? Are you genuinely going?" Lu Chang's astute eyes reflected disbelief. "What if you were to lose your life? It would be utterly senseless." Xie Meng said no more and pulled the female doctor towards the entrance of the hospital. "Forget it, Lao Lu. We just need to be ready to assist." Xie Meng had long understood Xie Meng's character. Once she made a decision, it was unchangeable by anyone. Thus, she started the vehicle and departed. Strangely, until Xie Meng and the female doctor entered the hospital, the mutated entities remained unresponsive to them. Or perhaps they had simply lost their intent to attack. How could this be? Observing the bizarre movements of the mutated beings, Xie Meng hastened toward the main building. "You. Why aren't you afraid? Why aren't they attacking you?" The female doctor trembled beside her. "Could it be that you're truly infected? Enough with the chatter. Let us move." "I can't." The female doctor suddenly screamed, paralyzed with fear at a mere step away from the mutated creatures. "Stay close to me, and you'll be safe," Xie Meng urged. "If you hesitate, those people inside will be beyond saving." The building continued to tremble, the quakes intensifying. Time was of the essence. The female doctor glanced back, tears streaming down her face, and resolutely followed Xie Meng. "That's Xiaoying." Inside the building, upon witnessing the two colorful figures appearing beneath the dark plaza, the occupants erupted in joyous exclamations. "They must be here to rescue us. Surely there is hope." Xie Meng gazed upon the ground, now thrice covered with mutated creatures, fully aware that rescuing the individuals trapped within would be a formidable challenge. However, her steadfast companion, Xiaoguai, circled above her, providing a reassuring presence. Regardless of the peril, Xiaoguai was determined to save her. As they approached the main building, ensuring that her voice could be heard by those inside, Xie Meng shouted, "Turn over the mutated creatures. They will lose their combat capabilities." Upon hearing this, the female doctor beside her echoed the call. The message swiftly reached Tans, who immediately issued a command. "Follow her instructions. Don your protective gear. Prepare for action." The group donned their armor and gloves in unison, yet hesitated before the hardened shells of the mutated beings. At that moment, Xie Meng signaled to Xiaoguai in midair. Xiaoguai swooped down with great speed, its forepaw flipping one of the mutated beetles onto its back. This action disrupted their formation, causing them to cease their tremors, and the building instantly stilled. "It has stopped! It has stopped!" The crowd exclaimed in delight. "It works! Quickly, follow her lead." Tans, disregarding everything else, reached for the mutated creature. In the next instant, he felt a tremendous force tugging at him, gripping the railing tightly. He managed to avoid being pulled down. The armor on his hands was soon compromised, pain seeping through the rubber and cotton. With quick reflexes, Tans grasped the edge of the creature's shell and flipped it over. "Success! Come over here." With the creature overturned, it ceased its attacks, and Tans exhaled in relief. However, the surrounding mutated beings surged forward once more. "Hurry!" Tans bellowed. The previously timid individuals began to imitate their leader, flipping the mutated creatures with newfound courage. Chapter 73. Exhaustion of mental fortitude. Their actions proved effective. With the attack power of the mutated creatures diminished, Tans and his team gained a moment of respite. Yet, upon witnessing the scene outside, Tans found it difficult to relax. Thousands of mutated beetles were relentlessly crawling toward them from the distance, and no matter how long they flipped, it was impossible to overturn them all. "Captain, this is futile. When will it end?" The team members, glancing at their nearly destroyed armor, expressed their mounting anxiety. Tans looked outside and noticed a brave young girl striding toward them. Wherever she passed, the mutated creatures instinctively parted to create a path. Why are these creatures so afraid of her? Tans wondered aloud. One of the team members glanced at Xie Meng and shouted, "Young lady, please save us." Xie Meng consistently exerted her mental strength, preventing the mutated insects from drawing near. Observing the individuals within the building ensnared by the aberrant entities, she could not help but accelerate her pace. However, as she quickened her speed, the distance between herself, the female doctor, and the mutated creatures diminished rapidly. Xie Meng's mental fortitude had wavered, and the mutated creatures unexpectedly crawled up to her feet. A fleeting shadow darted beneath her. "Ah!" the female doctor exclaimed, pulling her hand away from Xie Meng's arm with force, clutching her leg tightly. "What is wrong?" Xie Meng asked anxiously, bending down to inspect. The doctor's face was contorted in agony, and crimson liquid seeped from the hem of her trousers. "Have you been bitten?" Xie Meng inquired, lifting the doctor's pant leg to reveal a grotesque wound on her leg, resembling a deep gash rather than a bite. Soon, black blood began to ooze from the injury. "Am I going to die?" The doctor looked at Xie Meng in terror, her voice trembling with fear. Perhaps sensing the scent of human blood, the surrounding mutated creatures grew increasingly agitated, surging towards them in a frenzied wave. To deter the encroaching threat, Xie Meng intensified her mental prowess. In an instant, a flash of white light flickered in her mind, followed by a wave of dizziness. As though her mental energy had been overexerted, a sharp pang pierced her heart, and she envisioned her mental energy manifesting itself, splitting into countless strands that surged towards the mutated creatures, only to vanish as if it were merely a figment of her fatigue. "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Xie Meng gently patted the doctor's back, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she gasped for breath to reassure her. "It's just a cut. As long as the mutated creature's venom hasn't entered your system, you won't be infected. That's good." "That's good," the doctor swallowed nervously. "Why do you look so strange?" The mutated creatures seemed to be inexhaustible, continuously emerging from the corners, and Xie Meng's mental strength was rapidly depleting. The doctor, noticing Xie Meng's distress, refrained from further questioning, supporting the slightly unsteady Xie Meng as they made their way toward the building. Tan Si and the others, following Xie Meng's guidance, had finally dealt with half of the mutated creatures inside the building, clearing a narrow path free from attack. They eventually entered the structure. Tan Si and the others were astonished to see Xie Meng and the doctor emerge unscathed from the outside, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Captain," the female doctor, upon seeing Tan Si again, was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly in tears, as if their last parting had been a matter of life and death. Xie Meng momentarily paused, sensing the strangeness of the situation, yet she courteously refrained from voicing her questions. It was Tans who forcefully pushed aside the female doctor rushing towards them and approached Xie Meng, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? You should leave swiftly. Do you wish to perish here?" "I certainly do not." Xie Meng's lips turned pale as she turned to the crowd within the building and declared, "Only I possess the ability to dispel these mutated beings. If you wish to escape alive, you must heed my directives." Although Xie Meng was merely a young girl, her voice, albeit somewhat juvenile, carried an air of authoritative command that silenced the tumultuous noise around them, compelling everyone to listen intently. "How many vehicles do you possess?" Xie Meng asked Tans. 8 trucks and 5 vans, he replied. "Good. Send a few individuals to retrieve the vehicles for transporting supplies, while the rest accompany me outside." Upon concluding her statement, Xie Meng added to Tans, "Once I rescue you, a portion of the supplies must be allocated to me." "That is only fair," Tans replied earnestly. "As long as you save our lives, Such recompense is a trivial matter. Very well, Xie Meng responded, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath, intensifying her mental energy release. In an instant, her power surged forth like a deluge from her being, causing a dramatic shift in the surrounding atmosphere, as if the very air trembled. While humanity could not perceive this formidable energy field, the mutated beings within the building and the plaza erupted into chaos, scrambling aimlessly as if disoriented. Quickly go. Xie Meng nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Others were oblivious to her plight. Only she comprehended the magnitude of her suffering at that moment. Never had she unleashed her mental power to such an extent, feeling as if her body transformed into a vessel, continuously pouring forth its contents. And when it was all expended, her strength would be depleted, and her life would cease to exist. Xie Meng was drenched in cold sweat, his muscles taut and veins protruding at his temples. An overwhelming sense of loss of control pulsing through his veins. Under the gaze of all, the mutated creatures, from the building to the parking lot, recoiled as if confronted by some dreadful entity, forming a clear path in the chaos. How could this be? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Drivers! Hurry up! Tan Si called out sharply, and a dozen drivers, responding to his command, hastened toward the parking area. Yet the girl seemed oblivious to the turmoil around her. Her gaze fixed ahead, her expression resolute, as if she had been detached from reality and transported into another realm. Xie Meng felt a surge of warmth in his nose and instinctively reached for his sleeve to wipe it, only to lower his head and discover it stained with blood. He was taken aback by the realization that he was experiencing a nosebleed. Could it be an internal injury? Doubt crept into his mind. Chapter 74. Our purpose is survival, all right, we can depart now. Upon seeing several drivers approach with their vehicles, Xie Meng signaled for them to begin loading their belongings in preparation for departure. Tan Si, truly deserving of his role as captain, exhibited exceptional organizational and coordination skills. Within a mere 5 minutes, under his direction, everyone had efficiently loaded their possessions into the vehicles. However, the cars were brimming with cargo, and half of the team was seated within, leaving nearly 100 individuals still inside the building, including Tan Si. Xie Meng reassured them not to worry. Soon, a broad avenue emerged in the square, allowing vehicles to pass through smoothly. However, it was evident that Xie Meng's complexion had deteriorated further. Are you truly all right? Tan's asked with concern, supporting Xie Meng. Just provide me with the promised resources, spare me the chatter, and let us leave swiftly. For some inexplicable reason, Tan's found it impossible to perceive the girl before him as merely a child. Her demeanor exuded a maturity that transcended her years, and their conversation bore a weightiness rather than the naivete typical of youth. Strangely, he felt no discomfort in this exchange. Meanwhile, those remaining inside the building followed the leading convoy, desperately fleeing from this hellish place. Xie Meng, the female doctor, and Tan's walked at the rear. Behind them lay a ground strewn with hardened monstrosities and the chaotic remnants of human limbs, stripped of flesh. Only when the last individual exited the hospital's threshold did the creatures on the floor regain their order, scattering in all directions. The crowd sprinted down the expansive road until the hospital's structure vanished from sight, at which point they paused. No further abominations pursued them. Tanz inquired, "Can you now shed light on my confusion?" "No," Xie Meng gasped. "What you must do now is provide me with the supplies." "Understood," Tanz responded, somewhat deflated. "After all, I am a captain. Rest assured, I will not betray your trust." "Little Guai," Xie Meng called to the sky. In an instant, little Guai emerged from a hidden corner, spiraling gracefully through the air before descending toward Xie Meng. "What is that?" Tanz exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the creature known as Little Guai extended its talons, lifting Xie Meng away from him. As the large bird carried the girl aloft, Tanz heard her voice directed at him. "At the entrance of the Baishu Avenue Ming Sheng supermarket, leave the supplies, and you may depart." Tanz and the female doctor stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide. Had a trained bird truly just taken a person into the sky? Xie Meng did not depart with Tanz and the others. Instead, he instructed Tanz to leave the supplies at a designated location before taking his leave, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It is unlikely that they will meet again in the future. After locating Xie Meng and Lu Chong, Xie Meng summoned them to transport supplies on Birch Avenue. Upon their arrival, they found a throng of people gathered outside Ming Sheng's supermarket, where Tan's was also present. "We can't possibly approach, can we?" Lu Chong's face was etched with resistance. "There are so many of them, and we are merely 3. Isn't going there tantamount to courting disaster?" Xie Meng was also indecisive. Wasn't it agreed to leave behind the supplies? Why were they all lingering here? Did they not intend to share? Tansy noticed a vehicle halting at the intersection, and as Xie Meng disembarked, she waved to her, signaling her to approach. "You all stay here. I will take a look." Xie Meng found it peculiar. Logically speaking, if they were unwilling to distribute the supplies, they could simply depart without hesitation. It was unnecessary for them to lie in ambush here, especially considering that he had saved so many lives. As Xie Meng took a few solitary steps, she felt as though a significant portion of her mental energy had been drained, leaving her body devoid of vitality. After only a short distance, her breath became labored, as if her lungs were about to burst. She clutched her chest and bent over, coughing forcefully a few times, which alleviated her breathing somewhat, yet she still lacked the strength to continue walking. Xiaoguai had been following closely by Xie Meng's side, and, witnessing her distress, promptly lifted her up and soared toward Tan's. "Didn't I tell you to leave your belongings and depart?" Xie Meng found herself placed at a considerable distance from Tan's. "Young lady," Tan's paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts before continuing. "We have pondered the situation, and it appears this area is no longer safe. Finding appropriate shelter is proving to be quite challenging. Therefore, how about we form a team together?" "What?" Xie Meng could scarcely believe her ears. They sought to team up with her, despite their numbers? Although she had initially aspired to assemble a formidable group of survivors to seek out Lingxi technology, the sudden inclusion of so many individuals would undoubtedly complicate matters. Moreover, these people already had a leader, should they refuse to acknowledge Xie Meng's authority. It could lead to considerable discord in the future. "Are you suggesting that we join you, or that you join us?" Xie Meng inquired. Tan's instantly grasped Xie Meng's intent. Her inquiry clearly indicated her desire to assume leadership. Given her capabilities, she could undoubtedly fulfill that role. However, if Tan's allied with Xie Meng, her original team would have to heed Xie Meng's commands. Contemplating this, Tan's fell silent. "Captain, what does that young lady mean?" One of Tan's subordinates asked, furrowing his brow. "Is she implying she wishes to be the captain?" Another questioned. "That cannot be. Our team is one of the largest in the county. We have established ourselves over the past 2 years. We cannot simply merge with them." The individuals behind Tan's erupted into a lively debate, yet their discussions were solely focused on preserving their original team while allowing others to join. "That girl is no ordinary person. Haven't you noticed?" Tan's remarked to her companions, her gaze fixed intently on Xie Meng. "Her ability to rescue so many of us from the horde of mutated beings reflects a strength and resolve unmatched among us. Captain, I believe we should at most share some supplies with her and refrain from discussing who joins whom," one of her companions suggested. "We have worked hard to develop our group, competing against numerous others and prevailing. Why should we quibble with a young girl? What is our ultimate objective?" Tan's interjected, her expression stern. "Our collective goal is to survive in this world where only the strong endure." Upon hearing their captain's words, the group lapsed into a momentary silence. Eventually, someone spoke up. "I will follow the captain's lead." "Yes, we will heed the captain." As more voices joined in agreement, the initial dissent began to fade away. Chapter 75. Forming a team of 200, Xie Meng, positioned at a distance, could not discern the particulars of their discussion. After a while, a hush fell over the group, and he distinctly heard Tansy declare, "Little girl, we have made our decision. All of us shall join your ranks with supplies in tow. From henceforth, you shall be our captain. We wonder if you would graciously accept our company." Initially, there were dissenters within the group, yet upon hearing Tan's words, they could only relent. The prospect of acquiring both a substantial contingent and a wealth of resources was an opportunity that Xie Meng and her companions could scarcely hope to encounter. Xie Meng approached Tan's with genuine sincerity, recognizing their shared objective. "Indeed, our goals align, and I hope that as we unite, our interests will also converge. She stated with a mature tone, standing firm before Tans. In this era, survival hinges upon our solidarity. From the moment you led us safely away from the hospital, I sensed an exceptional ability within you that we lack. Perhaps following you is the key to our survival. Very well, Tans replied, not one to beat around the bush. We have reached a consensus on this matter. However, I must assert that if we form a team, I shall be the sole captain, and you will all follow my command in any undertaking. Can you all agree to this? At Tan's words, he momentarily appeared taken aback, astonished by the courage and decisiveness of the young girl before him. Captain, do you truly intend to accept this? He pondered. Is it necessary for someone so young? The others behind Tans expressed their discontent at Xie Meng's bluntness. Very well, I accept, Tan stated resolutely after a brief contemplation. Rest assured, not only I, but everyone behind me will acknowledge you as our sole captain. From now on, we shall be a community of shared interests, striving for survival in this challenging era. Agreed. I am Xie Meng, and I am pleased to join this team. I am Tans. The two clasped hands, solidifying a team of nearly 200 individuals. Yet, despite the formation of this alliance, Xie Meng remained cautious, not wholly relinquishing her guard. The logistics of transporting supplies would be managed by 8 large trucks and 5 vans, while the remainder of the group would travel in Xie Meng's makeshift vehicle. Inside, Xie Meng and Tans were strategizing their next steps. From now on, I shall be the captain, and you will serve as the vice captain. In my absence, all decisions will rest upon your shoulders, Xie Meng instructed. Understood, Tans responded without hesitation or reluctance. Xie Meng felt a newfound respect for Tan's adaptability and understanding of the situation. Our current location is devoid of resources, but I can assure you that there will be no incursions of mutated beings for several years, Xie Meng stated, although accommodating 200 people would necessitate some construction. What kind of construction? Tans inquired. There exists a cave, surrounded only by a few thatched huts and earthen houses. There are dozens of acres of open space available, and several acres have been cultivated for crops. Everything is quite primitive, Xie Meng explained, feeling a slight pang of embarrassment regarding the disparity of conditions that allowed her to secure Tan's allegiance. That's acceptable. Safety is our priority, Tans expressed, asking for nothing more. Thus, to house so many individuals, we may require a substantial amount of building materials, Xie Meng continued. That is not an issue. I am aware of the locations of construction material factories within city. Those areas are largely deserted. Splendid. Xie Meng suddenly recalled something and inquired. Having lived in the city for so long, have you heard anything about a phenomenon known as the fluctuation? After arranging the essentials for living, Xie Meng was eager to exchange information with the city dwellers. It is a new disaster, virus, new mutated beings, or some form of non-living entity, Xie Meng elaborated. The darkness outside mirrored the dimness within the truck, obscuring their expressions, leaving only the sounds of voices and breathing. At that moment, Dr. Xiaoying gasped for breath, exclaiming, I have heard of it. I have. Really? Where did you hear this? Xie Meng asked, her excitement palpable. On a broadcast, Xiaoying struggled to articulate, her speech appearing labored. Yet Xie Meng remained patient, allowing her to continue. Oh, perhaps it was from a radio. I can't quite recall the specifics. After uttering a sentence, Xiaoying gasped for air again, an unmistakable sign of distress even Tans noticed. Xiaoying, what's wrong? Tans inquired. I feel a bit warm. Perhaps it's too stuffy in here, Xiaoying replied, shifting closer to a gap in the truck door for ventilation before adding. But it seemed to be a broadcast from a survivor organization. What survivor organization? Xie Meng pressed, eager to know when she had heard the broadcast. About a month or 2 ago. No one broadcasts anymore. So I was quite surprised to hear it and listened for a bit longer, but the quality was poor, intermittent, and I didn't catch anything useful. In the end, I heard something about scientists. Xiaoying's tone carried a hint of uncertainty, as if she questioned her own recollection. However, upon hearing the word scientists, a flash of insight illuminated Xie Meng's mind. She realized Xiaoying had not misheard. The broadcast indeed mentioned the fluctuation, and this information was disseminated by scientists. This indicated that as early as the second year of the apocalypse, scientists from Lingxi Technology Center had detected the fluctuation S presence and had communicated this to all survivors. It was even possible that they had begun research on the fluctuation. Xie Meng's family had perished in the 10th year of the apocalypse, not due to mutated beings, but because of an even more terrifying existence, the fluctuation. Chapter 76. Someone has been infected ultimately by the 10th year of the apocalypse. Humanity had developed a plethora of antibodies capable of resisting the toxicity of ordinary mutated beings, allowing the remaining humans to coexist with them. Just as people believed the disaster was behind them and a new beginning awaited, a new catastrophe emerged. Yet Xie Meng never anticipated that this new calamity was not a late-stage occurrence, but had existed since the early days of the apocalypse. If they could have prepared in advance for the fluctuation, perhaps they could have all survived. With this thought in mind, Xie Meng hastily asked Xiaoying, "Do you still have the device for receiving broadcasts?" Beside her, Wu Shui nudged Xiaoying, who remained unresponsive. "Ah, she has a fever," Wu Shui exclaimed, feeling Xiaoying's hot forehead in shock. "What happened to her?" Tan's asked, concerned. "Could it be an infection?" When someone suddenly develops a fever, the first thought often is infection. At this, Xie Meng recalled the moment in the square when Xiaoying had been scratched by a mutated being. Was she bitten by a mutated being? Tan Surmiset. Sensing Xie Meng's silence. No, it was merely a scratch, Xie Meng mused, furrowing her brow. It shouldn't be a problem. She was only scratched through her pants. If no venom entered, she wouldn't be infected, not necessarily. Tan's interjected, observing her symptoms. Given her current state, infection seems highly probable. He suddenly turned to Xie Meng, asking, "What will you do in this situation?" Xie Meng was taken aback. Tan's probing question was unmistakable, clearly testing her problem-solving abilities and perhaps even her approach to her team members. Xie Meng understood that if it were Tan's, those who had been fighting in the city for 2 years would undoubtedly make decisions with utmost decisiveness and resolve. When faced with an infected teammate, they would swiftly assess the situation. However, Xie Meng was not the type to adopt a better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape mentality. If it were I would immediately abandon her. Tan stated coldly. The temperature within the compartment plummeted, and the sound of even the faintest breath was hushed. "Thus I am not you." Xie Meng adjusted Xiaoying's clothing slightly to facilitate her breathing, then seated himself directly beside her. "From the moment I requested a doctor, and you unhesitatingly pushed forward Xiaoying, I discerned your nature, decisive and ruthless. Indeed, you cannot afford the risk of having an infected individual within your ranks, but I can. Rest assured, as long as they are my team members, I will not abandon them." This declaration was directed not only at Tan's, but also at Gu Jia, Wu Shui, and Tang Xiao, who had recently joined the team. If she truly is infected, for the sake of safeguarding the others, I will not hesitate to act. "Very well." Tan's nodded. "You are the captain. I shall heed your command." In the corner, Xiao Ying remained silent, merely leaning against the wall of the vehicle, murmuring softly. An oppressive silence enveloped the interior once more. The truck progressed steadily, and after approximately an hour and a half, it came to a halt. Xie Shang called from the front, "Meng, we have arrived." "Disembark." Xie Meng pushed open the door, illuminating the left side of the road with his flashlight, directing it toward a hill. "The truck cannot ascend. We must take the small path over here. Beyond this hill lies our destination." "What about all this cargo?" The beam of the flashlight swept over Tan's, who appeared visibly displeased with the surroundings. "First, let us unload the items," Xie Meng replied, surveying the area. The expansive road faded into the darkness ahead. As you can see, there is not a single bird in sight, no one else around, and no mutated creatures. Therefore, leaving the goods here overnight poses no threat. This small town had originally been an exceedingly remote mountainous area, one that Xie Meng had never even heard of before the apocalypse. The place name was untraceable on any map. It was a veritable wasteland, and now, one could say that within hundreds of miles, only Xie Meng and his companions remained. "All right, let us unload everything," Tan's commanded, prompting all members of the convoy to spring into action. Xie Shang carefully carried Zhang Xiao down from the carriage, while Gu Jia and Wu Shui supported Xiaoying. After resting for a night, they planned to head into the city to procure supplies, as Xie Meng informed Tan Si. Fortunately, Tan Si's team was well equipped, boasting not only an abundance of food and tools but also tents and bedding, allowing them to endure the night outside the cave. Tan Si nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the cave, Su Yueshi, lying in bed, heard the commotion and immediately emerged with a bow in her arms. What is happening? Su Yueshi's eyes were filled with shock at the sight of so many newcomers. Our team has grown, Xie Meng replied. What happened to Xiaohua? Su Yueshi anxiously inquired, noticing Xie Shang carrying the unconscious Zhang Xiaohua. The cave could not accommodate so many people. Aside from women and children, the others set up tents on the grass outside. Since Xiao Ying had rescued Zhang Xiaohua, Xie Meng could not bring himself to abandon her, so he decided to share the cave with her for the night, ensuring any abnormalities could be detected promptly. As dawn broke, Xiao Ying remained feverish and in a stupor. Aside from her swollen veins appearing more grotesque than usual, there were no other notable signs of mutation. However, Xie Meng was certain that Xiao Ying had contracted the infection. It was only a matter of time before she transformed. Xie Meng, what are you waiting for? Tan Si asked, noticing Xie Meng lost in thought beside Xiao Ying. It seems Xiao Ying cannot escape this fate. Xie Meng replied calmly, I will take care of her shortly. Gu Jia and Tang Xiao prepare breakfast, calling the people outside to join them. As they ate, they marveled at their unusual surroundings. This place is stunning and so safe. It truly feels like a paradise. Someone exclaimed, living here is far better than in the city. Another added, how did you find such a place? The group engaged in lively discussion, clearly pleased with their newfound refuge. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the cave, resembling the roar of a wild beast, piercing the ears of all present. In response, Xie Meng dropped his utensils, seized a length of rope, and rushed towards the source of the sound. He swiftly ensnared the figure, pulling the rope back to reveal a woman with a contorted face, drooling at the mouth. It was then that they recognized it was Xiao Ying. What has happened to her? Although they had braced themselves for the worst, witnessing their former teammate in such a state filled their hearts with more fear than pity. A panic ensued, and the crowd scattered in all directions. Xiao Ying's strength suddenly surged. The muscles bound by the rope began to swell as she exerted herself, attempting to break free. Seeing this, Tan Si approached to assist, but Xie Meng's sharp command stopped him. Stay back. Everyone, stay away. The fact that Xiao Ying's skin had not yet begun to decay indicated that she had not fully mutated, and Xie Meng was confident he could manage her alone. The onlookers watched anxiously, holding their breath. Throw me the rope, Xie Meng shouted, gripping the rope tightly. Tan Si promptly tossed the rope to him. Xie Meng caught hold of Xiao Ying's hand, twisting it behind her, binding the rope tightly around her wrists several times. At that moment, a Bao emerged from the crowd, dashing towards Xie Meng with a gleeful laugh. Sister, sister, hug. Bao, don't come over. As Bao was about to collide with Xiao Ying, Xie Meng's heart leaped into his throat. With swift reflexes, he yanked the rope, abruptly turning Xiao Ying around and forcefully pushing her into the cave. Bao, bouncing with exuberance, rushed over and clung to Xie Meng's leg, refusing to let go. By the time Su Yueshi and Xie Shang rushed out of the house, it was already too late. Seemingly sensing the fresh scent of humans, Xiao Ying's pupils dilated sharply, her arms outstretched as she suddenly broke free from the restraints of the rope. Xie Meng intended to advance and ensnare Xiao Ying, yet he feared that a sudden movement might inadvertently topple a Bao. At that moment, Xiao Ying turned around, her hands, veins protruding, lunging directly towards a Bao. Xie Meng swiftly turned around, embracing a Bao and shielding him from Xiao Ying's assault. In an instant, her nails sank into the flesh of his back, eliciting a sharp pang of pain. Xie Meng let out a low grunt, furrowing his brow as he endured the pain and gently lowered Xiao Ying's hand. Su Baozhu, why are you running around like that? Su Yueshi exclaimed as she rushed over, scooping up a Bao and turning to leave. However, it felt as though an invisible force was restraining her. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. The tiny infant's hand was inexplicably intertwined with Xiao Ying's, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Xie Meng was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. In an instant, the atmosphere surged with palpable energy as he unleashed his mental prowess. The mutated creatures surrounding the cave writhed as if scorched by an intense flame, their agitation palpable. "Let go!" Xie Meng's eyes burned crimson, his icy grip encircling Abeo's chubby hand. His tone frigid and his expression unprecedentedly grim. Xiaoying's hand fell limply to her side. Yet, Abeo remained blissfully unaware of her sister's distress, even as Xiaoying relaxed her grip. The small hand clung tenaciously to her sister's taut fingers. This was Abeo's predicament, firmly holding on to Xiaoying, refusing to let go. Fortunately, Xiaoying's agitation had been entirely quelled by Xie Meng, rendering her devoid of any offensive capability. Following this ordeal, the mutated creatures within a 10-mile radius of the cave, after a frenzy of restlessness, completely lost their will to attack. "Let go! Su Baozhu, don't force me to lose my temper." Su Yueshi, drenched in sweat from anxiety, scolded Abeo while attempting to pry the infant's hand from Xiaoying's. In Xie Meng's mind, a luminous map emerged, adorned with markers of mutations, akin to a lighthouse shrouded in mist, vague yet discernible in its direction. Before her, a glimmering point appeared. It must be Xiaoying, who had undergone a complete transformation. Power surged incessantly from her body, yet Xie Meng felt as if she had lost all sensation, still releasing her energy to the utmost extent. Xiao Bao stubbornly clung to Xiaoying, refusing to let go despite Su Yueshi's persistent attempts to pry her away. The onlookers outside the cave were already terrified by the scene unfolding before them. They held their breaths, anxiously fixated on Xie Meng and Abeo. Having previously interacted with Xiaoying, they were acutely aware that any sign of aberration would lead to a chaotic and perilous situation, endangering everyone present. Why had Tishi dealt with Xiaoying sooner? I warned that a mere child could hardly assume the role of a leader, lacking a sense of priority. Entrusting our lives to a little girl is akin to playing house. The murmurings of doubt and discontent among the crowd reached Xie Meng's ears with startling clarity. At last, when Abeo's mother, infuriated and exasperated, tightly gripped her daughter's backside, Abeo's pale little hand finally relinquished its hold. In that fleeting moment of release, Xie Meng perceived a glimmer of light flash in Abeo's tear-streaked eyes, stirring within her a peculiar sensation, both strange and familiar, reminiscent of reuniting with an old friend after a long absence. The next moment, a wailing cry erupted as Abeo buried her face in Su Yueshi's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, before being taken away by Xie Shang, who shielded her from the cave's ominous shadows. Xie Meng's thoughts detached themselves, gently lowering the aura surrounding him. "Do you need assistance?" asked Tansy. "No, I will handle it," Xie Meng replied to the group before guiding the sluggish Xiaoying towards the forest. The optimal location for assimilating a mutated entity is the Dark Night Forest. Thus, Xie Meng would not have to personally slay Xiaoying. Along the way, Xiaoying did not continue her mutation. In fact, Xie Meng observed that the signs of her transformation were gradually fading. Her previously pallid skin began to take on a healthy hue. The prominent veins on her arms and neck became less pronounced, and the most significant change was in her face. Aside from her still, vacant gaze, her once grotesque expression softened, and her complexion returned to a more normal state. Xie Meng even harbored doubts that her current state was not indicative of an infection. If it meant casting the present iteration of Xiaoying into the abyss, Xie Meng felt a pang of reluctance. She summoned her mental strength, attempting to mobilize Xiaoying's body. The vision before her was desolate. The indistinct points of light had vanished, and Xiaoying remained utterly still. Chapter 78. Abeo has mutated Ximon tried once more, only to find the outcome remained unchanged. Previously, it was evident that Xiaoying was infected, yet now there was no sign of it. Xie Meng knelt down to examine Xiaoying's wound. However, when she rolled up the pant leg, she discovered that the gruesome injury on Xiaoying's leg had already healed, leaving behind a scar, while the skin surrounding the wound remained intact and free from decay. A sudden flash of insight illuminated her mind, revealing an astonishing truth. There was no infection at all. Xie Meng gently pushed Xiao Ying onto the bed and instructed Wu Shui, "Please keep an eye on her for me." Although a sense of fear gripped Wu Shui, she complied without hesitation, for in her eyes, Xie Meng's words held absolute authority. Xie Meng disregarded the reactions of those around her and hurriedly dashed into the house, pulling a Bao away from Su Yueshi's embrace. At that moment, a Bao had just ceased her sobbing. Ignoring Su Yueshi's attempts to stop her, Xie Meng took a Bao to an open area, closed her eyes, and meticulously extended her mental energy to perceive the presence of her kind nearby. She harbored suspicions that a Bao had awakened her extraordinary abilities. In the dimness of her vision, the surroundings appeared desolate, as if she were adrift on a mist-laden sea. After a brief moment of drifting, a lantern materialized upon the water, emanating a soft blue glow. Upon opening her eyes, Xie Meng found a Bao gazing back at her with wide, inquisitive eyes. She was nearly certain that the little one standing before her was indeed her kin, a superior mutated being. A Bao, extend your hand, Xie Meng instructed. A Bao obediently complied, presenting her two delicate, pale hands before Xie Meng, palms open. The instant their hands connected, Xie Meng felt a warm current coursing through her, and the surrounding energy field experienced faint ripples. A Bao looked up at Xie Meng, her eyes brimming with delight. Have you truly mutated? Xie Meng asked, her heart swelling with a mixture of joy and concern. When did you become infected, a Bao? She gazed at a Bao with an expression that reflected both elation and tenderness. Xie Meng never expected that a Bao would understand. After all, a Bao was merely a child under the age of 3. However, Xie Meng could never have anticipated that a Bao had been infected and not only survived, but very likely awakened extraordinary abilities. A Bao, you must not disclose what transpired here today to anyone, all right? Outside the cave, the onlookers retreated, as if they had encountered a ghost. Xie Meng followed their gaze and looked over. Xiao Ying emerged from the room, her eyes now clear, her face adorned with a look of bewilderment as she surveyed her surroundings. In this unfamiliar mountain village, she was surrounded by familiar faces, leaving her in a state of perplexity as she scratched her head. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Captain Tansi. What has happened? How'd I end up here? It seems I cannot recall the events that transpired before. Tansi furrowed his brow and scrutinized her for a moment before asking, Are you all right? After saying this, he turned his attention to Xie Meng. Is she truly fine? The group exchanged puzzled glances, none daring to speak or take a step forward. Xie Meng approached and conducted a meticulous examination of Xiao Ying, finding no signs of mutation nor detecting the faint energy waves typically associated with such anomalies. In response to the signal he emitted, Xiao Ying displayed no reaction. However, a Bao sensed it and gazed at Xie Meng in bewilderment. She is fine, Xie Meng affirmed confidently. She is not mutated, nor will she exhibit any signs of mutation in the future. What? A chorus of incredulity erupted around them. Why? We witnessed her transformation with our own eyes. Indeed, she was just as she is this morning. How can this be? Are you trying to deceive us? They clamored, directing their accusations at Xie Meng, undoubtedly members of Tansi's team. For those in Xie Meng's group were well aware of her capabilities. She could even control mutated entities. Thus her assurance regarding Xiao Ying's condition was deemed credible. Trust our captain, Tang Xiao interjected. She can discern mutations at a glance. She acts as though she is a scientist. Her word is absolute. Deceptive, it must be a ruse. The skepticism persisted, leaving Xiao Ying feeling helpless amidst the barrage of criticism. Xie Meng approached and took Xiao Ying's hand. She bore no signs of alienation and was just like the rest of you. If you are fearful, allow her to remain by my side. I will take full responsibility for any issues that arise. I find this acceptable. Tansi concurred with Xie Meng's decision. Upon hearing their captain's words, the team members felt there was little more to discuss. However, following this incident, Xie Meng understood that while the team had acknowledged her as their leader, their trust still leaned more towards Tansi. Let us prepare our supplies and head into the city. The people there must be anxiously awaiting our arrival. Xie Meng refrained from elaborating further, merely outlining a few precautions before organizing the team to set forth once more towards the county town. Our primary concern is to secure accommodation, and thus, our immediate objective is to procure building materials. With nearly 200 individuals in our group, the quantity required will be substantial. I estimate that the convoy will need to make at least 5 round trips. On the vehicles, Xie Meng and Tansy engaged in discussion. The more we gather, the better. Tansy nodded in agreement, stating, I know where a materials factory is located. These supplies are of no interest to the teams in the city. Additionally, items such as furniture and agricultural tools should also be collected in abundance, Xie Meng added. Are you contemplating the construction of a small town there? Tansy suddenly inquired. Xie Meng paused for a moment, contemplating the situation, then conceded it is not entirely out of the question. Upon entering the city and reuniting with the other team members, they proceeded to various major construction material factories to gather supplies. As Tans had mentioned, the factories were abundant with lime, cement, sand, bricks, tiles, and various other materials. With the increasing number of personnel, they felt emboldened, and Tan's team was renowned for their swift and decisive actions. In no time, they managed to fill numerous vehicles to capacity. The team comprised a diverse array of talents, including construction workers, designers, and a wealth of skilled laborers. To facilitate easier access for vehicles in the future, someone proposed the construction of a road from the mountains to Taoyuan. The proposal was swiftly approved, and the roadwork commenced alongside the building projects. During the day, everyone toiled diligently, and at night, they rested in hastily erected tents. Life was arduous yet fulfilling, and gradually, the trust in Xie Meng deepened among the group. Following Xiao Ying's incident, Tan's team members also began to respect her, no longer questioning her judgment casually. Chapter 79, broadcast from Lingxi Technology 2 months later. The two major projects were completed. An estate and the road connecting the mountains and the valley were officially finished. The estate, expansive in size, consisted of dozens of cement structures. Although the exterior was modest, both the design and materials were of the highest quality, spacious, and robust. Subsequently, Xie Meng made several trips to the city to transport more construction materials and furniture, transforming the interiors to rival those of urban residential complexes. The houses were completed, and by this time, concerns about formaldehyde were dismissed. They moved in almost immediately after construction. With the additional team members, Xie Meng cultivated more land on the hillside to grow various crops, as resource acquisition had become simpler, leading to a broader variety of produce. The community engaged in farming and leisure, gradually forming a self-sufficient small village that began to resemble an idyllic paradise. With basic necessities no longer a concern, life in Taoyuan became peaceful and leisurely, occasionally punctuated by recreational activities. One day, Xiaoying approached Xie Meng with a small yellow brick, exclaiming, I found it! I found it! What did you find? Xie Meng asked, puzzled, as she lifted her head from the vegetable patch. Today was a rare moment of leisure. She was digging for worms with a bayo and a few children intending to go fishing. You asked me about the broadcast earlier, and I finally discovered this, Xiaoying exclaimed, raising the small brick to showcase it to Xie Meng. I stumbled upon this while organizing some items today. It's an old mobile phone from the early 2000s. The broadcast comes from here. Does this thing receive broadcasts? Let me see. Xie Meng felt a flicker of anticipation. It's already charged, Xiaoying said, illuminating the screen of the brick phone. Banana phone at your service. A deep male voice suddenly emanated from the device, jolting Xie Meng's spirit and capturing the attention of a nearby poet who was gathering leaves. A mobile phone? How did you acquire a mobile phone? Is it a smartphone? The poet inquired eagerly. No, even if it were a smartphone, it wouldn't have signal, Xie Meng replied. Although they had resolved the power issue here, nationwide connectivity remained unsolved, leaving them without mobile signals. The ability to listen to a broadcast was a rare blessing in their isolation. You can listen to the radio. Xiaoying pulled out a long antenna from the top left corner of the brick phone and switched to the radio function. Static filled the air as the phone crackled. Let me see. The poet, trembling with excitement, took the phone and meticulously explored the buttons, practically pressing his face against the screen. He deftly stretched and twisted the antenna to capture a signal. However, after quite some time, the radio continued to emit only static, devoid of any voices. Didn't the broadcast mention scientists and waves? The flickering hope was once again extinguished, and Xie Meng's tone turned somber. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the poet managed to adjust the device to a point where fragmented broadcasts emerged, characterized by a natural female voice rather than a mechanical tone. "We have it." Xie Meng's heart leapt with joy. "That's the voice I heard," Xiao Ying exclaimed, filled with delight. The group huddled closely around the phone, eyes closed in concentration, striving to decipher the radio's murmurs, anxious not to miss any subtle clue. Half an hour passed, and the only discernible human voice was from the initial FM 88.0 broadcast, followed by static. Xie Meng began to question whether the first voice had merely been a figment of her imagination. As the phone was switched off, the poet's weathered face bore the weight of despondency, etched with every line of disappointment. Perhaps it was all in vain. Eventually, they too would succumb. Xiao Ying stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the cryptic words of the elderly man, yet Xie Meng understood all too well. The repeated disappointments were a heavy blow, one that would have been less painful had they never dared to hope. Listening to the broadcast might be their only means of contacting Lingxi technology. Having heard of Xiao Ying's previous experience with broadcasts, the poet refused to relent, daily fiddling with the phone, endlessly tuning the frequency and adjusting the antenna. Days later, the poet hastily beckoned Xie Meng, exclaiming that the radio had once again emitted sounds. It was still intermittent, yet crucial information could be gleaned. Tuning in. FM 88.0. Survivors, shelter, proceed to... Upon hearing this, the poet quickly retrieved paper and pen from the side. Latitude 28.12. Longitude 112. The subsequent sounds faded out, yet Xie Meng noticed that the poet continued to record, adding 2 more digits at the end. The broadcast persisted, stating that this information was provided by Lingxi technology. Scientists had monitored. New variant. The radio emitted a sound reminiscent of a malfunctioning machine, amplifying the cacophony of static while the human voices fell into prolonged silence. "What does this mean?" Xie Meng inquired, glancing at the poet's notes. "These are the coordinates for Lingxi Technology's southern base. There are a total of 5 bases across the nation, and prior to this broadcast, we can ascertain that the southern base is secure." The poet left the sentence hanging, yet Xie Meng could infer his unspoken thoughts. "Before the next broadcast, we cannot confirm the safety of the base, correct?" Xie Meng questioned. "Indeed, the interruption could stem from technical difficulties or a surprise attack on their end," the poet replied. "Survivor shelter? The broadcast implies that all survivors should head to the southern base?" Xie Meng pondered the implications of the earlier transmission. "We must strive to make contact with Lingxi technology as swiftly as possible," the poet mused. "Here's the plan. If we receive another broadcast, you will reach out to the personnel at the southern base." In that moment, the poet, typically enigmatic and eccentric, appeared serious and meticulous. "Agreed," Xie Meng responded. In the days that followed, Xie Meng prepared for the journey to the southern base. Chapter 80. Abeo's extraordinary abilities. The team comprised a total of 203 individuals. It was impractical to mobilize everyone in search of the base. Xie Meng and Tansy meticulously selected 45 individuals from their team to form an elite squad, each possessing remarkable agility and exceptional skills. With the addition of Xie Meng, Tansy, and Zhang Xiaohua, the total number of members reached 48. However, apart from these individuals, there was one more person whom Xie Meng wished to bring along. "Mom, I would like to take Abeo to Lingxi Technology." Xie Meng proceeded directly to find Su Yueshi. Xieshang was also present. "What? You won't allow me to go, yet you want your sister to? Do you even realize how young she is? Amon, have you lost your senses? Your sister is not yet 3 years old. What could she possibly do? Are you intending for her to venture out and feed the wild beasts?" Xie Meng's words were utterly astonishing, and Su Yueshi's gaze was filled with confusion and disbelief. "I understand that you all might think I am insane upon hearing this, but I assure you I have my reasons." Xie Meng calmly pulled over Bao, who was playing with her fingers nearby, to explain to Xieshang and Su Yueshi. "To you, Bao may appear to be a helpless infant, but she possesses remarkable abilities. I do not care what abilities she has. You absolutely cannot take her outside." Su Yueshi became agitated. In the past, she had allowed Xie Meng to do as he pleased, but when it came to Bao, that was unequivocally out of the question. "Amon, are you jesting?" Xieshang was somewhat bewildered by Xie Meng's suggestion. "I'm not joking. Have you not noticed that I'm different now?" Xie Meng inquired. Xie and Su Yueshi exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement. They had long suspected it, but assumed he had matured enough not to inquire further. Have you noticed that I possess a unique ability? At this point, Xie Meng decided not to conceal the truth from his parents. I am unafraid of the mutated creatures. Father, do you recall that time I was bitten by one? Yet, I neither perished nor experienced any transformation. Under Su Yueshi's piercing gaze, Xie hesitantly nodded, confirming yes. There is. In fact, it was not just that instance. I had been bitten by mutated creatures several times since then, yet I remained uninfected. Do you know why? Xie Meng posed the question at the opportune moment. Why? Both Xie and Su Yueshi appeared puzzled. It is because my body has developed antibodies. Mother, as a physician, you must know that humans produce antibodies after viral infection. Xie Meng patiently elucidated. Indeed, but once this virus enters the human body, it becomes exceedingly difficult to fend off. Even with antibodies, Su Yueshi mused, furrowing her brow. True, yet there are exceptional cases. I am one such anomaly, immune to the virus post-antibody production. Not as I, but our bow is the same. What? Su Yueshi exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. You mean your sister has also been infected? Yes, I cannot pinpoint when. Perhaps it was during her high fever when Xiao Guai saved her, Xie Meng explained. Thus, she too developed antibodies and became immune. No, Su Yuexi interfective. Her brow tightly knit. This virus is constantly mutating, leading to various aberrant reactions in plants and animals. Having only one type of antibody is insufficient. I cannot explain the principles to you now, but the fact remains that once we have been infected, no matter how the virus mutates, we will not be reinfected. But how does that relate to your intention of taking Bao away? Xie finally grasped the crux of the matter. That is precisely what I am about to convey. After recovering from the infection, I discovered I possessed a remarkable ability. Xie Meng said, his tone growing earnest. I can communicate to a certain extent with mutated creatures, even control their actions. What did you say? The revelation left both Xie and Su Yueshi astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. However, the presence of mutated creatures outside the cave soon illuminated their understanding. Initially, they feared an attack from these creatures. Yet such an event never transpired, and they had witnessed Xie Meng exert control over them on multiple occasions. Nevertheless, hearing him articulate it so bluntly still startled them. Now I must inform you that Bao shares the same constitution as I do. She too possesses a special ability, albeit different from mine. Perhaps she has healing powers, as she cured Xiao Ying after the latter was infected. Xie Meng stated matter-of-factly. If you do not believe me, I can provide proof. He then retrieved a live fish from the bucket, which had been intended for their lunch. Sanjier, come here. Take a bite, Xie Meng commanded. After months of domestication, Sanjier had become considerably more docile, no longer requiring confinement in a cage. Upon hearing his command, Sanjier approached and bit into the fish. As a lower-order animal, the fish would quickly exhibit aberrant reactions after infection. Within half an hour, it began to convulse, its eyes bulging, bubbling frantically in the water. Bao, come here, Xie Meng bekon, bringing Bao kolo. She reached toward the bucket to touch the fish, but Su Yueshi immediately intervened. No, you cannot take such a risk with your sister. It's all right, mother, trust me, Xie Meng reassured her, holding the fish's mouth and pulling it out of the water. Without waiting for instructions, Bao obediently reached out. See, mother, Bao actively heals the mutated creature. This is her ability. Su Yueshi and Xie stood in stunned silence, unable to perceive the unique aura of one awakening their powers, only witnessing the transformation of the fish. After Bao touched it, the convulsing fish quickly calmed down, and the wound on its belly healed at a visible pace. The healing of lower-order mutated creatures was rapid. Within a minute, the wound was entirely closed. It appears that Bao's ability surpassed mine, Xie Meng remarked. Ultimately, Su Yueshi and Xie did not explicitly agree to Xie Meng's proposal, but also did not reject it, remaining ambivalent and skeptical of his assertions. Xie Meng was not concerned about this. There would be ample time in the future to prove it to them. Mom, Dad, if you still do not believe, I shall gradually demonstrate that Abayo and I possess abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Chapter 81. Setting off to seek the scientific base to enhance their combat capabilities. Under Tansey's leadership, the group engaged in rigorous training every day. Meanwhile, those remaining in Taiyuan had the primary duty of defending their homeland, preventing intrusions from outsiders and mutated creatures. In an effort to bolster the village's defenses, Xie Meng devised numerous strategies. The first was to implement protective measures around the perimeter of the houses. To safeguard their homes, he resolved to construct a robust wall. Generally, a concrete wall could keep out both humans and beasts, yet would not suffice against certain uniquely empowered mutated entities. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Xie Meng's mind as she conceived of a robust material, exoskeletons. Previously, she had experimented with the shells of mutated beetles, which were impervious even to bullets, making them an ideal choice for defense. That day, many deceased mutated creatures would likely be strewn across the city, perfect for crafting weapons or constructing walls. Without hesitation, Xie Meng promptly organized a team to venture into the city in search of the carcasses of these mutated beetles. Their first destination was the former hospital. However, upon arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. After their departure, the hospital had collapsed, and the mutated creatures had not vanished. Instead, they lay lifeless in a sea of insects on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these creatures were hollow, leaving only their empty shells behind. The team leader, the members exchanged peculiar glances with Xie Meng, clearly suspecting that she was responsible for their demise. It wasn't me. Witnessing this scene, a sudden dull ache pierced Xie Meng's head. She clutched her temples, her brows furrowing involuntarily in agony, as though something were devouring her from within. Xie Meng gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain in his head and picked up a piece of exoskeleton to display to the others. The mutated beetle's shell was remarkably light, especially after its flesh had been completely devoured, leaving only the shell behind, which felt even lighter to hold. What kind of grotesque creature could have feasted upon such a thing? The team members chattered incessantly, their cacophony exacerbating Xie Meng's headache. A swirling mass of darkness emerged uncontrollably in his mind, enveloping him in a suffocating haze. Yes, there existed a creature that consumed everything. The term wave flickered back into his consciousness, intensifying the dull ache in his head until the mist coalesced into a tangible grip around his throat. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, plunging him into darkness as he staggered but managed to steady himself. "Captain, are you all right?" A perceptive team member noticed Xie Meng's distress. "I'm fine." Xie Meng waved his hand dismissively, taking a deep breath. "Be cautious." Observing the decay of these mutated creatures, it appeared they had been dead for over half a month. If it truly was the work of the waves, the likelihood of encountering them was minimal, as they moved at astonishing speeds and favored the living. At this moment, he could not ascertain if everything here was indeed caused by the waves. It was merely conjecture. The construction of the perimeter wall progressed swiftly. In just a few days, a dozen workers had encased the exoskeletons in concrete, creating a stark black barrier around the estate. As autumn waned into winter, on a frigid morning, the poet finally heard the broadcast from Lingxi Technology once more. "Xie Meng, Xie Meng," the poet exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement, exhaling puffs of white vapor. They had received the broadcast. The southern base was safe. "Understood," Xie Meng called out, his voice echoing through the valley. "Attention, everyone. We depart in one day to locate the southern base." The entire village awoke from its slumber, bustling with activity in preparation for the journey. Su Yueshi hurried out of her room to question Xie Meng. "Are you truly taking a bow with you? Trust me this once. Once we establish contact with the southern base, our situation will improve significantly." Noticing Su Yueshi's lingering worry, Xie Meng reassured her repeatedly until she finally acquiesced. "Understood," Xie Meng affirmed. This journey required meticulous planning. Every necessary item must be accounted for. Weapons were loaded onto the vehicles, while the women kneaded dough, cooked, and prepared meals to be sealed in containers. Given the weather, food could be preserved for several days, and items like flatbreads and buns would last even longer, alleviating concerns about spoilage during the journey. As the external water source was deemed unsafe, they also prepared drinking water, drawing from the well, boiling it, and transferring it into large barrels for transport. After a day of diligent preparation, everything was finally ready. The following day, after breakfast, the team members boarded the vehicles under Xie Meng's direction and set off. 8 large trucks embarked on the journey, each accommodating 6 to 7 individuals, providing ample space for both rest and cargo. Leading the convoy were Xie Meng and Tan Xi, with Tan Xi driving while Xie Meng navigated with a map, cradling a bow in his arms. At this juncture, any semblance of traffic rules had long been cast aside. A bow remained docile, perched on Xie Meng's lap, quietly observing the desolate landscape ahead. In the rear compartment sat 2 team members, Zhang Xiaohua and Xiao Guai. The truck was not open-topped. Once the doors were shut, darkness enveloped the interior. However, for convenience, the team modified the doors to allow for occasional ventilation during transit. Zhang Xiaohua cracked open a door, letting a beam of light filter in. Xiao Guai squinted, huddled in a corner like a quail. Losing his balance, Xiao Guai tumbled onto a team member named Song Liang. A wave of unsettling warmth radiated from above, startling Song Liang, who instinctively shoved Xiao Guai back into the corner. He had never liked this peculiar creature that resembled neither bird nor beast. Sitting with it in the same vehicle required considerable mental fortitude, and now it dared to fall upon him. He shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Guai, brushing off his hair and jacket in disgust. Startled awake, Xiao Guai wobbled his slender legs before dismissively closing his eyes to return to his crouched position. Chapter 82. The unruly team member Hey Buddy, Song Liang, despite being over a decade older than Zhang Xiaohua, still calls him Buddy. What on earth is this creature? Where did it come from? Zhang Xiaohua relaxed his arms and feigned sleep. Haven't I told you? Xiao Guai was discovered by Xie Meng in the forest. It saved our lives, so we decided to keep it around. That's not what I meant, Buddy. I want to know more specifics. Song Liang continued his inquiry. There's nothing more specific. Just treat it like a cat, a dog, or a pet. It won't harm us, so you needn't worry. I've never seen such a creature. It can't possibly be a mutated being that your captain found, right? Song Liang remarked. At that moment, another team member, Fei Kong, cautiously leaned in to agree. Yes. We all know the captain possesses some unusual abilities, but we dare not inquire further. Buddy, since you've been with the captain for a while, perhaps you could share some of her background with us. Oh, come on. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and shifted positions. There's no background. The captain is simply the captain. Just know that following her orders is always the right choice. I remember the first time I met the captain, she wasn't even afraid of mutated beings. Why is that? Because she has great courage, Zhang Xiaohua replied, grooming Xiao Guai's fur. I only know that as long as a Meng is around, any mutated being is no cause for concern. To avoid delays on the road, they implemented a rotation system for driving during the day. Song Liang and Fei Kong would rest, while Xie Meng and Tan Xi would take their turn at night. Seeing that they could extract no further information from Zhang Xiaohua, Song Liang and Fei Kong fell silent and lay back to sleep in the truck's compartment. The route into the county was as usual. Small mutated creatures occasionally darted across the highway, but the sheer size of the convoy deterred them from attacking. By the afternoon, they entered Nan City, the provincial capital and a first-tier city in the nation. Xie Meng recalled visiting here as a child with his parents. It was a vibrant metropolis. However, this time, as they drove into Nan City, the once bustling city lay eerily deserted, cloaked in a layer of dust. The calamity had first struck the cities. The more prosperous the city had once been, the more desolate it had become, starkly contrasting its former vibrance. The buildings remained tall and imposing as before. Colorful signs still hung neatly on the structures, as if the disaster had only claimed the lives of its inhabitants. Indeed, the city retained everything, save for the silence of its streets. As the vehicles sped along the highway, Xie Meng caught a fleeting glimpse outside the window, overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. The convoy quickly passed through Nan City and arrived near Tan River, a tributary of Tian River. Xie Meng examined the map. Across the Tan River lies Province H. The location provided by the poet is the capital city of Province H, where the southern base is situated. The riverside is sparsely populated with buildings. and the river expanse creates a sense of vastness all around. Numerous verdant plants flourish along the riverbank, neatly arranged, contributing to the refreshing quality of the air in this locale. Xie Meng cast a cursory glance around, contemplating that there should be no imminent danger, and thus addressed Tansy. Let us pause here for a moment and partake of some sustenance. Tansy maneuvered the vehicle to the side of the road and turned to observe Xie Meng, who was gazing at him in perplexity. After a protracted silence, he finally realized that the instinct to pull over was merely a vestige of muscle memory from the time before the apocalypse. Now, the road was desolate, save for a few abandoned cars, rendering the act of stopping utterly superfluous. Noticing this, several vehicles behind them also came to a halt. Let us rest for a while and have something to eat. We shall depart in half an hour, Xie Meng declared. Oh dear. As soon as Xie Meng's words fell, the team members began to stretch and move their bodies. Abeyo, resembling a small bear, clung to Xie Meng's shoulder, still dozing with his eyes half closed. Observing that Xie Meng was not particularly old and had been carrying the child for quite some time, Tansy proposed, "Let me hold him for a while." "No, thank you," Xie Meng replied swiftly, switching hands and slightly turning his body, a polite smile gracing his lips. "I still have strength." From a moment of his birth, Abeyo had never been held by any man except his father. The child was not easily given into the arms of others. This was a principle upheld by Su Yueshi in raising her child. Xie Meng extracted a cold steamed bun from her bag, tearing it into small pieces to feed to Abeyo, followed by a few morsels of sauteed vegetables. Only after Abeyo had finished did she indulge herself ravenously. The team members, having sat in the vehicle for an extended period, disembarked to dine by the river, their features contorted by the gusts of wind. "Look, there are fish in the river," exclaimed Song Liang and Fei Kong, as they sat by the water's edge, tossing small scraps of food into the water. Hearing the commotion, Xie Meng glanced up and noticed that Song Liang and Fei Kong were perilously close to the riverside vegetation, a twinge of foreboding stirring within her. For such lush undergrowth could easily conceal small mutated creatures. "Do not get too close. Exercise caution," Xie Meng cautioned. Understood, Captain," Song Liang replied with a hint of exasperation. In the next moment, Xie Meng observed Song Liang turn to Fei Kong, his expression one of defiance, prompting her to roll her eyes in resignation and disregard their antics. "Whatever the captain says goes. Let it be," Fei Kong hastily interjected. Unexpectedly, this remark ignited Song Liang's rebellious spirit. "What would a little girl and a baby know?" he muttered under his breath as he defiantly stepped toward the thicket. Suddenly, he felt something hard beneath his foot, seemingly moving. Reminded by Xie Meng, his nerves already frayed, he shrieked uncontrollably upon encountering the creature. The group looked up, only to discover that the object in the aquatic vegetation was the size of a fist, revealing a dark shell as it moved languidly through the water. "Oh, it's just a soft-shelled turtle. What a false alarm," Song Liang gasped, clutching his chest. Instantly, the group fixed him with irate glares. "Use your head. Tansy manist." I got it, Song Liang replied sheepishly, then cautiously pulled Fei Kong aside. "Do you think this turtle is edible?" Chapter 83. A teammate's carelessness leads to injury, probably not, Fei Kong replied, his expression peculiar. "Let us catch it and find out," Song Liang declared, reaching into the underbrush. "Hey, don't," Fei Kong called out. But it was too late. Song Liang had already pressed down on the turtle's back, turning to boast, "See? No harm done. The captain forbids reckless behavior," Fei Kong said, furrowing his brow in exasperation. Just then, a shriek pierced the air as Song Liang yelped in pain. The turtle had bitten down on his hand. Startled, he jerked his arm, but the turtle clung tightly, refusing to let go. "What's going on? Why the commotion?" Tansy barked. "I've been bitten," Song Liang exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Quick, pull your hand out." Fei Kong rushed over to assist him in retrieving the turtle from the aquatic plants. In the next instant, another blood-curdling scream echoed from the riverbank. Fei Kong, upon seeing what Song Liang was gripping, retreated 10 paces in alarm. As Song Liang raised his hand, horror washed over him as he comprehended the creature clinging to him, his pupils dilating in terror and his expression crumbling. Mutated creature, he cried, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, feeling utterly defeated. I'm done for. I'm finished. He frantically shook his right hand, desperate to dislodge the creature. Upon hearing the words mutated creature, the others scattered in panic, fleeing faster than rabbits, terrified of becoming infected themselves. Upon noticing something amiss, Xie Meng hastily exited the vehicle. Song Liang was on the verge of collapse, relentlessly striking the creature, which appeared to be a tortoise, with a stone. Yet, despite his fervor, the tortoise remained steadfast, refusing to relinquish its grip. When Xie Meng approached to discern the nature of the entity that had latched on his Song Liang, he was nearly compelled to stifle his revulsion. Indeed, it was a tortoise of sorts, but it defied conventional classification. It possessed 3 heads and 3 tails, or rather, it seemed as if 3 tortoises shared a single body. Its carapace was not a singular shell, but a grotesque amalgamation of 3 fused shells, resulting in a most bizarre and repugnant appearance. This aberration, though unsightly, bore no outward features that suggested it had deviated from its species' norms. Thus, Xie Meng found himself in a quandary. Uncertain whether it was a mutation induced by a viral infection, the results of industrial pollution from human society, or a natural anomaly. Should it merely fall into the latter 2 categories, a bite from it would not lead to infection. Song Liang, his face a canvas of tears and snot, wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I'm doomed." "Quiet," Xie Meng commanded, crouching down to firmly press on the protruding ridges of the tortoise's shell. Upon feeling Xie Meng's pressure, the tortoise immediately loosened its grip, retracting its 3 fingers and tails into its shell. At this moment, Xie Meng was certain that the creature was indeed a mutation resulting from a viral infection. Once the tortoise was finally removed, Song Liang exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground in a sweat-soaked heap, tearfully asking, "Captain, am I finished?" Xie Meng nodded coldly. "Didn't I tell you to remain still? Now look what has happened." Upon hearing Xie Meng's words, Song Liang's features contorted in despair, and he lay on the ground, wailing like a petulant child. I don't want to die." His cries were piercing, rivaling the sounds of the gorillas in the forest. "Serves you right," Xie Meng scoffed. "You too. Come here and hold him down." He gestured to the 2 individuals nearby, who obediently approached and firmly restrained Song Liang against the ground. Xie Meng approached, grasping Song Liang's hand, and swiftly carved a cross over the wound with a knife. Song Liang's face contorted in agony, his struggling body erupting once more in a wail of torment. "Help! Captain, help!" A grown man who is timid, cowardly, and meddlesome ought to be properly dealt with. If he wishes to survive, he must endure. Xie Meng spoke in a calm tone, then mercilessly squeezed the remaining venom from the wound. As she poured alcohol over Song Liang's injury, the air was quickly filled with screams akin to those of slaughtered pig. There was only alcohol, no other disinfectants available. Without hesitation, Xie Meng drenched the wound thoroughly. Song Liang's face paled from the pain, and he writhed on the ground. "All done. Abayo, come here." Xie Meng beckoned to the opposite side. Abayo staggered over from behind the truck, seeking refuge in Xie Meng's embrace, then took hold of Song Liang's hand and closed her eyes. Except for Zhang Xiaohua and Tan Si, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what the 2 sisters were doing. Though Tan Si was equally perplexed, he surmised that this was the sisters' method of saving someone, or rather, aiding an infected individual. Gradually, the rosy hue of Abayo's face faded, as if the blood coursing through her grip on Song Liang was draining away. Then, like a small kitten, she nestled against Xie Meng's shoulder. Watching Abayo, in her weakened state, tugged at Xie Meng's heartstrings. After wiping the sweat from Abayo's face with a small towel, she lifted her up, exclaiming, "Our Abayo is truly remarkable. Is that it?" Zhang Xiao inquired. "Yes." Xie Meng nodded at him, then turned to the others, stating, "He will be fine, but he is likely to develop a high fever tonight, exhibiting symptoms similar to those of Xiaoying before. However, he will recover in a few days. He cannot drive tonight and will need someone to take his place." The group stood in stunned silence, completely unaware of what had just transpired. However, recalling how Xiaoying had been similarly treated, they sensed an air of mystery surrounding Xie Meng and Abayo, their gazes reflecting a newfound respect and distance toward them. "Time's up. "Let us get in the car," Xie Meng announced. After the recent events, whether due to her courage or her aloof demeanor, the team members felt an inexplicable trust in her. Whenever she spoke, they complied without any dissent. Xie Meng gently placed Abeyo in the car, retrieving a packet of milk powder from his bag. He poured it into a bottle, added cold water, and shook it until well mixed. Although Abeyo was very young, her extraordinary abilities came at a great cost, leaving her body in a state of extreme weakness. After healing Xiaoying last time, Abeyo had suffered a month-long cold due to her compromised immunity. "Drink up, my dear," Xie Meng encouraged as he handed her the bottle. Given the current dire circumstances, milk powder was the only nourishment available. Abeyo lay on Xie Meng's lap, her small hand delicately accepting the bottle, and then she closed her eyes, striving to suckle. Seeing her in such a state tugged painfully at Xie Meng's heart. "Your sister will surely take good care of you." Chapter 84. The mysterious creatures of the tunnel as night fell and the shift changed. Song Liang began to exhibit mild signs of mutation, including a fever and muscle spasms. Inside the vehicle, Tansi lifted Song Liang's eyelid and shone a flashlight into his eye, revealing a network of red veins. "Is he really going to be all right?" Tansi inquired of Xie Meng. "Rest assured, he'll be fine by tomorrow. In 2 or 3 days, he will recover," Xie Meng assured him confidently. "What method did you employ?" "I was unaware that the infected could also be cured." The beam of the flashlight illuminated Tansi's gaze, sharp as a blade. "It's hard to explain," Xie Meng replied, choosing to overlook the skepticism in Tansi's eyes. "Perhaps once we reach the southern base, everything will become clear." Xie Meng tugged at the small blanket, pulling Abeyo closer to him. The visibility was poor at night, and the vehicle speed was slow. Occasionally, they encountered rough road conditions, causing the truck to jolt. Since his rebirth, Xie Meng had struggled with sleep, and in such circumstances, he hardly managed to doze off at all. After an indeterminate period, the truck suddenly came to a sharp halt, and the force of inertia nearly propelled Xie Meng against the cabin wall. Everyone was instantly awakened. "What happened? What's going on?" The team members in the back were bewildered. "Captain," Fei Kong exclaimed, poking his head out of the window, "we cannot proceed." "What's the situation? Did you not follow the map?" Tansi opened the cabin door and leaped down. "Deputy, we indeed follow the map, but there's an obstruction ahead. We're unsure what it is," Fei Kong continued. The people in the back inquired, "Captain, should we take a detour?" Upon hearing this, Xie Meng set Abeyo down and also jumped out of the truck. The vehicle had halted at the entrance of a tunnel, illuminated by searchlights, but inside the tunnel, nothing was visible. It remained shrouded in darkness. Xie Meng approached the front of the truck and released a fragment of his subtle mental energy. The objects within the tunnel ahead burst forth with a dazzling array of emerald light, densely packed and incessantly flickering. This phenomenon, of course, existed solely within Xie Meng's consciousness, invisible to others. They were mutated plants, possessing a feeble offensive capability. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern. Xie Meng sensed that the tunnel was densely packed with mutated beings, rendering it impenetrable, and they were incessantly writhing and struggling. She speculated that their offensive capabilities were likely not formidable, yet their sheer numbers posed a significant risk to advance at this moment. It was evident that passage would be impossible tonight. We would rest here for the night. The majority of the team succumbed to slumber, leaving only 10 individuals to keep watch. As the first rays of dawn pierced over the mountains and filtered into the carriage, Xie Meng awoke. The air was thick with mist, and a damp layer enveloped the blankets. Each breath felt as if her lungs were thoroughly saturated. Beads of water adorned the walls of the carriage, and she wiped them with a towel before leaping down. "Captain, you're awake. Have something to eat." The early risers among the team had kindled a small fire by the roadside, with 6 or 7 individuals huddled around it. As Xie Meng approached, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted towards her. "Here." Fei Kong retrieved one from the fire, prodded it to check its readiness, and, finding it sufficiently cooked, wrapped it in cloth and handed it to Xie Meng. "What's Song Liang?" Last night, Song Liang had been transferred to another carriage, and Xie Meng was uncertain about his condition. "He has a high fever, but the mutation symptoms have nearly subsided," Fei Kong replied. "Alas, he should have heeded your advice. If it weren't for your intervention, Captain, he would have perished," and perhaps even jeopardized our safety. Xie Meng smiled faintly, remaining silent. After savoring a roasted sweet potato and a piece of cold flatbread, he cradled up and made his way towards the tunnel. "Captain, we shall accompany you," Song Liang remarked from behind. "Xie Meng, it is unsafe for you to venture alone. We ought to follow," Tensi added. "No need. You should prioritize your own safety," Xie Meng thought to himself, suppressing the urge to express that he would rather not have come to their rescue should they find themselves in peril. Xie Meng ambled forward with an unhurried demeanor, akin to a leisurely stroll. As he approached, the darkness within the cave deepened, and the palpable aura of danger intensified. A group of onlookers observed a young girl cradling another child as they gradually drew nearer to the tunnel, their hearts heavy with an indescribable sentiment. The morning mist enveloped the figure of the girl, shrouding her in an enchanting aura of mystery. Under the watchful gaze of the team, the silhouette of the girl, holding the infant, vanished entirely into the abyss of the dark tunnel. As Xie Meng stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped him. The light from outside refracted through the entrance, providing only a blurred glimpse of the intertwining plants, while not a single ray managed to penetrate from the opposite end of the tunnel. Nevertheless, within this eerie ambience, Xie Meng felt no hint of danger. Although Bao exhibited some reluctance to enter the darkness, she gradually acclimated to the tunnel's surroundings. "Sister, where are we going?" Bao inquired in her sweet, innocent voice. "Are you afraid, Bao?" Xie Meng asked. "I'm not afraid," Bao replied, shaking her head. Perhaps, in a certain sense, they were kindred spirits, both her and the essence of the tunnel. Xie Meng reached out to touch the inner wall of the tunnel, her mental energy gradually emanating from her fingertips. Slowly, the vegetation within the tunnel stirred, producing a sound reminiscent of an aged elder shifting in a bamboo chair. The distant team members observed the emergence of light within the tunnel, their faces illuminating with joyous smiles. "Deputy Team Leader, it's ready. Let's proceed," Fei Kong exclaimed with delight. Noticing that the mutated entities near Xie Meng had largely dissipated, Tansy refrained from intervening. The team members drove forward and halted at the tunnel's entrance. "Captain, hurry and get in," Song Liang called out. "Wait, do not approach yet," Xie Meng cautioned, still maintaining her hand against the tunnel wall, but her warning came too late. The mutated plants within the tunnel surged forth uncontrollably, countless tendrils lunging towards the awaiting truck outside. An incessant growth of branches and leaves enveloped and ensnared, just as they had within the tunnel. Before the occupants inside the vehicle could even utter a cry for help, they found themselves entirely surrounded by the mutated flora. "Help! Help! Quickly close the cargo hold!" The team members shouted from within the vehicle, but to Xie Meng, their cries were muffled and distorted, indicating that the plants had completely engulfed the truck, even advancing into the cargo area. Xie Meng swiftly ran forward, cradling a Bao in her arms. The ground was carpeted with tender yellow mutated substances, yielding softly underfoot, reminiscent of daughter. As she sprinted, Xie Meng sensed her pace gradually diminishing, as if an unseen force was tugging at her from behind, making her exert considerable effort. Chapter 85. An Unexpected Acquaintance. Glancing back, she discovered that the soles of her shoes were encrusted with the mutated flora, which seemed to have sprouted hooks, ensnaring everything in their vicinity and forming a pervasive layer. Ximon struggled vigorously to break free and sprinted ahead. The people in the car continued to cry out for help, moaning in distress. Xie Meng extracted a small knife from his portable bag and forcefully severed the foliage obscuring the window of the first vehicle. "Captain, please save me," Song Liang cried out, his tear-streaked face illuminated by a beam of light that penetrated the vehicle. However, before he could finish his plea, the freshly cut plants swiftly reclaimed their position, extinguishing the light within the cabin. "Captain! Captain! Help!" Song Liang wailed from inside. Upon hearing his desperate cries, the individuals in the rear compartment succumbed to panic, all clamoring for assistance. "Who is it?" Xie Meng thought in alarm, realizing that someone had been observing their every move without his knowledge. Instinctively, he barked out a command. In an instant, the figure vanished without a trace. "Captain, what is happening?" the team members asked anxiously. Xie Meng had an instinct that this person was not ordinary. and he immediately dashed toward the tunnel. Captain! Captain! Help! The individuals in the vehicle, upon hearing Xie Meng's frantic cries, were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Xie Meng halted, casting a glance towards the direction where the silhouettes had vanished, then turned to observe the teammates in the car, who were clamoring in disarray. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Silence! Xie Meng bellowed. Instantly, those within the vehicle fell into a profound hush. Xie Meng inquired, "Is anyone injured?" A moment of silence enveloped the road before someone finally responded, seemingly uncertain. "No, I suppose." The absence of injuries suggested that these plants were not particularly aggressive towards humans. It merely required a methodical approach to clear them away. Xie Meng no longer wished to squander her mental energy. A simpler method would indeed be preferable. At that moment, it seemed that Tan Si in the car was sharing her thoughts. "Xie Meng, most plants are averse to fire. Why not try using a lighter?" All right. Previously, Xie Meng had discovered numerous lighters in the county town, so she carried a few with her. Xie Meng produced a lighter, ignited it, and then brought it close to the yellow, parasitic-like plant. Soon, the flames scorched the vegetation, causing it to curl up, while the surrounding heat gradually dissipated. However, fire has its limitations, only managing to repel the encroaching flora slightly. Once the flames extinguished, the plants would return with renewed vigor. Sighing, Xie Meng realized that she would need to rely on her mental prowess. She concentrated her mind, gradually unleashing her power into the surroundings. The mutated plants in proximity sensed her energy and swiftly recoiled, one by one vanishing from the vehicle. Nevertheless, the number of mutated plants covering the car was likely in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. It turned out to be a filamentous organism, originating from a single main root. Yet each strand had the capacity to regenerate into a new plant. Xie Meng intensified his efforts. 3 minutes later, a substantial portion of his strength had been expended, and the filamentous entities on the first vehicle were completely dissipated. Xie Meng finally exhaled deeply, but as she stepped back, the filamentous plants began to regrow towards the vehicle. Upon hearing her teammates' words, a glimmer of realization struck her mind. Were all the occupants inside the vehicle unharmed? Had any mutated entities infiltrated? No, the team members responded in unison. Thus, it dawned on Xie Meng. Each strand of these filamentous mutated plants was exceedingly fine, capable of creeping through the cracks of the car window, yet the individuals inside remained unscathed. This indicated that even if there were gaps in the vehicle, the plants could not penetrate, confirming their inability to invade. Drive straight through, Xie Meng commanded Song Liang, who was at the helm of the first vehicle. Huh? Song Liang glanced apprehensively at the dark tunnel ahead, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. "Trust me, just go straight ahead. You'll be fine," Xie Meng encouraged him. Bolstered by the captain's words, Song Liang steadied himself, took a deep breath, and started the truck. Just before entering the pitch-black tunnel, he resigned himself and shut his eyes, flooring the accelerator. Once inside, visibility vanished entirely, and Song Liang relied solely on instinct to keep the steering wheel steady. The tires screeched against the pavement, and the truck came to a halt. A brilliant beam of light flooded the interior. The shadows had dissipated, revealing a radiant sun that was almost blinding. Song Liang excitedly glanced into the rearview mirror, seeing the tunnel recede behind them, and the mutated entities atop the vehicle had completely vanished. Captain! Captain! We succeeded!" Song Liang shouted toward the tunnel. Zhang Xiaohua and Tan Si swung open the truck's rear door, their faces alight with joy as they beheld the expansive vista before them. "I heard you." Xie Meng's voice echoed from the other side of the tunnel, growing fainter. It turned out the captain had spoken the truth. Following her lead was indeed the right choice. Song Liang exclaimed. On this side of the tunnel, Xie Meng confirmed that these mutated plants were not as formidable as they appeared. They shunned enclosed spaces, which explained why they merely enveloped the vehicles without infiltrating them. Employing the same method as before, Xie Meng dispersed the mutated plants from each vehicle's windows, instructing the drivers to charge through. Soon, only one vehicle remained. "Captain, hurry up and get in. What are you waiting for?" The team members inside the vehicle inquired. "No, you go ahead first. Once you're through, release Xiaoguai," Xie Meng replied. With a whoosh, The vehicle sped through the tunnel, and Xiaoguai's figure swiftly appeared in midair. Xiaoguai, hurry and pull us across, Xie Meng called out. Xiaoguai swooped down, carefully grasping Xie Meng's shoulder. With the added weight of a bao, Xiaoguai struggled slightly, flying at a reduced speed. As they rounded the top of the tunnel, Xie Meng peered down at the ground, meticulously searching for the hiding place of the figure she had glimpsed earlier. This tunnel cut through a small hill, and the canopy above was dense with trees. From above, the myriad of trees intertwined, making it challenging to locate an individual within. However, in that fleeting moment of flight, Xie Meng discerned something amiss. A certain area of the hillside exhibited an unusual lushness compared to its surroundings, beneath which lay a large, dark mass that appeared to be encased in something. That person must be hiding within. This thought flashed like lightning through Xie Meng's mind. Chapter 86. The mysterious teacher, Xia, simultaneously. The figure emerged from the nest-like structure, curiously gazing up at the sky. Teacher. Upon recognizing the face of the individual below, Xie Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. Xie Meng shouted anxiously, Teacher Xia. The more Xie Meng pondered, the more convinced she became that the individual in question was indeed Teacher Xia, the very person who had sheltered her before her rebirth, when she had appeared before the cave, and with whom she had lived for 5 years. Prior to her rebirth, Teacher Xia had imparted numerous life-saving skills to her and had rescued her on countless occasions. Yet, for reasons unknown, Teacher Xia had vanished in the end, and the next time Xie Meng laid eyes on her, it was upon her lifeless body. However, wasn't she supposed to appear only 3 years later? Why then had she encountered her here? Xie Meng was filled with bewilderment. Yet her intuition assured her that she had not misidentified the individual, for in this temporal realm, many events had unfolded prematurely. She had encountered the poet ahead of time, as well as Teacher Xia. Did this imply that the fluctuations would also arrive sooner than expected? A chilling thought crossed her mind, and Xie Meng could not afford to ponder further. Her immediate desire was to locate Teacher Xia. Above the tunnel stood a figure, and Xie Meng addressed her team, stating, We must find him. Why? Tansi inquired, perplexed. I wish to save him. Have you become soft-hearted? Are you to rescue every person you encounter, even if they do not require your assistance? Tansi questioned. We must forge an alliance with all survivors. Humanity must unite, Xie Meng asserted with unwavering conviction. Tansi found herself at a loss for words, as Xie Meng had invoked the very essence of humanity's plight. After all, it was for the sake of humanity that she had agreed to team up with him in the first place. Then how shall we find him? Tansi asked, suppressing her displeasure. I will ascend first. If I can persuade him, that would be ideal. If not, I will force him down, and, at that moment, you all should surround him, but do not harm him, Xie Meng instructed. Understood. The team nodded in unison, although they did not fully grasp their leader's motivations. They had faith in her judgment, for she had never erred in her decisions. Xie Meng was pulled by Xiaoguai to the top of the tunnel. The forest was enveloped in a serene silence as Xie Meng cautiously approached the nest. Despite the faint sounds beneath his feet, they were still audible to those inside. Xie Meng observed the nest, its surface adorned with filamentous substances, tremble slightly, yet no figure emerged from within. Xie Meng cautiously ventured closer, only to discover that the nest was not spherical. It appeared rather to resemble a cubic form. She could not fathom the material of its construction. The nest stood firmly on the ground, enveloped by mutated flora, effectively deterring many intrusions. Yet, Xie Meng pondered why her teacher dared to reside within. He seemed utterly unperturbed by these aberrations. Had he, too, undergone a transformation? Teacher Xia? Xie Meng called softly. The person inside exhibited a heightened sense of caution, remaining silent. Teacher Xia Chunxiu? She probed again, attempting to bridge the gap. Do you remember me? I was a student at number 26 middle school. In truth, Xie Meng had never attended that school, nor was she a student of Teacher Xia. She merely recalled hearing him recount his experiences and believed this would engender trust while swiftly closing the distance between them. As anticipated, the voice from within finally responded. What did you say? It was a young man with a voice marked by weariness. Teacher Xia, I am your student, Xie Meng. Are you not Teacher Xia Chunxiu? She inquired. The individual fell silent once more, seemingly contemplating the veracity of this information. You may not remember me, but I attended your physical education class, Xie Meng added, providing further details to bolster her credibility. As she had expected, Xia Chunqiu spoke again. You are my student? Xie Meng? I have no recollection of you. Xie Meng was aware of Xia Chunqiu's exceptional memory. He never forgot the names of any student he had taught. However, Xie Meng had his own strategies to cope. In the year 3018 of the stellar calendar, you once substituted for the physical education teacher class 29, and I am a student from that class, Xie Meng stated, half in jest, half in earnest. Xia Chunqiu, ensconced within his lair, seemed to ponder for a moment, expressing a faint recognition. It appeared that he harbored a profound distrust of the outside world. Although he acknowledged Xie Meng as one of his students, he remained concealed, speaking in a muffled tone from within. How did you end up here? What was that thing that just flew by? Why are there so many of you? The questions tumbled from Xia's lips like a rapid-fire barrage. At this juncture, Xie Meng paused, casting his gaze toward the dense layer of silken threads enveloping the entrance of the lair, subtly suggesting, in a post-apocalyptic world, peculiar phenomena are to be expected. However, not every entity poses a threat to humanity. Wouldn't you agree? It was evident that Xia was unafraid of these mutated plants. In fact, he utilized them for his own protection. That is indeed true, Xia replied, as he deftly brandished a stick made of an unknown material, prying open a small section of the silken barrier above the lair. Xie Meng beheld a sharp object protruding, which punctured a thick membrane formed by filamentous strands. As the stick was pulled aside, a portion of the nest was revealed. The space was cramped, dim, and damp, filled with tools of indeterminate shapes. The crevice was pried open further, and then Teacher Xia cautiously emerged, clearly exerting every effort to avoid contact with the yellow tendrils. It became evident to Xie Meng that Teacher Xia also harbored a fear of the mutated entities, confirming that he had not been infected. Upon emerging, Teacher Xia leaned against a tree, struggling to stand, likely due to the confinement that had caused damage to his bones. He remained silent, scrutinizing Xie Meng from head to toe. What do you seek from me? After a moment, Teacher Xia asked coldly. This was not the Teacher Xia of yore. He had once exuded warmth and optimism, even in dire circumstances, rather than this frigid demeanor. Just as Xie Meng found this transformation perplexing, the teacher revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 87. The teacher sees through the deceit. You are not my student at all. Upon hearing this, Xie Meng watched as Teacher Xia hurled an object towards her. Darkness enveloped her as the peculiar item hurtled directly towards her face. Xie Meng, with quick reflexes, swiftly turned his head and retreated a few steps, causing the pile of items to tumble onto the adjacent ground. Xie Meng lowered his gaze, only to discover a writhing mass of flesh-colored worms, countless in number, crawling on the ground and inching toward him. The scene was undeniably repulsive, causing his heart to leap as he hastily darted to the side. Teacher Xia, what on earth are you doing? Seeing his master in distress, the small creature in midair, Xiaoguai, swooped down in an attempt to apprehend Teacher Xia. However, its claws were swiftly thwarted by Xie Meng. Were it not for the abundant trust he held in Teacher Xia, he would have found it quite difficult to swallow his indignation. With a cold chuckle, Teacher Xia kindly elucidated, I remember every student I have marked. I have never seen you before, nor have I heard your name. Who exactly are you, and what purpose do you have in deceiving me? Realizing he had been exposed, Xie Meng sighed. Deceiving others was one matter, but being unmasked would truly lead to a loss of trust, especially with someone as vigilant as Teacher Xia. Teacher Xia, I truly know you, but to be honest, I fear you may not believe me. Observing Teacher Xia's clenched fist, seemingly ready to hurl what she held, Xie Meng hastily clarified, You indeed have never taught me at school. Yet I am acquainted with you, unbeknownst to you. This assertion appeared more convincing than the previous one, as Teacher Xia gradually relaxed her fist upon hearing it. Xie Meng hastily spoke, I notice you here alone and thought to extend an invitation for you to join our team, so we can look out for one another. Teacher Xia's anger began to subside, yet he remained somewhat skeptical of Xie Meng's proposition. Just like that? Really? Look, the crowd below is all part of one team. Our group is growing on the road. The more people we have, the better we can resist the mutated entities, Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing these words, Teacher Xia's demeanor revealed a hint of hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What if I decline?" Xie Meng was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that a simple persuasion would suffice for Teacher Xia to acquiesce, but she was unprepared for his formidable sense of caution. "This place is not safe, teacher. You have no other choice but to join our ranks." It was rumored that a new type of catastrophe was sweeping across the nation. How long did he think he could endure here? "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to strengthen our team." Seeing the sincerity in Xie Meng's words, Teacher Xia pondered for a moment. Just as she felt assured that he would consent to her proposal, he abruptly hurled a mass of writhing insects in her direction. "No matter how eloquently you speak, I remain unconvinced," he retorted from within. "If you possess the skill, then bind me. However, the surroundings are teeming with mutated creatures, and I fear you lack the courage to approach." Upon hearing this, Xie Meng did not react with anger. Instead, she knelt down to inspect the flesh-colored insects that Teacher Xia had just thrown, initially believing it to be merely a cluster of bugs. She was taken aback as she drew closer. A multitude of elongated insects were entwined together. No, they were bound together, each one possessing 2 heads, each mouth agape, seemingly ravenous. It was evident that these creatures had a voracious appetite. The binding cords wrapped around the midsection of the insects, and there were dozens in a single bundle. Xie Meng, utilizing her mental prowess, discerned that this was indeed a mutated entity. It appeared that her instructor had bound the creature with rope out of fear of its mobility. Such restraint not only prevented her from being attacked by the creature, but also allowed her to harness its protective potential. As Xie Meng crouched on the ground in contemplation, the writhing of the creature intensified, its mouth elongating ominously. Suddenly, hundreds of these creatures began to struggle against the ropes, biting fervently to free themselves. In the next instant, the ropes were completely severed, and the multitude of creatures surged forth like earthworms after a rainstorm, leaping frantically and advancing towards Xie Meng. "Goodness!" Xie Meng silently cursed, her heart racing. While she harbored no fear of mutated beings, she was profoundly terrified of legless entities. The sight of hundreds of legless creatures leaping upon the ground was utterly nightmarish, causing her to forget even the release of her mental energy. Instead, she was preoccupied with frantically bouncing on her feet, desperate to avoid the clutches of the creatures. Before long, Xie Meng found herself ensnared in an unimaginable predicament. Xie Meng leapt beside a tree, grasping the trunk firmly with both hands to elevate his legs off the ground, exerting all his strength into his grip to support his body. Xie Meng's feet left the ground, her voice trembling. "Little Guai, hurry help!" Little Guai descended swiftly, using its claws to snatch away several worms from beneath Xie Meng's feet, tossing them far away. "This hand is no good," Xie Meng lamented, half laughing. "Please come and rescue me." Before little Guai could reach her, Xie Meng suddenly sensed something even more alarming. Why did her palms feel so itchy? Before she could grasp the situation, a wave of chilling dread surged within her, and her forehead began to cool. Turning her head, she realized that what she was gripping was not a tree trunk, but a mass of writhing worms. The dormant creatures had been roused by her grasp, slowly undulating in the palm of her hand. No one could maintain composure under such a dual assault on the senses and psyche. Xie Meng screamed, nearly brought to tears. Simultaneously, the immense surge of her mental energy erupted with her emotional outburst, causing violent tremors in the surrounding space, shattering all mutated entities within a radius of several hundred meters. Below, Zhang Xiaohua heard Xie Meng scream and instinctively tightened his grip on a bayo. The team members began to discuss anxiously among themselves. What has happened to the captain? Do we need to provide assistance? If the captain cannot handle this, how can we? Indeed. Meanwhile, the hiding place of Teacher Xia on the mountain was entirely exposed. Xie Meng forcefully calmed his racing thoughts, and only then did he realize that the so-called nest before him, stripped of its sinewy coverings, was merely a cage constructed from stainless steel pipes, secured around the edges by simple ropes. This iron cage lay on the ground, unanchored, while a sturdy rope connected its top to a branch above, the other end of which was tethered to a hefty stone. It was likely that in times of peril, Teacher Xia would hoist herself up into the tree to evade the dangers lurking on the ground. However, at this moment, the surrounding camouflage and defenses had been removed, leaving Teacher Xia completely exposed within Xie Meng's line of sight. Chapter 88. Finding the Survivor Base. Xie Meng observed the expression of terror etched upon Teacher Xia's face, as if he had encountered a specter. Subsequently, Teacher Xia flung open the iron cage and fled down the mountain in a frenzy. Upon witnessing Teacher Xia's emergence, the individuals below swiftly encircled him, adhering to Xie Meng's prior instructions. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Teacher Xia implored, fully aware of his inability to contend against such a multitude, his voice tinged with desperation. "Join us, Teacher Xia," Xie Meng implored earnestly. In the next moment, Teacher Xia resorted to his previous tactics, retrieving a large cluster of insects from his pocket and hurling them wildly in every direction. "Beware, they are mutated creatures," Xie Meng shouted, extending his arms in an attempt to shield them from the onslaught of insects. The team members, quick on their feet, evaded the swarm. The insects, suspended in midair, rapidly scattered, writhing in all directions. "Swiftly resolve this," Tan Si commanded. Several team members coordinated seamlessly with him, subduing individuals in a matter of moments, binding them with ropes. The insects on the ground continued their frenzied writhing, a sight so unsettling that it could render one unable to eat for days. "Get in the vehicle, we must depart," Xie Meng instructed. "Release me. What is the meaning of this?" Teacher Xia protested, struggling in vain. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears as he was dragged to the last compartment of the vehicle and secured to the railing. The convoy resumed its journey, traversing the desolate road ahead. Xie Meng held up closely, meticulously discerning the route on the map. "If we proceed along this path and encounter no unforeseen circumstances, we should reach our destination within a day. Do we have sufficient fuel?" Xie Meng inquired of Tan Si. "The location is so vague that it may take us several days to locate the base," he remarked, pointing to a circled area on the map. The journey was remarkably smooth, and by the third day, the convoy arrived at their destination. What appeared as merely a dot on the map turned out to be a sprawling metropolis, leaving everyone bewildered and uncertain of which direction to take in search of the scientific base. Strangely, the closer they approached the city, the more agitated Xiao Guai became, scratching restlessly inside the vehicle. The team members, apprehensive of its erratic behavior, hesitated to share the same vehicle with it. Xie Meng could only release it, allowing it to soar alongside the convoy. Upon exiting the expressway, a massive high-speed railway station came into view, with trains still stationed on the tracks. As they ventured into the city, Xie Meng traced several lines on the map, preparing to search for the base along these routes. "Follow it," Xie Meng thought, momentarily disregarding the reasons, for she held immense trust in Xiao Guai, knowing that it always acted with purpose. "Following a bird, what are your thoughts?" Teacher Xia remarked from within the carriage, expressing his frustration. Since being bound 2 days prior, he had discovered that the members of the team treated him well. They provided him with food and drink, ensuring his safety, gradually easing his suspicions, and allowing him to jest with the team. "This is our captain's adorable pet," Song Liang stated. Though he had not inquired about its specific purpose, he acknowledged its prowess. "Just watch. Following it will lead us right," Zhang Xiaohu proudly asserted. A large bird flew across the expansive sky, while a convoy sped across the ground. After closely tailing Xiao Guai for nearly 3 hours, the surrounding buildings finally emerged from their shrouded haze. Xie Meng had once heard a saying that the popularity of a place sets it apart from others. Once a location loses its allure, its structures swiftly succumb to decay. As he approached, Xie Meng pondered that this place had indeed regained its vitality. Indeed, after less than 10 minutes of driving, a peculiar edifice, concealed behind a cluster of towering buildings, emerged majestically at its apex. As his view drew nearer, Xie Meng gradually discerned the majority of the building's form. It resembled a hemispherical structure, akin to an inverted bowl resting upon the ground. Crafted from a unique material that shimmered in a soft silver hue, akin to a frosted texture, exuding a subtle metallic luster. Xie Meng was convinced that, even amidst the most sophisticated structures in the city, She had never encountered a fa constructed from such material. In fact, she had never seen this material at all. She speculated that it might be a novel architectural substance developed by scientists, designed to thwart the intrusion of mutated entities. The entire edifice boasted a remarkably fluid design. Perhaps due to the material, there were no visible doors or windows. Surrounding this peculiar structure were numerous smaller buildings, rectangular in shape, resembling 3- to 4-story residential complexes. Xie Meng counted 18 in total, uncertain if any were obscured from view. Xiao Guai soared into the vicinity and immediately accelerated, disregarding the convoy behind. With fervent flapping of its wings, it ascended to the apex of the hemispherical building. 3 minutes later, the convoy navigated around the adjacent structures, entering the domain of the extraordinary building. Upon arrival, they discovered that the buildings were situated within a vast expanse of open land, standing proudly at the center of this space. In front of the architectural ensemble was a checkpoint, manned by 2 men clad in special uniforms and wielding firearms. Apart from these 2 individuals, Xie Meng observed no one else outside. As the convoy approached, one of the men raised his weapon, signaling them to halt. The 8 trucks came to a standstill, and Xie Meng along with Tansy disembarked. "Where do you come from?" asked the man, his demeanor rigid and expression grave. Xie Meng deduced he was likely a military personnel. "We hail from a South City. We heard about Lingxi technology on the broadcast and drove here," Xie Meng replied. A flicker of incredulity crossed the man's gaze before he inquired, "How many individuals are with you?" 8 vehicles, 50 people, she answered. "Very well. You may proceed following inspection," he stated, retrieving a sophisticated device from a guardhouse. "Vehicles cannot enter. Everyone must disembark and line up here." Once all individuals exited the vehicles and formed an orderly line, the guard wielding the device scanned each person meticulously, while another guard stood at the entrance, his gaze fixed intently upon them. "What exactly are you testing for?" Tansy queried. "Oh, we're checking for infections. There have been infected individuals who entered previously, hence the stringent measures now in place," the guard explained, shaking the device. "This is the latest detection instrument. It may appear simple, but it possesses numerous functions. Any signs of infection will be identified." Chapter 89. Entering the scientific base soon. All 50 individuals were cleared. "Why is there not a single person outside?" Xie Meng asked. "Is that sufficient?" Zhang Xiaohua inquired simultaneously, having expected the process to be more elaborate. "All personnel are inside," the guard indicated toward the unusual building with his weapon. "We merely serve as the first checkpoint. There will be more comprehensive and detailed inspections within." After the examination, the guard gestured toward the buildings behind them, signaling for them to proceed on their own, before resuming his post without further engagement. They traversed the desolate expanse and arrived before the extraordinary edifice. Suddenly, a narrow opening appeared in the flawless hemisphere, which subsequently widened, allowing several individuals to enter and exit. As Xie Meng stepped inside, the gap behind him sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace upon the walls. It became apparent that this was an automatic door, crafted from materials and designed in a manner unknown to Xie Meng, suggesting that the construction of this edifice was undoubtedly a pinnacle of global technology. The corridor ahead lay desolate, illuminated in such a way that its end was visible at a glance, yet it imparted a sense of constriction and suffocation. "Captain, shall we proceed?" Song Liang inquired. Xie Meng hesitated. The implications of the guard's words suggested that anyone entering the technology museum would undergo a meticulous examination, which could very well reveal Xie Meng's extraordinary abilities. If such a detection were indeed possible, what level of technological advancement would humanity have reached? Xie Meng pondered to himself. Although Xie Meng had received guidance from teachers and poets prior to her rebirth, she had not systematically completed her compulsory education, resulting in a lack of comprehensive understanding in certain subjects, particularly in science, where she could be deemed almost illiterate. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Meng was quite certain that humanity's technological advancements had not reached such heights. Otherwise, the catastrophic outbreak of mutations would not have occurred. At that moment, a figure emerged from the far end of the corridor, appearing surprisingly diminutive in this expansive passageway. revealing to Xie Meng that the corridor was far longer than she had initially imagined. The individual was clad in a distinctive white uniform, evidently a staff member, who waved amicably at Xie Meng and her companions. "Let us proceed," Xie Meng thought, setting aside her concerns and striding forward. Indeed, the tunnel stretched on for nearly 10 minutes before she reached its end. However, the foremost question occupying Xie Meng's mind was not the length of the tunnel, but rather the sheer amount of electricity required to illuminate such an extensive passage. The opulence of this place was quite astonishing. As she approached, the staff member scanned Xie Meng's entire body with a sleek black device. Upon nearing him, she detected a peculiar scent emanating from his person, unmistakably mingled with the aroma of disinfectant. "Where have you come from?" The staff member's face was obscured by a hat, allowing Xie Meng to glimpse only his eyes through a transparent material, but his voice indicated he was male. "South City," she replied, standing aside as the staff member proceeded to check the others. While scanning the team members, the staff member conversed with Xie Meng. "Ah, South City, that's not too far. You have quite a large group with you." "Indeed, we are a team. We wouldn't dare come without such a number," interjected Zhang Xiaohua. "In fact, your timing is fortuitous. We have made significant advancements in our research on the virus," the staff member continued. "What?" Xie Meng was taken aback. "Really?" "Yes, though I cannot divulge specifics." "You are fortunate to have contacted us relatively early," he replied. "Are we truly considered early?" Zhang Xiaohua echoed Xie Meng's incredulity. "Yes. Are you unaware of the severity of the current situation? Few have been able to receive our messages, and even fewer have managed to reach us after receiving the signals. Once our base stabilized, we dispatched teams daily for search and rescue operations, but the outcomes have been less than promising." "Now I understand," Xie Meng nodded in acknowledgement. The staff member quickly completed the scans for all team members and then gestured with his right hand, saying to Xie Meng, "You have all passed. Please proceed inside for an additional level of inspection." Xie Meng sensed that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. However, from this point onward, the architecture within took on a different form. A sudden fissure appeared on the smooth wall to her right, which then widened to reveal a perfectly concealed grand entrance. Bright lights illuminated the space, momentarily disorienting Xie Meng. Before her lay an immense chamber. No, her initial impression was not of a room, but rather of an expansive plaza, with radiant overhead lights resembling the sun. The ceiling projected an image of the sky, or perhaps it was a vast curtain, while verdant plants adorned the periphery. In the center, there was even a flower bed and a fountain, rendering the entire area open and airy, with the fresh scent of nature, melodious bird songs, and the gentle murmur of flowing water, akin to a luxurious park from a bygone era. Occasionally, a few staff members clad in distinctive uniforms strolled past on the second-floor corridor, casting uneasy glances in Xie Meng's direction. Before long, someone from the ground floor approached to guide them towards a colossal apparatus. This instrument was larger and more intricate than any Xie Meng had encountered in various settings. Beside it stood an enormous screen displaying a plethora of complex letters, numbers, and various graphical curves. "Please lie down," instructed a staff member. After reclining, Xie Meng felt numerous devices being affixed to her, and she was subsequently positioned within the hollow core of the apparatus, which was then sealed. The ambient noise diminished significantly, and Xie Meng complied with the staff's request to close her eyes and relax her body. She then heard the rhythmic thump of her own heartbeat, and her head began to feel warm. Although she felt no anxiety, why was her body reacting thus? Would this device reveal her extraordinary abilities? Lost in thought for a brief moment, Xie Meng soon overheard a discussion among several staff members outside. "Look at this data. Doesn't it differ from the others?" "It is indeed different, yet still within the normal human range. I believe there are no issues. Further testing is necessary. Let us escalate this to the higher-ups." "Understood." After approximately 5 minutes, Xie Meng was released, and the staff members unfastened the equipment from her. A printer beside the apparatus automatically dispensed a sheet of paper, which a staff member retrieved and handed to Xie Meng, their expression betraying a mix of confusion and astonishment. "Here are your test results. You will need to go upstairs for a blood test later." A sense of foreboding stirred within Xie Meng, yet he concealed it behind a composed Fa Ade. Next came the turn of Abayo, for examination. The entire procedure mirrored that of Xie Meng, but this time he remained outside, able to observe the displays on the screen. As soon as Abayo entered, the various lines and data on the screen initially fell within normal ranges. However, by the third minute, all the readings began to exhibit pronounced fluctuations, oscillating around the normal values, yet never surpassing the warning thresholds or extreme limits. How could this be? It's peculiar, one of the staff members seated before the apparatus remarked in confusion. Indeed, could it be a malfunction of the machine? Another colleague speculated. It should not be. The third staff member interjected, turning to them. Have you all suffered an attack from a mutated entity? Were you injured? Now that they had arrived at this juncture, anomalies had been detected. Xie Meng understood that concealment was futile. Yes, there had been an attack and injuries sustained, but there had been no direct contact, nor any infection. Understood. The staff did not engage Xie Meng further. The subsequent examinations of the team members yielded no significant issues, save for Zhang Xiaohua and Fei Kong, whose results starkly contrasted with the others, some values exceedingly high, others alarmingly low, with none falling within the average range. Yet their results diverge from those of Xie Meng and Abayo, who remained normal, without any complications. After nearly 2 hours of testing, the staff member's tone grew weary. You two have deviated excessively. We must conduct a blood test. Very well. Following this, the staff emitted a signal on the screen, and without warning, a fissure appeared in a nearby wall of the square, from which several individuals emerged, similarly attired in uniforms. Normal individuals, please follow us. We have prepared sofas and refreshments for you to rest. Captain, this Song Liang hesitated, uncertain. Proceed. Tan Si glanced at Xie Meng, noticing their shared sentiment, and addressed the team. Xie Meng nodded in agreement. All right, you two, follow me. After the staff escorted others away, the tester signaled for Xie Meng to follow her upstairs. Watching her teammates disappear into a crevice in the wall, Xie Meng cradled Abayo as they ascended the stairs. She is just a child. Is it possible for her to avoid having her blood drawn? Xie Meng inquired as they climbed. Children also need to have their blood drawn. It ensures accurate testing. Rest assured, neither of you will suffer adverse reactions. It is likely just an abnormality in your physical indices, and there shouldn't be any major issues. The staff reassured Xie Meng and suddenly asked, by the way, are you sisters? Yes, Xie Meng replied. Oh, then it shouldn't be a problem. It might just be a matter of constitution. Do not be afraid. Our blood tests primarily analyze the components within the blood to identify infected and potentially infected individuals. Upon reaching the upper floor, Xie Meng was greeted by a more spacious area. The corridor was wide and adorned with lush greenery. Unlike before, the doors here were not seamlessly integrated into the walls. Instead, they were glass, allowing Xie Meng to view the interior of each room effortlessly. Inside, various experimental instruments and reagents were arranged, and numerous serious-looking staff members, both male and female, many of whom wore glasses, moved about. However, they were not clad in distinctive uniforms. Judging by their demeanor, Xie Meng surmised they were the scientists of this facility. Dr. Zhang, these two need blood tests, a staff member announced while knocking on the door. A middle-aged woman in ordinary attire rose from her desk and donned a specialized uniform before opening the door. Kulmin, it's time for your blood test. After the door swung open, Dr. Zhang led Xie Meng inside. The room was divided into several work areas. Upon entering a smaller chamber, Dr. Zhang locked the door and prepared a needle to draw Xie Meng's blood. Few had the privilege to undergo blood extraction in such a setting. Dr. Zhang, with his head bowed and glasses perched precariously on the tip of his nose, remarked, "You are fortunate." As the needle gently pierced her skin, a sharp pain shot through Xie Meng's arm, akin to being hammered. "I apologize. I'm not a professional doctor, but rest assured, I have received training," Dr. Zhang stated calmly. "Doctor, is it possible for my sister to forego the blood draw? She is afraid of the pain." Xie Meng surmised the reason behind their elaborate procedure. They could likely detect her differences, perhaps even uncover her abilities. She could become a subject of experimentation, but Abayo could not. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Xie Meng's mind. If the scientists were to forcibly detain them, how could she orchestrate a hostage situation to ensure Abayo's escape? "We can discuss that once your results are ready," Dr. Zhang remarked, scrutinizing Abayo with a cold demeanor. "Thank you, Dr. Zhang." The A83 extract from subject number 1 has reacted with the mutated specimen. You need to come and see. Someone knocked on the door from outside. Subject number 1? Xie Meng pondered. That designation likely referred to the first individual to discover abilities in this apocalyptic era. Doctor. Zhang calmly withdrew the needle and pressed a cotton swab against the wound on Xie Meng's arm. Xie Meng once again experienced a dull ache as he was pulled. And then he heard Dr. Zhang say, "Understood, I'll be there shortly." With that, Xie Meng cradled a Bayo in his still-pained arm and stepped outside. The scientists were busily engaged in their tasks. Upon seeing Xie Meng and a Bayo, they briefly displayed expressions akin to those one might reserve for rare animals, before promptly returning to their work, absorbed once more in their scribbling and sketching on paper or observing various reagent bottles. Xie Meng, seeing no one to impede her actions, cradled the Bayo and exited the laboratory, wandering down the corridor towards the entrances of other labs. As she peered through a glass door into one of the laboratories, a peculiar figure adorned with strange equipment and numerous wires emerged, pushing the door open. Chapter 91. Subject 1. Behind him trailed a young girl, chattering animatedly. "Mr. Wong, the tests are not yet complete. How can you wander about?" she exclaimed, continuing her way outside. Subject 1. Xie Meng's mind swirled in confusion. Was it not said that Subject 1 was confined by scientists for experimental research? How could he roam freely? Was it not mentioned that a test tube had reacted? "Take me to see," she demanded, her attention captured by Subject 1's words. "Ah, is this a newcomer?" Subject 1 remarked, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. "Are you truly the first survivor after infection?" Xie Meng, brimming with curiosity, pressed on. "How were you captured by them?" Subject 1 paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. "Are you suggesting that I was captured?" "Ha ha ha." The young girl trailing behind him noticeably grimaced. "We would never capture someone for no reason. We are a legitimate national institution." Mr. Wong voluntarily participated in the research, contributing significantly to the study of viral mutations and disaster prevention. Once he had finished laughing, Subject 1 continued. "Ever since I was infected, my body has undergone remarkable changes. Look," he rolled up his pant leg, revealing muscular legs that surpassed the average personess in size. "As you can see, since my infection, my muscles have swelled as if they were inflating. After recovery, my upper body has returned to normal, but these legs remain muscular. Strangely, my running speed has increased tremendously. Even the wild beasts of the forest cannot outrun me. I have narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions thanks to these legs. Eventually, I encountered rescuers who brought me here. The scientists stated that my body had developed immunity to the virus and exhibited unusual reactions, which could aid my survival in this post-apocalyptic world. They believe the phenomena occurring within me are rare yet not impossible to replicate. Hence my voluntary participation in the research to save more lives." Subject 1 spoke fervently of his experiences. "To contribute to humanity is a source of immense happiness and fulfillment for me." His face radiated joy. "I firmly believe that humanity will prevail in this battle, as long as we unite." His excitement escalated, and he even began to rub his hands together in anticipation. "Mr. Wong, please remain calm and control your emotions," the young girl cautioned, her brow furrowed with concern. "Oh, right. I tend to run when I become overly excited. It's one of the after effects of my recovery. Please don't take it amiss." Subject 1 exclaimed, still animated. "Hurry, Xiaoxin. Allow me to see what new developments have emerged. I can hardly contain my eagerness." With that, Subject 1 dashed towards one of the laboratories, leaving the young girl chasing after him, struggling to keep pace. Xie Meng was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging out in astonishment. He quickly focused his attention, becoming acutely aware of every sensation in his body, eager to ascertain whether he too had suffered any lingering effects akin to those of Subject 1. Fortunately, he found no abnormalities whatsoever, much to his relief. Subsequently, Xie Meng continued his stroll down the corridor, gazing through the glass at the scenes unfolding within the laboratory. Xie Meng observed that one of the laboratories was illuminated more brightly than the others, and there were only a handful of scientists at work inside, merely 2 or 3. In front of the laboratory, there was a partition resembling a screen that concealed the space behind it. However, Xie Meng was able to glimpse through the gaps and noticed numerous glass enclosures arranged in the rear of the laboratory. Xie Meng stood outside, gazing intently at the scene within. The glass enclosures were filled entirely with mutated specimens. Xie Meng shifted her gaze to the interior, meticulously counting the number of glass domes, which varied in size, totaling approximately 100. Within these glass enclosures resided an array of mutated entities, both flora and fauna, each exhibiting peculiar forms. The mutated specimens had been quietly resting within their glass confines, but perhaps sensing Xie Meng's energy, they suddenly became restless, some levitating and drifting about, while others incessantly collided against the walls of their containers. "Ah, it must be Wang Defer again," remarked a male scientist as he made his way towards the laboratory exit. Upon opening the door and glancing outside, he was taken aback to find only Xie Meng cradling a bao, exclaiming, "Little girl, are you the only ones here? Have you seen any peculiar uncles around?" Xie Meng nodded slightly, choosing not to linger further, and proceeded towards another laboratory. At that moment, a female scientist hurriedly approached from behind. Breathless, as she spoke, "Little girl, your test results are ready. Our director and the commander wish to invite you. Please follow me." Xie Meng followed the female scientist to a corner in the middle of the corridor, whereupon he observed her pressing against a vacant area on the wall. Subsequently, a gap materialized in the wall, revealing a concealed, small chamber within. Xie Meng scrutinized the surroundings and discerned that the design was not entirely flawless. The hue of the light switches on the wall was slightly darker than the overall color of the wall itself. Following the female scientist, he entered an elegantly designed small space, and the door closed behind them. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, prompting Xie Meng to exclaim, "Is this an elevator?" "Indeed." The female scientist replied succinctly, guiding Xie Meng out of the lift. Inside the elevator, there were no buttons, nor any indicators of the floors, leaving Xie Meng unaware of which level they were on. After traversing a long corridor alongside the scientist, they finally came to a halt. The door opened to reveal a bright interior. Upon raising his gaze, Xie Meng noted the understated decor that exuded an indescribable comfort. Seated on a gray sofa was a middle-aged man clad in a crisp uniform, his piercing gaze and upright posture exuding authority. Opposite him, at the desk, sat a middle-aged woman wearing reading glasses who appeared to be a scientist. Chapter 92. What have you discovered? On a chair in front of the file cabinet sat a male and a female scientist, one of whom was the doctor who had just drawn blood from Xie Meng. "Please, come in." The middle-aged man in uniform, initially wearing a serious expression, broke into a warm smile upon seeing Xie Meng, rising to gesture for her to take a seat. Xie Meng was uncertain whether it was genuine or not, but he followed the man's gesture and settled onto the sofa beside him. The door to the room was closed, leaving only Xie Meng, a bao, and 4 others inside. "Is this your sister?" inquired the middle-aged man in uniform. Xie Meng's detached gaze swept across the faces of each individual before she nodded slightly. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Commander He Li, and this is Director Zhang Kaming," the commander said, gesturing towards the middle-aged woman seated at the opposite desk. He then pointed to the 2 scientists beside her, who were diligently taking notes. "Both are PhDs from our technology center, primarily focused on studying the infected." "Director, you're more familiar with scientific matters than I am. Please, go ahead," the commander said, passing the conversation to the elderly director. The old director adjusted her reading glasses and picked up a few sheets of paper from the desk, glancing between the documents and Xie Meng. "Young lady, have you ever been infected and subsequently cured? Why did you deceive our staff earlier?" "I did deceive you," Xie Meng confessed, realizing they had likely detected everything. "I was afraid you would forcibly take me for research." "Oh, I see," the old director responded, enlightenment dawning in her eyes. "Rest assured, we will not compel anyone. Currently, there are 7 volunteers at the southern base. What do you intend to do?" Xie Meng decided to take the initiative, seizing control of the conversation. "You call me here to persuade me to participate in your research, correct? What if I refuse?" "Huh!" The commander burst into laughter, seemingly amused by Xie Meng's demeanor. The old director chuckled kindly, saying, "Now I understand why you're their leader. Young lady, even if you decline to participate in the research, We will find a way to accommodate your team. You must have seen the new buildings behind us. They were constructed in the last 2 years to house nearly 5,000 survivors. Our innovative structures can withstand most mutations, making your stay here the safest option. No, I have only brought a portion of my group. There's still nearly 150 survivors in South City. What? That's wonderful. The commander's expression brightened, surprised that such a young girl could organize so many people. Of course, this is related to her extraordinary abilities, the old director interjected suddenly. Upon hearing the term extraordinary abilities, Xie Meng was taken aback. It was the first time she had encountered the term from a scientist. Perhaps the concept of extraordinary abilities originated from them. Observing Xie Meng's reaction, the old director inquired curiously, "Have you heard of extraordinary abilities? I understand you are referring to some special powers, such as the running speed of Experiment 1, correct?" "Indeed. We discovered that you are an infected survivor. First, antibodies appeared in your system, and secondly, we found other substances in your blood, substances we also identified in Experiment 1. To be precise, we found this material in survivors with extraordinary abilities. This indicates that I also possess extraordinary abilities," Xie Meng stated. "Yes, but we currently cannot detect your abilities unless you have already discovered them yourself," the old director remarked, looking at Xie Meng expectantly, hoping she would elaborate on her extraordinary abilities. "Can I trust you?" Xie Meng asked. "Of course." The commander's voice resonated more powerfully than the others. "Now that you are here, you have chosen to trust us. Haven to you? This is Lingxi technology, the last bastion of our nation. My extraordinary ability allows me to control the movements of mutated beings within a certain range. However, I have yet to explore the full extent of this range. The most effective practice I have observed is that I can tame mutated entities. Once I have controlled them, they become remarkably docile towards me." As Xie Meng spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intense, with expressions of astonishment appearing on their faces. "Young lady, your revelations have truly astonished us. How did you discover your extraordinary abilities and conduct such extensive inquiries? It is truly remarkable," the old director exclaimed. "You are indeed a clever girl." Indeed, several other experimenters were unaware of their extraordinary abilities until we detected different substances in their blood. It took extensive research for us to determine the nature of their abilities, a male doctor seated nearby chimed in. "Wait, did you prevent me from testing this young girl because she possesses extraordinary abilities?" Dr. Zhang, who had just drawn blood from Xie Meng, suddenly interjected. No. Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's words, Xie Meng's reaction was fervent, her assertiveness startling the old director. "You cannot test my sister. She is far too young." All right, I never suggested testing your sister." The commander interjected quickly, sensing the shift in Xie Meng's demeanor. However, he also gleaned something else from Xie Meng's words. "Are you suggesting we have the opportunity to collaborate on researching extraordinary abilities? I can participate in the research, but I have one condition. You must ensure the safety of all of us," Xie Meng stated firmly. "Of course, it is our duty and responsibility," the commander assured her. He then added, "However, if we were to accommodate nearly 200 people, we will need to construct additional housing, but we currently face material shortages." "What exactly can your materials withstand? Can they resist the most formidable threats?" Xie Meng pressed. As one of her primary motivations for coming here was to ascertain whether the scientists had detected the most dangerous fluctuations and if effective defenses were in place. If they possessed adequate defensive measures, her perilous journey would prove worthwhile. Upon hearing Xie Meng's inquiry, the expressions of those in the office shifted dramatically. Xie Meng discerned a sense of anxiety and concealment in their eyes. After a brief exchange of glances among the group, the elderly dean feigned calmness and, trembling, uttered, "What is the most formidable entity?" Chapter 93. The Communication Bracelet. "Dean, I implore you to be forthright. I have encountered such a thing before, though I remain ignorant of its nature. All I know is that it possesses the capacity to devour nearly everything," Xie Meng stated, locking her gaze onto the dean's aged, sagging visage. "You have seen it?" The atmosphere in the room grew charged with excitement. "You escaped from such a creature?" the commander inquired impatiently. "In truth, I have not witnessed it firsthand. It is merely conjecture. However, Observing your reactions now assures me of its existence. Xie Meng maintained her composure, articulating her thoughts with clarity and coherence, effectively ensnaring the attention of those present. The individuals in the room exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that they could no longer regard the girl as an uninformed child. We have previously proposed the concept of waves, albeit significantly downplaying its peril to mitigate panic. Yet, as you rightly pointed out, its true threat is indeed capable of consuming everything. The elderly dean's visage bore a trace of fatigue. To be candid, only the highest-ranking leaders and scientific personnel within the base are aware of the reality of the waves. The commander interjected at an opportune moment. With only a few dozen of US left, you now belong among them. We have long been aware of the wave's existence, yet we have been unable to conduct more profound research. Even with our most advanced technology, we can only withstand mutations but cannot fend off the waves. There exists a dire possibility that should the wave strike, we would face total annihilation. Such bleak declarations cast a shadow over the dean's already murky eyes. Even more despairing is our current inability to study it, let alone speculate on its formation or movement. This may represent the gravest threat of our era. The dean concluded with a heavy sigh. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, and Xie Meng found herself at a loss for words to dissipate the stifling tension. She could only offer a glimmer of hope. I have a premonition. Perhaps we have ample time to uncover the wave's weaknesses, even to vanquish it. Vanquish it? Doctor. Zhang's tone suddenly escalated, marked by incredulity. We do not even know whether it is a biological entity or a natural disaster. How can we speak of defeating it? Doctor. Zhang, please remain calm, the commander reminded him tactfully. I am grateful for your candor, Xie Meng replied, but our current focus should not dwell on despair over the future. Instead, we must exert our utmost effort to confront the challenges at hand, mustn't we? Well said. The commander applauded enthusiastically, his gestures exaggerated. This young lady is quite right. You researchers tend to be overly pessimistic. We should learn from her. Our paramount concern is rescue. We must first address the immediate threats. As for the waves, we shall deal with them when they arrive. It was evident that the commander possessed a buoyant spirit. Dr. Zhang, however, appeared somewhat irked, turning away to avoid further engagement. You make a valid point, yet the waves are not trivial. Without preemptive measures, we shall face the annihilation of civilization, the dean retorted defiantly. You warriors are far too reckless. The commander fell silent, his rebuttal stifled as he waved his hand in resignation. Enough, enough. I am here to seek common ground, not to argue. Let's not squander time. There is much to be done, the elderly dean resumed, picking up a report from the table and studying it for a moment. Xie Meng, you claim your ability is to control the behavior of mutations. This power is quite unique among our subjects. Might you demonstrate it shortly? After careful consideration, Xie Meng finally spoke. Very well. It is indeed a gesture of sincerity to offer these items in exchange for my participation in the experiment. Doctor Hu, please fetch the wristband, the old director instructed. The taciturn male doctor seated before the file cabinet rose and exited the room. Moments later, Doctor Hu returned with a silver box, placing it before the old director. Upon opening the box, the director revealed a metallic wristband, elegantly simple, yet exuding an air of sophistication. This is our latest specially crafted wristband, designed for remote communication. Just as the old director began to unpack the wristband, Xie Meng noticed that she was also wearing one. The production of this wristband is quite challenging, and its cost is substantial. Currently, our stock is limited and intended solely for internal use. Mine is designated for communication with the northern and western bases. The old director elaborated. Subsequently, she proceeded to demonstrate the functionality of the wristband to Xie Meng. Xie Meng lacked a foundational understanding of physics, and many concepts eluded her grasp. However, through the patient elucidation of the esteemed former director, she began to comprehend the operational principles of the wristband. This device harnesses the body's thermal energy to function. As long as the wearer remains alive, the wristband continues to operate. Furthermore, the connection between these wristbands is bidirectional, allowing for the exchange of information, including text, voice, and images. In the wake of the catastrophic collapse of the electrical grid and telecommunications infrastructure, scientists abandoned the reliance on smartphones and computers, opting instead to develop this wristband. Its communication mechanism diverges significantly from the myriad systems that existed before the apocalypse. When the number of wristbands increases, communication may become susceptible to interference, resulting in chaos. Chapter 94. The world belongs to the elite. Xie Meng exerted every effort to comprehend the words of the elderly director. Yet he remained perplexed by the nature of the mechanism at hand. Perhaps it was a transformation in the medium of communication. However, it mattered not if he grasped the concept, for the essential requirement was merely to utilize it. The elderly director, with a benevolent demeanor, elucidated. What I just conveyed is that as long as you don this wristband, all wearers of the wristband will be able to receive your messages, and you, in turn, shall receive messages from all other wearers. Xie Meng nodded in understanding. Very well. Now place the bracelet on your sister's wrist, the old dean instructed. The bracelet will adjust its size according to the wearer's wrist measurement, yet it cannot be removed without the highest level of authority. I now grant you this highest authority. Should your sister encounter any situation while on her journey, we will all be informed, allowing you to rest assured of her safety. Under the director's instructions, Xie Meng adorned Abeyo with the wristband, subsequently inputting her biometric information to secure it, thus completing the process. Although the wristband possessed limited functionalities, it was both stable and powerful. Any individual whose biometric data had been entered could send messages. Soon, she would call for them to escort her sister to input the team member's information. The old director was thorough in his approach. Xie Meng sensed their earnest intentions and felt a twinge of guilt arise within her. After all, Abeyo's unique abilities were most beneficial in the apocalypse, capable of healing numerous infected individuals. Yet, she chose to conceal this gift, which seemed somewhat selfish. Nevertheless, even if she were to disclose it, would these scientists truly be able to derive anything substantial? Before her rebirth, in the 10th year of the apocalypse, she had not heard of any scientist successfully developing a cure for the virus. Thus, she bore no ill will towards Abeyo. Should the scientists genuinely achieve results from their research, she would reveal Abeyo's abilities, benefiting everyone involved. Xie Meng made a silent resolution. All right, it is now time for you to demonstrate your abilities to us, the old director announced, instructing a researcher to retrieve a specimen for experimentation from the laboratory. The item was soon brought forth and placed on the table before Xie Meng. It was a small glass dome containing half-filled water, upon which floated a lily pad-like entity, radiating a vibrant green hue. Commence, the old director urged. The individuals in the office gathered around the table, holding their breath in anticipation, their gazes fixed upon Xie Meng. However, they observed no discernible change in her expression, nor any movement at all. In the next moment, the lily pad began to exhibit unusual activity, bobbing up and down on the surface of the water, morphing into various strange shapes, resembling a clump of clay being whimsically pulled about. The onlookers watched in tense silence, afraid to utter a word, their breaths cautious, lest they disturb Xie Meng. During their studies, regardless of the stimuli employed, this organism had never exhibited such agitated behavior. To the left, Xie Meng commanded. In truth, this organism was of the lowest mutation grade and easily controllable. The effort she exerted was far less than the energy required to speak, yet to provide them with a tangible understanding of her control, she vocalized the command. The instant Xie Meng spoke, the lily pad shifted slightly on the water's surface, obediently gliding to the left. To the right, she instructed. Upon reaching the far left, she directed it to move right, and the organism complied without hesitation. Remarkable! Absolutely remarkable! The old director exclaimed. Our researchers have attempted to control mutant behaviors using electric shocks and food inducements, yet none have achieved such success. You are a natural tamer. It seems our research is finally on the brink of a breakthrough. Dr. Zhang added, his face alight with joy and excitement. After nearly 2 hours of discussion in the office, Xie Meng and the southern base of Lingxi Technology reached a consensus. Xie Meng became the 8th subject of experimentation, and the scientists swiftly proposed several research directions based on her extraordinary abilities. The primary areas of investigation regarding Xie Meng included the feasibility of transferring her powers or enabling ordinary individuals to acquire them, the extreme limits of power utilization. Methods for detecting the existence of mental energy, strategies for exercising and enhancing mental strength, whether mental energy constitutes a new form of energy field, and the potential for extracting and utilizing this energy, among other inquiries. Notably, the concept of mental energy was originally introduced by Xie Meng herself, and ultimately, once the scientists unraveled its nature, they too would designate it as mental energy. Before long, mealtime arrived, signaling the end of the work period, and Xie Meng, along with her teammates, were invited to dine at the base cafeteria. Xie Meng was afforded an exceptionally unique privilege, personally welcomed by both the director and the commander, and even invited to share a meal with them. As they traversed the corridor, the scientists and staff observed Xie Meng with expressions of astonishment and curiosity, their whispers audible as he passed by. Within the maze-like structure, Xie Meng had already lost track of the fact that it was, in reality, a hemispherical edifice. At last, they arrived at the dining hall, which was spacious and tiered. The first level was expansive, bustling with patrons already enjoying their meals. The second level, though slightly smaller, was intriguingly partitioned into several private rooms, offering splendid views of the lush greenery on the first floor, while the latter provided no insight into the happenings above. The ambience and decor of the restaurant bore a striking resemblance to the upscale establishments of the pre-apocalyptic era, perhaps even surpassing them in elegance. In a private room, Xie Meng, Abeo, the dean, the commander, and several prominent scientists convened, while the team members occupied another chamber. A waiter stood by, patiently awaiting their orders. The commander presented the menu to Xie Meng, who perused it, discovering an array of elegantly described dishes, the ingredients of which remained elusive. Perhaps the essence of sophistication lies in its inscrutability. It was surprising to realize that class distinctions persisted even in a post-apocalyptic world, as a chasm remained between individuals, those above and the ordinary below. Unable to decipher the menu, Xie Meng arbitrarily selected a few items, followed by the commander and the dean making their choices, which were then relayed to the kitchen for preparation. Our ingredients are cultivated by specialists and meticulously tested to ensure they are free from any contamination, the commander proclaimed with pride. You must have noticed our grand edifice upon your arrival. Surrounding it are residential buildings, and behind them lie greenhouses, poultry farms, and pigsties, everything one could need. We have achieved self-sufficiency. Witnessing the commander's expression of pride, Xie Meng was reminded of a saying he once heard: "The world belongs to the top 0 1 elites." Although this sentiment may seem out of place, it remains a truth. The capabilities of these individuals likely surpass that of 1,000,000 ordinary people combined, which is why they have endured thus far. Soon, the dishes were served, each a feast for the senses, a rare delicacy indeed. Xie Meng never anticipated that in this apocalyptic world he could indulge in such exquisite delights, prompting him to partake in several servings, with even Abeo consuming an entire large bowl. The dining table was enveloped in silence, as no one broached the subject of experiments, and they quietly finished their meal. A subordinate entered to report the situation. Upon listening, the commander turned to Xie Meng and stated, "The supplies and equipment have been prepared. When do you believe is the most opportune time to depart? The residential buildings in the southern base have reached capacity. They cannot remain here. It is just past lunchtime, making this the ideal moment to set out." The dean, the commander, and several scientists accompanied Xie Meng to see the team off. Upon exiting the dining hall, they descended the stairs and arrived at the entrance, where the doors opened automatically. Xie Meng observed the brilliant sunlight outside, where a convoy of 5 all-terrain vehicles was stationed at the entrance of the building. Their own truck was already laden with resources. A squad of 10 stood in neat formation before the vehicles, while 2 male doctors and 2 female doctors remained seated inside, prepared to ensure their safety throughout the journey, as the commander stated. "Very well," Xie Meng nodded, then addressed Tansy. "I entrust the team to you in my absence." "Understood. Everyone must return home safely. If any issues arise on the road, do not hesitate to reach out," Xie Meng cautioned. "Xiaohua, remember to keep a close watch on Abao. Nothing must go amiss." The female doctor assured Xie Meng that Abao would receive the utmost care during the journey. "Xiao Guai, come down." Finally, Xie Meng called out to the sky. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a magnificent bird spread its wings, soaring down from the hemisphere-shaped roof, tracing a graceful arc through the air. "What is this?" the old director murmured, fixated on the peculiar creature, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Xiao Guai swept past, casting a shadow upon the ground, prompting the scientists below to look up, their faces swiftly transforming into expressions of astonishment. "What species is this?" the scientists inquired in unison. "I have no idea," Xie Meng admitted helplessly. "Could it be a mutated creature?" the commander asked. "Why is she so certain?" A sense of doubt crept into Xie Meng's mind, only to be followed by a startling scene. Xiao Guai descended from the sky, wings fully extended, landing directly at the entrance of the building, halting before the crowd. It skidded slightly upon landing and gradually approached the old director. Xiao Guai would not unexpectedly approach anyone other than Xie Meng, deepening her intrigue. Just as she speculated whether Xiao Guai might be about to attack the old director, it gently leaned its head toward him, affectionately rubbing against his leg. Xie Meng was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Xiao Guai was behaving so unusually. At that moment, the elderly director unconsciously caressed Xiao Guai's fluffy head, his face radiating affection. When the director's gaze met Xiao Guai's clear eyes, Xie Meng noticed a distinct pause in the director's actions. "Oh!" The director suddenly struck his thigh with conviction, exclaiming, "No wonder it looks so familiar. Aren't its eyes reminiscent of experiment J304? A nearby scientist, after casting a glance, blurted it out. The director's expression darkened instantaneously, and with a fierce glare, the young scientist fell silent in fear. At that moment, Xie Meng observed a fleeting look of confusion cross the commander's face, which quickly transformed into realization. Xie Meng meticulously observed the reactions of each individual, intuitively sensing that Xiao Guai had unearthed some scientific secrets from them. Not everyone present was privy to this confidential information. For instance, the commander was likely unaware. However, years of experience had taught him not to pry into the silent mysteries of others. The air was momentarily still until the old dean spoke. "No, it is not as it seems. Since you are prepared, it is best to set off soon." Noticing the sudden chill in the old dean's demeanor, Xiao Guai refrained from further affection and nestled against Xie Meng's feet. Reluctant to enter the carriage, Xiao Guai had to accompany the convoy as it soared through the air. Once everything was in place, the vehicles roared to life, and the passengers waved to Xie Meng, exclaiming, "Captain, farewell, safe travels." Xie Meng reciprocated their gestures. Abeo, who had finally managed to stifle her tears, could not help but quietly sob again upon realizing the impending separation from her sister. A pang of bitterness surged within Xie Meng as she watched the vehicle exit the isolation zone and gradually fade into the distance along the road. From that moment on, her stay at the southern base was imbued with a new purpose. She was determined to uncover the true nature of the experimental subject J304 and its connection to Xiao Guai. Upon entering the facility, the staff assigned her accommodations and provided a comprehensive introduction to the environment of the base. After a brief tour, Xie Meng had already grasped the general layout of the facility. The southern base comprised 14 buildings, with the main structure being a hemispherical technological edifice, while the residential quarters, resembling neat cubes of tofu, consisted of 7 blocks. The remaining buildings were dedicated to production, situated behind the residential blocks and the technological hub. Chapter 96. Becoming an experimental subject, the following day marked the commencement of Xie Meng's experimental research. Due to the unique nature of her abilities, she was not housed with the other subjects, but was allocated a private room, with all her daily needs meticulously arranged by dedicated staff. Each day, Xie Meng underwent a repetitive regimen of blood draws, physical training, and the release of her mental energy. Xie finally set his mind at ease and devoted himself entirely to the experiment. Xie Meng possesses a dedicated laboratory, filled with a myriad of mutated specimens and a multitude of experimental white mice. Due to ethical constraints, human subjects cannot be utilized for experiments. Only white mice and other animals may be employed. However, the inherent differences between humans and animals impede the attainment of optimal results. leading to a considerably slower progress than initially anticipated. A week has passed, and the scientists convened for a summary meeting to assess their week's work as per the established plan. The gathering included not only those assisting Xie Meng with his experiments, but also higher-ups from the project, the esteemed dean, and the commander, totaling nearly 20 individuals in the office. We extracted and analyzed the blood of Subject 8, discovering distinct components that set her apart from other subjects. This indicates a correlation between her unique abilities and the anomalous elements within her blood, stated one scientist. We subsequently extracted these components and injected them into the white mice. Within half an hour, an aberrant reaction occurred, and by the 3-hour mark, the mice succumbed. We replicated the experiment with identical outcomes. All the white mice perished. Another scientist reported, "This signifies that these components are also products of the aberrant reaction and have not yet become inactive. Upon entering the white mice's systems, they continued to react, leading to the demise of the mice not due to immune overreaction, but rather their inability to withstand the aberrant reaction." As several scientists took turns speaking, Xie Meng struggled to comprehend the intricacies of their discourse. Are they suggesting that I am, in essence, a person who has undergone aberration, harboring a virus within me? He quietly inquired of a nearby researcher. After a moment of contemplation, the researcher cautiously responded, "Yes, but it is not entirely accurate. Once the virus entered your body, it underwent a mutation, coexisting with you. However, should this altered substance exit your body and enter another organism, it will regain its activity, leading to infection." Xie Meng endeavored to comprehend the researcher's discourse, yet after a prolonged moment of contemplation, she remained perplexed. To elucidate, the researchers, recognizing her struggle, kindly offered an analogy. It resembled the mystical energy found in fantasy novels, which upon entering one's body becomes sealed. However, once unleashed, it possesses the potential to harm ordinary individuals. Aha! The realization dawned upon Xie Meng as she finally grasped the torment of lacking a systematic education. Thus, she diligently posed questions while listening, gradually discerning the subject matter of the meeting. Might this extraordinary ability of mine be transferable to others? She inquired softly to the nearby researcher after hearing the scientists broach the topic. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn. Every face, save for Xie Meng's, bore a grave expression, with gazes fixated on the speaker, engaging in mutual discourse, occasionally nodding and jotting down notes. The researcher, interrupted by Xie Meng, cautiously averted their gaze, bowed their head, feigning note-taking, and whispered to her, "We have yet to ascertain that, but once we succeed, humanity will truly be able to contend with anomalies and possibly turn the tide in this battle. I fervently hope for a swift success in research," Xie Meng prayed earnestly. The first session concluded amidst an atmosphere of fervor, with the scientists summarizing previous experiments and outlining plans for forthcoming ones. As the days unfolded, Xie Meng continued to cooperate impeccably while utilizing her wristband to communicate with her family daily. Xie Meng gradually acquainted herself with several friends at the base, one of whom was the researcher with whom she had previously engaged in a secret conversation, named Xiaoman. Whenever she found herself with leisure time, Xie Meng would converse with Xiaoman. From their discussions, Xie Meng learned that Xiaoman was merely an undergraduate student in the biology department of a second-tier university. In the pre-apocalyptic world, she would have never gained entry into such a highly confidential national research institution, let alone participate in any research therein. Within this experimental base, all personnel were required to possess at least a university degree. Although Xiaoman was initially ineligible to partake in the experiments, her relevant expertise, combined with her diligence and tenacity, ultimately persuaded the director to grant her a position. Thus, Xiaoman cherished this opportunity immensely, striving to accommodate Xie Meng's every request. She meticulously documented every detail of Xie Meng's daily needs in a small notebook, leaving nothing overlooked. As time passed, Xie Meng felt that their bond had evolved into a genuine friendship, prompting her to inquire about J304 with Xiaoman. One day, after the experiments concluded, Xie Meng and Xiaoman arranged to dine together. Due to Xie Meng's status as a special subject, her living conditions were the most favorable. She dined on the second floor, where she could order freely from an array of dishes. Previously, Xie Meng had dined on the first floor, but after accompanying Xie Meng, she was able to enjoy meals on the second floor, filling her with gratitude toward Xie Meng. Following the guidelines set forth by the scientists, Xie Meng ordered several meat dishes, accompanied by 2 vegetable options. Once seated, he awaited the arrival of the meals. "Xie Meng, were you present the day I went out to see off the team members?" Xie Meng initiated the conversation as casually as usual. "No, I was in a laboratory that day," Xie Meng replied. "Oh," Xie Meng nodded thoughtfully. "Then you must not have seen my pet." "What pet?" Upon hearing the mention of a pet, Xie Meng's interest was immediately piqued, as young girls of her age typically adore small animals. Eagerly, she inquired, "What kind of pet is it? Is it cute? You can actually keep a pet in this post-apocalyptic world? Isn't there a risk of mutation? That's impressive." Xie Meng was nearly interrupted in his thoughts by Xie Meng's rapid-fire questions. She was adorable, reminiscent of a gentle cat, yet akin to a bird, soaring through the skies and thus not mutated. "Huh?" Upon hearing Xie Meng's description, Xie Meng widened her mouth in confusion. What kind of creature could be both cat-like and bird-like? "I am uncertain what animal it is," Xie Meng gradually probed Xie Meng. "You possess broader knowledge than I do. Could you assist me in speculating what it might be?" "Huh?" Xie Meng scratched her head in perplexity. "I've never encountered such a creature in reality, making it difficult to ascertain. Based on your description, it seems to be a flying mammal. Could it be a bat?" "Certainly not a bat. My pet is far more attractive than that." Xie Meng quickly shook his head. "A doctor once saw my pet and remarked it resembled some kind of experimental specimen." "Are you familiar with what an experimental specimen is?" "Sure." Hearing Xie Meng's words, Xie Meng promptly placed her index finger on her lips, signaling him to cease his discussion. Observing Xie Meng's reaction, Xie Meng felt a surge of excitement. She must know something. He whispered, "Do you know? What exactly is an experimental specimen that warrants such secrecy?" Seeing Xie Meng's eagerness for knowledge, Xie Meng relished the opportunity to showcase her own understanding and softly elucidated. "An experimental specimen, of course, refers to the specimens from the technology center. However, that was all before the apocalypse. I heard from others." At this juncture, Xie Meng deliberately left a tantalizing pause, prompting Xie Meng's insistence for her to continue. She resumed, Linksy Technology was initially a vast technology center, encompassing various research bases, including physics and biology. The experimental specimens originated from the biological research base, where scientists allegedly employed various organisms for genetic modification, thereby creating species that do not exist in nature. There was a news report long ago about a monster escaping from the biological base and injuring a person. The locals called the police, and many biological experts claimed they had never encountered such an animal. Some speculated it to be a new species in nature, while others wondered if it might be an invasive species from another country. Eventually, this incident garnered significant media attention, prompting authorities to take notice, and the project at the biological base was subsequently shut down. Xie Meng was increasingly astonished, never anticipating that Xiao Guai was entangled in such significant matters. According to Xie Meng's account, the relationship between Xiao Guai and the experimental subjects was self-evident. After all, even scientists could not definitively categorize it as any known animal. It might very well be a new species conjured by human ingenuity. "You possess an astonishing depth of knowledge, truly befitting a researcher here," Xie Meng thought, his eyes brimming with envy. "Well, one hears a thing or two, after all." Observing the admiration etched across Xie Meng's face, Xie Meng felt an immense sense of pride. "Let me tell you, there are numerous secrets within the technology center. If one lingers here long enough, they would uncover most of them." "Do you know where all those experimental subjects went?" Xie Meng suddenly inquired. "Why do you ask that?" Xie Meng replied, perplexed. "It has been such a long time. Perhaps they were all eradicated during the ensuing chaos, and even if they were not destroyed, they would have perished in such extreme conditions." Suddenly, a bold and chilling hypothesis took root in Xie Meng's mind. What if those new species originally created by humanity did not perish? What if, encountering an apocalyptic scenario, they underwent new mutations? Xie Meng observed a fleeting moment of stillness on Xie Meng's face, before she forced a smile and exclaimed, "How could that be? You nearly frightened me to death." Xie Meng pressed on, "What's the matter? Don't you find it quite reasonable?" "Of course not." Do you think humanity is some kind of creator? Those experimental subjects, since they're new species not fashioned by nature, cannot possibly survive in this world. They must exist in specialized environments. Otherwise, they perish as soon as they are exposed. Xie Meng sighed in relief. Xie Meng, you ought to forget about those experimental subjects. Don't forget that you're also an experimental subject now. The conversation felt like a tempest, abruptly severed by Xie Meng. Yet, Xie Meng sensed that Xie Meng's demeanor bore more resemblance to a false alarm than genuine fear. What was it that she truly feared? Perhaps, Xie Meng mused. Her suspicions were not entirely unfounded. Unable to extract any further information from Xie Meng, Xie Meng hastily finished her meal and returned to her work. A month swiftly passed, and due to ample nourishment and restful sleep, Xie Meng's health improved significantly, her complexion radiant. When Xie Meng measured her height, she discovered that Xie Meng had grown 3 centimeters during her stay. Xie Meng is quite remarkable in every aspect, save for the multitude of needle marks adorning his arm. Some have nearly healed, while others remain fresh. Fortunately, blood is drawn as if it were of no cost, and scientific research has yielded certain results. At the meeting, Xie Meng found herself unable to comprehend the discussion. However, a doctor later elucidated for her that a method for measuring the intensity of mental powers had been discovered. Soon, a new device would be developed to facilitate stable detection. As for whether her blood could be utilized in other animals or even humans to induce immunity, a definitive conclusion has yet to be reached. Xie Meng found herself perplexed, yet she decided to go along with them. As the days turned into weeks, she gradually became accustomed to life here and even began to relish it. Within the base, apart from the time dedicated to experiments, Xie Meng enjoyed a considerable degree of freedom in her movements. Being the most exceptional subject, she possessed elevated privileges that granted her access to areas typically restricted to ordinary staff. The scientists, immersed in their monotonous research and data analysis, welcomed the opportunity to engage with someone who posed questions, which inadvertently added a refreshing dynamic to their routine. They eagerly vied to answer her inquiries. Over time, Xie Meng constructed an extensive and rigorous theoretical knowledge system. She had access to a plethora of experimental equipment and materials, utilizing anything that was idle, thus accumulating a wealth of practical experience. Before the apocalypse, having such esteemed scientists tutor someone would have been an extravagant affair. Yet now they willingly became Xie Meng's free mentors, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty for taking advantage of their generosity. Xie Meng, filled with envy, exclaimed Xie Meng, "I'm truly jealous of you. When we were in university, we lacked such opportunities. The nation's leading scientists are your teachers, with your vast network. If the apocalypse ends and college entrance examinations resume, you would surely be granted direct admission to the highest institutions." Chapter 98. The Mental Power Bracelet. Xie Meng, of course, was unaware that Xie Meng's endeavors were driven by ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Xie Meng had thoroughly scoured the entire technology center and still had not located what she sought. 6 months passed. She diligently read the messages from Taoyuan every day, recently learning that the advanced structures there had been completed. The superior materials were fabricated at the southern base and transported to Taoyuan, where artisans constructed buildings akin to those in their residential area, capable of withstanding the majority of mutated entities. However, since Xie Meng's arrival at the southern base, even the technology center occasionally faced incursions from mutated entities, whereas Taoyuan had never experienced such invasions, nor had anyone been infected. Ensuring the safety of her family and friends allowed Xie Meng to devote herself wholeheartedly to her work. One day, after emerging from an experimental apparatus, Xie Meng removed her headgear and various wires, inquiring of a nearby scientist, "Teacher, are there any new materials available for review? I have nearly exhausted the resources in the laboratory." The scientist, a gentle woman, feigned annoyance at Xie Meng's words, saying, "Why does such a young child always seek out those things? You know well that my psychological age is considerably advanced." Upon arriving at the base, Xie Meng discovered that her endearing tactics were remarkably effective with the scientists. Over the past 6 months, she had honed her skills in charmingly coaxing them, employing her newfound prowess with ease. The scientist, unable to withstand Xie Meng's persistence, pretended to be exasperated, declaring, "There are none left. Absolutely none." "How could that be? Please think of a solution for me," Xie Meng pleaded, tugging at the scientist's sleeve with fervor. All right. Clearly, you have numerous books at your disposal. Yet you insist on delving into experimental data that you cannot even comprehend. What purpose does that serve?" The scientist chided playfully. "Simply tell me if there are any." Xie Meng began to act petulantly. "Truly, there are none left. Everything you can access is already in your possession. This is not a repository of information. How could we possibly have everything? Are you suggesting there might be more elsewhere?" Xie Meng queried. "Certainly. We are merely one of the 3 major bases. The majority of the remaining materials are housed in the other 2 bases," the scientist explained. With a resigned sigh, Xie Meng accepted this information, realizing there was little she could do. Nevertheless, she gleaned from the scientist that the available data was far from exhaustive. What she had seen was merely a fraction of the accessible information, with many confidential documents beyond her reach. To avoid raising any alarms, Xie Meng resolved to seek answers discreetly. She had frequented various laboratories, yet there remained uncharted territories, the director's office and the 3rd floor of the technology building. Although she often visited the director's office, she could not rummage through materials without drawing attention. She would need to devise a different strategy. After careful consideration, Xie Meng decided to leverage her own experiments. As her materials were directly delivered to the director's office, and without permission, even she lacked the authority to peruse them. This at least indicated that her experiments were on par with those of J304. If she could gain access within her own experiments, it would naturally lead her to other experimental data. Thus, Xie Meng began to devote herself wholeheartedly to her research. Xie Meng approached Dr. Zhang directly to present his thoughts. "What? You suggest abandoning the research on the special substances in blood?" Dr. Zhang was perplexed, questioning the rationale behind such a statement. "Indeed, I believe that channeling all our efforts into the study of mental energy is the most prudent course of action. This is merely an intuition of mine. My mental faculties may not be significantly correlated with the special substances in blood." In truth, this was not an instinct of Xie Meng's. He merely articulated it this way for his own advantage. After all, if the focus remained solely on blood research, his involvement would be minimal. However, should the emphasis shift to mental energy, the scientist would become increasingly reliant on him, thereby elevating his status. Moreover, there are numerous researchers available to investigate blood, so there is no necessity to concentrate efforts on me, Xie Meng added. After contemplating his proposal, Dr. Zhang responded, "Very well. We shall convene a meeting to discuss your suggestion." Subsequently, the esteemed dean called for a meeting. Following this, the scientists altered their research focus regarding Xie Meng, transitioning from a detection and utilization of special components in blood to the exploration and application of mental energy. Seymour was highly supportive of their research and more than willing to cooperate. One day, Dr. Zhang brought a colossal circular experimental apparatus and handed it to Seymour, urging him to try it on. "What is this?" Seymour thought it resembled a bracelet of sorts. Xie Meng gazed at the small screen pointed out by Dr. Zhang. Upon pressing the switch, the screen illuminated with a soft glow. Dr. Zhang instructed his assistant to retrieve a manageable mutated specimen, which was then placed upon the experimental table. He turned to Xie Meng and said, "Now you may attempt to exert control over it. However, please keep your strength to a minimum, as I fear that excessive force may damage the apparatus. You should be able to regulate the intensity, correct?" "Indeed," Xie Meng replied, and began to channel his energy towards the mutated specimen encased within the glass dome. Inside the enclosure lay a green entity that appeared rather inert, remaining motionless despite the human attempts to intimidate it from the outside. "It resembles a plant," Xie Meng mused as he extended a subtle thread of mental energy, forming a diminutive energy field around the specimen. Upon sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding energy, the small creature soon began to writhe, and Xie Meng quickly discerned that it bore a resemblance to an oval-shaped animal. Xie Meng issued no explicit instructions, merely allowing it to act autonomously. Meanwhile, the oscilloscope on the wristband displayed a scattering of faint traces. Dr. Zhang manipulated several buttons and finally observed a distinct waveform. The test was successful. The wristband proved to be functional. Xie Meng, your idea was indeed correct. Dr. Zhang exclaimed with delight, turning to Dr. Hu and saying, Xiao Hu, come over and record the data. Xie Meng adjusted the intensity of the power as per their requests. While the object within the glass dome occasionally curled into a large sphere and at other times elongated like a worm. Dr. Hu and several researchers stood nearby, jotting down notes as they adjusted the waveform and recorded data. After an hour, they finally achieved success. Is this bracelet truly so useful? Xie Meng inquired. Undoubtedly useful, though it remains somewhat bulky and lacks variety in functionality. We will continue to develop it gradually, Dr. Hu replied confidently. We have made significant breakthroughs regarding your experiment. Since mental energy can be detected, it will surely be harnessed for our use in the future. All right, let's keep pushing forward. Xie Meng was astonished that she had inadvertently succeeded. As research on mental energy progressed, the scientists became increasingly reliant on Xie Meng. At their suggestion, she was granted higher-level permissions, allowing her to access all experimental data related to mental energy and freely enter the office of the old dean, even participating in top-level meetings. These meetings convened only when there were substantial advancements in research. When Xie Meng was escorted to the conference room, she discovered that the technology tower extended beyond 3 floors. The conference room was situated on the 4th floor, which offered a more serene environment than the lower levels, surrounded by various greenery. Amidst the trees, Xie Meng felt as though she had entered a primeval forest. She took her seat and awaited the commencement of the meeting. Shortly thereafter, the old dean and the commander entered, followed a few minutes later by 2 men and a woman who appeared aloof compared to the others, all seemingly middle-aged. Upon their arrival, the old dean and the commander immediately rose to their feet. Leaders? Leaders? Is there someone above them? Xie Meng is not devoid of emotional intelligence or manners, even without guidance. Upon witnessing the demeanor of the esteemed dean and the commander, he instinctively rose and offered them a slight bow. Following the arrival of those 3 leaders, several men and women entered, though their ranks appeared to be considerably lower. Lastly, a few scientists involved in the research made their entrance. The meeting commenced only after all attendees had gathered. Xie Meng surveyed the room, observing the somber expressions on each face as they attentively listened to the researchers' report. From their demeanor and discourse, she deduced the identities of several leaders present. It became apparent that these individuals shared a similar stance towards scientific inquiry as Xie Meng herself, seemingly oblivious to the complexities of the subject, yet feigning understanding while wielding considerable authority. The old dean and the scientists relied on their approval for project research. Yet these leaders seemed acutely aware of their own lack of expertise in the realm of science. Consequently, they acquiesced to every request put forth by the researchers, merely engaging in a perfunctory process. Through observation, Xie Meng speculated that these individuals might be leaders from the state, possessing the authority to appoint commanders and deans. However, compared to the pre-apocalyptic era, their power had evidently diminished. Consequently, Xie Meng deduced that the experimental materials for J304 could not be in the hands of those with higher authority, but rather with the old dean. She paid little attention to the meeting, as she was merely an experimenter, and no one expected her to speak. Thus, she contented herself with casually listening to the reports. After the meeting concluded, one of the male leaders approached her, grasping her hand and expressing gratitude for her contributions to humanity. Subsequently, she was escorted down to the 4th floor. After enduring another week of monotonous experimentation, Xie Meng thrived within the technological edifice. One day, she finally witnessed the old dean leaving the office. As the break approached, Xie Meng, her head adorned with an array of testing apparatus, exited the laboratory and arrived at the door of the old dean's office. After surveying her surroundings and confirming that no one was nearby, she pressed her fingerprint onto a small square box, slightly darker than the wall. The door swung open, and upon her entry, it closed automatically, as if no one had ever been there. Xie Meng could have entered openly, yet she felt an inherent sense of guilt regarding her intentions. Thus, she chose to proceed with caution. Her first sight was a large filing cabinet against the wall. She rushed over and quickly skimmed through all the documents, only to discover that they contained nothing more than ordinary research materials. Surely, confidential information would not be placed in such an obvious location, she pondered. She then approached the desk, meticulously searching through the documents within, yet still found nothing. After surveying the area, Xie Meng ultimately focused her attention on an antiquated safe position beside the old dean's desk. The safe, made of iron and slightly rusted, was secured with a complex and robust mechanical lock, making it impossible to open without the key. Brute force alone would not suffice. Xie Meng, filled with frustration, struck her palm. After all, she couldn't possibly move the entire cabinet. Suddenly, it occurred to her that where there is a lock, there must be a key. She hastily rummaged through the office for the keys, but to no avail. Nevertheless, she held onto the belief that a solution would inevitably present itself. And if all else failed, she could resort to pilfering from the old dean. It was a regrettable decision, yet the answer lingered just out of reach, obstructed solely by a single key. With a heavy heart, Xie Meng departed from the office. In the days that followed, she meticulously observed the old dean. Yet she never once witnessed her wield a set of keys. Just as she was preparing her tools to force the lock, her gaze fell upon a glass case nearby, which housed the peculiar, shape-shifting creature she had previously tamed. A bold idea began to take shape in her mind. Xie Meng opened the glass cover and carefully stowed the mass of mutated matter into his pocket as he made his way to the office of the elderly director. Upon re-entering the office, Xie Meng navigated with ease and familiarity. Approaching the safe, he retrieved the mass of mutated matter and inserted it into the keyhole. Subsequently, he harnessed his mental energy to solidify the mutated substance, maintaining its form. With a deft twist to the left, a satisfying click resonated as the lock yielded. Success! As he opened the cabinet door, Xie Meng was greeted by a substantial stack of documents within. Xie Meng hurriedly rummaged through the documents, her gaze sweeping from top to bottom as she meticulously scanned each sheet. At last, she stumbled upon a page bearing the key phrase research on new species. Xie Meng withdrew the paper and began to peruse it meticulously. Halfway through, he realized with astonishment that it was not, in fact, research data on a new species. Xie Meng hastily extracted the remaining documents, which were laden with a plethora of technical jargon that he could not fully comprehend at the moment, having merely skimmed through them. However, upon reaching the end, he discovered a substantial page adorned with handwritten signatures. To his astonishment, it was a petition urging the suspension of research on new species. Wasn't this inquiry being conducted by the former dean and his associates? Or were they not undertaking it of their own accord? Xie Meng meticulously searched through the remaining materials, only to discover that there were no further documents pertaining to this project. In a hurry, he restored the documents to their original state and locked the safe once more. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Chapter 100. Full vigilance at that moment. Xie Meng overheard a conversation. Director, the streamlined design of the wristband has been completed. May I present it for your review? A researcher inquired. Very well. Let me take a look, responded the director. Seizing the opportunity before they entered, Xie Meng swiftly concealed himself behind the filing cabinet. Excellent, excellent. Accelerate the production. Upon hearing the commendations from the esteemed headmaster, Xie Meng was soon met with the sound of the office door creaking open. Although she had concealed herself for the moment, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape unnoticed once the headmaster entered the office. Typically, the headmaster would linger in the office for an extended period before commencing work, making it nearly inevitable that she would be discovered if she remained hidden for too long. Xie Meng's heart raced, and his breath became rapid. The elderly dean at the door was evidently captivated by something outside. What is happening? What has occurred? Xie Meng overheard the dean speaking to someone beyond the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Xie Meng's heart raced to his throat. Could it be that they had discovered his concealment? Director, the mutated specimen has gone missing, exclaimed a researcher, breathless and on the verge of tears. What? How could this happen? The old director's voice suddenly soared, nearly startling Xie Meng. At that moment, Xie Meng recalled that he still had a mass of mutated material tucked away in his pocket. We must initiate a comprehensive inspection. Director, we require your authorization, the researcher insisted. Very well, let us proceed swiftly. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation if it remains unfound? How could you have allowed this to transpire? As Xie Meng listened to the complaints of the old dean fade into the distance, the door closed, and the sounds from outside vanished. Xie Meng stealthily approached, leaning against the door to listen intently, ensuring that there was no sound outside before she finally opened the door. Fortunately, everyone was focused on the mutated entity, completely oblivious to her presence. Just as Xie Meng stepped out of the office and was about to descend the stairs, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the building. Upon hearing the alarm, chaos ensued among the occupants. The mutated entity had escaped. Quickly, everyone search. Put on protective suits. All personnel, don your protective gear and equipment. Exercise caution. Everyone maintain alertness. Search every corner. Leave no nook or cranny unchecked. The interior of the building had descended into turmoil, with staff rushing past Xie Meng, entirely unaware of her hands tucked into her pockets. At that moment, Xie Meng spotted Xiaoman rushing towards her. "I finally found you," Xiaoman gasped, thrusting a pile of blue garments into Xie Meng's hands. "Put these on quickly. Why should I wear this?" Xie Meng inquired, perplexed. The activation of such an alarm signified that, in 5 minutes, a comprehensive sweep of the technology building would commence, which would involve radiation. Specific protective clothing was essential to shield against it, as the material could withstand most attacks from mutated entities. Seeing Xie Meng's hesitation, Xiaoman grew anxious. "Hurry and put on. It's merely a low-level mutated entity that has escaped, right? Its attacking power is minimal, and it likely wouldn't last long outside the glass enclosure, would it?" Xie Meng questioned, bewildered. "Ah, you don't understand. This particular mutated entity may not attack humans, but if it contaminates other experimental materials, our losses could be substantial." Xiaoman was nearly frantic, not waiting for Xie Meng to respond as she pushed the clothes towards her and headed upstairs. "Quickly, put it on. I must change as well. Otherwise, we won't have enough time." "Wait a moment." Xie Meng grasped Xiaoman's arm. "What do you see here?" Xie Meng extracted the anomalous object from his pocket and placed it before Xiaoman. "How did this end up in your possession?" Xiaoman exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Quickly, let go of it. It is contaminated." "Fear not. I am unperturbed," Xie Meng replied. "Oh no, this is dire. I must swiftly inform them to cancel the tests." With that, Xiaoman dashed upstairs, urging Xie Meng as she ran, "Ensure you hold it securely. Do not allow it to escape." 5 minutes later, the alarm was lifted and tranquility returned to the building. A researcher utilized a specialized tool to extract the anomalous object from Xie Meng's grasp, subsequently inserting it into a machine at the back. After pressing a series of buttons, a red light illuminated, only to extinguish moments later, revealing that the anomalous material had been reduced to ashes. The assembly expressed their gratitude to Xie Meng for locating the anomalous object. However, no one inquired as to why she was the one to discover it, or how she had done so. With the trail gone cold, Xie Meng found herself at a loss for how to proceed with the investigation. After several days of deep contemplation, a scientist approached her with a newly crafted wristband. A multitude of researchers gathered, eager to witness Xie Meng utilize the wristband. This is a simplified version of the wristband, equipped with more functions than the previous iteration, yet capable of detecting and displaying psychic energy with greater precision. "Do try it on," Dr. Zhang urged, extending the wristband towards her. The new wristband was a sleek silver gray, featuring a minimalist design, a slender silver ring embedded with a long, rectangular screen. As the screen illuminated, a series of numbers appeared at the bottom. "This represents your respiratory rate, and this is your heart rate." Dr. Zhang meticulously explained each detail. "This graphic illustrates the range of your psychic energy fluctuations. Here are the values, which you can observe directly." After thoroughly comprehending everything as instructed by Dr. Zhang, Xie Meng was brought before the mutated entities, where Dr. Zhang demonstrated the functionality of the wristband. Such tasks were second nature to Xie Meng. She released a modicum of her mental energy, and soon, a waveform manifested on the wristband, prompting the mutated beings to commence their movement. The waveform emerged and began to fluctuate. "Excellent," Dr. Zhang remarked, "but you must learn to modulate your strength. If it is excessive, the wristband may malfunction." Xie Meng gazed at the waveform, striving to prevent it from reaching its zenith, while meticulously controlling the fluctuations of the values. As he observed the numbers on the screen swell and diminish in accordance with his thoughts, he realized that the wristband had triumphed. It was a resounding success. Clearly, Dr. Zhang had also perceived this achievement. Hooray! The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. At long last, they had succeeded. Their efforts had borne fruit. How splendid! The scientists exchanged high fives and shouted in celebration. Dr. Zhang, it seems we must celebrate this momentous occasion. Someone proposed. Chapter 101. The abruptly interrupted feast. It had been far too long since such an exhilarating moment had graced them. Celebration. Celebration. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Dr. Zhang announced that a celebratory soiree would be held 3 days hence. All personnel from the technology building were invited to partake in the festivities, and Dr. Zhang even selected 30 individuals from the residents to share in this joy. The kitchen staff, upon receiving the news, hurriedly commenced preparations for food and drink. 3 days later, the celebration unfolded as scheduled. The researchers finally relished a long-awaited respite. The soiree took place in the plaza on the first floor of the building, where the usual white lights were replaced with a kaleidoscope of colors. Classical melodies from Kabbalah filled the air, as exquisite dishes and desserts were artfully arranged upon a grand dining table. Everyone found themselves immersed in this relaxed ambience. Wow, I never expected the chefs here to be so talented. I haven't had cake in about 2 years, and it is absolutely delightful, Xie Meng exclaimed, nearly moved to tears after savoring a delectable dessert. Of course, this place houses the nation's most formidable talents, and the living conditions are undoubtedly exceptional. However, it has been ages since I have enjoyed such a lavish feast, all thanks to you, Xiao Man chimed in, her mouth stuffed full, her face alight with joy. Now, let's invite the dean to say a few words. In the midst of the festivities, the impromptu host beckoned the elderly dean, who was seated at the dining table, insisting that she address the gathering. The dean smiled and declined, but the commander seized a microphone, declaring, "Let me speak." The audience erupted in a chorus of playful jeers, and the commander chuckled awkwardly as he stepped before the crowd. Rest assured, I shall keep it brief. I am immensely grateful for the new experimenters who have joined us. Though we did not celebrate at that time, the significant results we have achieved now warrant a commendation banquet for her and all the diligent staff members. It is never too late for such recognition. I firmly believe that through our collective endeavors, calamity will eventually dissipate and the world will return to its former glory. Long live humanity! With increasing fervor, the commander nearly shouted the last words. Inspired by the fervent atmosphere, Xie Meng felt a surge of exhilaration, and the enthusiasm of those around him was palpable. Xiao Man, perhaps influenced by the wine, swayed unsteadily as she vociferously echoed the commander. Long live humanity! The crowd united in a resounding chorus. Long live humanity! The sound reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. In such a thrumming environment, Xie Meng began to experience a sense of tightness in his chest, gradually feeling discomfort in his heart. Xie Meng raised her hand, and the screen of her wristband illuminated, revealing a startling heart rate of 140. An ominous premonition surged within her, though she could not pinpoint its origin. Xiao Man, something feels off, Xie Meng urgently whispered to Xiao Man, pulling her aside. What's wrong? Xiao Man appeared still under the influence of alcohol. Xie Meng described it as an unsettling sense akin to the anxiety of forgetting to turn off the gas. Struggling to articulate this feeling, she concluded that this metaphor was the most fitting and extended her wrist toward Xiao Man. Oh my! Xiao Man exclaimed upon glancing at the wristband, where several readings were marked in red. Instantly, she sobered up. What happened to you? I don't know. I feel an inexplicable sense of anxiety and tension. My intuition is usually quite accurate. What should I do? Xie Meng inquired. Follow me, Xiao Man replied, leading Xie Meng to Dr. Zhang, who was conversing with the dean. Initially, Dr. Zhang and the dean had been leisurely sipping coconut juice, but upon seeing the wristband, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Dr. Zhang held high expectations for the wristband, confident in its reliability, and instinctively inquired about Xie Meng's health. Xie Meng recounted the recent events to them. The former dean instructed Dr. Zhang to escort Xie Meng away from the banquet, accompanied by several researchers, to the second floor for an examination. As they ascended the staircase, Xie Meng's heart jolted unexpectedly upon passing by a laboratory. The lights within the laboratory were almost entirely extinguished, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Xie Meng sensed an unusual disturbance and suddenly felt compelled to turn on the lights. The others, unaware of her reasoning, did not intervene. However, when the lights illuminated the laboratory, a collective gasp echoed through the room. All the mutated specimens appeared to be suffocating, pressed agonizingly against the glass walls, their visages contorted in pain. A few timid researchers shrieked in terror. How could this be? Even the usually composed Dr. Zhang was taken aback, realizing that something was amiss. Quickly, you three, conduct an examination inside. I will accompany Xie Meng to the other side for testing. You inform the dean, and you suspend the banquet, Dr. Zhang swiftly dictated, formulating a rational plan in the wake of the unfolding chaos. Xie Meng was ushered into a large apparatus, her head adorned with an array of wires. She lay quietly within the device, and soon the cacophony of sounds from outside faded away, replaced by the soft, persistent hum of the machinery. After 10 minutes, the test results were revealed. Her body exhibited no health issues. It was merely an acute episode triggered by psychological stress. The researchers reported their findings to Dr. Zhang and the dean. What do you think? Dr. Zhang inquired eagerly as Xie Meng was helped to sit up. Aside from some discomfort in my heart, I have no other concerns, Xie Meng replied, recalling another matter as she had just lain inside the apparatus. I believe the anomalies are of greater significance than my own condition. They are exceedingly unusual. Indeed, it is unprecedented for all anomalies to exhibit such excitement simultaneously, remarked one researcher. Have the test results from the anomalies been released? The old dean's expression was grave. They have. At that moment, a male researcher rushed in, clutching a stack of documents. Xie Meng looked up, observing the charts depicting the vital signs of the mutated organisms, each parameter displaying anomalies. Xie Meng reluctantly reviewed several items and discovered that the situation was not as they had just described. The mutated organisms were not abnormally agitated, but rather their vitality had sharply diminished. Prepare for heightened vigilance. Immediate alert, commanded the old director, his brow furrowed with authority. Several researchers hastily ascended the stairs to inform the personnel to prepare. Director, what have you discovered? Dr. Zhang, although capable of understanding the charts in the report, was perplexed by the director's actions. I have several hypotheses, the old director abruptly interrupted, his gaze fixed intently on Dr. Zhang. Chapter 102, A Mysterious Night. In an instant, Dr. Zhang comprehended the director's implication, realizing he needed to organize the personnel for alertness. Once the teams were in position, comprehensive testing commenced. Xie Meng found himself devoid of tasks, following the armed personnel to the fourth floor. This technological edifice was not entirely enclosed. On the fourth floor resided an observatory platform, once utilized for stargazing, though its purpose had since transformed. The platform was adorned with several weaponry whose names eluded Xie Meng, resembling guns or cannons, accompanied by an array of machinery, observational devices, and illumination apparatuses, as well as detection instruments. The ceiling, crafted from meticulously engineered material, featured a distinctive section made of certain glass-like substance, through which the inky blackness of the night sky was visible. The commander ascended to the observatory platform, and, upon pressing a switch, the platform began to rise slowly. Protruding from the exterior of the technological edifice, while a thick glass protective shield ascended to envelop the platform. The machinery whirred to life, and searchlights ignited, casting immense beams akin to rockets, piercing the nocturnal heavens. Xie Meng observed an infinitely long cylinder suspended in midair from below. Several researchers operated equipment beneath it, while the commander, usually frivolous, now gazed intently at the night sky with a seriousness that starkly contrasted his usual demeanor. Commander, is there something unusual? One subordinate inquired. Damn, I can't see anything. It's all black. The commander, having scrutinized the scene for an extended period, sweat trickling down his forehead, finally erupted in frustration at the void before him. "Have you discovered anything?" he demanded. The infrared instruments detected a significant heat source moving towards us from 8 kilometers away. One subordinate replied. "What?" The commander cursed again, then hunched over the equipment, earnestly examining the situation ahead. "I can't see anything. Switch with someone else." After a while, the commander stepped back. A subordinate took his place, but soon shook his head, having seen nothing. "Is everything prepared?" The commander asked one of his subordinates. "Commander, the heat source is still moving and is now only 6 kilometers away," reported the subordinate who had been monitoring the infrared instruments. It had been less than 5 minutes since the discovery of the heat source, and Xie Meng mused about its alarming speed. However, upon hearing this news, her tension and anxiety eased considerably. Just moments ago, she had doubted whether it was a wave approaching, but now she could be certain that the heat source advancing towards them was certainly not a wave, as the speed of a wave would far exceed this. "Go inform the director," the commander instructed one of his subordinates. Xie Meng observed that the commander visibly relaxed once he was informed of the speed of the heat source's movement, indicating that he was aware that their adversary was not a mere fluctuation. After the commander descended, 2 others ascended in his place. Xie Meng then approached the railing of the corridor, lit a cigarette, and quietly watched the busy personnel below. Perhaps it was due to the fatigue of prolonged exposure to the instruments, but after a few minutes, a staff member came down. Empty-handed, he wondered aloud whether there might have been a detection error. "I wonder if it's my turn now. May I take a look?" Xie Meng, noticing the impatience on the face of the previous individual, mustered the courage to inquire. A subordinate hurried over to consult the commander, who, after casting a glance at Xie Meng, granted his approval. Xie Meng ascended the observation platform, gazing in the direction of the searchlight. The inky night sky was devoid of even a single bird. And emulating the commander's demeanor, she adjusted the searchlight slightly before peering ahead. An extraordinary stillness enveloped the air. Apart from the Tyndall effect created by the dust, nothing was discernible through the telescope. Just as Xie Meng was about to descend, an unusual phenomenon emerged from the darkness. It was a vast expanse of blackness, deeper than the surrounding shadows, akin to a splotch of ink spilled upon a sheet of black paper. Though it was equally dark, its distinctiveness was immediately apparent. This patch of darkness pulsated with vitality. Her wristband illuminated as Xie Meng utilized her mental acuity to probe the object ahead. At that moment, the personnel below reported. 3 kilometers away, Xie Meng felt a vast expanse of flickering red light emerging in his consciousness, reminiscent of countless intertwining warning signals. The presence was overwhelming and immense. All manifestations of mutation. What do you see?" inquired another observer nearby. "My intuition," Xie Meng replied. And scarcely had he finished speaking when a dark spot appeared in his field of vision. As the spot moved into the direct beam of the searchlight, it suddenly darted away. "It's appeared. Commander," the staff member reported anxiously to the commander. The commander extinguished his cigarette and hastened over in a swift, purposeful stride. Xie Meng gracefully descended from the observation platform, yielding his position to the commander. After a moment of silence, he heard the commander utter a hasty curse. "Damn it! Quickly, secure the platform and prepare the weapons," the commander shouted, leaping down from the observation platform. At that moment, another nearby staff member, in a flurry, hastily gathered the equipment and accidentally tumbled off the platform. "What did you see?" After activating the switch, another individual rushed forward to assist the fallen person. So many mutated entities. The one who had fallen huddled his shoulders, as if he had witnessed a sight that sent shivers down his spine. The ceiling then restored itself to its original seamless state. Apart from those assigned by the commander upstairs, everyone else followed him down to prepare for defense. Xie Meng remained where she was, curious to discover what had approached. Suddenly, a rustling sound filled the air, followed by an obscuration of the moonlight cascading from the rooftop. A section of the ceiling, through which the outside world was visible, was shrouded by an unseen entity, allowing only sporadic beams of fragmented moonlight to seep through. The rustling intensified, transforming into a cacophony of friction, while the interior of the edifice resonated with the astonished cries of the crowd. Was there an earthquake? What was happening outside? It must surely be an earthquake. The tremors had drawn forth the mutated creatures. The ground beneath began to tremble violently. "Run!" echoed the panicked shouts of those within the building, and Xie Meng glanced down to see the crowd in the square in utter disarray. This shouldn't be happening. Xie Meng always felt that something was amiss. The location of the southern base was not situated on a seismic belt, and it had not experienced an earthquake for centuries. What a remarkable coincidence! Suddenly, a peculiar noise erupted from outside, crackling and thudding. Chapter 103. Humanity's frantic escape amidst the cacophony. Xie Meng discerned an unusual sound, akin to raindrops incessantly pelting against the structure. Could it be raining outside? No. Although the noise was dense, it lacked uniformity. It resembled the sounds of mutated entities colliding against the technological edifice above. Xie Meng unleashed her mental power, and then a horrifying scene unfolded in her mind. Surrounding the cluster of buildings were dense clusters of ominous red signs, strikingly terrifying. Countless mutated beings approached the technological skyscraper, swarming from the skies and crawling on the ground, enveloping the entire structure in a tight grip. The nearby residential buildings were completely encircled by these abominations. The sounds of collision grew increasingly louder, and Xie Meng felt the floor tremble violently. "Oh no, an earthquake! Run for your lives!" Everyone downstairs mistook it for an earthquake and surged toward the exit like frenzied beasts. "Do not panic. Remain calm. Listen to me." Observing that even the armed personnel began to flee in disarray, the commander grew anxious, seizing a loudspeaker and shouting from above. "Maintain formation. Exit one by one. Our building is the most earthquake-resistant in the world. Everyone, stay calm. We'll be fine. All armed personnel, uphold order." Yet, the crowd paid no heed to the commander's words, continuing to push forward relentlessly. The doors from the square to the outer corridor swung open, and a throng rushed forth, quickly blocking the entrance. The people pressed desperately toward the outside. Meanwhile, the turmoil within the building escalated, each pulse echoing like a countdown to doom. Had they seen the scene that Xie Meng witnessed, they would surely reconsider their frantic escape. As individuals jammed the doorway, their faces turned a sickly shade. Many began to struggle for breath. With the entrance threatening to burst under the pressure, those trapped in the middle started to faint from asphyxiation, and amidst the impending disaster, chaos reigned within the technological skyscraper. The commander issued a command. "All armed personnel, restore order." Upon hearing the command, the armed personnel raised their weapons and fired a shot into the ceiling. Bang! This sound was far more intimidating than the tremors of the building, and instantly, the entire structure fell silent. At last, the main entrance cracked open a small gap, and people streamed out, finally finding some relief in the corridor as the crowd thinned. They surged towards the exit with fervor, and as the first individual near the end of the corridor, the commander transmitted a directive to the doorman. "Open the gates." The broadcast abruptly cut off, emitting an excruciatingly piercing sound. Xie Meng seized the loudspeaker and bellowed, "No." The tremendous noise startled everyone, causing some to crouch down, clutching their heads in distress. At that moment, Xie Meng's voice reverberated through the broadcast once more. "This is not an earthquake. Outside, there are all manner of mutated creatures. No one is permitted to go out. Do not open the doors." Nearly all actions were halted by his commanding words. However, a dozen individuals remained unconvinced, frantically rushing forward. The guards at the door, witnessing the approaching crowd, resolutely safeguarded the switch. Those rushing forward forcefully shoved the guard aside and pressed the door's mechanism. With a thunderous sound, the door cracked open. "The door is ajar. Let us rush out." The individuals at the front cheered with exhilaration, as though the dawn of victory was at hand. The others, terrified of being left behind and facing certain doom, saw the front runners nearing escape. Driven by panic, they disregarded Xie Meng's warnings and surged forward. Xie Meng stood in the square, unable to perceive the happenings beyond the corridor. Even if she were to witness it, she would likely fail to comprehend why these highly educated individuals, the elite of society, would completely lose their reason and judgment in the face of a grave calamity. Yet, it was too late. At the very instant the first person dashed out, a mist of blood erupted at the entrance. Driven by a strange wind, a wave of intense, sanguine scent rushed into the nostrils of the second individual. Before he could react, he too was transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Dissipating into the air, the individuals behind remained oblivious to what transpired ahead, yet Xie Meng, within, had already sensed it. Countless mutated entities clung to the exterior of the technological edifice, incessantly colliding against it, their shapes coalescing in Xie Meng's mind, vividly constructing the visage of the technological tower. In her mind, Xie Meng perceived the crimson warning sign breaking through the gates of the technological edifice. Then, she was engulfed by a cacophony of anguished screams. "Help! Help! Someone save us!" Faced with the horrifying scene, the onlookers could utter nothing but pleas for salvation. In the blink of an eye, the foremost dozen individuals were reduced to a mist of blood. The moment they were exposed to the outside, they were swiftly devoured by countless grotesque aberrations. "Close the door. Quickly shut it." At last, someone in the rear grasped the urgency of the situation. "Hurry, block the entrance." Prompted by this call, the crowd reacted hastily, extending their hands to press the button. The door emitted a relentless alarm, signaling its inability to close. Terrified, the crowd looked up. Where the moonlight should have illuminated was now shrouded in darkness, as the aberrations surged in frantically, filling every crevice of the corridor. In her consciousness, the passage was entirely obstructed by these monstrosities, and Xie Meng began to tremble. "Close the door. Please shut this door," she shouted over the intercom. The commander, noticing Xie Meng's pallor, swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. "Everyone, follow my orders. Shut the door." With a series of gunshots echoing, the button to the plaza's entrance was finally pressed. The door began to move slowly toward the center. However, it became jammed by the throng, unable to close. "Hurry, Commander. Command them to shut the door," Xie Meng urged anxiously. "Close the door. At all costs, seal it." The commander glimpsed the resolve in Xie Meng's eyes. To resist the aberrations, a sacrifice of some lives was imperative. Those outside stood no chance of survival. At last, the muffled gunfire resonated. Chapter 104: Frenzied Aberrations. Bullets embedded themselves in the bodies of their kin. The line of individuals blocking the doorway had scarcely registered what was happening before they were struck by the gunfire. Their expressions remained unchanged, save for their eyes, which widened in terror as their pupils constricted in the final moment. This simultaneous expectation of survival and disbelief in the face of death painted a portrait of ultimate horror, plunging those inside into an eerie silence. As the gunshot victims ceased to breathe and began to fall, they were pushed back by the armed personnel. Then, as one entered, another gunshot rang out. After a barrage of gunfire, silence enveloped the scene. The last bullet discharged struck not a human, but a dark, elongated arm. As they witnessed a pillar-like appendage obstructing the door, the crowd held their breath, paralyzed by sheer terror, unable to utter a sound. It was an aberration. The monstrosity was about to burst through. Xie Meng concentrated all his mental energy, and at that moment, the screen of the wristband suddenly illuminated. All curves shifted from green to red, with data soaring dangerously close to its peak. A thunderous roar erupted from the master of the black arm as it was struck by the mental assault. Yet the black arm did not withdraw. Instead, it firmly lodged itself in the doorway, adamant about preventing the door from closing. Bang! 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 Bullets flew forth as though they were free, striking the black arm. They embedded themselves without inflicting any harm on the creature, which continued to grip the entrance, exerting force to pry it open. The people inside seemed frozen, devoid of any thought for a solution, as nothing but bullets could approach such a formidable high-level mutant. Indeed, the master of that black arm was undeniably a high-level mutant. In a desperate bid to withstand the onslaught of this aberration, Xie Meng was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaking and beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Use a knife. In moments of extreme tension, one often possesses extraordinary strength, and Xie Meng felt his shoulder nearly crushed. With the knife. Shatter that thing, the commander shouted. In that instant, the concern for the safety of those nearby was cast aside. Blades were hurled from one side of the square to the other, soaring over the heads of the crowd and crashing down, striking several unfortunate souls who cried out in pain. However, in such a state of panic, the pain seemed dulled, and not a single person cried out. All eyes remained fixed on the creature at the doorway. As the armed personnel brandished their weapons, they struck at the mutant's arm with frenzied intensity. The chilling sound of flesh being chopped echoed, followed by the cracking of bone. "Come help," the armed personnel urged. Finally, those in front picked up knives and began to strike at the arm that blocked the entrance. Green blood trickled down as the mutant outside let out a deafening roar of agony. The door shook violently, sending tremors throughout the square. "We're in trouble. The door is going to burst open. Help!" Panic surged again, and those hacking at the creature were overcome by fear, abandoning their weapons and retreating. "No retreat," the commander bellowed, sensing the chaotic situation was about to repeat itself. "Fear not. I will hold it back with my powers. It cannot enter." Xie Meng felt a continuous surge of energy flowing from him, and the data on the wristband remained at its peak. Regrettably, he was trapped on the second-floor staircase, unable to approach the mutant closely enough to spare himself such exertion. "Did you hear? We'll be fine. Cut off its arm. Everyone can survive." The commander shouted into the microphone to rally the spirits. Gradually, the creature's struggles intensified outside. Yet the terror among those inside began to dissipate as they realized that the more it thrashed, the more pain it endured, signaling imminent success. "Watch for the blood vessels. Get back," Xie Meng shouted. Heeding the warning, the crowd retreated a few steps, shielding their exposed skin with their clothing. With a splatter, a torrent of green blood erupted like a fountain, showering the crowd above. Fortunately, Xie Meng had forewarned them. Otherwise, they would have faced infection. With this thought, a sense of gratitude and trust towards Xie Meng blossomed among the people. Soon, a pungent odor permeated the air, causing many to gag. "We are so close to success. Keep going. Just a little more." Without the commander's encouragement, the people began to motivate themselves. The immense black arm had now drooped from the doorway, with only the final tendons remaining. United in purpose, they swung their knives, and at last, the arm fell with a resounding thud. With the collective effort of the armed personnel, the door slammed shut, sealing the living inside. Once they finally escaped danger, they heard the anguished cries from outside, which were growing weaker. After the harrowing ordeal, those inside were paralyzed by fear, a subtle panic spreading in the confined space. "What now?" The creature outside one to break in. "Will it? Are we going to die here?" Questions arose from the crowd. "No, this is top-tier design, made from the finest materials. As long as we don't open the door, the mutant cannot enter. Do not be afraid." A scientist reassured the crowd. Only after the massive mutant's arm had been severed and it was barred from entry did the people gradually regain their composure. Xie Meng dared to relax slightly, for she alone understood that had she not used her mental power to fend it off, the creature would have breached the door long ago. Its defenses were not as robust as they believed. After the recent encounter, Xie Meng realized before anyone else that the mutant outside was not merely seeking to make a meal of those within the technological edifice. Its true intent was to seize control of the building itself. If it had simply been hunting, the creature would have retreated when struck by bullets, rather than recklessly assaulting the entrance and ultimately losing an arm. If her intuition was correct, another wave of attack was imminent. Chapter 105. We charge out. Indeed, mere minutes passed before the sounds of the door being battered resumed. The outer layers of the building were relentlessly struck by an unending tide of mutants, the noise escalating to a cacophony. "What do we do now?" Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Xie Meng declared, "We must find a way to barricade the door. It must not break. Did you hear? Quickly find something to block it." The commander shouted from above. Immediately, several individuals rushed to gather furniture to barricade the entrance, while a clever group dashed toward the laboratory upstairs. The square cleared a path as dozens of people carried heavy lab tables down to obstruct the doorway. The precarious door finally stabilized somewhat. However, the onslaught from outside grew ever more intense. Xie Meng observed that they seemed to have mastered a certain rhythm, gradually maintaining a uniform frequency of impact, causing the building to sway increasingly with each collision. "This is dire. If this continues, resonance will ensue, leading to the collapse of the structure. If we cannot escape, we are doomed, one of the scientists exclaimed anxiously. Yet, even if we do escape, we would still meet a grim fate, countered another scientist. Do not look at me. Without a way out, our weapons are rendered useless. The commander, noticing the scientist's unwavering gazes upon him, hastily gestured his inability to resolve the situation. Are you not researchers? Why have you not found any solutions? The commander inquired, adding fuel to the fire. Infuriated, the scientist chose to ignore him and instead turned to Xie Meng, asking, what is the limit of your mental strength? How much of the mutated entities can you withstand? Xie Meng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The outside was teeming with mutated beings, and no matter how strong my mental fortitude, it is impossible to block them all. Does this mean we stand no chance at all? Are we truly to perish here? The scientist despaired. I need to contact the dean. Where is the dean? Xie Meng asked. The dean is over there. One of the researchers pointed to a corner of the second-floor corridor where a group of people had been huddled. Very well, I shall make my way there. Xie Meng pushed through the crowd on the second floor and approached the dean. Dean, I wish to know how long the technological edifice and the residential buildings can withstand this onslaught of mutated entities at the very least. Xie Meng inquired breathlessly upon reaching the dean. The dean appeared as composed as usual, yet her slightly trembling arm betrayed her. Chief Engineer, where are you? Here. The chief engineer replied, fear evident in his quivering voice. We can hold out for about an hour at best, but at the very least, it may not even last half an hour. The chief engineer, terrified, finally whispered the answer. What? Xie Meng was taken aback. Was it not said that their structure could withstand the mutated beings? The chief engineer, understanding the shock on Xie Meng's face, spoke with uncertainty. If only a few mutated entities were involved, it could indeed withstand them. However, when the technological edifice was constructed, no one anticipated that the entire building would be enveloped by mutated entities. Listening to the increasingly frantic sounds of impact emanating from the entrance below and witnessing the growing strain on the faces of those blocking the door, a sense of panic began to creep into Xie Meng's heart. A long-forgotten feeling of losing control spread throughout her being. If only Xiao Guai were here. Xie Meng pondered. If everyone were to perish here, at least with Xiao Guai around, she would have a chance of survival. However, no amount of chaotic thoughts would alleviate the current predicament. A few individuals in the corner anxiously fixed their gaze on Xie Meng. Are we truly destined to await our demise? The director's voice had aged significantly. Perhaps this was our fate, unavoidable for each individual. Do not panic. Xie Meng cradled her head, retreating to a corner, striving to devise a plan. At last, a spark of inspiration flickered in her mind. Director, have you never encountered a situation like this before? Xie Meng hurriedly approached to inquire. Indeed, it has been years since I have witnessed such a large-scale migration of mutated entities. In the cacophony surrounding them, Xie Meng had to closely observe the old director's lips to decipher her words. Upon discerning the shape of her lips forming the word migration, Xie Meng exclaimed with excitement. Migration? Do you also believe it is a migration? In truth, our research over the past few years has revealed a plethora of mutated species. They do not coexist communally, let alone hunt in packs. The emergence of such a vast number of mutated entities can only suggest one possibility: migration. However, even if we understand that they are migrating, what does it matter? The old director sighed deeply, continuing, we cannot stop them. If we were to delve into the reasons for their migration, there is likely but one explanation. At this point, her words trailed off momentarily, and after a brief pause, the director seemed relieved to express her thoughts, realizing that it only indicated the presence of something far more terrifying behind them: the fluctuations. It must be the fluctuations that have prompted their mass migration. Even if we manage to evade these mutated entities outside, we cannot escape the fluctuations. You know their speed of movement. Perhaps, even before our demise, we may witness the fluctuations with our own eyes. In the face of extreme peril, the old director's pessimistic nature became apparent, as she consistently inclined towards a bleak outlook. Most individuals present likely shared her sentiments. Since Xie Meng had approached the old director to converse, Nearly everyone had been subtly attentive to them. A sense of helplessness emanating from the old director soon enveloped every corner of the building. The bracelet on the director's arm illuminated, and she pressed a button on the screen. This is the Xie Technology Southern Base. We have suffered a severe blow from the mutated entities. This time, it may indeed be true annihilation. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the bracelet. Do you require assistance? No assistance is needed. The old director replied. Wait, in truth, it is not entirely impossible to survive. Finally, Xie Meng spoke. What? The few who overheard her conversation quickly gathered, their faces alight with disbelief and a touch of ecstasy. What should we do? Director, there is a method. We can minimize our losses. Under the expectant gazes of those surrounding her, Xie Meng declared, we must charge out. Chapter 106. Escape from Death. What? Upon hearing Xie Meng's words, those who had just been elated instantly displayed expressions of despair. Are you mad? If we remain here, we might have a chance of survival. Perhaps the mutated entities will leave soon. A scientist exclaimed urgently. You know that is impossible. Xie Meng retorted vehemently. We must take the risk. Under favorable circumstances, the majority of us can survive. Xie Meng recollected the moment when he had once rescued individuals in the South City Hospital building, surrounded by a multitude of mutated entities. Hadn't everyone rushed out then? He resolved to attempt the same strategy. Soon, he gathered the key individuals in charge and articulated his plan for their escape. When I unleash my mental energy, you shall follow me in groups, then proceed to the garage to drive out, leaving this place in batches towards South City. Predictably, skepticism permeated the air as everyone voiced their doubts regarding this approach. Firstly, we cannot even exit this door. Secondly, even if we do manage to escape, we will swiftly become prey for the mutated beings. Even if our survival is uncertain, we need not perish in such a brutal manner. The crowd engaged in animated debate, seemingly oblivious to the dire circumstances surrounding them. Listen to me, Xie Meng declared with unwavering authority. If you do not believe, I shall be the first to venture out. Finally, the commander stepped forward, expressing his agreement with Xie Meng's plan. As the individual wielding the most power in the room, all armed personnel adhered to his command, and upon his endorsement, the others refrained from further questioning. The commander then seized the loudspeaker. All personnel, heed my orders. Silence. Armed personnel, promptly account for our numbers. 1 minute later, a report came in. Approximately 1,300 individuals are present within the building. His subordinate announced. Armed personnel, divide everyone into 5 groups. The commander instructed further. 5 minutes later, the overcrowded throng had been segmented into 5 waves, finally creating a clearing in the center of the square. Xie Meng stepped forward through the gap, followed closely by the commander. My lord commander, your involvement is imperative at every step of my plan, Xie Meng stated with grave seriousness. It is my duty. The commander's expression was solemn, as if he were addressing not Xie Meng, but his superior. Very well, Xie Meng raised her hand, pointing to the nearest group of individuals, instructing them to don protective suits, while those lacking them were to take up shields. Join me outside in 3 minutes. Swiftly, the commander issued the order. However, the unselected crowd erupted into a clamor, sensing that those who ventured out first had the greatest chance of survival. Why should it be them? We too deserve to be among the first. Indeed, why are we left behind? Silence. If any of you dare to cause a ruckus, none shall survive. With the commander's thunderous rebuke, all the noisy individuals fell silent. 3 minutes later, the first group donned their gear and grasped their various protective equipment. The commander organized the armed personnel within the building into 5 squads, each consisting of 7 members. Following Xie Meng's instructions, she positioned herself at the forefront of the line, with the first group placed centrally, while the armed personnel surrounded them, forming a protective circle. Once all was in readiness, the individuals on either side moved the experimental table, blocking the grand door aside. Xie Meng began to unleash his mental energy. The bracelet illuminated, waves formed, and the mental force materialized on the screen, transforming into a point that continuously ascended towards its peak, ultimately reaching a crimson line. The sounds of impact outside the door diminished as the experimental platform was removed. Xie Meng nodded to the commander, who nervously swallowed and trembled as he pressed the switch. The enormous door swung open with a thunderous roar, and countless mutated creatures surged forth. Xie Meng clenched his hands tightly, his muscles taut and veins bulging. An overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. A faint sound of mechanical damage was drowned in the cacophony around him. The sensors within the wristband could not withstand such immense force. After rapidly reaching its peak, it flickered and vanished. The screen's light tube exploded, leaving the wristband devoid of illumination, rendering it utterly useless. The mutated entity was held at bay by Xie Meng's formidable mental strength, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a grotesque, stump-like arm appeared at the doorway, followed closely by a furball-like object creeping in. Help! The crowd instinctively recoiled, retreating in panic. Just as the line was about to break apart, the commander, suppressing her fear, shouted, "Stay calm. She has it under control. Look!" With the threat of the mutated entity averted, the onlookers lifted their gazes toward Xie Meng, only to realize that she had indeed managed to subdue the aberration. The grotesque fur ball was, astonishingly, the head of the mutated being. Xie Meng's hand pressed firmly atop the furry orb. At that moment, the orb remained utterly still, its four enormous eyes gazing vacantly at the people in the square. "Stand aside," Xie Meng commanded the aberration while maintaining his stance against the anomalous creature. The furry entity finally took a step back. Xie Meng took a step forward, and the group behind her, trembling with trepidation, followed suit, advancing a step as well. Xie Meng consistently maintained a peak level of mental energy release. Wherever she traversed, the mutated beings instinctively recoiled. Once the last individual from the first group exited through the door, those within adhered to Xie Meng's directives, repositioning the experimental platform to barricade the entrance. Step by step, sweat trickled down her forehead, and her body ached with fatigue. Yet, each time she contemplated a moment of respite, the mutated entities encroached closer to the circle formed by the humans. In their wake, everything that soared above or crawled below bore an ominous watchfulness. The corridor was littered with the remains of humanity, and blood flowed across the floor. A chill gripped the hearts of the onlookers, yet a flicker of relief emerged. Thankfully, the lifeless forms strewn about were not their own. At long last, they painstakingly traversed the corridor, arriving at the entrance of the technological edifice. The moonlight continued to cascade gently upon the floor, akin to a silken fabric. The parking lot lay beyond. Exiting the building, the commander led Xie Meng to the left. That was terrifying. What close call. The expressions of the group reflected their narrow escape from death. Chapter 107. No turning back. Did you hear that? Do not even think of fleeing. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise at the end of my gun. The commander seemed to possess a profound understanding of human nature, delivering his threats with impeccable timing. With only the commander remaining as they returned to the building, Xie Meng found it considerably easier to fend off the mutated beings. Xie Meng squeezed inside and knocked on the door. After a brief moment, the sound of moving lab equipment could be heard, and the door swung open. Success! We are all saved. Upon seeing their figures, those inside were overcome with emotion. Do not panic. Let us execute our plan. Everyone will be rescued. The commander rallied the crowd. Subsequently, Xie Meng followed the original method and sent out the second group of individuals. The building grew increasingly vacant, while the onslaught of the mutated creatures intensified. Xie Meng's mental strength was rapidly depleting, yet she persevered for the sake of saving others. Observing the desolate road, a wave of anxiety washed over her. If no vehicle arrived soon, our survival would be in jeopardy. My strength could not endure for much longer. Xie Meng gestured towards the rear, addressing the commander. Behold, there are still so many people behind us. The nearby residential buildings were ensnared by the encroaching mutated entities, appearing on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the structures were not excessively tall, which afforded them a little more time to endure. Let's not squander any more moments. We must enter and extract them without delay. After a brief pause, the street remained desolate, devoid of the sound of tires rolling over the pavement, and no flickering headlights were visible. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Xie Meng replied with a tone of resignation. Although she surmised that many were likely paralyzed by fear and hesitated to venture into this den of peril, she resolved to focus on her own duties. They re-entered the building once more, successfully bringing out the fourth group of individuals. Xie Meng caught a glimpse of the commander's rigid figure trembling slightly. "Follow me," he instructed the individuals trailing behind him. As they made their way to the garage, they discovered only 6 vans remaining, even in the most cramped arrangement. They could accommodate no more than half of the group. "Why are there no vehicles left?" one person exclaimed in despair. Discontent erupted among the crowd, with voices rising in protest. "How can we proceed like this? Are we to leave only part of our group behind?" As these words were uttered, the once restive assembly began to disintegrate. In a frenzy, they surged toward the vehicles. "Stay calm, stay calm," the commander shouted in an effort to restore order. But it was too late. The moment the formation faltered, the surrounding mutated creatures surged inward with lightning speed. Their menacing snarls and hissing sounds sent shivers down one's spine. The mutated beings drew closer, poised to attack the individual nearest to Xie Meng. Xie Meng bit his lip tightly, intensifying the release of his mental energy. The mental force radiated outward like ripples, exerting greater influence on the mutated beings as they drew closer to him. In an instant, the innermost layer of mutated creatures was propelled outward by a powerful wave. Coughing violently, a surge of heat surged in his throat, overwhelming him. The sharp scent of blood immediately filled his nostrils. Xie Meng was momentarily bewildered, wiping the blood splattered on her face, and then resumed her facade of indifference. "Why have they not yet arrived?" Xie Meng furrowed her brow and inquired, realizing that if the situation became dire, they might have to flee this place on foot. There were still individuals inside who could not be neglected. The commander, upon hearing the tone of Xie Meng's voice, appeared somewhat diminished. "If it were only you, you could have safely departed, correct?" "Yes," Xie Meng replied coolly. "Then you should leave," the commander stated after a brief pause. "What?" Xie Meng lifted her head, astonished as she gazed at the commander. Was he suggesting that she abandon the others and escape alone? Indeed, this had been her initial thought. In a world ravaged by chaos, every individual ought to prioritize their own survival, and one would not face censure for failing to rescue others. However, she had never anticipated hearing such words from someone else. Shouldn't it be a plea for help, a request to save them? "I am not mistaken. You must leave first." This time, the commander's tone was resolute, his expression regaining its steadfastness. Under the pale moonlight, Xie Meng seemed to glimpse the commander in his youth, undoubtedly brimming with vigor. "No, I will do everything within my power." For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon hearing the commander's words, she felt an inexplicable reluctance to depart, perhaps a manifestation of rebellion. In the next moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the commander's face. Xie Meng initially believed that a mutated entity was approaching and instinctively rushed forward to block it. However, she witnessed the commander's icy demeanor shatter into sheer elation. "Hooray! This is splendid!" At that moment, the crowd, upon seeing a procession of vehicle lights on the road, ceased their frantic struggle and erupted into jubilant cheers. Soon, the convoy entered the quarantine zone before making U-turn. "Did you see? They have all arrived," the commander exclaimed with unrestrained joy. "Commander, we encountered a slight situation on the road, which is why the first and second teams came together," explained the leader. Chapter 108. Escape from a southern base. At this point, 40 minutes had elapsed since the departure of the first group. The exterior of the technology building was riddled with fractures, barely able to withstand for another 5 minutes. It was imperative to hasten their pace. As Xie Meng rushed in, she quickly realized that the situation within was even more dire than that outside. The entrance had been breached, a massive hole gaping where the mutated creatures had crashed through. The door lay shattered in two, with only 2 overturned experimental tables standing as feeble barriers against the onslaught. The individuals inside desperately braced themselves against the tables, struggling to fend off the relentless tide of mutations. But it was evident that their strength was waning. Upon seeing Xie Meng's arrival, a wave of relief washed over them, their emotions nearly spilling into tears. "Finally, we thought we were doomed," Please, save us. They cried out in desperation. Do not panic, follow me. The vehicles outside are waiting for you, the commander instructed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the building, lights flickered, and sparks flew from the exposed wiring. A horrifying scene unfolded in the square below. The ceiling collapsed, revealing a gaping chasm above. An unending tide of mutated creatures surged forth like a black tsunami from the newly formed abyss. The crowd erupted into chaos, the air filled with piercing screams. Help us! They understood that Xie Meng possessed no psychic powers and would be immune to the creature's attacks. And in a frenzy, they surged toward her. Xie Meng's pupils suddenly widened, reflecting the throngs of people surging towards her. Behind the crowd loomed the equally terrifying mutated creatures. Typically agile, Xie Meng was momentarily stunned, her mind failing to process the chaos. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed, the commander shielded her behind him and pulled the trigger. The crowd halted in fear. A sharp pain seized her heart, and she struggled to breathe, blood gushing from her nostrils. What are you doing? The commander exclaimed in fury upon witnessing Xie Meng's sacrifice for others. Hurry and leave. Don't say anything, Xie Meng gasped, clutching her chest, her body hunched as she hastily made her way outside. Fortunately, the mutated creatures refrained from attacking them and did not pursue. It seemed the collapse of the building had driven the mutants into a frenzy, overwhelming the structure. Once Xie Meng and the others departed, the creatures filled the edifice to the brim, leaving not a single crevice. Upon exiting, Xie Meng noticed that the number of mutated beings outside had diminished significantly. More were continuously drawn from the surrounding residential complexes towards the technological skyscraper. So that's how it is. The old dean, who had been among the last to leave, reflected on this scene with a contemplative expression. It appears you need not risk your life to save others so desperately. The commander finally breathed a sigh of relief. They merely sought entry into human dwellings. After escorting the final group from the building, only Xie Meng and the commander remained in the vacant space before the structure. Let us go and rescue the remaining individuals. Despite the excruciating pain that felt akin to having her inside shredded, Xie Meng experienced a sense of liberation. Gradually, the mutated beings surrounding the complex surged through the breaches in the building. After facilitating the departure of yet another group, not a single creature remained outside. This transfer involved over 5,000 individuals, a substantial number within the ranks of the post-apocalyptic era. By the time they reached their designated refuge, dawn had fully broken. Xie Meng counted the vehicles in the convoy. There were a total of 25 vans, 9 large trucks, and 5 buses. Due to the scarcity of transportation, most individuals had no choice but to walk. According to her plan, a portion of the group would travel by vehicle to the next location, awaiting the arrival of the remaining members, ensuring that no one acted independently. As they departed from the southern base, they carried no resources with them, and by the time the sun reached its zenith, everyone was utterly famished. The leading members had already identified a suitable encampment. They simply needed to rendezvous with Xie Meng and her group. The encampment was situated on the outskirts of the city, positioned neither too close to the bustling city center, where mutated creatures could be drawn, nor too remote, allowing for the possibility of foraging. Xie Meng and the old dean sat together, taking a moment to rest. Dean, have you contacted my family? Xie Meng inquired, perched upon a stone, squinting in the sunlight. I reached out while on the road. They assured me that it is safe there and that they will prepare ample provisions for us, replied the old dean. That's reassuring, Xie Meng responded. After a pause, the old dean continued. However, I fear it may not be that simple. With over 5,000 of us here, can they accommodate everyone? Even if they can, how will we procure such a vast quantity of food? Upon hearing the old dean's words, Xie Meng pondered deeply. Indeed, the number of people here was overwhelming. She had never imagined that their group would expand to such an extent. I have also reached out to the other 2 bases, but their resources are scant, and they are unable to support us, as they can barely sustain themselves. The old dean's brow remained furrowed, her tone imbued with resignation. Moreover, the other 2 bases were situated too far away, leaving them with good intentions, yet rendered powerless. Xie Meng conducted a simple calculation regarding the land area of the southern base. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Director, have you ever considered constructing another southern base?" "What did you say?" The old director stared at Xie Meng in disbelief, as if he had uttered a jest. "Do you have any idea how much manpower, resources, and finances are required to establish a southern base?" "I'm aware. However, no matter how arduous a task may be, it is achievable through human endeavor. Moreover, are you not still intent on researching extraordinary abilities?" In truth, Xie Meng had long ceased to hope that the southern base would continue its research. In his previous life, the breakthroughs in the study of extraordinary abilities seemed not to be the merit of the southern base. The broadcast from the main base indicated that the personnel at Xie Technologies' main base far outnumbered those at the southern base, thus allowing them to persevere until the 10th year. As for whether the southern base had endured until the end, Xie Meng remained uncertain. Chapter 109: A Flight for Survival. Once again pursued, researching extraordinary abilities? The old director displayed an expression of sheer terror, as if confronted by a madman. "You must understand that those technological devices, even if granted a decade, could not be fabricated. To continue the research, we would need to retrieve the equipment, and one must fervently pray that those mutated entities have not destroyed them. Such a notion is utterly implausible. Our research is doomed." Observing the old director's anguished demeanor, Xie Meng chose to remain silent. The individuals waiting in place grew increasingly anxious. From time to time, someone approached to inquire whether the resource-seeking team had encountered misfortune. The commander led the expedition for resources, accompanied by his subordinates, all armed. If a calamity had indeed occurred, it would be impossible for Xie Meng and the others to remain oblivious to the sounds of gunfire. "They should be fine," the old director reassured. "Do not fret about them." Suddenly, the old director fixed his gaze upon the distance, his face reflecting an expression of horror. "Perhaps we should be the ones concerned." Xie Meng followed her gaze into the distance, where a dense mass of dark clouds loomed over the towering buildings. The mutated creatures were returning. "Flee at once." Before she could discern what they were, chaos erupted around her, with people screaming and desperately trying to escape. "Don't scatter." With the commander absent, only the elderly director and a few doctors remained to maintain order. Everyone raced in the same direction, realizing the urgency of the moment. The crowd instinctively moved towards the more populated area. The ominous swarm of mutated beings advanced with alarming speed, weaving through every crevice of the urban landscape like a tsunami. Surging toward them, Xie Meng had initially believed that once she escaped from the southern base, all would be well. However, she was taken aback to encounter mutated creatures along the way. Furthermore, the direction from which these aberrations approached seemed to coincide with their own path of retreat. Could it be that these mutated beings had been trailing them all along? The numbers appeared substantial. Should a confrontation arise, her mental fortitude would undoubtedly prove insufficient, and a multitude of individuals would fall prey to the monstrous jaws. Before Xie Meng had the opportunity to ponder further, the team was swiftly overtaken by a horde of mutated creatures. The overwhelming mass of aberrations lunged forward, threatening to engulf everyone. With no other recourse, Xie Meng was compelled to once again harness his psychic energy. His already battered body endured yet another brutal assault, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Xie Meng could not help but clench his jaw tightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. However, the moment he unleashed his mental power, all the mutated creatures abruptly halted, staring vacantly at the humans below, as if they were merely gazing at a lifeless mass. Why had they all come to a standstill? Was it possible that he had gained control over them all? With no time to ponder further, Xie Meng decided to test this hypothesis by releasing all of his mental energy at once. In an instant, the creatures soaring above and crawling below became frenzied. They struggled violently, yet their bodies felt as if they were ensnared by some unseen force, rendering them incapable of advancing even a fraction. Xie Meng issued the command for departure. The previously struggling mutants, upon sensing the information within Xie Meng's mental force, gradually calmed themselves. Subsequently, an unexpected scene unfolded. All the mutants appeared bewildered, turning in unison and frantically fleeing in that direction. The crowd that had been escaping was left utterly bewildered. Xie Meng was equally bewildered. Was this her own mental strength? She found it hard to fathom that perhaps the previous night, after having utilized her mental prowess once, it had subsequently enhanced. Yet, she could not confirm this. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Dr. Zhang hastily approaching her. Xie Meng, your wristband. Let me see your wristband. Dr. Zhang exclaimed, breathless yet radiating sheer joy. What is the matter? Xie Meng inquired, perplexed. It must be that our training methods are yielding results. Dr. Zhang replied with excitement. Just the other night, your mental strength wasn't this formidable, was it? It must have reached a new peak. Hurry, show me. As he spoke, Dr. Zhang grasped Xie Meng's arm. After pressing it firmly, the wristband screen remained unresponsive, and a look of confusion crossed Dr. Zhang's face. Oh no, it malfunctioned when I used my mental power the other night, Xie Meng explained. Ah, I see. Dr. Zhang furrowed his brow, expressing regret. This wristband has a limited capacity for monitoring mental strength. If you exert yourself to the fullest, it is bound to be damaged. I simply didn't realize it in time. However, we have at least gleaned one crucial piece of information. After depleting your entire mental strength, it experiences a significant enhancement. So it was like this. At first, Xie Meng had not contemplated this issue. She understood that frequent usage would enhance her mental capacity, albeit the improvements were often imperceptible. Yet this time, the augmentation was astonishing. She could manipulate a substantial group of mutated entities, redirecting their course. This demonstrated that the utilization of mental power must reach its zenith to achieve the utmost enhancement. The mutated beings finally departed, leaving no trace behind. And only then did the crowd dare to approach and encircle Xie Meng. Your strength was truly formidable. If it weren't for you, we would have perished here, lamented one. Alas, we cannot continue our research. How wonderful it would be if everyone in this apocalyptic world possessed your extraordinary abilities. Indeed, then we wouldn't have to flee with such desperation. The group conversed animatedly, their sense of hunger waning, and time seemed to pass swiftly. After another half hour, they finally noticed the delayed arrival of another contingent. The scarcity of food was evident as Xie Meng observed that those seeking resources predominantly carried wild vegetables. Furthermore, the uncertainty regarding their level of contamination loomed, as they were piled high like a small mountain, and the crowd hesitated to partake. Fortunately, the wristbands possessed a detection feature. The elderly director approached the mound of vegetables, activated a button on the screen, and the wristband emitted a red beam, scanning the wild greens thoroughly. Data appeared on the screen, indicating a low level of contamination, within human-tolerable limits. Everyone may eat, the elderly director proclaimed. The wild vegetables, along with a small quantity of instant food that had expired a year prior, were simply boiled. Thousands of individuals were divided into 5 groups, seated together to share the meager feast. The inhabitants of the southern base had not savored such unpretentious fare in a long time. The vegetables, having been briefly washed in the river, were roasted over an open flame before consumption, devoid of oil or salt, appearing rather dull and gray. Chapter 110, Finally Home. The area was permeated with the nauseating odor of decaying vegetable matter, repelling to all. Yet, in the face of survival, they had no choice but to eat. Each person took small bites of the unseasoned wild vegetables. The taste was unimaginably bitter, akin to chewing on grass. Everyone was filled with despair. Xie Meng found herself in a similar predicament, although she was nursing internal injuries and ought to indulge in nourishing food. The dire circumstances of fleeing left her grateful for any sustenance at all, and she refrained from being picky. As she turned her head, she noticed the commander approaching, carrying a box. Here, take this, he said, extending a package with a vibrant red plastic wrapping toward her. Though she could not discern its contents at first glance, Xie Meng caught a whiff of its unmistakable aroma. It was instant noodles. The commander, tasked with leading the team in resource acquisition, had the authority to allocate supplies, and he had chosen to set aside this scarce packet of noodles for himself. Given his rank and armament, no one questioned his distribution methods. It might have been a year past its expiration date, but one could hardly be particular with such provisions. The mere fact that it was edible sufficed. Xie Meng distinctly heard the sound of her own gulp. "Thank you," she said, unceremoniously snatching the noodles from his hands. The packaging was not hot. suggesting that the noodles had been prepared with warm water. She fashioned 2 makeshift chopsticks from twigs she had hastily gathered and eagerly pulled a handful of noodles towards her mouth. They were rather tough, far less palatable than any instant noodles she had previously encountered, a true waste of resources. However, the presence of a seasoning packet made all the difference. The fragrant aroma alone was sufficient to help her swallow down any unpleasant dish. The scent wafted through the air, attracting the attention of those around her, who eyed her like famished wolves. Once you finish, could I have the broth? One bold individual finally ventured to ask. Xie Meng observed him incessantly swallowing. Her hand, poised with chopsticks, hesitated in mid-air. Although it was permissible, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in her heart. Very well, Xie Meng reluctantly acquiesced. I want some too. Please, give me a little. I want it too. Subsequently, an increasing number of individuals began clamoring for Xie Meng's noodle soup. What are you all shouting about? It's all hers. As Xie Meng found herself in a state of acute embarrassment, the commander emerged with a sharp rebuke. At last, silence enveloped the room. Yet the gaze of every individual remained subtly fixed upon Xie Meng's face. A wave of piquant aroma wafted into her nostrils, igniting an insatiable hunger within her. Ignoring the onlookers, she seized her chopsticks and indulged heartily. Though the noodles were somewhat firm, they possessed a peculiar deliciousness that might have stemmed from her ravenous state. In less than a minute, the noodles had been slurped clean. Xie Meng fished around with her chopsticks, retrieving some remnants, and after savoring each morsel, she felt a lingering desire for more. Only the broth remained, and it was imperative that it not go to waste. Xie Meng placed the roasted vegetable leaves into the soup, blending them thoroughly before savoring each bite. It was in that moment, as the roasted vegetables touched her palate, that Xie Meng truly grasped the essence of culinary delight. The rich herbal aroma, subdued by the piquant essence of the broth, allowed the subtle fragrance of the wild greens to emerge, creating an irresistible fusion that made her mouth water. With the addition of oil and salt, the originally bitter notes of the wild greens transformed into their own virtue, delivering an indescribable freshness upon tasting. Unbeknownst to her, she indulged in several bags of wild greens, and only when the soup had been thoroughly mixed did she realize she was finally satiated. Xie Meng, still savoring the lingering taste, licked her lips and raised her gaze, only to discover that everyone was watching her, including the commander. As their eyes met, the commander swiftly averted his gaze, returning to his meal of wild greens. Xie Meng felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he should have reserved some for the commander. However, now there was none left at all. Xie Meng glanced at the bag once more, confirming that he had consumed even the last drop of the noodle soup before casually discarding the plastic bag. In an instant, a throng of people surged forward, seizing the plastic wrapping that Xie Meng had discarded. Once the plastic bag landed in someone else's hands, Xie Meng observed as the individual carefully tore open the packaging, then mixed the wild vegetables atop it before taking a bite. Xie Meng felt a wave of nausea, nearly expelling the food he had just consumed. They continued their journey, meandering along, leaving no trace of wild vegetables in their wake. After a fortnight, the group finally arrived at the southern city. The resources within the city had long been scavenged, leaving the weary and famished travelers on the brink of exhaustion. Fortunately, upon receiving news that Xie Meng had reached the southern city, Tansy arrived with an elite force, accompanied by several carts laden with provisions. Once everyone had recuperated, they set forth once more. The journey proceeded without further incident, yet Xie Meng remained troubled by the disturbances behind them. During their previous escape, they had been pursued by mutated creatures, indicating the presence of disturbances trailing closely behind them. This concern weighed heavily on the old dean and the cadre of scientists as well. Regrettably, they had not been able to study these disturbances. Had they done so, they would not find themselves in such a precarious position now. Even more lamentable was the fact that they would never have the chance to investigate further. 2 days later, the entire group reached Taoyuan. Seated in the vehicle, Xie Meng gazed out at the winding road, scarcely able to believe his eyes. In just a few short months, Taoyuan had undergone a remarkable transformation. Before him lay an expanse of meticulously terraced fields, cultivated with rice and an array of vegetables, surrounded by several newly created ponds. These ponds were adorned with aquatic grasses, and one could observe fish rising to feed, indicative of a significant aquaculture operation. Adjacent to the original hillside, a substantial farm had been established, home to a variety of indigenous animals. There were pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and dogs. Yet they appeared to have been forcibly captured from the wild for domestication. The terrain of the hilly landscape was ingeniously utilized, with separate zones for livestock and cultivation, maximizing the potential of the land. While Xie Meng was still at the southern base, he had received news from the old dean that Taoyuan had undergone tremendous changes during his absence. However, when he beheld it with his own eyes, he was utterly astonished. Xie Meng, a familiar female voice called out to him as he stepped out of the vehicle, lost in the marvel of the scene before him. Tears welled up in his eyes, and unable to contain himself, he rushed forward. Mom, darling, why have you been away for so long? Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been at home? Su Yueshi caressed Xie Meng's face with both hands, tears flowing uncontrollably. You've lost weight, my baby. Chapter 111. Doctor, what are you doing here? The inhabitants of the cave encircled Xie Meng eagerly. Mengzi, do you have any idea how much we've missed you? Once the others disembarked from the vehicle, Xie Meng hastily called for arrangements to be made for their resting quarters. The buildings in Taoyuan could accommodate a maximum of 500 people, yet now there were 5,000 individuals arriving from the southern base. It would be quite challenging to settle everyone in the short term. When the old dean stepped down from a vehicle and made his way to the square in front of the house, he suddenly gasped in astonishment upon seeing someone. Doctor, Hushu, what are you doing here? Could it be the poet? At this thought, Xie Meng turned to glance at the figure standing behind Xie Shang, whose face was partially obscured. But it was too late. Dr. Hushu, thank goodness you are still alive. When you left Lingxi Technology, we all feared. At that moment, a scientist who had not sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the group exclaimed excitedly, How did you come to be here? As he spoke, he rushed over and pulled the poet from behind Xie Shang. Now, even with his head bowed, the poet was completely exposed to the gaze of all. Instantly, every eye was fixed upon him, particularly those from the scientific base, their stares intense and piercing, as if they wished to burn a hole through him. Xie Meng found it exceedingly strange. Could it be that these individuals were acquainted with the poet, aware of his identity? It turned out that this was Dr. Hushu, whose esteemed name she had long revered, and now she finally beheld him. Several scientists, filled with excitement, completely disregarded the poet's reluctant demeanor and rushed forward to extend their hands in greeting. Teacher. At that moment, a young male scientist pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, Where have you been all these years? We thought you had gone missing. Instantly, a throng of people encircled the poet, transforming him from the center of attention to the focal point of admiration. The poet, overwhelmed and bewildered, found himself besieged by nostalgic conversations. The residents of Taoyuan exchanged glances, astonished that the poet, who had once shared their meals and lodgings, held such significant stature. Xie Meng, feeling somewhat dazed, had suspected that the poet might be a scientist, but had never anticipated he would be such an illustrious one, commanding respect even from the esteemed dean. A revelation that had just dawned on her. The people of Taoyuan had already prepared provisions for those from the southern base, and after dinner, the guests set up tents in the open space to rest. Fortunately, there were ample tents available. The terrain in front of the cave had been leveled into a grand plaza, with rice and dry fields situated below the hillside. In the center of the plaza, bonfires blazed, and everyone gathered around them, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of festivity within the cave. Upon seeing the poet ascend, Xie Meng followed closely behind. She knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, the poet approached to open it. Xiao Meng, is that you? He inquired, inviting her inside. What brings you here? Xie Meng cast a glance around the poet's modest chamber, which was cluttered with a myriad of crumpled papers in various shapes, scattered on the floor, strewn across the desk, and crumpled into balls tossed into the wastebasket. Poet, are you engaged in creation once more? Xie Meng inquired, picking up a sheet filled with an array of formulas from the desk. No, the poet quickly approached and snatched the paper from Xie Meng's grasp. Doctor Who, you need not conceal the truth from us. Your identity is already known. Xie Meng stated directly, I understand that although you escaped from Lingxi Technology, you have never abandoned your research over the years, have you? That is all bygone. The moment I departed from Lingxi technology, I ceased to be Doctor Who. I would prefer you to refer to me simply as the poet. I have come to inquire about something. Xie Meng pivoted the conversation. What is it? I wish to know why you initially left Lingxi technology. Xie Meng continued. Do you recall that whenever I questioned you about your origins and identity, you remained tight-lipped? Eventually, I observed you frequently inscribing formulas on the ground and on leaves, leading me to suspect that you might be a scientist affiliated with Lingxi technology. Yet I refrained from further inquiry. Oh, that belongs to a past life, the poet interjected. Please do not digress. I seek the truth, Xie Meng insisted. Well, truly, this matter is of no concern to you. There is no need for you to know, the poet stammered, reluctant to divulge any information. Is it related to J304? Xie Meng suddenly asked. The poet's head shot up, her eyes wide with astonishment, her lips trembling as she queried. How do you know about J304? Seeing the poet's reaction, Xie Meng became increasingly certain that she was indeed connected to this experiment. It dawned upon her that the poet was also an opponent of the new species creation experiment. I came across your name in a letter, the contents of which I have thoroughly examined. You cannot hide the truth from me any longer. I merely wish to uncover the reality regarding J304. At last, the poet, cornered by Xie Meng's relentless questioning, resignedly took a seat and began to recount. Originally, I intended to take this secret to my grave. However, since you have participated in the experiments at the southern base and are now considered part of Lingxi technology, coupled with your prior knowledge of that letter, it seems fitting to disclose this matter to you. Chapter 112. The truth behind the viral rampage. I was once a core researcher in the new species creation experiment, which commenced approximately a decade ago. When the orders were issued, many conscientious scientists expressed their opposition, tirelessly relaying the potential dangers to their superiors, yet to no avail. Such experiments were not only conducted in our nation, but across the globe. Authorities established a secluded base specifically for this endeavor, heavily guarded, ensuring that any scientist placed on their research list could not defy their commands and was compelled to participate in the research. Subsequently, a nationally sensational event occurred, the escape of a new species. In truth, there are countless organisms in the world that remain undiscovered and unnamed by humanity. Had the escaped entity merely been a newly identified animal, the public would have readily accepted this explanation. However, someone, seemingly aware of the truth, stirred the waters and revealed the actual circumstances of the event to the public. Xie Meng listened intently, her gaze fixed upon the poet's lips, leaning forward unconsciously, fearful of missing a single word. An instinctive sense of foreboding lingered within her, as though she were on the cusp of uncovering the truth, not only regarding J304, but also many other hidden realities. Years later, the defenses of the scientific base began to weaken, and several scientists who opposed the new species experiments orchestrated an escape. It was during this tumultuous period that I seized the opportunity to depart from Lingxi technology. However, the experiments did not cease with the defection of the lead scientists. Rather, they welcomed numerous new researchers into their fold. Meanwhile, we, the scientists who had fled, found ourselves pursued relentlessly. Subsequently, calamity ensued, claiming countless lives in the blink of an eye, as various national institutions crumbled. Ultimately, only Lingxi technology remained steadfast. Mid-sentence, the poet abruptly halted and inquired, "Do you know why?" Xie Meng's brow furrowed tightly, as if these matters were woven into a dense web, and the weaver of this web was about to surface. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Xie Meng's mind, causing her pupils to constrict in shock. Could it be that Lingxi technology had long been prepared, perhaps already aware that this calamity would unfold? No, the poet shook his head. That was not entirely accurate. Lingxi technology had indeed anticipated that a disaster was inevitable. Or rather, those at the forefront of scientific research were cognizant that calamities would arise, though none could ascertain the time, place, or nature of such disasters. Rather than being prepared, it was more akin to the intuition of scientists, a premonition that had long existed. In essence, they knew that such inhumane research would inevitably lead to catastrophe. Yes, had it not been for this experiment, another would have taken its place. Humanity must recognize that not all avenues of research are permissible. We should maintain a profound respect for nature. However, when disaster strikes, it is often too late to act. The overwhelming calamity swiftly led to the nation's collapse, plunging the entire world into chaos. Do you know where this disaster began to spread from? Xie Meng inquired. No, came a reply. Each nation was engaged in secret experiments. We do not know the origin of the disaster. But anyone involved in such experiments is a sinner against humanity and should forever be branded with shame. Sinner? A sharp pain began to throb in Xie Meng's head. It felt familiar. Had she not heard this phrase before? Yes, indeed. Before her rebirth, she had often heard the poet utter these words, sometimes referring to humanity as sinners, at other times to himself. The great stone wall beside the cave had been gradually sculpted by the poet into a monument, inscribed with a plethora of names. It was only after the poet's arrival that a section of the wall vanished, replaced by a monument of repentance. Yes, that was a stone of contrition for all humankind, a monument of atonement to nature. The poet had perished amidst a ceaseless cycle of penance. A chill crept up Xie Meng's spine. It dawned upon her that the calamity they faced had emerged in this manner. In truth, the emergence of mutant beings was a consequence of these experiments, was it not? J30 was merely a designation for a newly created species, correct? Indeed, the poet nodded gravely. The experiment escalated to an uncontrollable extent, resulting in the creation of numerous monsters. Their growth surpassing human control, and various creatures began interbreeding, yielding even more monstrosities. Ultimately, a virus capable of inciting madness among these monsters began to ravage, which is the very virus currently affecting us, causing more severe mutations. Have you encountered the J30 specimen? Xie Meng abruptly asked. I cannot recall. There were thousands of specimens at the research facility. It is impossible for me to remember each one, the poet replied helplessly. A scientist once remarked that Xiaoguai bore a striking resemblance to the J30 specimen. Think again. Did you ever see an animal that closely resembled Xiaoguai? Xiaoguai is not a mutant. I sense no characteristics of a mutant within it, Xie Meng replied anxiously. Is that truly the case? The poet appeared skeptical. If so, it was indeed possible that Xiaoguai was a new species fabricated in the facility. Yet, specimens are typically marked, often with tags in their ears or iron rings on their legs. Have you noticed any such markings on Xiaoguai? No, none of what you mentioned. Xie Meng shook her head. Could it be that Xiaoguai was genuinely a product of natural evolution? Very well. I shall seek an opportunity to inquire with the old dean. Having gathered a wealth of information, Xie Meng stepped out of the room, feeling as though her footsteps were heavier than usual. Life must continue, and without delay. She commenced arrangements for constructing houses. Fortunately, few were engaged in building amidst the apocalypse, and construction materials were not fiercely contested. After Xie Meng led his team to thoroughly scavenge the construction factories in the county, they finally procured a sufficient quantity of materials to establish a base comparable in size to the one in the south. However, despite the ample construction supplies, the quality was somewhat inferior to that of the southern base, compelling the scientists to make do with what they had. The construction progressed swiftly, with over 1,000 laborers erecting the initial structure within a fortnight. With only basic renovations remaining, the buildings would soon be ready for habitation. Yet, before the houses were completed, food supplies began to dwindle precariously. Fortunately, autumn arrived swiftly and most of the crops in the fields had ripened. Additionally, daily foraging in the mountains provided fruit, allowing life to continue in a rather mediocre state. To prepare for the winter, Xie Meng needed to stockpile food, clothing, and bedding in advance. Once the houses were furnished, the commander selected the most elite members of the team to venture into the city every few days in search of resources. Time passed, and by winter, conditions improved slightly for everyone. The scientists remained steadfast in their attempts to communicate with the other two bases. However, they received disheartening news that both bases had endured multiple assaults from mutated creatures over the past few months. Although these attacks were not as severe as the previous one on the southern base, they were nonetheless significant enough to cause concern. The scientists, accustomed to a life of research, became increasingly restless during their idle moments. A growing anxiety regarding human survival began to permeate among them, as they yearned for the life and facilities of the southern base. One day, the old dean knocked on Xie Meng's door. "Xie Meng, I need to discuss something with you. Could you step outside for a moment?" Xie Meng set down the items in her hands and followed the old dean outside. "I recall you previously mentioned that we could continue our research, correct?" "Indeed, but Dean, did you not state that we lack the necessary equipment?" Xie Meng inquired. "What I meant to convey was, could you send someone to retrieve our equipment?" The old dean understood that this request was somewhat unreasonable, his expression revealing considerable embarrassment. In truth, Xie Meng had contemplated this issue as well. She was acutely aware that for humanity to endure, they could not perpetually remain in hiding. "Dean, are you aware that there have already been fluctuations within that range? We are entirely ignorant of these fluctuations, and venturing forth could lead to our total annihilation. I recognize this request may be burdensome, yet among us scientists, we have pondered the means of survival in this apocalyptic world. Eradicating the mutated entities is an impossibility, and we must learn to coexist with them, which necessitates the continuation of our research," the old dean remarked, his tone tinged with an air of supplication. Xie Meng hesitated. She might survive amidst the tide of mutations, yet it was uncertain whether she could endure the fluctuations. Although the old dean's notion of human coexistence with mutated beings seemed somewhat distant, her parents lacked any extraordinary abilities and could not hide away for a lifetime. If any advancements were truly made, they could greatly benefit from them. Alternatively, there was another option. The old dean stammered, as if finding it difficult to articulate. "Please speak plainly. Or, you could journey alone to the northern base, where numerous leading scientists reside, equipped with the most advanced facilities. I have already sent them all your research materials. We have made significant progress in the study of mental powers, and I believe that if you go there, breakthroughs will be achieved in no time, potentially allowing your mental abilities to benefit many others." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the northern base has developed a vaccine?" Xie Meng was somewhat incredulous. This was wonderful news. The situation may not be as optimistic as you imagine. The virus is unstable, and this vaccine is only effective against certain strains, meaning it can only save lives under specific probabilities. Therefore, we require the involvement of more individuals with extraordinary abilities. The old dean explained the circumstances at the northern base in detail. "If possible, I hope you can also bring your sister along." Initially, Xie Meng had been somewhat hesitant to agree, but upon hearing that her sister Abeo would also be involved, she felt an overwhelming resistance. "My sister is still young. Do not worry. Considering her age, the northern base will conduct experiments very cautiously with her, far from what you might envision. Can you tell me what abilities your sister possesses? What is the issue? I have heard of the J304 experimental subjects, and I wish to know what they truly are. Furthermore, I have noticed that your gaze towards my pet, Xiaoguai, is always peculiar. Is it related to that experimental subject? Where did you hear all this?" After a brief pause, the old dean recalled Xie Meng's connection to Dr. Hushu, so it was not surprising that she was aware of these matters. With a sigh, the old dean reflected, "This is a tale from long ago. You have likely guessed much already, so there is little harm in sharing. You have also noticed that your pet is not a mutated being. It is an unnamed new species, though not a natural one. From the moment I first laid eyes on it, I recognized its striking resemblance to J304. J304 was cultivated by me, a sort of child of mine. She was the closest to me in the entire experimental base. However, one day she escaped. We had placed a distinctive tracking bracelet on her foot, indicating she headed west, passing through the southern forest area of Nanxing. Subsequently, the virus outbreak occurred, and we scientists lost track of her." Upon hearing the old dean's words, Xie Meng recalled when she discovered Xiaoguai. It was still a juvenile beast. And suddenly everything clicked into place. "Are you saying that my Xiaoguai is the offspring of J304? "Indeed. When I first met your pet, it displayed an unusual affection towards me. I learned you were from Nansheng, and Xiaoguai's overall appearance closely resembled J304, particularly those big, watery eyes, identical. How was it born?" Xie Meng was puzzled. She remembered Xiaoman mentioning that new species often perish once they leave the laboratory environment. I have heard that newly created species have low survival rates in the wild. It is not entirely the case. Xiaoguai's mother had wings like her, which allowed her to evade many dangers from the ground. However, given your account of discovering Xiaoguai, I suspect her mother may have perished during childbirth. You are correct. Due to the low fertility of experimental subjects, complications during childbirth are common. It is not difficult to surmise that J30 engaged in interspecies mating with a large mammal in the wild, resulting in Xiaoguai's birth. The old Dean elucidated the entire timeline of events. Thank you, Dean. I now understand Xiaoguai's origins, and I will consider what you have said. After the old Dean's explanation, Xie Meng had pieced everything together in her mind. Xiaoguai was the offspring of a mutated experiment, and this experiment was the direct cause of the virus outbreak. After conversing with the old Dean, Xie Meng entered her room to discuss the northern base with Su Yueshi and Xie Shang. Can you settle down here? Xie Shang inquired. Was it that scientist who encouraged you to go? No, Dad. You know I'm different from others. I'm not afraid of mutated beings. So there are some things I must do. Moreover, this time it's a positive endeavor. Really? Are you saying that the Lingxi Technology Northern Base has truly developed a vaccine? Xie Shang's skeptical gaze was tinged with hope. If that is the case, you must go. Su Yueshi contemplated seriously before speaking. But I'm still worried. You mentioned that the southern base has already encountered trouble. What if you encounter those mutated beings on the way? What if you encounter something even more formidable? Xie Shang remained adamant in his refusal. It is your father's inadequacy that has caused you so much suffering. I cannot allow you to go this time. Su Yueshi fixed her gaze firmly on Xie Meng, clearly reluctant to let her go. If I possess the ability, I should bear greater responsibilities. Xie Meng earnestly analyzed the situation for them. Even the southern base has succumbed to the invasion of mutated beings. This illustrates how dire the circumstances are. We do not know when the mutated beings will arrive in Taoyuan. After a brief pause, Xie Meng continued. It could be a year or even a week. The poet, Dr. Hu Shu, once told me that for humanity to survive this calamity, the solution is not to eradicate all mutated beings, but to coexist with them. The thought of a future where people need not fear mutated beings ignited a spark in Xie Meng's eyes. Observing her daughter's spirited demeanor, Su Yueshi found it difficult to refuse. She recognized that Xie Meng was speaking the truth. Seeing that Su Yueshi had already consented, Xie Shang had no choice but to agree. You have led all previous endeavors. I trust that with your capabilities, whatever you undertake will yield positive outcomes. Finally gaining her parents' approval, Xie Meng exhaled in relief. She did not mention her sister, as she had yet to agree to the old Dean's proposal regarding her involvement in the research. Approximately half a month later, the old Dean received news from the northern base. The vaccine had been developed. It had passed trials and was being administered comprehensively at the northern base. Upon receiving the information, the old Dean, much like the poet, sequestered herself in her room. Those arriving from a southern base were accustomed to communal living, similar to a boarding school, with 10 or so individuals sharing a room. After a meeting, the scientists invited Xie Meng to join them in planning the journey to the northern base. The old Dean sketched a map of the northern base and provided Xie Meng with identification credentials. Finally, she removed the bracelet from her wrist and bound it to Xie Meng's. You must take great care of this bracelet. As long as you possess it, you will be able to maintain contact with the northern base. Should you encounter any difficulties along the way, reach out to them promptly. They will undoubtedly exert every effort to rescue you. The old director spoke earnestly, repeatedly patting Xie Meng's hand. After the old director finished speaking, the group of scientists in the room also took on the role of advocates. We will not forget your contributions to humanity. Now that the vaccine has been developed, your unique abilities are of the utmost research value. Indeed, Dr. Zhang added, if you agree, not only will the commander accompany you, but those who previously studied the Mental Power Project will also join you on your journey to the northern base. You need not persuade me further. I have already made up my mind. I will go to the northern base, Xie Meng declared resolutely. She herself was uncertain where this fervor stemmed from. Perhaps her willingness to take risks was not for all of humanity, but for her own family, she mused. The old director understood the implications of traveling from the southern city to the northern base. Initially, She had anticipated that Xie Meng might hesitate, or even decline, yet she was surprised by Xie Meng's unwavering agreement. "Thank you." The old director expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 115. The coming waves. Here, Xie Meng had embarked on countless journeys. As per usual, after preparing their supplies and organizing their team, they set off without delay. This time, Xie Meng brought only Xiaoguai. The rest were individuals from the southern base. This was a challenging expedition. According to their assessments, there was a rising trend of mutations stirring across the nation. At this moment, traversing hundreds of kilometers from south to north would undoubtedly expose them to the gaze of these mutations, rendering them as living targets for attack. Moreover, a more perilous wave had been frequently manifesting, one that could not even be detected by their instruments, leaving no one aware of when or where it might emerge. Should they encounter it, there would be no hope of survival. All the scientists involved in the experimental research wore grave expressions, fully aware of the impending dangers. For hours later, the convoy departed from the southern city, racing towards the north. The autumn weather was marked by an unpredictable chill, despite the midday sun shining brightly. Xie Meng felt waves of cold creep up her back. "Is it going to rain?" inquired a researcher seated beside her. "It seems so." Another researcher lifted their gaze to observe. Xie Meng followed her gaze and indeed saw the sky shrouded in dense, layered clouds. Bright rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the dark clouds, rendering them an eerie shade of gray. The sudden chill that surged up her spine did not wane. Rather, it spread throughout her entire being. Abruptly, an unsettling premonition washed over Xie Meng. She abruptly lifted her head to the horizon, only to realize that the cloud formation was far from ordinary. The edges of the clouds bore an indistinct serrated pattern, reminiscent of an image that had undergone sharpening. It was nearly imperceptible upon a casual glance. The word undulation suddenly surfaced in her mind. "Turn back," Xie Meng shouted, unable to offer further explanation. The members of the convoy, already like startled birds, had developed an unwavering trust in her after she had previously rescued them. Upon hearing Xie Meng's warning, they raised no objections and promptly reversed their vehicles. Tires screeched against the asphalt, producing a piercing sound as windows were hastily rolled up. In that moment, Xie Meng caught a whiff of a strange, earthy scent. The sun's light was significantly obscured, plunging the world into twilight. What is that?" Xiaoman trembled as she inquired. "Undulation." Dr. Zhang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Xie Meng continued to observe the fluctuations in mere moments. A vast net seemed to stretch from the horizon to the front of the vehicle, enveloping the entire convoy in its grasp. The fluctuations were upon them. Indeed, they had arrived. The voices of the scientists within the vehicle began to tremble. "Our doom is upon us." One scientist slowly shed tears of despair. Apart from the sound of the vehicle's movement, the road was eerily quiet, a tranquility that was unsettling. It was as if everyone had entered a state of solitary resignation, devoid of screams or chaos, replaced instead by a profound, despairing calm. The speed of the fluctuations was rapid, yet during the agonizing wait for their impending doom, time appeared to decelerate. The air grew increasingly suffocating, as if the executioner's blade were poised to descend, and every individual held their breath. Only Xie Meng remained different, for as she was ensnared by the fluctuations, she detected a familiar metallic scent, one she had encountered on all mutated beings. She quietly closed her eyes, attuning her senses to the shape of the fluctuations above the vehicle. In her mind's eye, vast swathes of crimson emerged, scattered like stars, filling the entire space and radiating outward. She could discern the form of the fluctuations, indicating that they were an undiscovered form of mutation. In the next instant, the fluctuations descended. The myriad black specks vanished entirely, leaving the world around them shrouded in a dull gray, as if covered by a layer of dust. "Hey, where did it go?" someone suddenly inquired. Those who had closed their eyes in anticipation of death finally opened them, and upon witnessing the disappearance of the fluctuations, their hearts raced violently. A euphoric sense of survival surged within them, quickening their pulses and igniting their spirits. "It has vanished, truly vanished. We have survived. The target is not us." The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, shedding tears of elation. Yet only Xie Meng understood the truth. The fluctuations had not dissipated. They had merely infiltrated the human body in a manner invisible to the naked eye. Within Xie Meng's consciousness, she perceived the presence of fluctuations on every speck of dust in the air. By the time she concentrated her mental energy to prevent it, it was already too late. Perhaps those entities were molecules smaller than dust itself. Xie Meng's naked eye could not perceive it, yet within her consciousness, she perceived the entities infiltrating through every crevice of the car window, penetrating through the noses, eyes, ears, and gaping mouths of the people around her. The faster the vehicle sped, the more rapid the onslaught of those waves became. "Stop! Please stop!" Xie Meng shouted as her mental energy surged dramatically. Within her mind, fluctuations smaller than dust were instantly expelled, as if she merely blew a gentle breath over the particles. Upon hearing Xie Meng's furious cry, the vehicle screeched to a halt, and a convoy of cars collided violently with one another. The occupants were nearly thrown from their seats. "What is happening?" they inquired, gazing at Xie Meng with bewilderment, still unaware of the unfolding calamity. In that moment, Xie Meng's eyes reflected a blend of panic and compassion, for in her perception, these individuals had all transformed into a hue of crimson, the color of the mutated. The entire ordeal was not as gruesome as Xie Meng had envisioned. She had anticipated that being struck by the waves would be a torturous experience, yet it was surprisingly serene and effortless. The interior of the vehicle was chaotic, with each person attempting to decipher the implications of Xie Meng's expression. "Hey!" Xie Meng's voice quivered imperceptibly. "Is it from the northern base? Survivors from the southern city have encountered a wave attack and will not arrive within the expected time frame. What exactly is going on? Why do you say that?" Someone inquired from within the vehicle. Xie Meng said nothing. Yet at that moment, she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She opened the car door and stepped out. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, she pulled the commander down from the vehicle, followed by Xiao Man and Dr. Zhang. Xie Meng dragged down one after another the individuals with whom she shared a close relationship from the vehicle. Chapter 116, Mutual Destruction. She despised the notion of making choices concerning life. However, the moment had arrived. Some began to sense that something was amiss and stirred restlessly. "Xie Meng, what are you doing? Why are you isolating them? The turbulence has subsided, has it not?" Xie Meng, with a sense of resignation, shook off the situation and resumed her own activities. She retrieved a glass water cup from the car, emptied its contents, and then brushed something onto the car door. The onlookers were left utterly perplexed by her actions. "What are you doing? Speak up. Look at your eyes." Finally, amidst an eerie atmosphere, Xie Meng spoke. The crowd exchanged glances, scrutinizing each other's eyes. "Your eyes. They've turned red. Yours too. How can this be?" "Ah, my eyes itch. They itch terribly." Except for Xie Meng's pair, every other eye in the vicinity began to redden and bulge. The crimson veins resembling sharp claws tightly constricting their eyeballs. Veins began to protrude from their bodies, and each person's face contorted into a grotesque visage. "Ah, it itches. It itches." The crowd, unable to endure, scratched at themselves as their muscles swelled uncontrollably. Their bodies began to undergo an aberrant transformation, though their minds remained lucid. "What is this?" In horror, they gazed at their own bodies. They were all elite researchers of the aberration virus, well acquainted with such transformations. "You've mutated. You've mutated too. You've all mutated." Yet, no one dared to admit their own mutation. "It's you. You are the culprit." The crowd turned their gaze toward Xie Meng, pointing fingers as they failed to find answers or feared what they might discover. "It's you. Why are you the only one unaffected? Think of something. Save us." Suddenly, one individual in the crowd became rigid, their features contorting grotesquely, the exposed skin visibly decaying at an alarming rate. "Ah, a monster!" People screamed and fled, grabbing nearby weapons to hurl at it. The mutated person's crimson eyes seemed to display a hint of confusion as they mumbled incoherently, "Why? Why are you hitting me?" The chaos erupted anew, with an increasing number of weapons being hurled at the aberrant figure, swiftly smashing away half of its decaying head. Yet, even after losing an eye, Its body appeared to be manipulated by some unseen force, persistently advancing while muttering indistinctly, "Why? Hit me." Xie Meng was engulfed by a profound sense of sorrow. Merely 3 minutes prior, these individuals were alive, infused with warmth, experiencing joy and sorrow, and sitting beside her, sharing in the trepidation of the surrounding turmoil. "I am sorry," Xie Meng murmured softly. Suddenly, the first mutated creature went berserk, lunging violently towards her. "Ah!" The crowd shrieked and scattered in all directions. In the next instant, the creature's roar became lodged in its throat, rendering it completely motionless. "Why can't I move?" A portion of the onlookers marveled, realizing they too were paralyzed. Xie Meng swiftly opened the door of a truck, guiding the commander and his men step by step inside. Under the influence of Xie Meng's mental prowess, their thoughts became sluggish, their movements exceedingly slow, and correspondingly, the rate of mutation also decelerated. Xie Meng had made her attempts, yet her mental prowess could not encompass everyone. The individual who had just escaped her grasp was beyond her control, resulting in a rapid transformation. Soon, the mutated being broke free from Xie Meng's influence and lunged towards the crowd, brandishing its decaying arms with reckless abandon. Xie Meng hurriedly closed the carriage door, paying no heed to the chaos behind him. A heart-wrenching cacophony of wails erupted as the mutated surged into the crowd, viciously sinking their teeth into the faces of their victims. It hurts. My face. Help." The cries of anguish echoed, yet Xie Meng remained composed, methodically ushering the controlled individuals into the remaining carriage before locking it from the outside. At that moment, those who had not succumbed to the transformation had fully mutated. They, like the first of their kind, ravenously tore into the flesh of their comrades. With a resounding thud, another carriage door was secured, and Xie Meng fastened the lock. The carriage reverberated with the sounds of impact and desperate roars, interspersed with cries for help. Xie Meng discerned the sounds of gnawing, chewing, and swallowing amidst the cacophony around her. At that moment, she felt an unparalleled sense of calm and clarity. Turning around, she was met with a grotesque, decayed visage looming before her, the eyes suspended by tendons, fixed upon her with an unyielding stare. As her pupils constricted in sudden terror, her heart raced to her throat, compelling Xie Meng to retreat in panic. Yet, the aberration remained rooted in place. Despite her prior mental preparation, the proximity of that rotting face was disconcerting, momentarily unsettling her composure. Next came another vehicle. It could neither save them nor harm them, merely confine them within its confines, Xie Meng thought. She turned again, only to be confronted by yet another putrid face, nearly colliding with it. In the distance, the others continued their gruesome feasting, indicating that the individual before her had undergone complete transformation. The harsh reality of her own mutation was painfully evident, akin to a person counting down their final days with dread. Such despair was nearly unbearable. Thankfully, the process of transformation was rapid, and within mere minutes, their minds would succumb to the change, rendering them oblivious to their anguish. "You." The figure before her, frozen in place, suddenly spoke, its voice reminiscent of a raspy echo from a deep cellar. "Kill me." The words tumbled forth with agonizing slowness, as if it were grappling with every syllable. "I beg you." "What?" Xie Meng initially believed that the remnants of its sanity were lamenting its inability to save it. Little did he realize that it was, in fact, pleading for her to end its life. Xie Meng's brows knitted tightly together. Could it be that the individuals within still possessed their rationality, only to have their bodies manipulated by the virus? A tide of panic enveloped her, rendering her unable to contemplate further. Chapter 117. The surviving infected everywhere was bloodshed. Everywhere was decayed flesh and bone. Dismembered limbs lay scattered, gnawed upon. A foul stench mingled with the distinctive metallic scent of the mutated beings, causing Xie Meng's stomach to churn incessantly. In merely a matter of minutes, the contagion transformed everyone, turning this place into a veritable hell on earth. Such potent, infectious capacity proved utterly catastrophic for humanity. Xie Meng swiftly confined the remaining individuals within the compartment, igniting the engine and steering the vehicle towards their destination. Behind her, the cacophony of impacts, roars, and gnawing gradually receded into the distance. In the afternoon, Xie Meng drove the large truck onto the highway leading to Taoyuan. Having sustained her mental exertion for several hours, fatigue now weighed heavily upon her. "Why are you the only one?" she inquired, her lips pale as she suppressed her physical discomfort. "There was a disturbance on the road. Please inform the old director," she continued. "A disturbance? They're all dead?" The others voiced in shock. Opening the compartment revealed a few individuals inside, but Xie Meng had no time to offer explanations. As the group followed her directive to open the compartment, they were met with such a horrifying sight that they instinctively recoiled 10 meters away. "Captain, they have all mutated." The infected within the compartment exhibited distinct signs of aberration. Having been under Xie Meng's control for an extended period, the mutation responses had remained subdued. Each person's eyes bulged to varying degrees, devoid of life, with veins protruding and muscles grotesquely swollen. "Abayo, baby!" Xie Meng cried out. Su Yueshi emerged from a room, bringing Abayo along, bewildered by the unfolding events. "Mom, I need to take Abayo for something," she declared before Su Yueshi could respond. Xie Meng took Abayo by the hand, simultaneously commanding the few infected behind her to follow in a mechanical manner. They arrived at a tranquil, deserted grove. Xie Meng turned to Abayo and said, "Abayo, please do me a favor and try your best to heal these individuals." Abayo nodded obediently, following Xie Meng's instructions as she approached and placed her hands upon them, channeling her energy into their forms. Xie Meng understood that his newfound state of control stemmed from his liberation from the infection. As his energy waned gradually, he observed Abayo's condition deteriorating to mirror his own, her lips drained of color and fatigue evident in her eyes. "Xie Meng." At that moment, the elderly dean stumbled over, exclaiming, "You mentioned encountering fluctuations on your journey. Are they all dead?" His voice resonated with panic and heartbreak. "I apologize, but I could only save these individuals," Xie Meng replied. "Have they also been infected?" The dean's gaze was filled with anguish as his words became increasingly incoherent. "Are you implying they are all dead? Completely gone?" "I encountered fluctuations." Xie Meng managed to suppress his internal turmoil. "As you speculated, the fluctuations are indeed mutations. As for why they were undetectable, I cannot say. What do these fluctuations resemble? Have you gathered any data? Have you been in contact with the northern base?" The dean bombarded him with questions. The fluctuations initially appeared as ominous clouds, but as they approached, they diminished into minuscule particles akin to gas molecules. They infiltrate without barrier. Once they come into contact with humans, they can invade their bodies and induce infection. Xie Meng stated, lifting the glass vial from his waist, "This is the anomalous substance I have collected. I intend to take it to the northern base for further study." The old dean, eager to examine it closely, was abruptly halted by Xie Meng's warning, "It is highly dangerous. Do not approach." The old dean glanced at Abayo, who was engaged in healing the infected. She opened her mouth, revealing an unspoken torrent of questions and concerns, yet ultimately refrained from voicing them. Instead, with a distant gaze, she implored, "You must hasten to the northern base. I fear it may be too late." The symptoms of their affliction had somewhat abated, yet the fallen lay in a row on the ground. The atmosphere in Taoyuan grew increasingly peculiar. Each individual harbored questions, yet none dared to voice them. Over the course of a day, Taoyuan silently endured the loss of dozens. In such tumultuous times, surrender was not an option. Xie Meng resolved to embark on another journey to the northern base in 3 days' time. Xie Meng was at a loss as to how to persuade them. The relentless erosion of the fluctuations proved to be exceedingly challenging for her. No matter how hard she tried this time, she could not guarantee the safety of everyone. The magnitude of the fluctuations was beyond her mental capacity to control their movement, which meant that those without immunity would succumb to infection, ultimately transforming into aberrant beings that would turn upon one another. It was at this moment that Xie Meng grasped the necessity of researching psychic abilities. If it were possible to replicate these abilities for ordinary people, then coexistence between humanity and the aberrant beings could be achieved. Yet, when everyone possessed psychic abilities or became infected healers, harboring within them the same essence as the aberrant beings. Could humanity still be regarded as human? Were they not merely a new form of aberrant life? Everything had spiraled out of control, with only the small haven of Taoyuan remaining safe. The severity of the situation was known only to the scientists, yet most had perished along the way. Ultimately, it was the old dean who stepped forward, persuading dozens of researchers from the southern base, along with herself, to form a sufficient team for the journey to the northern base. Chapter 118. An end and a beginning to prevent a repeat of the previous catastrophe. Xie Meng convinced her parents to embark on the journey with Abeo. The trajectory of the fluctuations was unpredictable, yet this time fortune favored them, as they traveled unharmed. After several days, they finally reached the northern base. Upon entering the northern base, the members of the convoy were administered a vaccine. Xie Meng entrusted the collective fluctuations to the scientists at the northern base, who established a project team on the same day to commence their research. Xie Meng and Ub were taken to the dormitory for superhumans at the northern base. Upon their arrival, they realized that the scale of the northern base was significantly larger than that of the southern base. There were nearly 50 superhumans here, along with distinctive dormitories. It was no wonder they were able to swiftly develop the vaccine. The extraordinary abilities of Xie Meng and Abeo are not merely an amplification of inherent powers. Rather, they manifest as a novel form of psychic energy, enabling them to perform various exceptional feats, capabilities that humanity does not inherently possess. Consequently, they have been designated as subjects of paramount research. The northern base has relentlessly pursued investigations into fluctuations and the abilities of those endowed with such powers, without interruption. Fortuitously, before the results of their research emerged, no fluctuations had descended upon this region, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Upon comparative analysis, scientists discerned that fluctuations indeed represent a new type of mutated entity, classified as a superlative mutation. These entities have evolved from countless microorganisms, invisible to the naked eye, which aggregate in unimaginable quantities, giving rise to a vast source of high-intensity pollution. Thus, their infection rate is alarmingly swift, capable of claiming human lives within a mere 15 minutes. Following rigorous experimentation, a significant discovery was made. Among all the extraordinary individuals, only Xie Meng possesses the ability to manipulate the trajectory of fluctuations, and only Abeo's powers can heal the infected. Abeo's abilities surpass even vaccines, serving as a potent remedy for this mutated affliction. Scientists extracted a unique substance from Abeo's blood, a compound shared among all those who have evolved psychic energy. Consequently, the extraordinary individuals within the base were categorized into two primary groups: those whose powers are an amplification of innate human abilities, and those who have evolved psychic energy. Further exploration revealed that only those with psychic abilities can withstand fluctuations, while ordinary extraordinary individuals can only resist standard mutations. The focus of research at the northern base has now shifted towards the study of psychic-powered individuals. Should the reasons and conditions for the evolution of psychic energy be uncovered, humanity may evade the devastation wrought by fluctuations. As seasons change and a year passes, Abeo experiences a notable increase in height. The frequency of attacks by mutated entities has risen significantly, fueled by the intensification of fluctuations, causing these entities to become exceedingly agitated. Even Taoyuan has suffered an incursion by mutated beings. Fortunately, everyone had been vaccinated, enabling them to withstand the majority of viral mutations, resulting in minimal casualties. At least, no one succumbed to infection by mutated entities. This evidences the efficacy of the vaccine, allowing for a semblance of coexistence between humanity and mutated entities. However, in addition to the threat posed by mutated beings, fluctuations loom ominously. Now, in the spring of the 4th year of the apocalypse, Xie Meng recalls that the fluctuations reached Taoyuan in the 10th year. 4 years have elapsed, and Xie Meng realizes that her rebirth has not altered the timeline of significant apocalyptic events. Thus, Taoyuan is assuredly safe for the ensuing 6 years. Xie Meng was unconcerned about the safety of her family. Her greatest apprehension lay with the northern base. She recalled that even until the 10th year of the apocalypse, scientists had yet to discover a method for ordinary individuals to evolve psychic abilities. It remained uncertain how much longer the northern base could endure. An urgent announcement echoed. A research conference would convene at 8 p.m. sharp at the conference center. All researchers specializing in psychic abilities and psychic-powered individuals were required to attend. Absence was not permitted. Leave about me, spoke a Bao's dedicated caretaker, a former nurse before the cataclysm. Due to a Bao's tender age and the absence of her mother, the northern base had assigned a caretaker to tend to her daily needs. That evening, Xie Meng took a Bao to the conference. The conference center was filled to capacity. At the forefront, the chief research director addressed the assembly, flanked by several officials, including the two Xie Meng had encountered at the southern base. The director commenced his address, and Xie Meng settled in with a bow. According to reports from the northwest base, we learned that 2 days prior, in the battle against mutated entities, they achieved a resounding victory. Since the successful development of a vaccine, humanity has triumphed in every confrontation with these aberrations. It is well known that the southern base fell victim to the invasion of mutated entities. Our experimenter, Xie Meng, facilitated the relocation of members from the southern base to the southern city, where a new base was established. Furthermore, she herself is a psychic-powered individual who resolutely joined our experiment, making significant contributions. Let's express our gratitude with applause. The preceding remarks were filled with bureaucratic jargon, and Xie Meng did not pay them much heed until the applause subsided, allowing her to hear the director continue. After 3 years of relentless effort from all Esper individuals and scientists, Xie Technology is pleased to announce that humanity and mutated entities have achieved coexistence. The conference center erupted in thunderous applause. However, the director's tone shifted. While humanity need not fear mutated entities, they could not afford to overlook the threat of fluctuations. Based on the research conducted on the fluctuation particles brought forth by experimenter Xie Meng, fluctuations represent a novel and highly lethal form of mutated entity, possessing an infection rate hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary mutations. Furthermore, they can devour ordinary mutated entities, rendering our vaccine ineffective against them. Fortunately, we have discovered that psychic-powered individuals are among the few capable of resisting these fluctuations. Through our studies, we have finally elucidated how psychic abilities evolve and that such abilities can be replicated. This marks our most significant research breakthrough to date. Our primary task moving forward will be to replicate psychic abilities in ordinary individuals. Should this research prove successful, we will have nothing left to fear. As the director concluded his speech, the applause surged once more throughout the assembly. Xie Meng clasped Abeo's warm little hand, resolutely affirming within his heart, "We shall succeed step by step. No one shall perish due to the fluctuations." The voice grew distant, and the images gradually faded. The war between humanity and the mutated beings had finally come to a close. However, the struggle against the fluctuations was only just beginning.